Chapter 101. Luosu gritted his teeth and endured the pain, climbed up, picked up the broken bowl and smashed it. Bang! The broken bowl hit the Dragon King's reverse scale, and a piece of the reverse scale fell off. The Dragon King roared in pain, and a message of 50,000 damage reduction floated above his head. Its health bar was reduced by 1/5. The teammates exclaimed, "Fuck! The leader is awesome! Sister is awesome!" Huh? Luosu was shocked. Could it be that the broken bowl would automatically lock onto the enemy's weakest point? She hurriedly smashed it out again. Bang! A sound. Minus 50,000. Sure enough, just as she guessed, the broken bowl hit the Dragon King's reverse scale again. Roar. The Dragon King was furious. But Xiaobai's lightning and ice storm attack had already arrived. The Dragon King's health bar was decreasing rapidly, and it hurriedly flew into the air to avoid Xiaobai's lightning and ice storm range. Luosu waved and took back the broken bowl. But the Dragon King disappeared again. No wonder the ancients said that the dragon can only be seen from the head, but not the tail. They don't fight properly, and they appear and disappear mysteriously. It's really frustrating. Hey, Dalong, don't run away. Let's go home and eat after the fight. I'm hungry, Daodu shouted, looking a little anxious. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little kid, how could he not be afraid at all? The Dragon King suddenly appeared above everyone's head, grabbed two players with his dragon claws, and quickly flew away. Luosu smashed the broken bowl. A bang was heard from afar. Minus 50,000. Luosu just took back the broken bowl and continued to throw it out. Bang. With a sound, minus 50,000. The Dragon King only has 1/5 of his health left. Roar. Roar. The Dragon King roared over everyone's heads with violent anger. Its dragon tail swept around wildly. Bang. 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 The thick glass wall around the entire party venue shattered. The air suddenly became cold. The blurry scene outside the wall became clear. Everyone's face changed drastically, staring at the horrific scene outside the wall in horror. Outside the wall, there was a sea with huge waves, and the shore was invisible. The party venue without the wall was like a wooden board floating on the sea, swaying violently. A huge wave hit, and the board was overturned. Ah! Ah! Everyone fell into the cold sea. The two weak players, who had only a small amount of blood left, died as soon as they fell into the sea. Luosu fell into the sea and choked on the seawater. She kicked her legs and floated to the surface. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed violently. But she was extremely anxious. There was no Daodu on the sea. Daodu Xiaobai. Her voice was drowned by the roaring waves. There were no other figures on the sea. She dived into the sea to look for Daodu. She had 10 minutes to hold her breath, and Daodu shared it. She hoped he was okay. Luosu dived into the sea. With her fiery eyes, she could still see clearly in the water. Fortunately, as soon as she dived into the sea, she saw Jiang Tao holding Daodu and swimming hard. Perhaps because of excessive physical exertion, Jiang Tao seemed to be almost out of breath. Luosu hurriedly swam over and pulled Daodu up. Puff! Puff! The three of them surfaced. Jiang Hao hurriedly said, "I saw the Dragon King under the water." Luosu was startled and hurriedly said, "Please take good care of Daodu for me." At this time, she heard, "Awu, awu." Turning her head, she saw Xiaobai lying on a floating object, screaming, "Xiaobai." Luosu pulled Xiaobai over, took out the magic fish bubble from his pocket, opened it, and put Xiaobai in. Jiang Tao, this prop can be used to dive underwater for half an hour without lack of oxygen. At the critical moment, you go in and hide. Luosu also put Daodu in, and then handed the prop to him. Jiang Hao frowned. "Are you going to go down and kill the Dragon King? But there is no diving equipment." Luosu said, "It's okay. I can hold my breath in the water for more than 10 minutes. So long. Are you a fish?" Jiang Hao was surprised. Beggar's clothes increased the breath-holding time. Luosu said, as she took the broken bowl and dived into the sea. Jiang Hao was speechless. She must have known the secret that clothes are props, so she chose this broken clothes. This shell, very tricky, he likes it. When Luosu dived 5 or 6 meters deep into the sea, she saw the figure of the Dragon King. She hurriedly smashed the broken bowl in her hand. The broken bowl glowed with golden light and disappeared into the water. After the broken bowl hit the Dragon King's health bar was instantly empty. The body of the Dragon King slowly sank into the seabed. A system prompt sounded in Luosu's mind. Ding, kill the party boss EP101 Dragon King, get 1 million survival points, burst Dragon Ball skills, 100 game points. Luosu kicked his legs quickly and floated to the surface. After the Dragon King died, the huge waves on the sea surface subsided. Luosu found that Mu Yeli and the elevator man were both on the sea nearby, and the one-armed boy was nowhere to be seen. According to the teammate information, the one-armed boy's health bar was dry. At this time, a magnificent voice sounded in the sky. Congratulations to the 5 survivors who participated in the party. They have cleared the game, and each of them will receive a gift pack for clearing the game. With a swish, all players were sent out of the game. Luosu came to the game transfer station and found that Jiang Tao was actually in her game transfer station. Luosu was surprised. Isn't the transfer station an independent space for each player? Jiang Tao, how did you get in? Chapter 102. Luosu was surprised to see Jiang Hao appear in her game transfer station. Jiang Hao smiled mysteriously and said, "Hurry up and finish your things so that you can go home for dinner. Daodu is starving." Luosu looked at her clothes, which were the same as when she first entered the game. The beggar's clothes and the broken bowl disappeared. What a pity, I'm used to using them. Luosu missed the power of the broken bowl. She opened the space, which contained 1 million survival points, a skill book and 2 clearance gift packs, one for her and one for Daodu. Luosu opened the clearance gift pack. The 2 gift packs contained the same contents, including 500,000 survival points and a death-free card. Death-free card? Is this a game prop? Luosu took it in his hand and looked it over. It was a golden metal plate with 3 big characters on it. Death-free card. You're lucky. Generally, only players in the silver rank are eligible to get a death-free card. And you're only at the 8th level of bronze, and you have a death-free card. Jiang Hao looked at her as if he saw a koi. Is this death-free card an item that can avoid a fatal injury? Luosu was curious. No, this death-free card is a permanent item. Players with this card will be able to recover as long as they are still alive after quitting the game, no matter how badly they are injured. Jiang Hao explained. Wow, this item is so powerful. Luosu thought of Dolly. In the novice promotion game, a crocodile bit off one of his arms. After quitting the game, he became one-armed. She immediately activated the death-free card. After using up both pieces, she and Daodu would both be players with death-free cards. Luosu looked at the skill book in her backpack again. The skill book was the explosive Dragon Ball skill, which turned out to be a combat skill. Mom, I want this Dragon Ball, Daodu said when she saw the Dragon Ball on the cover of the skill book. Okay. Anyway, it didn't matter who she or Daodu learned from, they were tied together and shared skills. She taught Daodu combat skills, and then spent 500,000 survival points to upgrade Daodu's explosive Dragon Ball to the maximum level. She spent 1 million survival points to upgrade the magic pacifier skill to the maximum level, and the interval between uses became once every 30 minutes. There were still 500,000 survival points in the bag, so she directly upgraded the player level to the maximum bronze level. At this time, the system prompted that the experience task must be completed to advance to the silver level. Jiang Tao, what is the experience task to advance to the silver level? Luosu looked at the player mark card above Jiang Tao's head. Player, and was sure that he must be a player above silver. I take you there after we get out. Jiang Hao said happily when he saw that she had reached the maximum level. After making full use of the survival points, Luosu prepared to quit the game. We leave first. If you can contact Jiang Tao, ask her to find me at the Songlong headquarters in the suburbs of Beijing, Luosu said. Jiang Hao came over with a smile, took her hand, and said, "Come on, I take you to find Jiang Tao now." After saying that, he took her hand and clicked to quit the game. Swish. Luosu found that he did not return to the 2nd floor of the villa, but to a strange room. Huh? Where is this? Luosu was surprised. Jiang Tao's room. Jiang Hao smiled mysteriously. Luosu looked around, and from all the furnishings and supplies, it looked like a man's room. Especially in the small study room connected to the room, there were many game consoles. This made Daodu very happy. Xiaobai was also excited, as if he knew how to play. Wow, uncle, can I play this game console? Luosu hurriedly stopped him and said, Daodu, don't touch other people's things. It doesn't matter, play as you like, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Where is Jiang Tao? Luosu was a little suspicious, and was ready to hide back on the 2nd floor of the villa at any time. She's here. Jiang Hao opened the cabinet, and took out an old small wooden box. Chapter 103. Luo Su looked at the old wooden box that Jiang Hao took out. She felt a little familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. Jiang Hao brought the wooden box to Luo Su. Luo Su looked at the two words peach carved crookedly on the lid of the wooden box, and finally remembered. This wooden box belongs to Jiang Tao. Yes. Jiang Hao replied. Why is Jiang Tao's wooden box here with you? Luo Su was suspicious. Jiang Hao did not answer her, but opened the wooden box. Luo Su found that the things inside were full of childhood memories. Jiang Hao picked up one of the handmade hairpins and said, "This is the gift you gave me on my 5th birthday." Luo Su was full of questions. This hairpin was indeed given to Jiang Tao by her, but why did Jiang Tao say that? Jiang Hao picked up another doll. "This is your favorite doll when you were a child. I cried so hard on the day we moved away, and you gave me your favorite doll." Finally, he picked up a harmonica, wiped it gently with a wet wipe, and then put it to his mouth and blew it gently. Which song is it? There are no cars in heaven. In the first few months after her parents left, she learned to play this song. For a while, she played this song with Jiang Tao in the yard every day. Luo Su's nose suddenly became sour. How can you play this song? Even the tune they played out of tune back then is exactly the same. If it weren't for the difference in gender, she really thought the person in front of her was Jiang Tao. Because I am Jiang Tao, Jiang Hao said. Ah? Luo Su was surprised. Jiang Hao turned around, took out the household registration book from the cabinet, and opened the page with his name. Jiang Hao, formerly known as Jiang Tao. Seeing Luo Su's surprise, Jiang Hao explained, "When I was a child, my parents liked girls very much. They raised me as a girl from birth. It was not until I went to elementary school that I changed back to men's clothes." Jiang Tao is a boy? Luo Su asked with wide eyes. She thought of Jiang Tao, who was as beautiful as a porcelain doll when she was a child, and then looked at the man in front of her with fair and delicate skin, who looked a bit like Jiang Tao. I couldn't believe it. So your name is not Jiang Tao. Why did you lie to me? Luo Su's eyes turned cold and she asked. Because I have a special identity, I rarely use my real name outside. Jiang Hao said with a smile. Special identity? Luo Su was puzzled. Yes, I am the founder of Crouching Tiger Organization Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao said. What? You are Jiang Hao of Crouching Tiger Organization. Luo Su remembered what Du Yifan said, that night 3 years ago, Long Zimo was drugged by his competitor Jiang Hao's people. The culprit of that incident is standing in front of her now. Her heart was suddenly in turmoil. Surprised, puzzled, wronged, angry. Let me ask you, 3 years ago, did you drug Long Zimo and almost kill him? Luo Su stared at him like a knife and pressed the question. Seeing her angry look, Jiang Hao confessed the truth. Beiku, listen to me, that incident was decided by my subordinates at the time, and I only found out about it afterwards. It was really you. Luo Su punched him angrily, you bastard. Jiang Hao's mouth suddenly bled. He didn't understand why Luo Su was so angry. Did she like Long Zimo? He didn't care. He was eager to confess to her because he wanted to evoke her childhood memories, get closer to her, and then take her back to the Crouching Tiger Organization and keep her by his side. Jiang Hao grabbed Luo Su's wrist, a little angry. Why are you so angry? Although Long Zimo was drugged back then, he didn't die. Luo Su felt wronged and angry, but she couldn't say anything. She couldn't break free of her wrist, so she raised her knee and hit him hard in the abdomen. Ah hiss. Jiang Hao was caught off guard and covered his abdomen in pain. He let go of her hand, covered his abdomen, and said in pain, Luo Su, how could you be so cruel? Luo Su? So you knew who I was from the beginning? So, you approached me on purpose from the beginning? Luo Su went up and kicked him again. Jiang Hao hurriedly explained, Luo Su, listen to me, I have no ill will towards you, really, I just want to get you to join us Crouching Tigers. You Crouching Tigers only use despicable means? You hurt me so badly back then, and now you are approaching me on purpose. Do you think I am easy to bully? Luo Su punched him in the face again and said fiercely, You are not Jiang Tao. You are just a despicable liar. After saying that, Luo Su turned around and pulled Do, and disappeared directly on the spot. Ah! Jiang Hao was shocked. She can teleport? He ran to the window, and there was no trace of Luo Su downstairs. He suddenly remembered that during the emergency rescue in the wall area, he heard that the reason why Sunlong rescued so quickly was because their organization had the means of point-to-point teleportation. It turned out to be her. After seeing Luo Su's strength, Jiang Hao was more determined to pull her into Crouching Tiger. She had only been in Hidden Dragon for half a year. I thought it would not be difficult to poach her. But he did not expect that things would turn out like this. Jiang Hao's mind was in a mess. As soon as Luo Su arrived on the second floor of the villa, her grandmother came over to ask about her well-being, and finally took Daodu to take a bath. She also went back to her room to take a bath, changed into clean clothes, and then fell asleep. Long Zimo sat in the living room on the second floor of the villa drinking tea, looking at Luo Su's locked door. Since she came out of the game, she took 3 days off from training, and did not see anyone. What happened to her? Chapter 104. Luo Su used a skill to blast out the zombies in front of her, and she took Daodu to climb up the city wall from the stairs. I was so tired that I thought there would be no zombies on the city wall. Unexpectedly, as soon as I climbed to the top of the city wall, I was surrounded by a group of zombies. Exploding dragon balls. Daodu was the most active in killing monsters. After clearing the range of 10 meters, they came to the bottom of the flagpole. This was the high point on the city wall, and you could see the whole ancient city at a glance. It was in ruins everywhere, with smoke everywhere. On a tall tower in the distance, a red light kept flashing. I don't know what it means. She looked back and saw the man on the flagpole. Come down. Luo Su raised his head and shouted. No, there are still many monsters below, I dare not come down. Passenger 1 said. Don't worry, it will be fine. As Luo Su said this, he blasted out another skill, and all the zombies within 100 meters were cleared. Ding! Complete the hidden task clue, kill 30 mutant zombies, and increase the favorability of Passenger 1. Passenger 1 saw that there were no zombies nearby, and he breathed a sigh of relief, loosened the rope of the flagpole, and slowly slid down. Thank you for saving me. As a thank you, I give you a gift. Passenger 1 said, taking out a hand-drawn map from his backpack and handing it to Luo Su. Luo Su took the map, and a hint popped up in front of him. Get an important item. Luo Su unfolded the map and found 3 or 4 circles on it, drawn in the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. What do these circles mean? Luo Su frowned and asked Passenger 1 without raising his head. But no one answered. When he looked up, he was gone. Passenger 1 had left quietly and disappeared. Luo Su was depressed. Where was his manners? He saved your life after all, but he left without saying hello. This person is so rude. Luo Su put away the map, took Daodu down the wall, and brushed towards the direction of the first circle on the map. Super Harvest. Luo Su used his skills, and the monsters within 100 meters ahead were cleared. Daodu protested, Mom, can you leave 2 monsters for me to fight? No, I'm in a hurry. Luo Su said. Soon she came to the first circle on the west side of the map. This is a temple in the city, not very large. But it is very clean, without a trace of weeds. Luo Su had an idea. Someone lives here. Woof woof. Xiao Bai barked impatiently, because they all smelled the aroma of barbecue. After being hungry for most of the day, this aroma was simply irresistible. Luo Su quickened his pace and stepped into the ancient temple. In front of the statue in the temple, there were still a few incense sticks. Luo Su was even more certain that there were people living here. She walked around. She found that there was a small door behind the Buddha statue. She quickened her pace and quickly passed through the door. Under the big tree in the backyard, a young man was roasting a shiny chicken. There was a mark on his head. Traveler 2. Luo Su took his roast chicken. He was startled, but he didn't turn around to look at anyone. He knelt on the ground and confessed. Don't blame me, Lord Buddha. I didn't steal your offerings. I just heated it up for you. Return the property to its original owner. Don't blame me. After the boy finished speaking, he ran back to the room, closed the door, and locked it again. Sigh, Luo Su laughed. Such a coward, he could actually survive in this dead city. It's a miracle. Luo Su pulled Do to sit next to the fire, took out a knife, and cut the roast chicken into pieces. The roast chicken is so delicious, it smells good. The boy in the room heard the child's voice, hurriedly opened the door, and peeked secretly. I saw a woman, a child, and a dog sharing his roast chicken. I was immediately furious. He opened the door, pointed at Luo Su and the others with a broom, and cursed, Hey, how dare you steal my roast chicken? Are you tired of living? Chapter 105. Luo Su took Daodu and Xiao Bai to start the task of escorting passenger Tu Li Ling to the museum. After they left the ruined temple, Luo Su planned to take the main road, which was the shortest route. As for the mutant zombies on the road, it was still possible to clear them all the way. With Daodu and Xiao Bai's attack ability, they had no problem fighting the small monsters. As soon as Luo Su turned into the main road, he was stopped by Li Ling. "Hey, sister in front, please wait a moment." "What's wrong?" Luo Su turned around and asked. "We can't take the main road," Li Ling said in a panic. "Why? The main road is the shortest route." Luo Su was puzzled. "There are many zombies on the main road. If we kill them in such a big way, we will be easily targeted," Li Ling said with a worried look on his face. "Targeted?" Luo Su became more and more confused as he listened. "Targeted by whom?" "The one on the tower," Li Ling said in a low voice. "Tower?" Luo Su looked around and found a tall tower in the south of the city. "Isn't this the tower she saw emitting a faint red light? Who is that person on the tower?" Luo Su also lowered her voice and asked him. "I don't know. No one has seen it. Those who have seen it are dead," Li Ling said. "So scary." Luo Su looked at the tower in the south of the city again, thinking. "Let's go quickly. We have to get to the museum before dark," Li Ling urged. "Well, let's go now. You lead the way," Luo Su said. "The museum is in the north of the city, and they have to go through the main city passage to get there." Li Ling walked in front, leading Luo Su and his group into an alley on the right. This alley sells antiques and tourist souvenirs. There are a few zombies scattered in the alley, and some open shops also have zombies wandering inside. When they were almost at the end of the alley, Li Ling stopped. "Sister, I'm going in to find a friend. Wait for me." "Friend?" Luo Su was surprised. In such a chaotic world, there are still friends. "Yes, it's a tour group," Li Ling said, and ran into a souvenir shop next door. Not long after, his scream was heard. "Aw, help, sister." Luo Su's heart skipped a beat. "What is this NPC doing?" She told Daodu and Xiaobai to wait outside, and she was going to go in alone to take a look. She turned on her fiery eyes and elite armor, and then quietly entered the store. The cry for help came from inside the store. She looked from a distance, and found that Li Ling and another girl were being blocked in a corner by a zombie. He used a plastic stool to hold the zombie back, and prevent it from getting close. But the zombie was very strong and smashed the stool in one go. Li Ling's hand was injured and bleeding. The smell of blood made the zombie even crazier, and it pounced on Li Ling. Luo Su's mind moved, and he harvested the zombies. He put the zombies into the space. Li Ling turned around and saw Luo Su standing far outside the corridor, and was immediately excited. "Thank you, sister, for saving us," Li Ling said, and walked out holding the hand of a girl. "Sister, this is my friend, Yang Shui," Li Ling finished speaking. Luo Su looked at the girl, and there was also a mark on her head, Traveler 3. Luo Su nodded. "Let's go." After speaking, he strode out of the store. The group continued to walk towards the south of the city. Li Ling and Yang Shui walked in front to lead the way, and Luo Su and the others followed behind. For safety reasons, Luo Su wanted to pull the two people into the team, but found that they were not players and could not form a team. It really is an NPC. 3 NPCs have been rescued so far, and there are still 7 people missing. "Where are they?" "Li Ling, do you know where the other travelers are?" Luo Su asked. Li Ling shook her head. "I only know that Yang Shui is hiding here, and I haven't seen the others." "Oh, okay." Luo Su was a little disappointed. It was impossible for Qin Lai to dig out the other NPCs. For now, he could only escort these 2 back to the museum. They soon arrived at the main city street. This is the widest street in the city, in the shape of a cross, connecting the 4 districts of East, West, South, and North. They walked quietly north along the alleys beside the main city road. These alleys are connected in all directions, winding and twisting. Luo Su was a little dizzy, and finally entered the northern area of the city. She used a skill to collect all the zombies within 100 meters. They soon arrived at the gate of the museum. The gate of the museum was closed, and they took a lot of effort to get in. Their luggage was on the 3rd floor. As soon as they entered the lobby on the 1st floor, several zombies wandered back and forth under a huge dinosaur skeleton model. A shivering girl was lying on the dinosaur skeleton. When she saw someone coming in, she seemed to see a savior. "Help, save me!" The girl shouted for help. There was a mark on her head. "Passenger 4. Let me do it." Daodu, this little brat, loves to show off. Exploding Dragon Balls. A bunch of Dragon Ball bullets flew out and exploded on the zombies, killing them all. Unfortunately, Daodu didn't control the position well, and the Dragon Ball bullets also hit the dinosaur skeleton. Bang! With a loud bang, the dinosaur skeleton collapsed. The girl almost fell to her death. Luo Su was speechless. "Sister, are you okay?" Dowdu didn't expect things to turn out like this. Aw, no, it's okay. Thank you for saving me. The girl climbed up with difficulty, feeling pain all over her body, but no bleeding. It's just a piece of cake, haha. Dowdu raised her face and said happily. Luo Su was speechless. The little guy said the wrong thing, but he was still so proud. She led the team to the second floor, praying that they would meet more NPCs here and complete the mission as soon as possible. However, they did not. On the third floor, Li Ling quickly found his luggage. He opened the suitcase and took out a lot of snacks, including a lot of beef jerky and drinks. I give you these foods as a thank you gift. Food is the most scarce outside now, Li Ling said. Okay, then I won't be polite. Luo Su took a large bag of food. As soon as he heard that there were snacks, Dowdu was already greedy and hurried over to look through the big bag in his mother's hand. Yang Shui said, Sister, thank you for saving me. To express my gratitude, I will tell you a secret. What secret? Luo Su pulled her aside and asked in a low voice. There is a big monster that eats people in the south of the city. Don't go to the south of the city, Yang Shui said. Big monster that eats people? Luo Su remembered the scene of the black-skinned thousand-handed monster eating zombies. Could there be other elite monsters with this result? Yes, I overheard someone say it, Yang Shui said. Okay, try not to go to the south of the city. If the task can be completed in other places. But Luo Su felt that this level of silver experience game was not so easy to pass. Chapter 106. The trembling girl came over and handed Luo Su a passenger list. I am Ling Feng, the tour guide of the tour group. Please help me find other passengers. A prompt popped up in front of Luo Su, a request for help from the tour guide. Do you want to accept the task? Accept the task. Luo Su made a choice, and she left the museum with Dowdu and Xiaobai. There are still 6 NPCs to go, but there is no clue. Where can I find them? This city is quite big. If you want to visit several districts, it is definitely not possible to walk on 2 legs. Luo Su looked at the entrance of the cinema, not far ahead. There were many cars parked, each covered with a thick layer of dust, and most of the cars were damaged to varying degrees. Luo Su found an off-road car with unlocked doors, and the car keys still inserted in the car. She decided to borrow this car. Dowdu and Xiaobai sat in the back seat and fastened their seat belts. Luo Su started the car and drove out slowly. She planned to drive around the north of the city to see if there were any surviving passengers. She used her skills to clear the way, casting skills as she went, clearing the monsters within 100 meters, and then continued to drive forward. When she passed by the gymnasium, she was hesitating whether to go in. She took out the map to check. It turned out that the gymnasium was one of the circled places. She put away the map and drove into the gymnasium. From a distance, she saw many zombies in sportswear wandering around the stadium. Luo Su raised her hand and put all the zombies into her bag. Suddenly, 3 people ran out from the high seats and asked her for help. Thank you for saving us, the 3 passengers said, and walked down excitedly. Luo Su looked and saw signs on their heads, Passenger 5, Passenger 6 and Passenger 7. Do you know where there are other passengers? Luo Su asked directly. Yes, there are a few people on the platform over there. Passenger 6 shouted after saying that. Hey, girls hiding on the platform, come out quickly, the rescue team is here. After a few dozen seconds, someone stuck his head out from the platform and saw that all the zombies around him had disappeared, and then he felt relieved. The 2 people coming down from the platform were twin sisters in their 20s, with Passenger 8 and Passenger 9 marked on their heads. Are there any more people up there? Luo Su asked hurriedly. Only one person was missing. No more. It's just the 2 of us, the twin girls said in unison. Okay, everyone get in the car, I take you out, Luo Su said. We want to go to the museum. Yes, we want to go too. Everyone said they wanted to go to the museum. Luo Su received another escort mission reminder. She accepted the mission and felt that this time with a car, it would be much more efficient. Then get in the car quickly. What are you waiting for? Seeing that it was getting late, Luo Su said hurriedly. Luo Su drove the car and stepped on the accelerator to send all 5 passengers back to the museum. Thank you for your help. The passengers thanked him one after another. Well, you go upstairs by yourself. The tour guide is on the 3rd floor. I leave first. After saying that, Luo Su started the car and drove out of the museum. One more person is needed to complete the mission. Luo Su planned to go to the circle place in the east of the city to have a look. Because before, she had found surviving passengers in the first 3 circled places. Luo Su drove the car and hurried to the east of the city, while cleaning up the zombies on the road. After about 20 minutes, she arrived at the circled place in the east of the city. This is a university, with 4 big characters Gucheng University hanging at the door. Luo Su drove into the campus. The zombies here are very dense, so she raised her hand and cleaned them up. She drove around and found no trace of passengers. She honked the horn 3 times. Finally, she saw people sticking their heads out of the dormitory building. Help! The zombies on campus have been cleaned up. Luo Su shouted loudly. The students came downstairs one after another, a total of 25 people. Can you take us to the museum? Chapter 107. Luo Su was still struggling over whether he should go up. He only heard a boom. Xiao Bai's skill had already hit him. Luo Su was startled. Xiao Bai, don't hit him yet, I'm afraid you might accidentally hurt that traveler. As soon as she finished speaking, a roar came from the tower. Roar. Then, a giant ape covered in snow white quickly climbed down from the top of the tower. Bang! The moment it landed, dust flew up, and it showed its power as soon as it landed. It raised its fists, opened its bloody mouth, and roared. Roar. A strong breath rushed to his face. Luo Su hurriedly activated the prop black skin and used it on Daodu. Daodu felt his body tighten, and a layer of black protective layer wrapped around his entire body. Hey, what is that? It's so ugly. Daodu looked at himself and turned into a black baby with disgust. Don't make trouble, it can protect you. Luo Su said quickly. Help! At this moment, a cry for help was suddenly heard. It was from the passenger 10. Luo Su looked up and saw that the passenger was hung in the air 6 or 7 meters by the giant ape, and the giant ape was staring at her with a fierce look. A monster mark hung above the giant ape's head. Ancient City Boss Mutated Snow Ape. The mutant snow ape looked more than 3 meters tall, with long white hair all over its body, a black face, fangs and a big mouth, 2 arms as thick as telephone poles, and 2 thick palms with long and sharp claws. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that the giant ape is wearing a black cloak. Upon closer inspection, the cloak is actually countless tentacles growing from its shoulders, with a long tail sting at the end of the tentacles. When the tentacles are still, they hang behind it like a cloak, but once they move, they are like countless black snakes that can attack the enemy at the same time. At this moment, 2 of its tentacles are entangled with the passenger 10, hanging in the air. Help! Passenger 10 shouted in panic. Luo Su activated the buff skill. Elite Armor. Fiery Eyes. Vigorous. Spiritual Ocean. Xiao Bai's skill just now didn't hurt the NPC, which means that the NPC is immune to the player's damage, which means that in this level of the game, the player can't kill the NPC. Super Harvest. Luo Su released a skill, and Daodu and Xiao Bai followed suit. Exploding Dragon Ball. Lightning Ice Storm. A bunch of skills bombarded over, and the mutant snow ape felt pain and was furious. Its tentacles suddenly exploded, and they rolled up the surrounding bricks and smashed them over. Storage. Luo Su put everything into the space. Bang! She smashed a huge rock. The mutant snow ape barely avoided the vital point, and one of its arms was injured. Roar. The mutant snow ape roared, and its huge body rushed over. Bang! Luo Su smashed a few boulders to block its way, and it actually jumped up and jumped onto the boulders. Roar. The mutant snow ape pounded its chest with both hands frantically, and roared angrily. In a blink of an eye, the ground within a range of 3 meters around it quickly froze. Even the passenger was almost frozen into an iceman, and screamed in fear. Luo Su decisively smashed a giant brick, and with a bang, the mutant snow ape was hit in the leg and couldn't get up for a while. Now, Luo Su took a dagger in her hand, and stepped around from the side. Puff puff. With a slash of the knife, she cut off the tentacles on passenger 10, and pushed him out. Passenger 10 finally got out of trouble, and ran towards the car desperately. The mutant snow ape's leg was injured by the boulder, and was pressed down, and couldn't get up, but its tentacles could move freely. All the tentacles gathered to attack Luo Su. Clang clang clang. Luo Su's clothes were pierced, but fortunately, she was protected by the elite armor, so she was not stabbed. But she was tied up tightly by the tentacles, and could not move. Super Harvest. Luo Su tried to cut off the mutant snowman's tentacles with her skills, but she succeeded unexpectedly. Ding! Get crafting materials x10. Ding! Get crafting materials x10. Luo Su was surprised to hear this. Crafting materials? What can I make with this material for the first time? She glanced at the material description. Tentacle. Material for making whip-like weapons in this game. Can I make my own weapons? Luo Su was a little surprised and silently increased the speed of harvesting. Roar. The mutant snow ape roared, and it lifted a corner of the boulder with both hands, and finally moved the giant brick that was pressing on its legs. The boulder that it had moved with great effort suddenly disappeared, and then fell again. Bang! It roared in pain, and another boulder piled up, and the weight of the two boulders pressed on its legs. Its health bar was decreasing rapidly. Roar! It beat its chest with both hands frantically, roaring angrily, and the surrounding 3 meters was frozen again. Luo Su was also covered with a thin layer of ice, shivering with cold. Mom! Dowda saw his mother frozen into an iceman in the car, and was very anxious. Exploding Dragon Ball Dowda used his skills, but his attack range was only 10 meters, so he could not hit the mutant snow ape. Lightning Ice Storm Xiaobai used his skills. Xiaobai's skills hit the mutant snow ape, but it still had half of its health. Luo Su harvested all the tentacles, and finally escaped. She hurried back to the car. Super Harvest. The entire boss must not be able to be collected into the space, but after she harvested its tentacles, she set her sights on its long hair. Ding! Get armor making materials X10. Sure enough, as she expected, she continued to pull the ape's hair. Super Harvest. Ding! Get armor making materials X10. The mutant snow ape was in great pain. This was the most dignified time in its countless battles in its ape life. Not only were its tentacles cut off by its opponent, but even its hair was plucked out. It was extremely angry, and a terrifying force burst out from its body. With a roar, it knocked over the boulder with one punch. Seeing that the mutant snow ape was about to break free, Luo Su hurriedly threw a super energy ball at it. Bang! The super energy ball hit the mutant snow ape's chest and exploded instantly, and a dark green haze wrapped around its body. The mutant snow ape was startled for a while, but quickly climbed out of the boulder area where it was trapped. Storage. Luo Su collected all the boulders. Bang! Bang! The boulders chased the mutant snow ape and smashed it, as if it was raining rocks from the sky. It didn't take it 2 steps before it was hit. Soon more boulders pressed up, layer upon layer. It no longer had the strength to turn over. Super Harvest. Luo Su harvested the dying mutant snow ape. Ding! Kill the ancient city boss mutant snow ape. Get 50,000 talent points, ice domain talent, permanent ice resistance attribute 500. Luo Su returned to the car and found that passenger 10 was already sitting in the passenger seat. Thank you for saving me. I'm a shoemaker, and I don't have anything good to thank you. If you don't mind, I give you this pair of shoes. Passenger 10 said, taking off the dirty and worn out shoes from his feet and handing them to Luo Su. Luo Su pinched his nose and frowned. Brother, are you serious? Chapter 108. Luo Su was in a state of confusion. Brother, are you serious? Passenger 10 said sincerely. I have been making shoes for my whole life, and this pair has the best properties. I have never been willing to sell it. Properties? Luo Su was surprised. She used her sharp eyes to check it out. She saw that inside the dirty shoes, there was another pair of transparent shoes, which faintly revealed mysterious power. Huh? Is this a prop? She remembered the pair of prop shoes that Du Yifan lent her during the novice promotion match, which could increase the moving speed by 100 meters per second. Ah, this? Luo Su stared at the dirty shoes in front of her, but couldn't see any properties. You know after you try them on. Passenger 10 said. Luo Su was skeptical. After all, she saved the life of this NPC, so she wouldn't just give him a pair of broken shoes, right? She took the shoes, and as soon as she touched them, a string of properties popped up in front of her. Ding! Get the magic shoes item, which can increase speed and have an invisibility effect. Luo Su was shocked. There are actually shoes with invisibility properties? She hurriedly took the shoes and put them away. Thank you. I like the gift very much. Passenger 10 said again, Can you give me a ride? I'm going to the museum. Sure, it's just on the way. Luo Guan said. He turned his head to the 2 little ones, who were playing behind him, and reminded them, We are about to go back. Sit down and fasten your seat belts. Luo Su stepped on the accelerator and drove to the north of the city. When they arrived at the museum, Passenger 10 hurried upstairs. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden task and obtaining 50,000 talent points and 500,000 survival points. Luo Su heard the system prompt sound in his ear, and then the light in front of him dimmed. She came to a new place. Ding! Welcome to the Silver Advanced Experience Dungeon. Now start the 3rd level experience. The 3rd level? Luo Su was inexplicably nervous. She opened her backpack and put on the prop shoes. Speed increased by 200%. Every half an hour, the invisibility effect can be activated once, each time for 3 minutes. Luo Su immediately saw the properties of the shoes, opened her backpack again, and spent 500,000 survival points to upgrade the skills. Super Harvest was upgraded to the maximum level, the attack range was 120 meters, and the damage was doubled. She activated other protective skills. Fire Eyes. Elite Armor. Spiritual Ocean. Energetic. Luo Su looked around. This was a maze. Every step she took, she had a choice. She had to take 9 steps to leave. She took a step and 2 options popped up in front of her, left or right. She chose the right, and took a step to the right. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a protective item that can resist a fatal attack. It can only be used in this instance. Take a step forward and continue to make choices. This time she chose the left side. She was teleported into a small room with a blue ice fox in it. Ding! Defeat the monster to enter the next step. Luo Su had no choice but to fight. Super Harvest. Daodu and Xiaobai also used their skills. A burst of skills directly hit the ice fox, killing it in 2 moves. Ding! Kill the ice fox and get 10,000 survival points. She returned to the maze and took a step forward. Continue to make choices right. A X2 step appeared in front of her. Ding! Congratulations on getting the power to jump forward 2 steps. Luo Su came to the 5th step. She still chose the right side and took a step forward. This time, she stepped into the air and fell into an unknown place. Ah! She was caught off guard and screamed. It was pitch black all around. She felt a wet sand under her feet. Mom, where are you? Daodu shouted anxiously. Woof woof. Xiaobai was also very uneasy. Daodu, don't be afraid, Mom is here. After a while, my eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I could see the dim night light covering the surroundings. Luo Su held Daodu's hand and whispered, This is a new place. You have to keep quiet. Yes. Daodu nodded in agreement, holding her mother's hand tightly. With the help of her eyes, she could barely see the surroundings. This is a small river beach. The river in front of me looked a little white in the moonlight. Behind me was a small bamboo forest, and the evening breeze blew gently rustling. There was a path through the bamboo forest leading to a village not far away. There were lights on in several houses in the village, and a sign was hung above one of the houses. Luo Su Dodo's house, huh? What's going on? Was the arrangement of this game that she and Dodo were to stay here tonight? She picked up Dodo and walked towards the village carefully. On a huge rock at the entrance of the village, she could vaguely see 3 words. Zhuquan Village. She came to the house with the sign. This is an ordinary farmer's house. A small 1-room house, without even a bathroom. The moment she stepped into the room, she heard the system prompt sound. Ding! Welcome Luo Su Daodu player to the novice village in the west of Gualastar. Gualastar? Novice village? Luo Su was surprised. Gualastar, one of the 9 stars? Please work hard to complete the novice tasks, and successfully advance, to leave the novice village. Luo Su was stunned, and hurriedly opened his personal information to check. All the skills disappeared, and the level became novice level 0. Fortunately, the space is still there, but the special space is gone. Except for the items that restore health, Daodu and Xiaobai's skills are all gone. Luo Su felt like she had returned to the pre-liberation era. Wasn't she in the Silver Advanced training on Blue Star? How did she end up on Gualastar in the blink of an eye? Was there something wrong with the dungeon? Or was this novice village also part of the training content? Luo Su didn't know. Long Zimo was standing in front of the big screen in the conference room, frowning. After a black screen for a while, this training dungeon can now be restarted. The weird thing is that the experience copy system shows idle, but Luo Su has not come out yet. This system can only accommodate 1 person to experience at a time. When someone is experiencing, the status is experiencing. Only after the experience of the person inside is finished, the system will show idle. And all players who have experience can check the past score here. But now, the experience system is idle, Luo Su is nowhere to be found, and there is no record of the experience results. When Long Zimo was worrying about this matter, the phone rang. It was Su Mo from the top private hospital in Beijing who answered the phone. Long Zimo suddenly remembered the thing he had secretly entrusted him to do the day before yesterday. Hello, Su Mo, are the test results out? The results are out. Congratulations, you're going to be a father. The DNA match between you and Daodu is 99.99%. Long Zimo hung up the phone, and a storm was brewing in his heart. It was true. He suddenly looked up and looked at the 2 big words idle on the big screen in front of him. and he was extremely anxious. Luo Su, where are you guys? Chapter 109. ZMO, congratulations on becoming a father. Your DNA matches with Daodu are 99.99%. After Long Zemo received Sumo's call, a storm surged in his heart. It was indeed true. Luo Su, Daodu, where are you? Long Zemo was extremely anxious. In the record list of the training system, the survival status of the player can be seen. If the player dies, the name in the list will turn gray. Now, Luo Su and Daodu's names are still green and flashing, which means they are still alive, but their whereabouts are unknown. Long Zemo contacted the heads of the other three organizations. Their training system had never encountered such a situation. He hadn't figured out the reason why Luo Su and Do disappeared, but the StarCraft competition was moved up. Warm reminder, you will enter the survival game StarCraft competition in 1 hour, please be prepared. Not long after, Du Yifan hurried in. Boss, the StarCraft competition has been moved up. I received the message too. Long Zemo frowned, but Luo Su and Do are missing. Ah? Du Yifan was shocked. Didn't she enter the silver training dungeon? Yes, but she never came out. Long Zemo said, looking anxious. Du Yifan looked at the idle status on the training system interface and was very puzzled. But if a player dies in the silver training dungeon, he will not really die, but just fail the training. Since she and Daodu entered, I have been guarding here, and she has never come out. The training system went black in the middle, and it was idle after restarting. Long Zemo said. What about the roster status? Du Yifan opened the silver training roster system for Songlong members. Luo Su and Do's life status is very active, which means they are fine. Is there a bug in the training system? Du Yifan thought of a possibility. It is possible that she is still in the dungeon, and the data in the training dungeon system is wrong. I hope so. Long Zemo called Wu Di and asked him to come to the conference room. Long Zemo and Du Yifan were about to go to the StarCraft competition, so Wu Di was responsible for waiting for Luo Su to come out. Before leaving the conference room, Long Zemo glanced at the big screen and felt very worried, but he could not withdraw from the StarCraft competition unilaterally. He hurried back to the villa and saw Luo Su's grandmother chatting with Lao Zhao in the restaurant on the first floor. Grandma, Luo Su has been away for work for a while, and may not be back for a few days. Long Zemo thought that he had to explain to his grandmother before leaving. Yes, she also told me before she went out that she was going to participate in some promotion training, and would not be back for a few days. Grandma nodded and said, Yes, that's right. Du Yifan and I are also on a business trip for a few days. You should take good care of yourself at home. If you are bored, come and chat with Lao Zhao. Long Zemo said, nodding to Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao, please also keep an eye on it. If Grandma Luo Su needs any help, please ask Wu Di to arrange it. Lao Zhao used to work under Grandma Long. He could have retired, but he couldn't sit still and came to manage the restaurant for Long Zemo. Lao Zhao said with a smile, That's right. Come down and chat more often. I am bored too. Okay, go back to work without worrying about me, Grandma said sympathetically. Long Zemo nodded and hurried up to the 3rd floor. After a simple preparation, he called Grandma Long again. You little brat, you finally remembered to call Grandma? Grandma Long said unhappily. Grandma, I'm on a business trip, and will come back to see you later, Long Zemo said. On a business trip again? Oh, your Uncle Feng's daughter just came back from England, and I was just planning to arrange a meeting for you too. Grandma Long sighed. Grandma, stop arranging blind dates for me. I have my own plans, Long Zemo said seriously. I don't believe you. You said you had your own plans 2 years ago, but I haven't seen you bring your girlfriend home until now. Grandma Long is really worried about her grandson's lifelong event. Chapter 110. Luo Su and Do spent an uneasy night in the novice village. After dawn, Luo Su saw the condition of the hut clearly. It was leaking everywhere. There was nothing except a wooden bed and a small wooden table. There were no kitchen utensils, no food, no clothes and quilts. It could be described as bare walls. The quilt she covered herself with last night was taken out from her space. Fortunately, she usually had the habit of hoarding supplies. Now the food and supplies in her space are enough for her to live here for 3 months without any problem. After a simple breakfast, Luo Su began to check the novice tasks. Novice Task 1. Get familiar with Zhuquan Village. Novice Task 2. Go up the mountain to hunt and capture prey. Novice Task 3. Max level of gathering skills. There are a total of 35 novice tasks, and the more difficult they are, the harder they are. Luo Su was very upset. It seems that if she wants to go back, she can only work hard on the tasks. She took Daodu and Xiaobai to walk around Zhuquan village. This is a small mountain village backed by a mountain. There is a small river not far from the entrance of the village, and the village is surrounded by lush bamboo forests. In addition to her, there are 6 simple farmhouses in the village that are exactly the same as hers, which are distributed a little far away. Looking from her doorstep, she can't see the neighbor's house on the left or right. She found a spring mountain in the middle of the village, which should be the source of drinking water for the whole village. Someone is using a cup made of banana leaves to drink water. Seeing Luo Su walking leisurely, the man showed a trace of vigilance on his face. Woof woof. Xiaobai roared twice, and the man ran away. Luo Su laughed. Xiaobai, don't be naughty. Congratulations, you have completed the first novice task. Get familiar with Zhuquan village, and get a set of clay pots. A medium-sized clay pot appeared in front of Luo Su. She picked up the clay pot, and felt it was a bit heavy. But the broken house had no kitchen or stove. What's the use of just giving a pot? Luo Su threw it into the space. She walked towards the end of the village to see if there was a way up the mountain. The second task was hunting. When she arrived at the end of the village, she saw 2 men, one old and one young, who had just returned from hunting in the mountains. The older man had an injury on his arm. They came down from the mountain so early in the morning, so they must have spent the night in the mountain last night. Spending the night in such a primeval forest is a very dangerous thing. I don't know how they survived until dawn. However, they harvested a few hares and pheasants, enough to eat for a few days. The 2 people passed by Luo Su with a smell of blood. She looked at them silently without saying a word. After the 2 people walked a few steps, the injured man stopped and turned around to remind them, "Girl, there are many wild animals on the mountain. You are a weak woman with a child. I advise you not to go up the mountain. It is very dangerous." Luo Su smiled and said, "Thank you for reminding me." After that, the 2 of them left. Luo Su glanced at the path leading to the mountain and felt a little worried. Now, apart from the space storage function, she only had invisible shoes, and no other skills or talents. She was unsure. But if she wanted to leave here, she had to complete the mission. Daodu, Xiaobai, this mountain is very dangerous. You must follow me closely, and don't run around. Luo Su told the 2 little troublemakers to take it easy. Okay, I know, Mom. Daodu nodded. Luo Su took out a wooden crossbow from her space. She asked Wu Di to help her get it during her training. In addition to the crossbow, there are bows and arrows, guns, and various knives, all stored in her space. In the mountains, she tried not to use guns, because the noise was too loud, and she was afraid of attracting other beasts. Thinking of the injured person just now, Luo Su felt that it was a bit too hasty to go up the mountain like this. She walked forward a few steps, chose a hidden place, took out the jungle camouflage uniform, and put it on. Daodu and Xiaobai also had them, which she made and stored in the space. Put on a hat, mask and gloves, fully armed, and then set off into the mountains again. After walking uphill for a while, the light became dim. The ancient trees in this mountain are towering, blocking the sun and clouds. It is really a scene of primitive forest. After walking for a while, there is no road. Luo Su made marks on the trees along the way. Luo Su locked the surrounding 5 meters, and used the space to store. Storage ding, got 2 wild rabbits and 1 grass snake. Congratulations on completing the hunting mission, and getting a set of cooking knives. Cooking knives? Luo Su was surprised. Is there a task of cooking in this level of the game? When she thought about dissecting animal carcasses by herself, she felt sick. She put the cooking knives and prey into the space, and then looked at the third task, which was to max out the gathering skill. Ken came here to collect medicinal herbs or wild vegetables. This is a bit time-consuming. I don't know if I can use the space to collect them in batches. There is not enough sunlight here, and the ground is full of rotten leaves, and there is no trace of small wild vegetables. She walked to the area with fewer trees. At this time, Daodu asked curiously, "Mom, what is that hanging on the tree?" Luo Su followed the direction of his finger, and saw a huge wild beehive. "Oh, that's a wild beehive," Luo Su said. "Oh, I know. There's honey that Big Bear and Little Bear love to eat. Mom, I want to eat honey too." Daodu looked expectant. "Okay, let's go beehive." Luo Su shook her head. She was such a little brat. She wanted to try everything new she saw. Luo Su put the whole beehive into the space. She broke off a small piece of honeycomb with honey and tasted it. It was fragrant and delicious. She broke off another small piece and handed it to Dowdu. Try a little to satisfy your craving first, and then eat it slowly when you get home. Just as she was about to leave, Xiaobai suddenly barked non-stop. Chapter 111. Luosu put down the lunchbox and stared at the bushes. Could it be that the smell of food attracted the small animals around? She locked the maximum range of 120 meters around her and put all the small animals into the space. Storage ding, a batch of prey was captured. Hunting proficiency, 500 out of 1000. She opened the space and looked at the space. Most of them were small animals such as pheasants, rabbits, squirrels, and birds. The largest ones were foxes and weasels, but there were relatively few of them. There was also a small wild cat. After carefully examining the patterns on its head, he was shocked. This is a young tiger. It's over. There are tigers nearby. Now that I have no skills and talents, I'm afraid I can't beat a tiger if I really meet one. Let's retreat first. Retreat to the edge of the village, slowly catch small animals, and complete the hunting mission. Luosu made up his mind and packed up his things immediately, ready to leave. Dowdu was still gnawing on a chicken leg, looking like he hadn't eaten enough, but his mother took away his bowl. Hurry, we have to leave now and eat in the village. She had just packed her things. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a big tiger jumped out from the bushes. Looking at its shriveled belly, it was clear that it had been hungry for a long time. Luosu was shocked. Dowdu hurriedly threw away the chicken leg. Mom, big tiger. Luosu threw out 3 boulders without saying a word. Bang! 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 The big tiger was caught off guard and was crushed to the ground, seriously injured. Roar! The tiger roared, seemingly full of grief and indignation. Luosu hurriedly put it into the space. Storage ding, large prey captured. Hunting skills. Proficiency 800 out of 1000. Luosu thought the crisis was over and put away a few boulders. Unexpectedly, Xiaobai kept barking and rushed into the bushes. Roar! Awoo! Luosu was horrified and hurriedly moved closer to check. Unexpectedly, there was a big tiger in the bushes. Xiaobai was fighting with it for life and death. Xiaobai, get out of the way, let me smash it to death. Luosu shouted. This time Xiaobai obeyed, found the right time, and ran away. The big tiger rushed over to chase, and Xiaobai's ice tiger suit had a speed-up effect. It shuttled left and right in the jungle, and soon left the big tiger behind for a distance. Luosu saw the opportunity, and hurriedly blasted the boulder. Bang! Bang! The tiger ran too fast, and only hit its tail. Roar! The tiger roared, changed its target, and rushed back to attack Luosu. Bang! 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 Luosu smashed the boulder all the way. Finally, when the tiger was 3 or 4 meters away from her, the boulder hit the tiger's back. The tiger was pressed to the ground and roared in pain. But it couldn't get up. Its 2 front paws frantically dug the ground, and soon dug out 2 holes. Store. Luosu put the tiger into the space. Ding, captured large prey. Hunting skills. Proficiency 1300 out of 1000. Congratulations, you have completed the novice task. Hunting skills max level, and obtained the talent of 100-step shooting. Talent of 100-step shooting, Luosu was surprised. She didn't expect that this level of the game would reward talents. She collected her things and checked that there was still a lot of gathering tasks to be completed. The sunlight in the mountains was reduced, and wild vegetables like to grow in the sun. It was estimated that there were more by the river. She decided to go back to the village first. When she returned to the village, she found that there were 2 more houses. It was estimated that new people would move into this novice village one after another. With each additional player, an additional farmhouse would be automatically generated. When the place was overcrowded, the surrounding supplies were limited, and the tasks were difficult to complete. Luosu thought silently and decided to complete the easy tasks first as soon as possible. When she returned to her house, several wood icons appeared above the house and flashed. She remembered that the novice task 7 was upgrade the housing to the maximum level. She clicked on the housing upgrade interface. Upgrade the housing to level 2, costing 100, which she clicked on the upgrade, and the housing upgrade was completed in about a minute. The house was completely new from inside to outside, no longer the leaky and dilapidated house. The bed and furniture were also brand new, and there was an extra cabinet. The door was also new, and there was a lock. Luosu continued to upgrade the house. Upgrade to level 2 housing, cost 200 wood, 100 straw. There is no straw, so she plans to go to the river to find some and collect wild vegetables. She locked the door and walked to the river with Dowdu and Xiaobai. There were two people fishing by the river. Seeing Luo Su and Dao, they were very surprised and whispered, "This novice village is full of players. How can there be children?" "Not a player, you see she brought a dog. It should be an NPC. There are NPCs in this village? Does she have a mission?" "I don't know, go ask." The man looked at the big white dog next to the NPC and immediately became timid. "Forget it, let's go fishing first and complete the novice mission first." Luo Su ignored them and continued to walk along the river. She saw a lot of wild vegetables along the way. She quietly locked the surrounding 120 meters and activated the space to store wild vegetables. Storage ding, collect a batch of wild vegetables. Collecting skills. Proficiency 350 out of 1000. She looked at the river in front of her and suddenly remembered that the two fishermen said that fishing would complete the mission. She locked onto the river within 100 meters. Storage ding, 350 fish caught. Fishing task completed, 350/200 fish. Huh? No reward? She opened the novice task to check and found that 2 tasks had been completed and could be rewarded. One was to complete the wood collection, and the reward was a tree cutting axe. The other was to complete the fishing task, and the reward was a fishing net. These 2 rewards were useless to Luo Su, so she stored them in a space. "Mom! Look, there's a panda!" At this moment, she heard Dao shouting, and looking over, she saw a fat panda eating bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest by the river. Suddenly, the words "grab bamboo shoots" popped up in her mind. She smiled unkindly. Lock on the bamboo forest, target bamboo shoots. Collecting, collect 300 bamboo shoots. Collecting skills. Proficiency 650 out of 1000. Luo Su smiled secretly in her heart. "Sorry, brother panda," and then she locked on the entire bamboo forest, target bamboo. Collection ding, collect 1000 bamboos. Complete collection task. 1000/200. Looking at the panda's suddenly confused expression, Luo Su couldn't help but want to laugh. She threw a bamboo shoot to the panda, and the panda came back to its senses and found that it was a bamboo shoot. It happily picked it up and gnawed it. After it finished gnawing the bamboo shoot in its hand, it found another bamboo shoot on the ground in front of it. Suddenly, its eyes lit up, and it hurriedly chased after it to pick up the bamboo shoot. In this way, it picked up a bamboo shoot every few meters it walked, and unknowingly followed Luo Su to the downstream river beach. Luo Su set up a grill by the river, built a simple stove with stones, and placed the casserole rewarded by the task on it. She thought to herself that she would have to prepare a stove, kitchen utensils, and other things in the space in the future. She looked back and saw the panda standing far behind her, looking at her eagerly. She couldn't help but laugh, and put a small pile of bamboo shoots at its feet. The panda was surprised and sat on the sand, chewing the bamboo shoots with relish. Chapter 112. Luo Su skewered a few fish with bamboo, rubbed some salt on them, and grilled them on the fire. He then poured some pure water into the pot and boiled it. Dao and Xiaobai were playing happily on the beach by the river. When they smelled the aroma of grilled fish, they ran back to eat the grilled fish. Luo Su's space had a complete range of seasonings. After brushing on the grilling ingredients and grilling them, the fragrant grilled fish made people salivate. Ding! 3 servings of food were successfully made. Food making task. 3 out of 100. Luo Su cleaned the pheasant and threw it into the casserole to make soup. Xiaobai didn't like grilled fish, so she grilled all the wild rabbits, pheasants, and squirrels. The chicken soup in the casserole was also ready, and it was fragrant and delicious. She cooled a bowl of chicken soup for Dao and continued to do the food task. Now she had only completed 23 dishes. At this time, she heard a series of reminders. Received a group message. Buying a lot of food, players with goods will put them on the shelves soon. Luo Su only then discovered that there was a player trading area in this level of the game. Browsing the trading area carefully, there were many kinds of items for sale, and there was also a person who bought a lot of wild vegetables, and the price was 1 bamboo and 1 handful of wild vegetables. Luo Su threw all the wild vegetables on the shelf to sell, and exchanged for 500 bamboos. Luo Su put the freshly grilled fish on the shelf for sale, and exchanged each grilled fish for 10 pieces of straw. Soon, 50 pieces of straw were received. The grilled fish were out of stock, and there were still a dozen grilled on the fire. She also put the fishing net and the axe for felling trees on the shelf to sell, and the fishing net was exchanged for 100 pieces of straw, and the axe for felling trees was exchanged for 50 tiles. Luo Su thought that upgrading the house might require a lot of materials, so all the grilled fish later were exchanged for bricks and tiles for upgrading the house. She suddenly received a system prompt. Ding! Complete the novice task. Put 100 items on the shelf for trading, and get a reward of 50,000 survival points. Luosu was surprised that there was finally a survival point reward. She spent the whole afternoon grilling fish. Complete the task of making 100 delicacies, and get a special seasoning, which is black, and I don't know what it is used for. It was getting dark, and Luosu took Daodu and Xiaobai back to the hut in the novice village. Interestingly, the panda followed behind her not far away. There was a bamboo forest behind her house, and the panda went into the bamboo forest. She now has 200 pieces of thatch and 800 pieces of wood, enough for upgrading. Ding, successfully upgraded to level 3 housing, consuming 100 pieces of thatch and 200 pieces of wood. In just 2 minutes, a small kitchen appeared next to her hut, with a stove, an iron pot, and a large water tank, which was very rural. She also upgraded the yard, spending 10 pieces of wood and 100 pieces of bamboo. In front of her hut, there was a small yard surrounded by a bamboo fence. In the yard, there were also several vegetable plots. Looking through the novice tasks, there is indeed a task called Harvest 100 Vegetables. Luosu suddenly had an illusion and couldn't help complaining. What's the point of this crappy game? It seems like a pastoral life after completing these tasks step by step. Are you planning to let me retire in the novice village? Luosu was very upset. She is striving for the silver rank, she wants to participate in the StarCraft competition, she wants to go out and see the bigger world, she doesn't want this kind of retired pastoral life now. She wanted to cry but had no tears. She continued to work on the task of upgrading the house. She exchanged grilled fish for a lot of bricks and tiles today. Ding, successfully upgraded to level 4 housing, consuming 300 bricks, 300 tiles, and 200 wood. Her cabin finally became a brick and tile house. The wall was still a bamboo fence. Upgrading the yard also required 200 bricks and tiles, but the materials were not enough. That's it for today. Luosu entered the house. The level 4 housing was much more spacious, from a small single room to a 1-bedroom and 1 living room. After eating grilled fish and meat all afternoon, each of them had a cup of warm milk for dinner. She used a large iron pot to boil water, and the two of them took a simple bath. Then they took out the quilt and pillow from the space to make the bed, and Daodu lay down and fell asleep quickly. But Luosu couldn't sleep for a long time. I wonder how Grandma is doing now. She has been in the game for so long, and she doesn't know how many days have passed in the real world. Chapter 113. Luosu had a dreamless night. The next morning, she was awakened by Xiaobai's roar. She hurriedly got up to check. It turned out that there were several people standing outside her fence, watching her house. It became like this overnight. Yes, when I passed by yesterday, this house was still a wooden house. This morning it became a brick house. It's so strange, everyone is a novice. Why is this player so powerful? I know, because she is not a player, she is an NPC. No way, we saw her venture up the mountain yesterday, with a baby and a dog. Think about it, how can a player have a child in the game? And it's impossible for a player to collect so many supplies overnight. Her house is level 4. That's right, we 2 grown men went up the mountain and got injured, but she, a weak woman, took the baby into the mountain and was unharmed. This level has disabled all skills and talents. So, she is undoubtedly an NPC. Let's wait for her to come out and talk to her. Maybe there are hidden tasks. Yes. Luosu was speechless. Where do so many hidden tasks come from? There are 35 novice tasks. Aren't they enough for you to do? Xiaobai, go out and get them away. She opened the door to let Xiaobai out, and then closed the door. Xiaobai rushed out. In the yard, he roared at several people outside the fence. Woof, woof, woof. Several people were scared away by Xiaobai's posture. I suddenly remembered that there are still many tasks to be done. I'm leaving first, everyone. I also have tasks to do. Finally, it was quiet. Luosu got up to wash up, and Daodu also got up with sleepy eyes. She took out breakfast from the space, one for each person, and Xiaobai's plate was also full of food. Today she wanted to go somewhere farther, so she had to eat a full meal before leaving. Half an hour later, she took Daodu and Xiaobai out. As soon as she arrived at the entrance of the village, she saw the fat panda chewing bamboo. Seeing Luosu coming out, he came over happily, looking at her eagerly. Luosu threw a fresh bamboo shoot to it, and then took Daodu and Xiaobai to the downstream direction. The stupid panda followed her all the way, throwing a bamboo shoot every now and then, just like flying a kite. Daodu was so happy. Mom, give me the bamboo shoot, I feed it. Luosu gave him the bamboo shoot and continued on her way. They arrived at the place where they had barbecued yesterday, but she still wanted to go down. After passing the river beach, she saw a wild peach forest, with peach blossoms blooming all over the valley. So beautiful! Luosu exclaimed. She wanted to transplant a few peach trees near her house, because there was a novice task to plant 10 kinds of fruit trees. She locked onto a medium-sized peach tree, about 5 meters below its roots. Collecting the peach tree was uprooted. Ding! A peach tree was obtained. She continued to collect, and soon collected 5 or 6. Suddenly, she remembered the trading area. I wonder if anyone would buy the peach trees if I put them up for sale. She tried to sell 2 peach trees, one for 50 bricks and the other for 50 tiles. Unexpectedly, it was sold out in seconds. Did it sell too cheaply? She put up another peach tree for sale, this time for 100 bricks. After a few minutes, it was sold out. She was immediately delighted. She put up all the peach trees in the space, and then continued to dig peach trees with the power of space. An hour later, all the peach trees in the valley were dug out. Luosu exchanged a total of 1,000 bricks and 800 tiles, which was a good profit. Now the house can be upgraded again. Luosu was very happy. Chapter 114. After digging up the peach trees, Luosu continued to walk down along the river. She passed by several bamboo forests and collected all of them in the space. Her gathering skill proficiency reached the maximum level, and after completing the task, she was rewarded with a book proficiency in herbs and trees, which recorded a lot of information about herbal identification and efficacy. Luosu flipped through a few pages and felt overwhelmed. She didn't study Chinese medicine, so what was the use of this book? She put it in the space first. She continued to walk down and found many banana trees along the river, which she dug up as well. She left 3 trees to plant in the yard, and put the rest up for sale. Each tree was sold for 50 bricks, and 500 bricks were stored. She walked down today, and the river beach became narrower and narrower. She knew there was no way to go, and a cliff blocked the way. She stopped and saw that there were few people nearby and there were a lot of resources, so she started to collect them. She collected all the wild vegetables, fruits, and small animals within 100 meters into the space. Open the trading area, put the wild vegetables and fruits up for sale, and take a look at what others are selling. I found a second-hand electric scooter for sale. Which players are connected to this trading area? How can there be an electric scooter? Luosu wanted to buy it, but the price was too high. 2,000 wood. She only had more than 400 in her bag. She hurried back. She remembered that she seemed to have passed by a white maple forest just now. After walking for 10 minutes, she finally found the white maple forest, but the white maple forest was on a hillside, a little far from the river beach. Luosu first collected small animals on a large scale, including snakes, rats, small rabbits, etc. Then she locked onto the 1 meter wide and 100 meter long area ahead, collected the weeds, and quickly cleared a path. She led Daodu and Xiaobai up the hillside. This was a large white maple forest. When she had collected all the white maple trees on the hillside, she was already starving, and it was past noon. Because of the limited space, she had already exchanged the 2,000 pieces of which she had collected earlier for a small electric donkey. The remaining more than 1,000 pieces of wood were stored in a space. She returned to the riverbank, spread out the camping mat, and laid out the food and fruits for lunch. Mom, let the little panda have lunch with us. It's very well behaved. Daodu put down the chicken leg and looked at the little panda behind him, who was eagerly watching them eat. It doesn't eat our food. Luosu brought a bucket of fresh bamboo shoots to the little panda. Looking at its silly appearance eating bamboo shoots, he said, "Little panda, I will call you Xiaohan from now on." The little panda made a happy cry, and seemed to be quite happy, really silly. Luosu smiled and walked back. After a simple lunch, she didn't want to go back to the village so quickly, so she took out a beach chair from the space and lay down to rest for a while. The 2 children were playing in the water by the river. Daodu, Xiaobai, you can only play by the side, you can't go into the water, understand? Okay, Mom. Daodu responded loudly. This is a shallow beach, the river is not deep, playing in the water is not a big problem. Luosu retracted his gaze. Opening the player trading area, he saw that the most purchased item was food. It was strange. The novice village was not short of ingredients. Why were they so short of food? Since there were second-hand electric donkeys for sale, it meant that some players were in the city. She made a bold guess that the players trapped in the city had a lot of daily necessities, but they were short of food. From the items in the trading area, there were only a small number of players in the city. She sent a group message to buy a large amount of tin foil, and the price was 1 piece of food for 1 bundle of tin foil. Sure enough, she received several bundles of tin foil soon. She also exchanged food for a grill and charcoal, which she also received soon. With a grill and tin foil, she could make grilled fish faster. She had to make more barbecues to exchange for supplies, and complete the task as soon as possible to leave the novice village. Chapter 115. While Luo Su was still working hard on the mission to leave the novice village, a crisis occurred at the Songlong headquarters. On the morning of the 3rd day after she entered the game, smog began to appear in the capital. At first, it was a thin layer of fog, which gradually thickened after an hour, and people outside began to feel dizzy and uncomfortable. Long Zimo and Du Yifeng went to the StarCraft competition, while Luo Su was still in the novice village. Of the 4 leaders of Songlong, only Su Jin was left at the headquarters. She was responsible for collecting intelligence, and the news was always 1 step ahead of others. When the haze first appeared, she already knew that the entire Jiangnan region of China was affected. So, she immediately organized and notified the people in the old house to send Grandma Long to Jiangbei first. Then she called Wu Di and Li Chonggang to discuss the relocation of the headquarters. When Grandma Long began to move, Lao Zhao also got the news. The 2 apprentices who usually worked with him in the restaurant could drive. Lao Zhao reported to Wu Di, then took Grandma Luo Su with him, and got into his apprentice's car. The 4 of them left the Songlong headquarters first, and went to Jiangbei to meet Grandma Long. Along the way, Luo Su's grandmother was anxious. Su Su and Do Do hadn't come back yet. How could she just leave? She had experienced the smog disaster in Jinshe last time, and knew how dangerous it was. She heard that many people had died, and now she couldn't go back to live in her house in Jinshe. This time, if she left Songlong headquarters, she might never be able to go back again. What if Luo Su and Do Do suddenly returned to the 2nd floor of the villa? Although she had already left a message for Luo Su in the living room on the 2nd floor of the villa, saying that she had left with Lao Zhao first, asking her to see the message and leave with Do Do as soon as possible. Don't worry, Grandma Luo Su. The children are very capable, and will arrange the evacuation. Luo Su and Dao Du are on a business trip, and are not in the smog area. They are safer than us. Don't worry. Lao Zhao comforted. Although he said so, Luo Su's phone was always unreachable, and the grandmother was even more panicked. Lao Zhao continued to enlighten Grandma Luo Su. We are the oldest people in the headquarters. Only if we move to a safe place first, the children will have no worries. It will be the greatest help to them. Grandma Luo Su nodded. She understood the reason. But the family was unable to be together in the face of the disaster, and they were always worried. There were many important materials that needed to be transferred at the Songlong headquarters. Fortunately, most of the people at the headquarters were there, and nearly 200 people participated in the transfer work, which was quite efficient. Songlong's branches were spread across every city. In addition to arranging the evacuation of the headquarters, Su Jin also coordinated the evacuation of the branches at the same time. The most difficult task was to evacuate the family members of the members at the back, because most of the family members were scattered. After the message was sent out, the family members, who were able to save themselves, had already evacuated first, and the family members of the remaining small number of people were in remote areas and had no vehicles to leave. For the members whose families were in remote mountainous areas, Su Jin sent cars and rescue supplies to them to evacuate their families. At 6 p.m., Su Jin and Wu Di took the last car to evacuate the headquarters. The headquarters was empty, and most of the important supplies had been transferred. At 12 o'clock in the evening, they arrived at the Songlong temporary base in Jiangbei. The personnel and materials were still in a mess. After everyone simply ate bread and water to fill their stomachs, they started to arrange the new base overnight. This time, the Crouching Tiger organization was not in the smog area, so even if the leader was not at the headquarters, it was not affected too much. Luo Su was uneasy all day, and she didn't know why. She grilled more than 100 fish on the river beach, and put them up for sale in the trading area. Before dark, she rode a small electric donkey, and hurried back to the novice village. Chapter 116. Long Zimo and Du Yifeng were in the Star Tournament dungeon, and knew nothing about the crisis at the headquarters. After 2 days of preliminary assessment, the division of camps began on the 3rd day. There were only 16 participants from the 4 major institutions of Blue Star in this tournament. The remaining more than 400 participants were all from other planets in the 9 stars. Judging from the distribution of the participants, The participants from Blue Star were the weakest part of the overall strength of the entire 9 stars. The contestants from other planets, who were in the same camp as the Blue Star people, complained. What bad luck! How come we were grouped with the weaklings from the Blue Star? That's right, it really drags us down. I feel that the overall strength of our blue team is a lot worse than that of the red team. Most of the opposing camp are above the 8th level of gold. Only half of us are above the 8th level of gold, and the rest are below the 5th level of gold. Moreover, 20% of our contestants are in the silver level. The 2 players who said this were at the 8th level of gold. They looked at their weak teammates from Blue Star with disdain. The system divides the camps like this, which means that the 2 sides are equally strong. Although the people from Blue Star are weaker overall, they also have 4 5A level players. So what if they are 5A level players? The highest rank is only at the 5th level of gold, and the other side has a full level player. Don't boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige. If you have the ability, work hard to win the game. If you don't have the ability, don't complain. Long Zemo said coldly. That's right, you're pouring cold water on me before the game even starts. Are you undercover agents sent by the other camp? Jiang Hao sneered and agreed. Alas, you 2 are at the 5th and 4th levels of gold, and you dare to shout here? You don't even know how you died on the field. Dao Feng, who was at the 8th level of gold, was very angry. As the heir of the Dao family, the largest family in Leixing, Dao Feng's strength is something that everyone in Leixing is proud of. It can be said that the whole country is cultivating him, and his rank has reached the peak of the 8th level of gold. The people of Blue Star are all country bumpkins, who have never seen the world. Do they think that being at the 5th level of gold is awesome? The person who spoke was the captain of the Mars Ability Organization. Their planetary team had 46 players, most of whom were at the 5th level of gold, and only 3 were at the silver level. At this time, a magnificent voice sounded from the sky. The StarCraft competition is divided into sea and land competition areas, and the entire competition has 4 stages, a total of 12 days. Today begins the first stage, Sea Area Battle, which lasts for 3 days. Between the blue camp and the red camp, the camp that occupies the most sea areas wins. There are many iconic buoys distributed in each sea area. If a person from a certain camp touches a buoy for 30 seconds and the buoy turns into the same color as their own camp, the sea area corresponding to the buoy will belong to their own camp. Players who die in the StarCraft competition will not really die, but will be demoted. Each time they die, they will lose 1 rank. Players whose rank drops below silver will be eliminated directly. In this competition, there are no restrictions on props and skills, and all participants can give full play to their abilities. The final rewards of this competition are very generous, and there is also a spot for direct promotion to diamond rank. The reward is given to the player with the greatest contribution. For a while, the entire competition area was boiling. Directly promoted to diamond rank? Oh my god, diamond player! No one in the 9-star continent has reached it yet. This is fun! A player with a cold temperament in the red camp raised his mouth and showed a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Chapter 117. While the StarCraft competition was in full swing, Luo Su was still working as a house slave in the novice village. She was busy every day, doing various tasks, and finally upgraded the house to the maximum level on the 5th day. The maximum level house is a 3.5-story 2-family townhouse, with 2 entrance doors next to each other, and the decoration layout inside is exactly the same. Luo Su prefers the right side because she can see the river view, so she and Daodu live in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. There is a row of fruit trees planted behind the house, and the layout of the courtyard in front of the house is staggered, with both pastoral style and urban atmosphere. Luo Su was overjoyed. At this moment, she suddenly heard a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations on completing the novice task. Upgrade the housing to the maximum level, and obtain permanent use rights of the special area of the space. Permanent use rights? Does it mean that you no longer need to renew your survival points? Luo Su was delighted. Ding! Automatically bind the special space Area 1 to the townhouse. Huh? Luo Su was shocked. Why is the special space bound to the villa in the novice village? Can you come back after leaving the novice village? Since your special space level is too low, you can only use 30 square meters in the townhouse. Please specify the area. She chose the master bedroom and living room on the 3rd floor, which already filled up 30 square meters. Luo Su couldn't help but feel depressed. Ding! The setting has been completed. Please work hard to earn survival points. Spend 50,000 survival points to expand the special area by 1 square meter. Luo Su was surprised. 50,000 survival points per square meter? This house price is too expensive. Luo Su complained in his heart. The game system is broken. You will make you pay back for cheating me one day. Luo Su spent another 4 days, and finally completed all the novice tasks. At this time, a magnificent system prompt sound suddenly sounded in the sky, and all the players in the novice village could hear it. Congratulations to Luo Su Daodu, the first player to complete the novice village task, and obtain the permanent right to use the novice village. Other players will be sent out of the novice village after 10 seconds. Luo Su was confused when she heard it. Permanent right to use the novice village? What the hell? Is this novice village dungeon exclusive to her in the future? When she thought about the large area of this dungeon, she was secretly happy. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the head of the novice village. Although the novice village covers an area of 100 kilometers, your scope of use depends on the size of the special space. It felt like her passion was suddenly extinguished by cold water. Although the novice village is very large, only 30 square meters can be used at present. Luo Su sighed. She was a house slave plus land slave. So sad. She was sent out of the novice village and returned to the 6th step of the 9-grid maze in the 3rd level of the silver training system. A multiple choice question popped up. Left or right? Choose the left. Ding! Congratulations. Get a permanent increase of 1,000 in luck. Step 7. She chose the left. Get another permanent increase of 1,000 in luck. Step 8. She chose the right. Still a permanent increase of 1,000 in luck. Luo Su was depressed. It would be better to give a more realistic survival than something as illusory as luck. The system was generous with what she didn't want. Step 9. Still a luck of 1,000. Luo Su was so upset that she heard the prompt pass the 9-grid maze and get a lucky value reward of 10,000. Luo Su was completely speechless. Congratulations, you have completed the Silver Advanced Experience, broken the system's highest score record, and received an extra surprise. Surprise? Don't give me another illusory lucky value, right? I'm afraid of you, damn system. Luo Su didn't expect much from this surprise. But when she saw the content of the surprise clearly, she was immediately overjoyed. Chapter 118. Luo Su looked at the words that popped up in front of her. You are heading to the StarCraft competition area. Luo Su hadn't recovered from the surprise yet, and she had been thrown out by the system. At this moment, she felt like she was flying, and Daodu and Xiaobai were flying with her. The two little ones looked as confused as she was. Bang! They landed on the ground with a sound, and the smoke and dust rolled. Luo Su couldn't see the surrounding scenery for a while, but she heard people talking. What did he summon this time? I don't know. No matter what he summons, he will definitely die. He has only a little blood left. I said that the people of Blue Star are the weakest. It's unlucky to be in the same camp with the people of Blue Star. I have fallen from the 8th level of gold to the 8th level of silver. It's your own fault. Look at the 2 golds of Blue Star. They have never died. If I hadn't attracted the firepower in front, would they have survived? What a joke. You attracted the firepower, then why did you hide in their protective shield? I'm just weak, and I blame my teammates. We also dropped in rank. If it weren't for the 2 gold players from Blue Star who held on, we would have been eliminated long ago. They just chose the right summoning skills, and kept summoning phantom beasts to assist in the battle, so they could hold on for a while. At the beginning of the 4th level, everyone can choose a special skill to fight. You chose it first. Why didn't you choose the summoning skill? Originally, everyone chose the high attack and high defense skills, leaving the 2 worst summoning skills to the Blue Star people. Unexpectedly, the summoning skills are the most powerful. Alas! Luo Su finally saw the scene clearly. There was a row of trenches in front of him, and there were 7 wounded players left in the trenches, including Long Zimo and Jiang Hao, but no sign of Du Yifan. Shi Daodu and Xiaobai were standing outside the trenches, facing the enemy. Beside her, there stood an orc in steel armor. There was a sign on the top of the Phantom Beast's head. Jiang Hao summoned Beast Iron Warrior. Summoned Beast, looking at the landing position, could she also be summoned? She looked up at the top of her head, but there was nothing, not even Daodu, but there was a sign on Xiaobai's head. Long Zimo summoned Beast, the wolf god of war. Luo Su was shocked. Could it be that Long Zimo's summoning skill summoned her in first? Luo Su. When Long Zimo and Jiang Hao saw the summoned beast clearly, they were both shocked. How did you get in? Jiang Hao asked in disbelief. Long Zimo's afterimage rushed out, carrying Luo Su and Daodu into the trench with one in each hand. Daddy! Daodu shouted excitedly. Seeing Jiang Hao, he happily shouted again, Uncle. This shout shocked the teammates on other planets. Damn, did he summon his wife and children in? What the hell, it's time to be sentimental. Long Zemo ignored them, and put Luo Su and Daodu into the battle group, and the other teammates got angry again. The summoning skill can also summon players from outside? Even if you can summon players, summon a stronger one. This woman is silver level 0, what's the use of her? This brat, is he also a player? What's the use of 2 more cannon fodder? The other side still has 15 people, half of whom are gold players. What a stupid teammate. This time I gave the other side 2 more kills for nothing. Luo Su looked at the 7 teammates, all of whom were low on health, and the worst was Long Zemo, who only had a little bit of health left. Without saying anything, she quickly activated Magic Pacifier. In a flash, the health bars of all teammates were instantly filled up. The teammates were all surprised. Huh, nurse? Can she add blood? Haha, I'm full of blood again. Come on, let's get started, brothers. Luo Su continued to use skills. Elite Armor. Spirit Ocean. Energetic. Fire Eyes. The teammates were excited again. Can she add mental power? I love this auxiliary teammate. This recovery speed is awesome. Now I can use combat skills all the time without worrying about running out of mental power. At this time, 2 summoned beasts rushed over from the opponent's camp. Xiaobai, be careful. Luo Su shouted, waving her hand to release a 3-meter wide ice field in front of Xiaobai. This ice field was a talent skill she gained from killing the mutated snow ape in the silver training copy. After the enemy's summoned beast entered the ice field, its movements became slow. Xiaobai's lightning ice storm skill blasted it. The enemy's summoned beast lost most of its health, and Jiang Hao's steel warrior rushed up and punched one by one. Puff! Puff! The enemy's summoned beasts were all killed. Because of the cooldown, the summoned beasts could not be released continuously, and then the opponent's skills came. Domain! Long Zemo raised his hand and pulled up a transparent barrier 10 meters in front of him, which offset most of the damage. But the remaining small amount of damage was still terrifying. Jiang Hao's summoned beast was killed instantly, and Xiaobai also lost half of his blood. In the end, the teammates in the trench also lost 1/3 of their blood. Luo Su was shocked. Is this the combat power of the gold player group? Too terrifying. If it weren't for Long Zemo's firewall to block the damage, this team might have been wiped out. Luo Su locked the maximum range, 120 meters, and sent out attack skills. Super Harvest Ding, kill 2 silver players, get 200,000 survival points. The 2 silver players on the opposite side, with low health, were directly sent out of the competition area. The teammates were surprised. She also has group attack skills? Haha, really awesome. Dao Feng laughed loudly, swung his big knife, and blasted out a wave of skills. Luo Su did not stop, launching attack skills, and Xiaobai's lightning and ice storm continued to blast out. Jiang Hao threw 2 shadow clones out of the trench, appearing and disappearing like ghosts, killing the enemy. When they reached the enemy's position, they turned into a black poisonous mist and spread out. Most of the enemies were poisoned to varying degrees, and were bleeding slowly. Luo Su remembered the energy ball, took out a super energy ball, and smashed it out. With a bang, the energy ball exploded in the enemy's trench. Ah, this green mist is poisonous. Someone in the opposing camp shouted, but a player with wind skills activated the hurricane and blew away most of the poisonous fog in the energy ball. The remaining amount did not cause much damage. Luo Su locked the 100-meter range, recovered the poisonous fog, and automatically merged it infinitely. The poisonous fog did not work, so she had to change her tactics. She locked the opponent's trench. Collection. Half of the opponent's trench was pried away, and she continued to collect it, storing the entire trench into the space. Huh? Where is our trench? The players in the opposing camp were all confused. What was going on? Why are the trenches gone? What? Why are their trenches gone? Is this a new rule of the game? But the blue team's trenches are still there. Except for Long Zemo and Daodu, all the players on the battlefield were confused. Luo Su said nothing and smashed a huge rock down. Bang! 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 The opponent's gold players instantly lost 3 players. Fuck. Why did the blue team suddenly become so powerful? Did they summon a powerful summoned beast? It's possible. Let's kill them together, and kill the one with the summoning skill first. Chapter 119. Before Luo Su could retrieve the boulders, they were all smashed to pieces by the enemy camp. She had no choice but to throw out the trench stones she had just collected. Bang! Bang! A silver player from the other side was eliminated, and the gold player with wind skills was hit, and became a silver player. The trench was smashed to pieces by the enemy as soon as it was thrown down. Everyone, come in! Don't leave the shelter! A gold player from the other side opened a transparent mobile shelter and covered all their teammates inside. Long Zimo's eyes were burning. The opponent's protective shield was more powerful than his. His could only stay in place, but the opponent's could move. The enemy relied on the protection of the square cabin to charge forward collectively. Bang! Crackle! The teammates' skills collectively blasted the enemy's square cabin, resulting in heavy injuries. Damn it! Their protective shield will counterattack, Daofeng said, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam. Jiang Hao threw out the poisonous skill, but this blood loss was too slow, and the thick black fog temporarily blocked the enemy's sight. Luo Su's backpack was empty. She locked onto the gravel within 100 meters, recycled it into space, and quickly activated infinite fusion, targeting the gravel. It takes some time for the gravel to fuse into a boulder. The enemy's wind-type players quickly dispelled Jiang Hao's poisonous fog, and they accelerated their charge. Ice Domain. She released an ice domain under their feet to slow down their pace. Xiaobai used a wave of lightning and ice storm skills to attack, and the protection value of the cabin was reduced a lot, but the counter-injury caused its health to decrease sharply. At this moment, a small tornado swept Xiaobai up. Xiaobai was in danger. Xiaobai, come back. Daodu put away his pet. Luo Su thought and took Daodu and Xiaobai back to the novice village. That cabin was too powerful. All skill attacks would cause counter-injury. The more damage the skill gave to the cabin, the more blood it would lose. This way of fighting with a protective shield was not worth it. The teammates of the blue team were helpless. What should we do? This counterattack is too difficult to deal with. Nurse, add blood, we are all half-blooded. Luo Su said, I am not a nurse. The blood recovery skill can only be used once every 40 minutes. Everyone use control skills to slow them down. Their protective shield will not last long. There is a time limit. Long Zimo said. Except Long Zimo and Luo Su, others have no control skills. Ice Domain can slow down the enemy's pace, and Jiang Hao's summoned beast slowly attacks the cabin. Long Zimo opened a fixed protective shield for his teammates to temporarily block the enemy's skill attacks. Luo Su spent 500,000 survival points to upgrade the Ice Domain to the maximum level, expanding the range of the Ice Domain to 20 meters. The freezing power can freeze the enemy for a few seconds. The enemy was frozen 50 meters away, buying some precious time for everyone. Storage. Luo Su took away everything on the enemy, leaving only his pants. She was worried that the enemy had weapons. Sure enough, she received 2 grenades. She threw them to Long Zimo, who reacted quickly, opened the lid, pressed the safety plate, and threw it out. The grenade exploded 2 meters above the shelter. Boom! The shelter was blown up, and Long Zimo's second grenade had been thrown out. Unexpectedly, the opponent had set up a new shelter, and the grenade only blew away half of the shelter's protection value. Jiang Hao was immediately angry. Damn it! Seamless connection, how can we fight this? As soon as it finished speaking, a burst of intensive skill attacks came over. Boom! Long Zimo's protective shield was shattered in an instant. Long Zimo reacted quickly, and took Luo Su away from the trench area in the blink of an eye. He wore Du Yifen's prop shoes, and ran at a speed of 100 meters per second. Fuck! I dropped in rank. Jiang Hao didn't dodge in time, and died in the trench area. The other 5 silver players were all eliminated. He quickly activated the ghost step, and escaped from the trench. The enemy players took the opportunity to speed up their attack, and blasted their skills towards the blue team's trench area. At this time, Luo Su's backpack had synthesized a super large boulder. She didn't hesitate, and smashed it towards the enemy's cabin. Boom! The cabin collapsed directly, and the 5 silver players of the enemy were directly eliminated, and the 2 gold players were demoted to silver players. Fuck. Only 4 people are left on the blue side, 1 gold and 3 silvers. We still have 5 golds and 2 silvers on the red side. Don't underestimate the enemy. Fire at full power until the last moment. The guy with the cold look said. Where are they? So many skills have been fired in the trench. Why haven't they died yet? As soon as the voice fell, bang! An energy ball exploded under their feet. Toxic fog. Someone shouted, and everyone dispersed. Are there any quarantine centers left? Cooling time. Wind system, quickly disperse the poisonous fog. Someone shouted. Wind system is eliminated. Ah! The red team was in a state of confusion. I saw them, at 3 o'clock. A wave of skills blasted towards Long Zimo and Luo Su. Long Zimo had no choice but to pull Luo Su to continue flying a kite, leaving a trace of afterimage on the spot, and fled away at lightning speed. The entire battlefield was within a range of 500 meters. The three of them were chased and beaten by the 7 opponents. Chapter 120. The red team was full of murderous intent, chasing Long Zimo and the other two. Kill them! Especially the guy who pulled off someone's pants. First beat the shit out of him, then kill him. Jiang Hao chased after them, grinning. Shell, you used the skill of pulling off someone's pants, right? Teach me next time. Long Zimo's eyes widened with anger, and he pulled out a transparent wall and pushed Jiang Hao back 10 meters. Hey, Long Zimo, you are murdering your compatriots, you know that? Jiang Hao saw a wave of skills coming up from behind, and quickly dodged them. It's already so late, you're still talking nonsense. Why don't you just attack? We'd be responsible for diverting the firepower. Long Zimo said in the team channel. You're a gold player, and you want me, a silver player, to be cannon fodder? Jiang Hao was very dissatisfied, but he also knew in his heart that Long Zimo's arrangement was the most appropriate tactic at the moment. After Xiaobai was injured and sent back to the novice village, Daoda got him some pheasants to eat. Seeing that Xiaobai had recovered a little, Daoda went hunting in the bamboo forest behind the house again, and caught a lot of bamboo rats, which scared the pandas in the bamboo forest so much that they didn't even dare to eat bamboo shoots. Don't be afraid, Xiaohan, I won't hit you. Xiaobai is injured, I have to find something to eat for it. Daoda dragged a large bag of bamboo rats back, but he was too weak and staggered. The panda Xiaohan threw away the bamboo shoots in his hand, came over and took the bag from Daoda's hand, and walked slowly towards the gate of the villa. Daoda grinned, thank you, Xiaohan. Following the panda happily. The StarCraft competition is coming to an end. On the field, the red team lost 2 silver players, for no apparent reason, which made them quite depressed. Kill the sneak attack guy first, Lungchen said, glancing around with a cold look. He could feel that the person who could sneak attack was nearby. As soon as he finished speaking, a frost formed under his feet, and his feet seemed to be frozen and unable to move. Lungchen felt his scalp tingling, and he quickly crushed the life-saving prop in his hand, and the whole person disappeared on the spot. Huh? The target of the sneak attack suddenly disappeared. Jiang Hao missed a few shots, lost his rhythm, and his whole body was exposed to the enemy team. Damn sneak attacker. Kill! Wow! The enemy quickly reacted and bombarded Jiang Hao with a series of skills. Jiang Hao dodged and evacuated, thinking that he was dead this time. Suddenly, he felt his body lighten, and his whole body was wrapped in a transparent bubble. The enemy's skills passed through his transparent body without any damage. He was shocked. Invisibility? Ignore damage. Suddenly, Luo Su shouted in the team channel. Don't stand there, the invisibility only lasts for 5 minutes. Jiang Hao was overjoyed. In 5 minutes, he could do a lot of things. He sneaked back to the enemy team, puff, 2 knives, knocked down a gold player. The others blasted a bunch of skills on the spot, and scattered everywhere. This kind of elusive opponent is the most troublesome. Spread out first, wait for his invisibility time to pass. Someone shouted. But they didn't walk far before the ice appeared under their feet again and froze their feet. Escape. The 2 gold players, who had some trump cards, used props to escape. The players without props were protected by a shelter. Damn, it's this disgusting shelter again. Jiang Hao saw the anti-injury shield come out again and hurriedly evacuated. Bang! 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 Luo Su threw 3 huge rocks at the shelter, and the shelter was broken apart. At this time, a black shadow quietly approached Luo Su from behind. Chapter 121. The boulder that Luo Su threw out was shattered before it was recovered. She had no choice but to activate her skills. Super Harvest. All the players in the enemy camp on the field had green damage floating above their heads. Long Zimo saw a string of green numbers floating out of thin air behind Luo Su from the corner of his eye, and felt something was wrong. It turned out that there was an invisible enemy here. He rushed forward in 1 step. With a puff, a long poisonous dagger pierced his back. Luo Su turned around when she heard the sound, and Long Zimo frowned and fell slowly in front of her without saying a word. ZMO! Luo Su shouted, and quickly threw an ice field under his feet. With a pull, an ice field formed within 20 meters around, freezing the attacker's feet and exposing his body. Super Harvest. Luo Su directly used a skill, and the man had already crushed a life-saving prop and disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared again 100 meters away. Luo Su found that only boulders were the most effective in fighting across levels, and it was difficult to kill gold players with skills. She locked the range of 120 meters, collected all the rubble on the field, and activated infinite fusion. Zemo. Luo Su looked back and saw that Long Zemo was fine, but he had changed from a gold player to a silver player. Be careful, if you die once, you will be sent out. Long Zemo said. Yeah. Luo Su nodded. Now the three of them in Blue Star are all silver players, and they might be wiped out. Help. If you don't help me, I will die. Jiang Hao was running away frantically in the distance. If it weren't for the occasional stealth acceleration and mysterious and secretive movement, he would have been sent out long ago. Behind him, two gold players were chasing him relentlessly. Ice Domain. Luo Su released an Ice Domain under the feet of the two players, freezing them for a few seconds. Super Harvest. Fighting across levels, the skill damage is very low. Domain Destruction. Long Zemo used a big move. The 2-meter wide ground under the feet of the two gold players rolled up crazily, wrapping them up inside. Like a snowball, the more it rolled, the greater the pressure. The health of the two gold players dropped sharply, but they were still fighting to the death, and two terrifying skills bombarded Jiang Hao, who was closest to them. Luo Su wanted to take Jiang Hao back to the novice village, but it was too late. He was eliminated. Super Harvest. Collection. Luo Su hurriedly used skills to finish off the enemy. Ding! Kill two gold players and get 500,000 survival points. The two players were demoted to silver players, but they were still trapped in Long Zemo's domain. His health was still dropping rapidly, and he was directly squeezed out and eliminated. Long Zemo got 400,000 survival points. Unfortunately, the cooldown time of his ultimate skill is 60 minutes. At present, there are only two full-level silver players left in the enemy camp, and they are also the two most difficult players. One can use a shelter shield, the other can sneak around like an assassin and attack the target, and they have so many life-saving items that they can eat as food. If you have survival points, upgrade to full silver first. Long Zemo said, spending 1.5 million survival points to upgrade to full silver. Luo Su hurriedly opened his personal panel and spent 950,000 survival points, which was only enough to upgrade to silver level 7. At this time, the guy with full silver level put on a shelter shield, and then took the initiative to attack and directly chase Long Zemo. And the other guy who appeared and disappeared mysteriously, entangled Luo Su from left to right. The 2v2 battle became tense. In the large-scale game, the transfer station was crowded with more than 400 people, all of whom were eliminated players. The only live broadcast screen in the transfer station was black, and everyone waited for more than an hour in vain, complaining. What's going on? Why can't we watch the game? That's right, I don't know what bugged this damn system as again. In the corner, Du Yifan and Jiang Hao stood together, putting aside their personal grudges for the time being. Jiang Hao, before you came out, how was the situation on the field? Du Yifan asked in a low voice. It's bad. We only have 3 silver players left, and one of them is a brat. The other side has 2 gold players and 2 silver players, all of whom are tough guys. Jiang Hao shook his head and said, Brat? Du Yifan was eliminated early, and didn't know that Luo Su had entered the competition area. Yes. Long Zemo's summoning skill summoned Luo Su and his son into the competition area. Jiang Hao said, with an incredible look on his face. Until now, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Ah, there is such a thing? Du Yifan's jaw dropped. Before they set out, Luo Su had disappeared in the silver training dungeon. Unexpectedly, he accidentally entered the StarCraft tournament. What kind of shit luck is this? Or was he possessed by the Koi spirit? Yes, I think there is no hope for us to recover our rank in this situation. Jiang Hao looked a little sad. All players in the winning camp will restore their original rank before exiting the game. As for the losing camp, all players cannot recover after being demoted and can only level up again later. But what really made Jiang Hao sad at the moment was not the relegation, but Daodu's voice of daddy in the competition area. I didn't expect Daodu to be Long Zemo's son. Judging from Daodu's age and time, the girl who accidentally saved Long Zemo more than 3 years ago should be Luo Su. With this association, Luo Su's reaction that day makes sense. I didn't expect that it was actually caused by me, and I sent the girl I liked to my mortal enemy. Chapter 122. Luo Su cast an ice field around himself, and then continuously released skills within 100 meters. Super Harvest. A green number floated above the invisible guy's head. -2,000, -2,000. Luo Su's skill damage was not enough to kill him. His health bar was not thick, but his skills had a blood-sucking effect, sucking blood from time to time, making it difficult to kill him. The opponent was very good at fighting and very cautious. Before the ice field disappeared, he only wandered around the periphery, and from time to time he threw a long-range attack skill that continued to bleed to Luo Su. But once Luo Su's ice domain disappears, he will stealthily attack, and his fist claws will directly dig a knife, with a blood-sucking effect, directly digging 5,000 blood from Luo Su. After a successful move, he quickly fled. Luo Su's blood volume continued to drop. -800, -800, -800. After Luo Su advanced to the silver rank, his blood volume became 60,000, and now he has half of his blood volume left. And Long Zimo's blood bar is only half left, and the opponent's protective shield is propped up again. Luo Su felt that this style of fighting was very passive. We had to fight quickly and decisively. When the ice area disappeared, she immediately activated the invisibility effect of her shoes, which lasted for 3 minutes. Swish, she became invisible. The opponent was caught off guard and missed. He succeeded so many times, but she had never been invisible. This time, she suddenly used it, and he had a bad premonition, and his back was cold. He fled 100 meters away without hesitation, and never looked back. Luo Su did not chase him, but quietly approached Long Zimo's opponent. Bang! 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 The opponent's protective shield was broken, and the 3 boulders were crushed one by one. Long Zimo took the opportunity to launch a big move attack, and slapped down with a virtual palm, bringing with it a whistling gale, and the power seemed to be able to destroy the world. Unexpectedly, the moment he slapped down, a cabin protective shield appeared again. Long Zimo was startled, and the skill was out of control. Boom! The moment Long Zimo's virtual palm slapped down, the cabin was broken, and the opponent lost most of his blood. But because of the huge counter-injury, his health bar was instantly emptied. ZMO! Luo Su immediately activated the blood recovery skill. Magical pacifier. But it was too late. Long Zimo was eliminated. Luo Su was depressed. She didn't expect that she came to help break the protective shield, but she was doing more harm than good. Looking up, the invisible guy was no longer invisible, and walked towards her with a cold look. And the guy in the square cabin, although he couldn't release the protective shield for the time being, his powerful aura did not diminish at all. Luo Su hurriedly activated the ice domain and sealed the surrounding 20 meters. Now she was 1v2, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. But when she thought about the fact that Long Zimo died twice because of her, she couldn't get rid of the guilt in her heart. This guilt suddenly ignited her strong fighting spirit. She must win. Only by winning and keeping his gold rank can she make up for this guilt. The moment she was stunned, the 2 men had already killed her. Luo Su made a prompt decision and activated Daodu's invisibility skill. Cue baby bubble. With a swipe, she disappeared from the spot. With a bang, the super energy ball hit the guy in the middle cabin. This time, there was no protective shield or clothes to protect him. The green haze quickly invaded his skin. His skin turned green and ulcerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! He screamed, and the whole person collapsed on the ground and rolled, howling in pain. He soon lost his voice and was eliminated. The invisible guy was frightened by this horrifying scene and retreated repeatedly, and then fled far away. Luo Su's invisibility time was limited, and she chased him without hesitation. At the game transfer station, a player who just came out of the game was naked except for a pair of shorts. This was nothing new. 10 players in front of him also came out naked. It was just that he was particularly eye-catching when he came out. Because after he came out, he kept rubbing his skin and muttered in horror. It's so scary, so scary. It was as if he had seen a ghost. When Long Zimo saw this scene, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. In a 1v1, she should have a better chance of winning. Chapter 123. Luo Su chased the enemy all over the ground. Lung Chen turned invisible and accelerated, running 100 meters away, with green still floating above his head. This woman's attack range is so far and her speed is so fast, she is really abnormal. Now that his boxing gloves have been taken away, he is naked and barefoot, and he is chased and beaten every time he counterattacks, which is really too aggrieved. In terms of the number of players, there are still 2 players in the blue team. Lung Chen vaguely feels that the guy who has not shown up is the real powerful character. He quickly raised his hand to make a pause gesture, and said breathlessly, wait a minute. Which planet are you from? You still want to play dirty? Luo Su stared at him coldly. That kid from Blue Star blocked a knife for you. You should also be from Blue Star, right? Lung Chen asked indirectly. What's wrong with Blue Star? Luo Su took the opportunity to place an ice field under his feet and asked. When we divided the camps, everyone said that Blue Star was the weakest team, but I didn't expect it to be so perverted. No martial ethics, just fight, but also strip others' pants, throw strong acid disfigurement bombs, and roll the ground for fun, and there are always endless stones. Lung Chen complained in his heart. He decided that after returning to Guala Star, he must tell his family members, don't mess with people from Blue Star. I didn't expect it to be so easy to bully. Luo Su looked at the giant stone that had just been synthesized in the space, with a playful look on his face. At this time, the game transfer station suddenly boiled, because the live broadcast finally had a picture. TSK, TSK, TSK. So miserable, the last player of the red team lost and was left with only his underpants. TSK, you blue team have no martial ethics. You pull off other people's pants in a fight, shameless. Hee hee, you can pull them off too. When the game started, didn't the system say that players can play to their heart's content, with no restrictions on means? Hey, isn't it 1v2? Where's the other player of the blue team? She should be invisible. The red team has no hope. Which planet is this woman from? I don't know. I haven't seen her. There are no women in the 5A player list. The gold players from other planets, who were sent out by the blue team, knew that Luo Su was summoned in the middle of the game. Although they felt it was a game bug, they decided to be a silent quail in order to keep their gold rank and generous winning rewards. On the screen, there was a bang. The game ended. The last player from the red team, who came out naked, was surrounded by people. Which planet is that woman from? What's her rank? What methods does she have? Who is the other player? What methods does he have? Lung Chen glanced at the crowded crowd. So noisy. Finally, someone who does something good put a long windbreaker on him. Long Zimo raised his mouth and smiled without saying anything. Long Zimo, congratulations, you have kept your gold rank thanks to a woman. Jiang Hao said with a fake smile. Do you want to die? Long Zimo stared at Jiang Hao, exuding a cold aura, and his eyes were like an ice blade. Jiang Hao, what you said is right. Our boss played the game as a couple, and you relied on our Songlong sister-in-law to keep your gold rank. Next time you see her, remember to say hello to her sister-in-law. Before Du Yifan entered the game, he received a gossip call from Su Mo. The smell of gunpowder quickly spread among the three people. Comrades on the field, enemies off the field, the grudges between the two giants of Blue Star are hard to explain. Chapter 124. A magnificent system voice resounded throughout the entire game transfer station. This StarCraft competition ended successfully, and the final winning camp was the blue camp. All players in the blue camp will be restored to their pre-match level. StarCraft competition level rewards are taken. First place, reward 10 million survival points, 500 game points. Second place, reward 8 million survival points, 400 game points. Third place, reward 6 million survival points, 300 game points. Fourth place, 5 million survival points, 200 game points. 50th to 100th place, 500,000 survival points. The final winner of this StarCraft is Luo Su Daodu, who won the ultimate gift package and the qualification to directly advance to Diamond Player. Everyone was shocked. I didn't expect the people from Blue Star to be so strong. They took up 3 places in the top 10. They are really strong. On the battlefield, in addition to skills and talents, it also depends on on-the-spot performance. 5 seconds later, all players were transferred to their personal game transfer stations. Luo Su and Do Do were in the game transfer station. Mom, Xiao Bai is seriously injured. Wait until we get back. Mom will try to treat him. Then hurry up. Luo Su nodded, and she opened the ultimate gift pack for the StarCraft tournament. Ding, 10 million survival points were obtained. Ding, 500 game points were obtained. Ding, 5A elite player title was obtained. Ding, congratulations on your promotion to Diamond Player. Now she and Do Do are both Diamond level players, and their skills and talents need to be upgraded. She spent 4 million survival points to upgrade her, and Daodu's combat skills Super Harvest and Dragon Ball Explosion to the same level, and the attack range became 300 meters. She spent 2 million survival points to upgrade the stealth skill and blood recovery skill to the maximum level. After the maximum level, the stealth skill can be used once every 20 minutes, and the blood recovery skill can be used once every 30 minutes. She also upgraded the space level to level 5 space, consuming 1 million survival points. The space backpack has 10 grids, and each grid can store 1,000 items of the same type. The special space area is increased by 10 square meters each in Zone 1 and Zone 2. In addition, the storage power and storage range of the space are increased. After upgrading the space and personal skills and talents, there are still 13 million survival points. Luo Su spent 8 million survival points to expand the available area of the novice village to 850 square meters. After a series of operations, she only had 5 million survival points left. Because the real world is also defaulted by the system as unknown game copy, the survival points can be retained and will not disappear when leaving the game. Luo Su decided to leave the game first. She returned to the second floor of the villa and saw Long Zimo and Du Yi, both wearing thick chemical protective suits, waiting for her in the living room. Only then did she realize that the Sunlong headquarters was also shrouded in smog. Without time to think about it, she quickly dodged and took the two back to the novice village. Long Zimo said in short, "Grandma has been moved to a safe place. This is the note she wrote to you." Long Zimo took off his protective suit, looked at the townhouse in front of him, and asked in surprise, "Luo Su, is this the special space you have newly bound?" "Yes, in the silver training dungeon, the reward is the novice village," Luo Su said. "Reward land?" Du Yifan was surprised. How could there be such a weird game reward? "I guess so. When I was doing the task before, it was said to be a novice village in the west of Guala Star, so I am not sure whether my novice village really exists on the real Guala Star," Luo Su said. "Guala Star, one of the 9-star continents." Long Zimo was puzzled. "We live in Blue Star. Why does the system reward the land of Guala Star?" Luo Su shook his head. "I don't know." Chapter 125. Long Zimo was silent for a while, and said, "Now the smog covers half of China, and we don't know what the situation is abroad. I have a feeling that the situation this time may be very bad. What should we do next?" Luo Su frowned slightly. "Let's go back to Jianbei to meet them first, see what the situation is, and then make plans," Long Zimo said. "If we go out, we must take precautions first," Du Yifan said, handing a set of protective clothing to Luo Su. Luo Su was about to put on the protective suit when Dao came over. The little guy cried, "Mom, Xiaobai doesn't eat again, go check on him." Luo Su slapped her forehead. "Oh, how could I forget about this?" Then she turned around to check on Xiaobai's condition. Long Zimo hurriedly picked up Dao, who was in tears, and comforted her. "Xiaobai will be fine, don't worry." Xiaobai's condition was very bad. The first time it was seriously injured, it recovered after eating the elite tiger meat in the game. The second time it was injured at the beach party, it only ate ordinary beef and mutton, and its body did not fully recover, and now it is injured again. So, the situation this time is more serious. "Xiaobai?" Luo Su called softly. Xiaobai raised his eyelids tiredly, and looked at her. His eyes were dull, and his mouth was sobbing. "Woo-woo. Like a sick child. I have a bottle of trauma medicine here, you try it on Xiaobai." Long Zimo took out a small green bottle. "This is the special material you brought out from the deserted island survival game last time. It is a special healing medicine made by our Sunlong Drug Research Department." Luo Su took it, cleaned Xiaobai's wound, and applied a layer of wound medicine on it. Xiaobai closed his eyes and rested. Luo Su thought, "I have to make some delicious food for Xiaobai to replenish his body." She remembered that she had killed a colorful python and 2 big tigers in the mountains of the novice village, and now there are python meat and tiger meat in the space. She took out the tiger meat, thinking whether to grill or stew it, but Xiaobai suddenly reacted. It seemed to smell the smell of raw tiger meat, and its mouth. Woo-woo. Luo Su took out Xiaobai's big plate, and put the tiger meat and snake meat into it. Xiaobai ate slowly in small bites. Dodo burst into laughter. "That's great, Xiaobai is willing to eat." Long Zimo took out a handkerchief, and wiped Dodo's tears. Seeing the cute look of the little guy, he was so happy that he couldn't help but kiss him on the cheek. Seeing Long Zimo's sudden intimate action, it felt a little abnormal, especially Du Yifan, who was standing aside and watching the scene with an ant smile, felt even more strange. There's something wrong with these two people. Something's weird. Long Zimo, we should go, Luo Su reminded, and she began to put on her chemical protective suit. Dao, you stay here to watch Xiaobai, Daddy and Mommy will go pick up Zuzu to accompany you, okay? Long Zimo whispered to Xiaobai. Okay. Dao agreed obediently. Hiss, something's wrong. Why did Long Zimo suddenly talk strangely? Luo Su secretly complained. He hurriedly urged, hurry up and put on your chemical protective suits. We have to drive from the headquarters to Jianbei. It will take a long time to drive. Leave as soon as possible. Du Yifan hurriedly zipped up his protective suit. Du Yifan, you stay here to help look after Daodu and Xiaobai. One less person means less danger. Luo Su told the truth. She had to go out with the space. Long Zimo had to go with him too. He was too weird today, and he didn't dare to leave him alone with Daodu. Yifan, you stay here with Daodu. We go out first. If we need your help, we can come in any time. Long Zimo said. Du Yifan nodded, feeling happy. It was just right not to go. He didn't want to be a big light bulb. He gave his elder brother and sister-in-law a chance to be alone, share hardships, and cultivate feelings. Hee. Chapter 126. Luo Su and Long Zimo put on their chemical protective suits and came to the parking lot of Sanlong headquarters. There was only one car here. When the headquarters was moved, all the usable vehicles were driven away. This chemical rescue vehicle was specially left by Su Jin for Long Zimo and Du Yifan. Su Jin was worried that when they came out of the game, the smog would be serious, so he left them several sets of chemical protective suits and a rescue vehicle, as well as some supplies, and a conspicuous note to remind them. As soon as Luo Su and Long Zimo walked into the parking lot, they were stunned by the big rats running all over the ground. These rats are very big, with black fur all over their bodies and long sharp claws. They are not afraid of people, and even want to bite people when they see them coming in. Super Harvest. Luo Su launched a range attack and harvested all the rats within 300 meters. Ding! Kill the mutant rats in a group, and get 10,000 survival points. Luo Su was surprised. Killing these mutant rats will give you survival points. It has been 12 days since the note was left, and it's not just the rats that have mutated. We have to be careful. Long Zimo said calmly. The two came to the only car, and were about to get in, but they were dumbfounded. Why are all the tires gone? Luo Su was shocked. Looking at the damage, the rubber tires should have been eaten by those mutant rats. Long Zimo squatted down to check. These rats even eat rubber tires. It seems that the situation outside is not good. Luo Su frowned slightly. There is only one spare tire, and this car can't be driven away. Long Zimo opened the car compartment, take all the supplies, and we will go out to find a car. Fortunately, the back compartment of the rescue vehicle was completely enclosed, so rats could not get in, and the supplies in the compartment were intact. Luo Su put all the supplies into the space, and at this time, a small white electric scooter in the space caught her attention. This was the electric scooter she used when she was in the novice village. She took out the small electric scooter and said, "Let's ride this. It's faster than walking." Long Zimo was a little surprised, and without saying a word, he stepped on it and moved forward, saying, "Get in the car." Luo Su got on the car, which was a bit crowded. The thick chemical protective suit took up a lot of space. She decided to put 2 cars in the space in the future in case of emergency. The two rode their electric donkeys out of the Sunlong headquarters, and saw people surging on the street from afar. "Zombies!" Luo Su exclaimed, and quickly locked the target zombies, and harvested them on a large scale. Ding! Kill the mutant zombies in a group, and get 10,000 survival points. After Luo Su was promoted to the diamond rank, it was easy to deal with low-level monsters like zombies. As soon as the two drove to the main lane, they were stunned by the scenery on the street. I saw that the buildings on both sides of the street were covered with thick vines, and many vines penetrated the buildings and parasitized between the high-rise buildings. The steel and concrete of the city became vulnerable in front of these mutant plants. A pedestrian bridge ahead was wrapped in thick vines. The dense vines hung down and formed a vine net, blocking their way. "Should we take a detour or clear it?" Luo Su asked Long Zimo. "Clear it. I guess the situation on other roads is similar. If we go around and around, I'm afraid the tram will run out of power," Long Zimo said. Luo Su locked onto the vine net under the overpass and began to collect it. Collecting. The vine net was harvested, and green juice flowed out from the broken ends of the vines, dripping down onto the asphalt road surface. The road surface was actually melted, and many small potholes appeared on the road surface in a blink of an eye. "Don't touch the vine pulp, it's very corrosive," Long Zimo reminded. "Yes, I understand." Luo Su nodded. Long Zimo opened a protective shield above the two people's heads. The competition rewarded millions of survival points. He upgraded the protective shield to the maximum level, and finally could send out a movable group protective shield. He drove the tram quickly under the overpass, and the road ahead was unobstructed. Long Zimo accelerated and drove the tram to the fastest speed, wanting to leave this vine district as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, the vines on both sides of the street were like snakes, rushing in from all directions. Chapter 127. Long Zimo sped up, wishing he could drive the electric scooter at a speed of 200 yards. But at the critical moment, the electric scooter ran out of power. The vines surrounded him, and Long Zimo put up a large-scale protective shield and hurriedly shouted, "The protective shield can only block for 10 minutes. Super Harvest." Luo Su locked the 100-meter range, collected the vines into the space, and then activated the infinite fusion target vines. After the mutant vines are fused, energy balls can be obtained. There is a car city ahead. Let's go in and find a car. Long Zimo dragged Luo Su to the car city. Luo Su collected abandoned vehicles, billboards, and metal objects along the way and put them into the space. Long Zimo was about to step over a bar, and the bar disappeared in the blink of an eye. He smiled knowingly. "Have you noticed that we are getting more and more tacit?" Luo Su rolled his eyes at him and continued to collect scrap metal. Ding! Congratulations on synthesizing a super energy ball. Luo Su's mind moved, and he continued to activate infinite fusion, targeting abandoned cars and various scrap metal in the space. The two ran into the auto show center, which was filled with all kinds of new cars. They were surprised. But soon they found that the cars here were the same as the previous one, and all the rubber tires were eaten clean by mutant rats. Luo Su put all the unusable vehicles into the space, and continued to merge. They came to the glass booth in the auto show center, and their eyes lit up immediately. This car should be usable. Long Z silently looked at a black Hummer parked in a fully enclosed glass display case. "Can you take the glass away?" Long Zimo turned to Luo Su and asked. "No," Luo Su said, and then the Hummer in the display case disappeared. "Why didn't I think of that?" Long Zimo watched Luo Su take the car out of the space, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a beautiful arc. Luo Su also smiled and said, "Check quickly to see if this car can be used." Long Zimo jumped into the car quickly, checked it, started the car, stuck his head out and said, "The car can be used, and there is still half a tank of gas, enough to drive out of the city." "Great." Luo Su hurriedly got in the car. As soon as she got in the car and hadn't fastened her seat belt, she heard a loud bang as if something hit the roof. Long Zimo and her looked at each other. "There's something going on outside," Long Zimo said. He was about to start the car and drive out to see what was going on, when there was another loud bang, and then another series of noises nearby. It was as if a lot of things had fallen from a high place. "Don't go out yet," Luo Su said hurriedly. The two sat in the car, holding their breath, listening carefully, until the sound stopped. Long Zimo said, "The car is too noisy, you stay in the car, I go out to see what's going on." Luo Su opened the door, jumped out, and said, "Let's go together." After Long Zimo got out of the car, she put the Hummer into the space. Looking at the scraps in the space, the fusion has been completed, and 5 or 6 tons of black iron blocks have been obtained. Such a heavy iron block has greater lethality than a boulder, and it is not easy to smash. Luo Su felt that he should collect more scraps in the future, and make use of them. While thinking, the two of them had quietly walked to the gate of Checheng, and Luo Su received Long Zimo's invitation to form a team. She joined the team, and activated all auxiliary skills. Fiery Eyes, Elite Armor, Spiritual Ocean, Vigorous. Long Zimo also added a protective shield for her. "Follow me, be careful," Long Zimo said, and rushed out first. Luo Su felt warm in his heart. He probably forgot that she was already a diamond player, one level higher than him, so she didn't need his protection. However, Luo Su was still very touched. It was only 6 o'clock in the afternoon, but the sky was getting dark. On the streets outside Checheng, there were many square unidentified objects scattered around, emitting a faint white light. Chapter 128. Luo Su and Long Zimo quietly approached a square, unknown, glowing object not far from the door. This square object was about 1.5 meters high, like a large square light box, with light coming from inside. The frosted panel made it difficult to see what was inside. Suddenly, with a swish, the lights of all the square objects went out. Luo Su shuddered and took a few steps back. There were some movements coming from the square object, like the sound of some creature waking up. Long Zimo hurriedly pulled Luo Su back 7 or 8 meters, and saw him raise his hand, releasing a transparent closed space to block the square object. Suddenly, with a bang, a panel of the square object was kicked away, and 2 long legs with shackles walked out from it. Luo Su was surprised and looked carefully. It turned out to be an unknown creature with its body folded in half. It straightened its upper body with both hands, then moved its body, and let out a comfortable sigh. This unknown creature looked like a giant, more than 2 meters tall, and its body and limbs were not much different from those of humans. But its head was bald without hair, and the skin like toad skin spread from the top of the head to the chin, which made people unbearable to look at. The ears hung on both sides of the forehead like 2 sweet potato leaves, which looked a bit funny. The toad giant bent down, reached into the square box and fumbled around, and took out a big axe. Clang! The iron shackles on its feet were cut off, and a metal ring on its wrist emitted a green light, which soon disappeared. It seemed very happy, as if it had been trapped for many years, and finally regained its freedom. It looked around, and the unfamiliar environment did not surprise it, but when it saw Long Zimo and Luo Su, the 2 humans, its expression changed drastically. He uttered a string of strange words to his companions nearby. Wah wah wah. Other toadmen rushed over with axes in hand. They also had 2 broken shackles on their feet, and they ran with clanging noises. These toadmen were like a group of exiled criminals, full of hostility. Luo Su made a prompt decision, locked the area within 100 meters, and activated the harvesting skill. Super harvesting. The toad giants were not taken in, only the axes in their hands were taken away. The giant toads paused. The lack of weapons did not make them retreat, but they rushed over here with murderous intent. Bang! Long Zimo slapped out a virtual palm, with a whistling wind, like the palm of the Tathagata, and flattened the giant toads to the ground. The toads were injured to varying degrees, and Luo Su took the opportunity to kill them one by one. Ding! Kill the giant toad, and get 3,000 survival points. Ding! Kill the giant toad, and get 3,000 survival points. Luo Su killed all the monsters in this wave, and he killed a total of 20 giant toads. Ding! Complete the hidden task, kill 20 giant toads, and get a reward of 100 game points. Long Zimo, do you get shared survival points when I kill monsters? Luo Su asked. Long Zimo nodded and replied, yes, 1,000 survival points for each monster. Then are there any hidden tasks? Luo Su asked again. No, what hidden tasks? Long Zimo asked in surprise. Nothing. Luo Su shook his head, thinking that it seemed that this hidden task was random, and not everyone had it. Luo Su casually threw out all the corpses of zombies, mutant rats and giant toads in the space. After clearing a grid of space, he put all the 20 square objects around into the space. Ding! 20 damaged cages obtained. Cage, Luo Su was surprised, looking at the silver square objects in the backpack, trying to synthesize. Infinite fusion target, square cage. As soon as Luo Su exited the space, she felt a chill on her back, and instinctively pulled Long Zimo away from the spot. She pulled Long Zimo back to the novice village. You felt it just now? Someone attacked us from behind. Long Zimo asked. Well, we were all careless. There was something on the roof. Luo Su frowned and said. Long Zimo nodded. Don't go out now, in case there is an ambush. Daddy, Mom, are you back? Daodu, who was originally playing with the panda Xiaohan in the yard, found that they came back and ran over happily. Chapter 129. Luo Su and Long Zimo played with Daodu for a while. Du Yifan heard the noise and ran out. Boss, what's the situation outside? Long Zimo shook his head and said, it's not optimistic. Not only are the species mutated, but there are also aliens in shackles being dropped. I suspect that the blue planet is used as a place of exile by aliens. Place of exile? Du Yifan's eyes widened in surprise. Long Zimo nodded. There is no communication in the haze area, and the roads are damaged. I guess no one in Jianbei knows about the alien exile yet. It feels unsafe outside. We have to rush to Jianbei as soon as possible to bring in Grandma and Grandma Long. Luo Su said anxiously. Well, let's go out. Long Zimo said and stood up. The two put on their chemical protective suits again, told Du Yifan to look after the house, and then hurriedly left the novice village. When the two returned to the gate of Checheng, there was no trace of the toad giant nearby. Luo Su's mind moved, and he collected all the square cages within a range of 300 meters into the space and continued to merge. After the previous 20 cages were fused, they became a solid silver glowing sphere weighing 1 ton. Luo Su silently put away the glowing sphere and put out the Hummer again. Let me drive this time. My eyes have night vision, and I can see the road conditions clearly at night. Luo Su said, opening the driver's door. Okay. Long Zimo sat in the passenger seat. The two drove quickly through the central block of the city. When passing the pedestrian street, Luo Su glanced and found that there was a light in the small milk tea shop. She parked the car in front of the milk tea shop. What's wrong? Long Zimo asked. It seems my friend hasn't left either, I go check. Luosu got out of the car and hurried to the milk tea shop. Through the glass door, Luosu saw two people in chemical protective suits sitting next to each other at the cash register. Xiaoli. Luosu knocked on the door gently and shouted. The person inside heard the noise, hurriedly picked up a crossbow and walked out. When she saw the familiar face hidden in the chemical protective suit outside the door, her eyes widened in surprise. Sister? Luosu nodded. Muyeli hurriedly unlocked the door and let Luosu in. Why didn't you leave? We could have evacuated during the first 2 days of the smog. Luosu asked in confusion. Muyeli said sadly, because my mother was seriously ill at that time, she was delayed for a few days. Then your mother. Luosu glanced at the store and didn't see her mother. She found that the person wearing a chemical protective suit next to her was actually the elevator man. Why are you together? Luosu was surprised, and when he heard Muyeli say that her mother didn't make it, he felt a little sad. My condolences, Xiaoli. You need to look forward and leave here with us. Luosu said. Muyeli nodded. She and the elevator man followed Luosu into the car and prepared to rush to Jianbei together. The four of them hurried to the highway entrance in the north of the city. On the way, they saw a lot of damaged square cages and mutant creatures, and Luosu put them all into the space. An hour later, they arrived at the highway entrance, only to find that they couldn't get on the highway at all, because there is a huge wall towering into the sky across the highway entrance. Luosu and Long Zimo got out of the car and looked up at the huge black wall in front of them. It was like a row of giant guards, standing tall at the edge of the city, not allowing anyone to leave or come in. It's incredible. How did they make such a high wall? Luosu was amazed. Get in a car, let's go to another exit. Long Zimo guessed a possibility, and hurriedly urged Luosu to get in the car. The four of them walked along the ring highway, and after a circle, they returned to the highway entrance in the north of the city, and immediately figured out a fact. A city barrier appeared around the entire capital, and the towering wall surrounded the entire city. Luosu and his friends couldn't get out, and people from outside couldn't get in. The air in the city was polluted, food was scarce, mutants were rampant, and aliens were arriving one after another. What should I do? Luosu looked at Long Zimo in the passenger seat, and saw that he was also at a loss. Let's go back to the novice village first and think of a solution. Chapter 130. Luosu led a group of people back to the novice village. Muyeli and the elevator man were stunned when they saw the sudden change in the scene in front of them. What's going on with these green mountains and clear waters? This big villa? It's like a dream. There is a child and a panda barbecuing in the yard. A big white dog is lying on a lounge chair under a parasol like a VIP, eating barbecue leisurely. This is too unreal. Muyeli twisted her thigh quietly. Ouch, it hurts. This is not a dream, and hurriedly asked, Sister, where is this? This is my home. It's very safe. You can rest here tonight. Luosu took off the protective suit and said, If you are hungry, you can barbecue. Muyeli also took off the protective suit and pulled the elevator man Yang Chung to sit next to the barbecue grill. Yang Chung, what do you like to eat? Grill it yourself. Yang Chung shook his head and said, I'm not hungry, you can eat it. Are you still polite? Muyeli chuckled. They had been drinking milk tea for a week, and her stomach was full of water. She was so hungry when she smelled the barbecue. I'm really not hungry. Have you forgotten that I have a talent for fasting? Yang Chung said with a smile, and his eyes occasionally stole a glance at the busy panda. The panda was brushing honey on the barbecue, with skillful movements and a calm expression. Yang Chung suddenly felt that his cooking skills were not as good as a panda. Finally, the panda handed the barbecue to the little boy. The little boy happily took the barbecue, and took out 2 bamboo shoots from the sack at his feet. The panda took the bamboo shoots, took a bite eagerly, and then slowly found a tree and leaned against it to enjoy it slowly. Yang Chung couldn't help but mutter in his heart, What kind of place is this? Even the animals have become spirits. Sister, what do you want to eat? We will grill it for you. Muyeli asked Luosu with a pile of grilled skewers. No, you guys eat it. There is tea here. Come and drink tea together when you are full. Luosu took out a table without knowing when, and filled it with coffee, tea, fruit, and some snacks. Long Zimo took a sip of tea and heard Luosu telling to Yifan, can you help arrange 2 guest rooms? 2 friends will stay here tonight. No problem, I have arranged all the bedding and daily necessities you took out from the space in each room, so people can live in them at any time. Du Yifan said. Luosu nodded and said, when we get to Jianbei, There may be more people coming to live together, so you can help arrange the villa next door. Long Zimo put down his teacup and said excitedly, Yifan, let's arrange it this way. Luo Su, Do, Grandma, and I will live in the villa on the right. Then you, Su Jin, Wu Di, Lao Li, and Lao Zhao will live in the villa next door. What do you think you need to prepare? Make a list for me later. Du Yifan nodded and said yes. Luo Su, what do you think about the wall in the capital? Can we make a passage out? Don't you know how to store things? Try to dig a piece of the wall. Long Zimo changed the subject and said. Luo Su listened and thought it was feasible. She was impatient and was eager to try the idea. So, she and Long Zimo put on protective clothing and returned to the wall at the Chongbei Expressway intersection. Luo Su locked a 1-meter wide area on the wall and activated the power of space. Storage. The wall was not damaged at all. Super Harvest. Exploding Dragon Balls. Domain Destruction. Mount Tai pressed down. All skills were tried once, and the wall was intact. Luo Su took out a knife, a big axe, a gun and other tools. The two tried them all, but they could not leave a trace on the surface of the wall. What is this wall made of? It's so strong. Luo Su was sweating profusely, but it was all in vain. How about digging a tunnel? Long Zimo touched his chin and proposed another solution. Luo Su locked onto the mud at the base of the wall, activated the collection skill, dug 10 meters down, but the base of the wall was not at the bottom. He dug 50 meters down, but still not at the bottom. Luo Su and Long Zimo looked at each other in silence. It was so deep, and the bottom was not seen. Could it be that this wall grew from the center of the earth? Digging a tunnel is not feasible. Luo Su looked up at the towering wall in frustration, wishing she could grow a pair of wings and fly up to take a look. Luo Su sighed in frustration, and at this time, the pair of prop shoes on her feet caught her attention. Zimo, I have an idea. Luo Su said, and immediately activated the stealth effect of the prop shoes, and then tried to pass through the wall. In the end, it still failed. Cute baby bubble. She tried Daodu's stealth skill again. This time, after she became invisible, she passed through easily. Ha ha ha. She couldn't help laughing. It's so simple. Why didn't I think of it before? Because of the team status, Long Zimo also became invisible, and he quickly passed through the wall. Your invisibility skill is really powerful. Long Zimo was shocked. It turned out that the invisibility skill could be used in this way. Luo Su hurriedly took out the Hummer, and the two drove hurriedly to Jianbei. On the way, they also saw mini toad giants and square cages, and Luo Su put them all into the space. There are already 4 glowing spheres in her space, and she is fusing the 5th one. 6 hours later, they arrived at the bridgehead leading to Jianbei. There was a high wall blocking the road to Jianbei. With experience this time, they quickly crossed the high wall, drove the car again, and got on the Jianbei bridge. After crossing the bridge, they drove for more than an hour before getting out of the smog area. Luo Su saw from a distance that there were many checkpoints set up on the 200-meter road ahead, various searchlights and drones patrolled back and forth, and high-altitude loudspeakers also issued warnings. Please stop immediately. Get off the car for inspection, otherwise you will be treated as mutants and shot dead. Chapter 131. Long Zimo stopped the car, picked up his phone, and finally got a signal. He got out of the car and made 2 calls. A few minutes later, he heard the drone's horn sound again. Please go to the quarantine station 100 meters ahead for quarantine and disinfection. The two went through a round of inspections and waited for more than an hour. Only when the test report came out fine could they pass. Outside the checkpoint, Su Jin and Wu Di were already waiting. Boss! Luo Su. Wu Di and Su Jin saw them coming out of the checkpoint and hurried to meet them. Su Jin looked behind them and asked in confusion, Why are there only you? Where are Du Yifan and Daodu? At Luo Su's place. After Long Zimo said this, Su Jin understood that she also knew that Luo Su had a special space. Where are Grandma and Luo Su's grandmother? Long Zimo asked Su Jin. They are at the temporary base in Jiandong. Su Jin said. Long Zimo nodded and praised, Su Jin, you did a good job this time. Before returning, he checked the headquarters and found that everyone who should be evacuated had been evacuated, and there was no hasty omission. The 4 of them got into a motorhome. Su Jin was very attentive. When she received a call from Long Zimo, she knew that they had been out of the epidemic area for a whole night and must be very tired, so she drove the motorhome over. There were 2 sofa beds on the left and right sides of the carriage, separated by a movable screen in the middle. Luo Su was really tired. After a simple wash, she changed into clean clothes, pulled up the screen, and lay down to rest. When Long Zimo came in after washing up, Luo Su had already fallen asleep. He gently covered her with a thin blanket and silently pulled up the screen. He also lay down and closed his eyes to rest. Wu Di drove the car at a steady pace, so it took him nearly 2 hours to drive more than 100 kilometers. Grandma stretched her neck and waited at the gate of the base. When she saw Luo Su get off the car, she ran over hurriedly. "Oh, Su, I was so worried. I'm glad you're all right." After the grandmother finished speaking, she didn't see Daodu around, so she hurriedly asked, "Where's Daodu?" "Grandma, Daodu is with Du Yifan. They are doing well, don't worry." The group entered the base, and Grandma Long had been waiting in the restaurant for a long time. "ZMO, you are finally back. Come on, wash your hands and come to eat." "Okay, Grandma." Luo Su returned to the room, brought Do and Du Yifan, Mu Yeli, and the elevator man Yang Chung out, and finished the meal together. Mu Yeli and Yang Chung came to Songlong for the first time, and felt that the people here were very nice, and the organizational atmosphere was also good, like a big family. Especially in troubled times, people are particularly eager for a sense of belonging, so they quietly asked Luo Su, "Sister, we too want to join the Songlong organization, is that okay?" Luo Su was very happy to hear that. Since she came back from the beach party last time, she had planned to bring her into Songlong, but she was busy all the time and put it aside. "Sure, you all have skills, right? After dinner, I take you to do the registration procedures," Luo Su said with a smile. "Yeah." Mu Yeli nodded excitedly, and Yang Chum also looked very happy. "Su, don't just chat, eat more food. You run around all day, you've lost weight," Grandma said, while her hands kept picking food for Luo Su, piling her bowl into a small mountain. Long Zimo served her another bowl of soup. When Grandma Long saw this scene, she was a little worried. Alas, this child, she can't figure it out. It seems that the blind date should be done quickly. Chapter 132. Long Zimo didn't know his grandmother's worries at the moment. He took good care of Luo Su during the meal. In front of so many people, Luo Su was a little uncomfortable. After eating, he took 2 friends to handle the formalities and left in a hurry. After lunch, Long Zimo went back to the room with his grandmother and mentioned the novice village to her, saying that he planned to take her to live in a place with good air. When Grandma Long heard this, she thought that she and Long Zimo would be separated, so she shook her head and said she didn't want to go. In this chaotic world, she didn't want to be separated from her precious grandson for a day. After all, Long Zimo was her only relative. "Grandma, you will like it there. Besides, we will all live there together, including Lao Zhao, Grandma Luo Su, and Do. Long Zimo persuaded his grandmother. Grandma sighed and said, "Grandma is old. She is happy just to see you every day. It doesn't matter to others." "Don't persuade Grandma." Long Zimo laughed. "Grandma, blame me for not explaining it clearly. I live there too, so I want to take you there to live with me." When Grandma Long heard this, she was immediately happy. "Oh, you kid, why didn't you say it earlier? What else is there to discuss?" "Grandma is happy to do it, hee. Then you ask Aunt Jiang to prepare, and we will set off in a while," Long Zimo said. Aunt Jiang is the nanny who takes care of Grandma Long. She has been with Grandma for many years. She is dedicated to her duties, considerate and caring, and as close as a family member. Okay. Grandma Long smiled and nodded. This is a temporary base with limited space and a large number of people. In fact, she is not used to living here, but she doesn't want to cause trouble for Su Jin, so she has been holding back and not bringing it up. Du Yifan informed Lao Zhao, Wu Di and Li Chonggang and asked them to move to a new place with the boss. When they said that the novice village was in a remote place and could not communicate directly with the headquarters, Wu Di and Li Chonggang refused. Compared with a better living environment, they prefer to stay in the headquarters and live with other members, which is also more convenient for arranging work. Du Yifan understood their ideas and did not force them. 2 hours later, Luo Su led a group of people back to the novice village. Grandma Long and Lao Zhao felt strange when they followed Luo Su through space for the first time. Du Yifan explained to them, and finally cleared up their doubts. "Grandma, I have a new friend here. His name is Xiaohan. He is a very smart panda. He lives in the bamboo forest behind." Daodu gestured with his chubby little hands and talked a lot. He looked so cute. Grandma Long was envious. She envied Grandma Luo Su for having such a smart and cute great-grandson. Alas, Grandma Long sighed softly. Sister Long, why are you sighing? Such a good place. Don't you like it? Look here, there are mountains and water, the air is fresh, this big house is spacious and bright, and you can live with the children every day. Oh, this life is beautiful, I am happy for you. Old Zhao is still good at coaxing people. After hearing this, Grandma Long smiled from ear to ear. Everyone started to carry their luggage back to the room. Grandma Long wants to live in the suite on the first floor. She likes to open the window to see the flowers, plants and trees in the yard and smell the smell of the soil. Luo Su and Do Do, Grandma lives on the second floor. There is a large terrace and a small garden on the second floor, which is just right for Xiaobai's small house. Long Zimo lives on the third floor, with a study, a gym, 2 small rooms on the roof, a tea room, a doubted toy house, and a rooftop garden outside the room. Everyone tidied up their new rooms, rested for an afternoon, and then came out to eat together for dinner. This dinner, according to Long Zimo's request, was a family gathering buffet. Everyone ate and talked, and the worries and fatigue of more than 10 days were swept away. Speaking of the novice village, this new place to live, everyone loves this place. The laughter and joy spread outside the house, and the panda Xiaoan also laughed. It gnawed the bamboo shoots in its hands, and there was a bag full of bamboo shoots under its feet. Don't mention how happy it was. Chapter 133. The next morning, Luo Su brought Long Zimo and Su Jin out of the temporary base in Linong Jianbei. As soon as they came out, they received news of the crisis on Blue Star. Most of the countries on Blue Star have been shrouded in smog, and the walls of the exile base have appeared. The smog is still expanding at an alarming rate every day. This is similar to what Luo Su and his friends encountered in Jiangnan before. I didn't expect the situation on the entire Blue Star to be so serious. Long Zimo frowned. Yes, yesterday the Blue Star Alliance has applied to the 9 Stars General Alliance for emergency evacuation, hoping that the other 8-star countries can accept people from Blue Star to take refuge. Su Jin quickly browsed the latest information sorted out by his subordinates' information department and reported to Long Zimo. Well, have you received any response now? Long Zimo raised his eyes and asked Su Jin. There are some. Guala Star, Thunder Star, and Starfish Star were the first to respond, saying that they are willing to accept people from Blue Star, but they need to pay certain resources and additional conditions. Su Jin took out a document and projected it on the big screen, which listed the entry conditions of several planets. The conditions proposed by Guala Planet are: first, no individual entry is accepted, only institutional groups are accepted to join. Second, pay 5 million interstellar coins per person, can be replaced by other materials of equivalent value as remuneration. Third, the group joining must sign the Refuge Treaty and obey the management of this planet. Fourth, the group joining must complete 5 interstellar bounty tasks for this planet for free every month. Fifth, you must not conflict with people from this planet, otherwise you will be expelled. Su Jin listed the conditions for joining the other 2 planets, which are more stringent than the conditions of Guala Star. For example, Lei Star accepts individual immigrants, and each person receives 10 million interstellar coins. Ordinary people do 8 hours of free labor every day, and special people have 10 bounty tasks every month. If they conflict with people from this planet and are complained, they will be shot directly. Comparatively, the conditions on Guara are better, and Guara is the closest to Blue Star. It only takes 5 days to get there by interstellar flight. Su Jin finally summarized his opinion. If we must move, I think Guara is the most suitable for our organization. Guara is vast and sparsely populated, and has relatively more resources. Du Yifan expressed his opinion. Long Zimo nodded, turned to Luo Su and asked, Luo Su, what do you think? I think Guara is good too. Luo Su answered simply. After all, her novice village is on Guara Star, and she wants to verify whether such a place exists in reality. Wu Di Laoli, what do you think? Long Zimo looked at the 2 coaches. Both coaches agreed to move to Guara Star. After all, there are many members of the organization, plus the number of family members, and the entry fee of 5 million per person is a huge burden for the organization. Long Zimo finally decided, then Wei Songlong will move to Guara Star. Su Jin and Du Yifan, you 2 are responsible for this matter. Contact the authorities, as soon as possible, and submit our migration application. The number of people who will be relocated will be calculated based on all our members plus all their families. Go and do it now, in case there are limited places later. Okay. Okay. Su Jin and Du Yifan left the meeting room together. Boss, there are more than 21,000 formal members of our Sunlong organization, plus more than 30,000 family members. The entry fee for this Kuala star alone is nearly 180 billion interstellar coins, Li Choggang said. 180 billion? Luo Su's eyes widened, shocked by this astronomical figure. Li Chonggang continued, there is also the interstellar flight fee, about 500,000 per person, and the cost of rebuilding the base there is huge. The exchange rate between blue coins and star coins used to be 0.8:1. Now that the blue star is in crisis, the exchange rate has dropped to 0.5:1 today, and it will continue to decline every day. I know. As early as when the alien zone in Jinshi appeared, I had asked Su Jin to dispose of all of Sunlung's industries in advance and exchange them all for interstellar coins. Long Zimo frowned as he spoke. This time Sunlung encountered an unprecedented crisis. Although he had disposed of the industry in advance, the cost of this organization relocation was huge, almost emptying all the reserves. But as long as the members were there, the materials and money could be earned back. If it really didn't work, he would use 1/3 of the Long family's assets, and Grandma should agree. So, as long as the arrangements were made properly, this organization relocation could basically move all the members and their families. After they settled down on Kuala Star, they could earn star coins while rebuilding the organization. Boss, what are the materials with the same value as the Starlink coin? Luo Su asked. Hard currency, including gold, weapons, fuel, metals, minerals, and some rare medicinal materials, etc. Players with silver or higher levels can register as members of the Starlink. When you have time, download the Starlink app on your phone, and you can check the Starlink information yourself. Long Zimo said, and pushed a Starlink installation QR code to Luo Su on the Starlink chat. After Luo Su downloaded it, he logged into the Starlink. There was a variety of information on it, a powerful trading network, a bounty list that all superpowered people yearned for, and the wonderful scenery of each planet. She felt like she had opened the door to an interstellar journey. Chapter 134. Zhang Long's migration application was quickly approved. After paying a migration entry fee of 20,000 yuan, Long Zimo obtained the qualification to arrange migration on his own. 2 days later, Long Zimo and Luo Su took the Interstellar Express to Kuala Star to scout the situation. On the flight, they also met Jiang Hao and his assistant He Kun. It seems that they also chose Kuala Star. The Interstellar Express can reach Kuala Star in 1 day, but each flight can only take 5 people. When he arrived at Kuala Star, Luo Su's first impression was that it was all yellow and orange, with no greenery. This is the interstellar airport temporarily opened by Kuala Star. It is located in the barren western region of Kuala Star. This barren land, which occupies 1/10 of the area of Kuala Star, is the refuge and resettlement area for the people of Blue Star. Kuala Star was originally a relatively backward planet among the 9 stars. Now they have exchanged a piece of barren land for a large amount of materials and interstellar currency. Long Zimo followed the official person in charge's car to the area allocated to the Sunlung organization. This is a plateau located in the south of the west. The land is barren and water resources are very scarce. The entire area is about 1,000 acres. After marking the territory, the official person in charge drove Jiang Hao and the others to Crouching Tiger's territory. Luo Su looked at the barren yellow land all around, wondering where her novice village was. Luo Su, let's get started. Long Zimo pulled Luo Su and said, Yes. Luo Su looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he pulled Long Zimo into the special space and returned to Lindong's headquarters. Boss, you're back? Tihifan found Long Zimo and Luo Su first. Yes, are they all ready? Long Zimo looked at the 1,000 Songlong members lined up neatly on the playground. Ready! Luo Su brought Wu Di and the 1,000 Songlong core members in 2 groups. Each of them had a wrist ID card that could be scanned to identify their identities. Wu Di led the 1,000 people to the new base on Kuala Star first. She also brought all 100 sets of assembled steel structure modular houses, which were 5-story buildings. In one night, Luo Su brought 10,000 people and some necessary living supplies. The next day, Jiang Hao wanted to come to Long Zimo to discuss the cost of contracting the interstellar flight. But when he and his assistant drove the borrowed car to Sunlung's territory, they were stunned. Ah, what happened? Yesterday this place was still a barren land. How come a city was built overnight? Jiang Hao's assistant, He Kun, said in surprise. Jiang Hao was also very shocked. What kind of speed is Songlong? With this, why would he need an interstellar flight? He was still mumbling in his heart when he saw Long Zimo and Luo Su coming out. Shell. Jiang Hao shouted. Luo Su looked up. Jiang Hao? Long Zimo was a little unhappy and asked Luo Su in a low voice. Luo Su, why does he call you Shell? Have you met before the StarCraft game? Jiang Hao had sharp ears and walked over with a smile and said, more than just met? We are old friends. What are you doing here? Long Zimo's face was not good. I came to ask an old friend for help. For a base like yours, please help me build one too, Jiang Hao said. Long Zimo was about to refuse, but Luo Su pulled his sleeve and said, sure, you can prepare the finished product yourself, and the shipping fee is only 80% of the interstellar flight fee. 80%? We are old friends. How about 50%? Jiang Hao asked. Construction materials take up a lot of space, and the shipping fee of interstellar flights is more expensive than the materials themselves. No, a large capacity interstellar flight will take 5 days to get here. Just think about the time cost, Luo Su said with a smile. In the end, the two sides agreed to charge 80% of the interstellar flight fee. After Wohu prepared the materials, Luo Su helped them transport them within 3 days. Jiang Hao followed Luo Su's teleportation for the first time, and returned to Blue Star in the blink of an eye. He really envied Luo Su's skills. However, no matter how envious he was, he would never hurt Sister Shushu again in his life. He had to curry favor with her in the future, which would be good for Wohu's development. He was best at judging the situation. In this chaotic world, he had to recognize his own strength. Jiang Hao thought silently, and his state of mind had become different from before. Chapter 135. Long Zimo and Luo Su ran back and forth, busy for 10 days, and finally completed the relocation of all the personnel and materials of the Songlong organization. Soon the official relocation manager came to the door. This was a matter of time, and Luo Su and Long Zimo knew it very well. The entire resettlement area is so small that some things cannot be concealed. The smog in China is getting worse and worse. Now everyone is crowding into the Jianbei area, waiting to be relocated. If it is delayed any longer, many people will die. We have a large population in China, so we will be resettled on 2 planets. In addition to most of us being on Guala Star, a small number of people will be resettled on Lei Star. I hope you, Songlong, will have a sense of the overall situation and national responsibility, and help our compatriots evacuate the disaster area. Long Zimo and Luo Su nodded. They had no intention of standing idly by. They just had to settle Songlong first before going back to help. After the communication, they had to go back to study the plan and prepare the materials. After all, a large resettlement area would have to house many people, and the land was limited, so it was important to use and arrange it rationally. Before most people come, we have to prepare housing, food, and living supplies before we can move them here, otherwise it will be a mess. After sending off the official people, Luo Su took Long Zimo back to the novice village. You should take a good rest for 2 days. You may be very busy for a long time in the future, Long Zimo said to her. Yes, I know, Luo Su said, and went upstairs. Mom, you are back? Daodu jumped over happily. Well, Daodu, how is Xiaobai's injury? Is it healed? Luo Su asked. Xiaobai is fine. Now he doesn't play with me anymore, and always runs to the bamboo forest in the back mountain. Daodu pouted, a little unhappy. Xiaobai likes to eat wild game, so let him catch some small prey to eat. That way he will become stronger and stronger. Luo Su comforted Daodu. Okay. Daodu nodded and said, however, Xiaohan likes to play with me very much, but I don't have bamboo shoots anymore, so he went out to eat bamboo shoots. Well, it will come back when it's full. In fact, Luo Su felt very strange. The panda seemed to understand human language. It would help with the barbecue. In the morning, it would wait at the door for people to open the door. It would go upstairs to play with Daodu. It was not afraid of people at all. It was simply a spirit. Could the panda also be a fantasy beast? She leaned on the sofa to rest, but her head was full of messy information. At this time, the phone suddenly rang. Luo Su answered the call. Hello Zimo, what's wrong? Long Zimo listened to the soft voice on the phone, and his depressed mood suddenly became cheerful. You didn't rest? Not yet. Then I come up to see you. Oh! Not long after, Long Zimo came upstairs in slippers. Where did you go just now? Why did you come upstairs? Luo Su asked. I went to see Grandma. What's the matter? Luo Su turned her head and asked him. Yeah. Long Zimo was thinking about how to start, and Daodu ran out of the room. Daddy? Ah. Long Zimo picked up the little guy and sat him on his lap, and kissed him. Daddy, What's in your pocket? It hurts. Dowdu reached into Long Zimo's pocket and took out a jewelry box. What is this? Dowdu asked puzzledly, turning the exquisite jewelry box in his hand. This is a gift for Mom, Long Zimo said, looking at Luosu. Luosu was a little confused when she saw the jewelry box. Why do you suddenly give me a gift when it's not a festival? Long Zimo opened the jewelry box, and inside was a very special necklace. You've worked hard on the relocation of the headquarters during this period, and this is a reward for you, Long Zimo said. No, don't be so polite. The headquarters affairs are also my responsibility, Luosu said with a smile. Long Zimo picked up the necklace. Come, I help you put it on. No. Luosu was a little embarrassed. It's for use. This necklace is so beautiful. It will be more beautiful when Mom wears it. Dowdu clapped beside him. Grandma Long, who went upstairs to find Long Zimo, happened to see the scene and was unhappy. Zimo, Grandma has something to ask you. Let's go upstairs. Long Zuzu. Dowdu ran over and took Grandma Long's hand, smiling happily. Ah, Dowdu, be good. Although Grandma Long was angry, she really liked Dowdu from the bottom of her heart. On the third floor, Grandma Long said to Long Zimo, I want to ask Lao Feng's daughter out tonight for dinner tomorrow night. Grandma. Long Zimo was a little unhappy. Didn't I tell you not to worry about this matter? I have someone I like, Long Zimo said softly. I know, but she can't. The daughter-in-law of the Long family must be innocent. Grandma Long was firm. Grandma. Long Zimo knew that he couldn't beat Grandma, so he had to take out the paternity test report. What is this? Grandma Long put on the reading glasses hanging around her neck, and was stunned after reading the test results. But she quickly came to her senses. You little bastard, you didn't know that I didn't agree with you two being together, so you made a fake report to deceive Grandma? Grandma, why should I? Long Zimo said seriously. Seeing his serious look, Grandma knew he was not lying, and she was so happy that she was incoherent. Oh my God, Dowdu, you oh no way? Dowdu is really our Long family's child? Absolutely true, Long Zimo said, smiling brightly. Oh, you little brat, why didn't you tell Grandma earlier? You made Grandma envious of others, who have a great-grandson as cute as Dowdu. Grandma Long said and laughed. Tears came out. No, Luosu still ignores me. I want to wait until she agrees, then give you a surprise, Long Zimo said. No, she ignores you? Oh, that's right, you little brat. Dowdu is already 3 years old. How come you just know it now? It's so hard for someone to raise a child alone until he's 3 years old. My baby of the Long family, you didn't have a father to love you since you were a child. I don't know how much you suffered. Grandma Long was laughing and crying as she spoke. Long Zimo was really upset that she was too excited. Grandma, don't get excited. We will be twice as nice to Dowdu and Luosu in the future. I go and get her and her mother back. You can't mess around with blind dates anymore, Long Zimo said with a smile. Why are you still chasing? Just get married right here. Grandma, how many days do I have left to live? I can't wait any longer. Grandma patted him on the shoulder and said unhappily, You are so shy. Grandma knows. Leave this matter to the elders. Grandma will talk to Luosu's grandmother. If she knows that you are Dowdu's biological father, she will definitely agree. Grandma suddenly became energetic and full of energy. She rushed downstairs happily, walking with the wind. Chapter 136. Long Zimo rushed out and grabbed his grandmother. Grandma, please don't worry about this, okay? I take care of it, Long Zimo begged. Seeing Long Zimo's embarrassment, Grandma Long softened her heart. Then you have to hurry up. It's a chaotic world outside now. Luosu and I are busy every day, and it's not the right time to talk about marriage now. So, Grandma, please give us some time, okay? Long Zimo said. Grandma Long thought about the situation outside. She was already worried enough, so she didn't let Long Zimo hold her back. Okay, I do whatever you say. Look how anxious you are. Grandma is not anxious, not anxious. Now that we know Dowdu is our child, Grandma is very happy. Thank you, Grandma. Long Zimo sent Grandma back to the first floor to rest, and then hurried back to the room to rest. Luosu was no longer sleepy after the noise just now, and then she heard someone calling her name. It was the sound outside the base, and she jumped up in shock and quickly dodged out of the space. When she returned to the base in Lindong, Jiangbei, she saw that the official people had arrived. Please wait for me. Luosu turned and entered the space, and ran to the third floor to find Zimo. Zimo, the official people are here. Let's go and take a look. Long Zimo and Luo Su exited the space together and met the official people. Long Zimo, our supplies and modular houses are almost ready, and we come to ask for your help. Let's go and take a look together. Long Zimo and Luo Su followed the official people to a factory building in the suburbs of Linong. The open space around the factory building was full of assembled steel structure houses. Luo Su collected all of them into the space, and then took a few people to the resettlement area of Guara Star. Luo Su followed the official people, running around every day, transporting supplies and personnel. After a month of hard work, he finally completed the official's task. But Luo Su fell ill because she was too tired. She lay in bed with a high fever, and heard the old system prompt in a daze. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Blue Star mission, and receive 100,000 game points, 10,000 luck points, and a battle pet contract book. She felt a touch in her heart and wanted to speak, but she felt weak all over, and soon couldn't hold on, and fell into a coma. Luo Su, wake up. Long Zimo stayed by Luo Su's bed day and night, taking care of her, accompanying her through the difficult 7 days and nights. During the coma, Luo Su had a confused consciousness, but it could not last for a few minutes, and she fell into a coma again. Mom, wake up! During the day, Dowdy used the blood recovery skill and the mental power recovery skill every half an hour to help her mother get better quickly. Finally, in the evening of the 7th day, Luo Su woke up. When she woke up, she saw Long Zimo standing by the bed with a haggard look on her face. Dowdy fell asleep in his arms, and he also fell asleep leaning against the bed. Zmo, she said softly. His body moved reflexively, and he woke up suddenly. Luo Su, you finally woke up. His voice was hoarse. He gently put the sleeping Do in the quilt. How do you feel? Are you hungry? Do you want some porridge? Long Zmo touched her forehead, and finally the fever subsided. Luo Su nodded. At this time, Grandma came in and saw that Luo Su woke up. She was so happy that she burst into tears. When she heard that Luo Su wanted to eat porridge, she hurried out and brought in a big bowl of hot lean meat porridge. Chapter 137. Welcome to the Apocalypse Survival Game. This round of the game is Escape from the Seabed. Players who successfully surface can leave the game. Escape from the Seabed? Just hearing the name, Luo Su felt bad. Xiaobai and Xiaohan can't swim. It seems that the battle pets can't be used in this level. She opened the battle pet management interface, recalled Xiaohan to the battle pet warehouse, and asked Dowdu to recall Xiaobai as well. Dowdu, we can only rely on ourselves in this level. You have to follow your mother closely, and don't run around. Do you understand? Luo Su told Dowdu. I know, Mom. Dowdu nodded in agreement. The first player to surface from the 1,000 players in this round will get the ultimate prize. Players who died in this round will also die in reality, so please try to pass the game. Enter the game in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Suddenly, Luo Su felt the light in front of her eyes dim, and in the blink of an eye, she had arrived in a strange place. And all the players' clothes became special diving suits, which were waterproof and warm, and had a transparent hood that could provide oxygen and did not block her vision. Luo Su looked around. This was a large enclosed transparent space, and the whole shape was a bit like a transparent square glass tank. All around the transparent glass tank, there were scenes of the underwater world. Outside the glass wall on the left, a group of colorful deep-sea fish swam happily around. Outside the glass wall on the right, there was another scene. Several turtles swam slowly by, and a group of big sharks swam over in a dark mass above, and under her feet was the bottomless dark seabed. She felt like she had entered a large oceanarium, but here, humans and marine life had swapped positions, and humans became the objects of visit in the glass cabin. At this time, the system prompt sound continued. In this round of the game, each player has 30 minutes of oxygen. Killing mutant marine creatures, and players can increase the oxygen value. As soon as this rule came out, the surrounding players were in a commotion, and everyone was in danger. Luo Su hurriedly put on self-defense skills. Elite armor. Spiritual ocean. Vigorous. Fiery eyes. Luo Su tightened Dowdu and vigilantly observed the players around him. Dowdu didn't know that he was in danger at this moment. The surrounding ocean scene deeply attracted him, and his bright eyes were full of novelty. Luo Su was worried, so she had to take out a traction rope, buckled one end to Dowdu's belt, and buckled the other end to her own belt, so that she would not be afraid of losing Dowdu. The protection cabin is about to open. After the player leaves the protection cabin, there is a 10-minute safety period, during which the player cannot attack the player. Luo Su was shocked. She must stay away from the player dense area as soon as possible within 10 minutes. It would be dangerous if the players fight. She made up her mind and quietly walked to the edge of the crowd. Beep beep. After a burst of alarms, the protection cabin disappeared, the surrounding light dimmed, and all the players were thrown into the dark 1,000-meter deep sea area. 1,000 meters? Half an hour is far from enough to swim to the surface, not to mention the marine creatures and players chasing after them. All the players are desperately swimming towards the surface. The higher you go, the more dangerous it is. When the oxygen of the players is getting less and less, they will attack their companions. Luo Su felt that this kind of mutual slaughter would happen. So she was not in a hurry to swim upstream, because she had a sharp eye and could see a faint light on the crack of the stone not far from her feet. Could it be a prop? Luo Su swam towards the light. She locked onto the light and activated the space function. Storage ding. Get oxygen prop plus 10 seconds. Chapter 138. Only 10 seconds too little. Luo Su was depressed. But since there was a prop, there must be more than one, so she decided to look for it nearby. Suddenly, a glowing sea eel quickly jumped out of the cracks in the rocks and swam towards Daodu with its mouth full of sharp teeth. Luo Su hurriedly activated the skill. Super Harvest Ding. Kill the mutant sea eel. Get oxygen value plus 50. It turns out that killing a sea eel can increase the oxygen value for 50 seconds. Luo Su locked the surrounding 50-meter range and activated the group attack skill. Ding. Kill a group of mutant marine creatures. Gain oxygen plus 250. Suddenly, there was a loud noise behind the crack. Oh no, it seems that a big guy has been disturbed. Luo Su swam decisively, but his speed in the water was too slow. He looked back and saw a large black mass approaching quickly. Luo Su pushed Daodu up hard, and the 5-meter-long rope somewhat pulled the distance. Super Harvest. Explosive Dragon Ball. Luo Su's mind moved, and two skills blasted forward and backward. The huge black mass was broken up, and the black ink-like juice stained a large area, but in the blink of an eye, a monster swam out from the black juice. There was a mark on its head that said Ocean Elite Mutated Squid. Elite? It's over. Big rocks can't be used to fight monsters in the sea, and the lethality is limited. Super Harvest. Luo Su used a skill, and the Squid Elite lost a quarter of its blood. Exploding Dragon Ball. Super Harvest. Storage. Luo Su used skills in turn, and finally succeeded in storing the Squid Elite into the space. Ding. Kill the Marine Elite Mutant Squid. Gain oxygen value plus 1,000 seconds. The oxygen value increased by 16 minutes. Luo Su was immediately happy. The oxygen value was added to Daodu. Now Daodu has 41 minutes, and she has 25 minutes. Luo Su locked the surrounding 100 meters, and activated the group attack skill. Super Harvest Ding. Kill the mutant marine creatures in a group. Gain oxygen value plus 360 seconds. Luo Su added 6 minutes to herself. Now her oxygen value has become 30 minutes, Daodu's 40 minutes. Suddenly, a large group of squid elites swam towards Luo Su from a distance. So many elites? Luo Su was shocked. Aren't elite monsters divided into different territories? Why are they so crowded together? When the squid elites swam to within 300 meters, Luo Su began to kill them in groups. Super Harvest. Super Harvest. Luo Su used 5 skills in a row, killing most of the squids, and a few particularly strong ones were left with residual blood. Super Harvest. Super Harvest. Luo Su finished the job and gained 166 minutes of oxygen. Luo Su added 100 minutes to Daodu, which became 137 minutes. She added 66 minutes herself, which became 93 minutes. Luo Su was overjoyed. She planned to go around and save more oxygen before going up. No one would compete with her for monsters here, and she didn't have to worry about sneak attacks from players. Because no one expected that when everyone was rushing up, she would go down. Luo Su firmly believed that sharpening the knife would not delay the chopping of wood. She had to save more oxygen before she could go up. The most important thing was that she had to wait for the players above to leave first, and for their melee to end. After everyone had consumed almost all of their energy, and the thread had become smaller, she could take Daodu up. Luo Su swam forward for a while, and released a group attack skill. She gained another 300 seconds of oxygen. Before she could distribute it, a large black shadow appeared in her sight. She looked closely. There were a few big words on the monster sign. Deep Sea Boss Squid Ancestor. Oh wow, did they bring out the ancestor of the squid? I really admire myself. Luo Su really suspected that all her luck points were not added to luck, but hatred points. She originally wanted to kill a few more elites and accumulate 200 minutes per person before going up, but she didn't expect to provoke the ancestors. Exploding Dragon Balls. Doudou was anxious and used skills first, but the monster was not yet in the attack range. Luosu pushed Doudou up with force, pulled a distance and prepared to fight quickly. At this moment, the bodies of two players slowly sank in front of her, with horrible deaths and blood staining the area red. Luosu looked up and saw many players' bodies above slowly sinking. It seems that a melee has started above, and the ancestors of the monster in front of her are coming to kill. Chapter 139. Seeing the ancestor of the squid enter the attack range, Luosu hurriedly launched an attack. Super Harvest. Exploding Dragon Balls. Super Harvest. Luosu launched skills without stopping, and Doudou also attacked the monster. I saw that the head of the ancestor of the squid was constantly floating green. Minus 4,000, minus 4,000, minus 2,000, minus 2,000. Luosu smashed out a piece of iron. Minus 1,000. Sure enough, smashing a boulder under the water does not have high damage without skills. She had no choice but to continue using her skills. The squid ancestor still had 4/5 of its health left, and it had already entered a distance of 200 meters. Luosu picked up an energy ball and threw it. The energy ball exploded on the squid ancestor's body, and a ball of green thick liquid wrapped around the squid ancestor's body. Super Harvest. Luosu fought and observed at the same time. After the squid ancestor was hit by the energy ball, its speed slowed down, and it kept spraying black ink, but it was useless. I saw that its tentacles began to turn green, and the surface of its body also began to slowly turn green. Super Harvest minus 5,000, minus 5,000. Explosive Dragon Ball minus 3,000, minus 3,000. Luosu found that after the squid ancestor was hit by the energy ball, its resistance became weaker, and the damage when the skills hit it was higher. She hurriedly launched a series of skill attacks, and the attack speed was unprecedentedly fast. The blood bar of the squid ancestor was rapidly decreasing. At this time, a black shadow flashed before his eyes, and quickly rushed towards the direction of the squid ancestor. Within 100 meters of the boss, the black shadow stopped and launched a wave of attacks. The boss was poisoned and continued to lose blood. Poisoned, minus 2,000, minus 2,000. Luosu and Doudou's skills never stopped. The shadow swam back. Luosu was alert, and pulled Doudou behind him to prevent the man from attacking. Unexpectedly, a group invitation popped up in front of her. The player's name turned out to be an old acquaintance, and she was immediately surprised. Jianghao? She agreed to join the group. Jianghao made an okay gesture. He took out a 3-arrow crossbow from the player's backpack and attacked the boss, causing a minus of 4,500 damage. Super Harvest. Super Harvest. Explosive Dragon Ball. The squid ancestor suddenly went crazy, swung his body, and accelerated his speed, rushing towards Luosu. His two tentacles could still stretch very long, trying to sweep Jianghao and Luosu away. Jianghao turned around secretly and avoided the tentacle attack. Seeing this, Luosu hurriedly activated the power of space, locked half of the tentacle, and harvested it. Ding! A section of the squid's tentacle was obtained. The squid was angry, as if someone had pulled out its beard, and was furious. The belly bulged hard, and a strong grinding juice was sprayed out, but due to the resistance of the water, it could not spray on Luosu. Super Harvest. Super Harvest. Luosu locked its eyes and tentacles again, and harvested bit by bit. The squid ancestor was poisoned and injured, and began to retreat. It turned its head, and sprayed a thick black ink. Luosu could not dodge and was sprayed. Her and Doudou's health bars quickly decreased. Oops, the squid's ink is poisonous. Luosu hurriedly activated the stealth skill. Swish. She, Doudou, and Jianghao all became invisible at the same time. She pulled Doudou out for a distance, and continued to kill monsters with skills. Super Harvest. Exploding Dragon Balls. Luosu threw out a bunch of energy balls again. This time, the squid ancestor completely turned green, struggled for a while, and slowly sank. Exploding Dragon Balls. Super Harvest. Ding! Kill the deep-sea boss squid ancestor, gain oxygen value plus 20,000 seconds, and gain 100,000 survival points. Chapter 140. The system prompt sounded. Congratulations to player Jianghao, who was the first to emerge from the water, and won the ultimate prize package. Luosu and Doudou also surfaced, and she received a system prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations on completing the game Underwater Escape and receiving a 1 million survival point reward. She and Dodo were teleported to the game transfer station. She spent 1 million survival points to upgrade her level to Diamond 1, and then found that there was an additional talent point addition interface in her personal information, which contained a row of player attribute values. Strength, 800, for every 100 talent points, plus 1, agility, 300, for every 100 talent points, plus 0.5, speed, 1000, for every 100 talent points, plus 0.5, critical hit rate, 0.2%, for every 10,000 talent points, plus 0.1, critical hit rate. This is the first time Luo Su has seen such an attribute. Looking carefully at the attribute description, critical hit rate, the probability of huge damage when attacking. The higher the critical hit rate, the more times huge damage will occur. She feels that when encountering a strong enemy, the critical hit rate will play a big role. So she decided to improve her critical hit rate first. She currently has 80,000 talent points, all of which she used to improve her critical hit rate, raising it to 1%. Luo Su took Dodo out of the game and returned to the novice village, but the mess around the villa made her shudder. What is this? What happened? The flower beds, lawns, vegetable fields and fruit trees in the backyard were all ruined. The wall of the yard also collapsed. Grandma. Luo Su's heart skipped a beat, and she shouted anxiously, running to the front door of the villa. Grandma, Grandma Long, Grandpa Zhao, are you in there? I'm back, open the door quickly. Luo Su looked up and shouted towards the upstairs. The gate of the villa on the right opened first. Grandma opened the door, and saw Luo Su and Dodo standing outside the door. She hurriedly shouted, come in quickly, there are beasts outside. Beasts? Luo Su was surprised. Where did the beasts come from? From the back mountain? Luo Su glanced at the bamboo forest in the back mountain, which was also ruined. A large group of them came from the back mountain. It's so scary. Grandma was still terrified when she recalled the scene when the wild beasts entered the village. Those wild beasts were so ferocious, they rushed around and knocked down the walls of the yard. Don't be afraid, Grandma, we are here. Come in quickly, we will stay in the house, and wait for Long Zimo and the others to come back from training. They have bows and arrows, I have seen them training, they are very powerful. Grandma said. Luo Su released Xiaobai and Xiaohan the panda. You two stay in the yard, shout loudly if there is any situation, and don't sneak into the back mountain, especially you Xiaobai. Woo woo. Xiaobai wagged his tail in grievance. Grandma saw Luo Su still playing with cats and dogs, and she really didn't know how to be afraid. She hurriedly ran out and pulled Luo Su and Dodo into the door, closed the door, locked it, and made sure everything was safe. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. Grandma, where are Du Yifan and Grandma Long? Luo Su was a little worried. She had called for so long just now, but there was no response from Du Yifan. Grandma said, Xiao Du went on a business trip, and he left a work document for me to pass on to you. Grandma took a file bag from the shoe cabinet and handed it to her. Luo Su opened it and found a note inside. Luo Su, I'm in the game. There will be wild beasts attacking the novice village at night. When you come back, bring more people to protect the village. Luo Su quietly put away the file bag. Grandma, I go next door to see Grandma Long and the others. Luo Su opened the door and was about to go out when suddenly a wild beast roared, deafening. Roar. Oh, it's coming again. Su Su, call Xiaobai back quickly. Close the door quickly. Grandma was panicked. Chapter 141. Grandma, stay in the room, don't come out. Luo Su said as she walked out the door and closed it. Su Su, don't go out. The beasts are very fierce. Grandma opened the door and shouted, anxious. It's okay for Su Su to show off. Even Daodu said, Grandma, I want to fight monsters with Mom. Grandma hurriedly hugged Daodu. Oh little ancestor, this is fatal, don't run around. Grandma hugged Daodu and squatted at the door, calling Su Su to come back. Luo Su left the yard and saw a large group of wild beasts had already stepped into the bamboo forest and were running towards the villa. Xiaobai and Xiaohan had already rushed up. Luo Su followed them. Boom! Xiaobai's skills blasted out. Lightning and ice storms exploded in the herd. Small beasts were directly killed, but large beasts such as wild elephants, bison and tigers continued to charge forward. Super Harvest. Luo Su blasted out a wave of skills and harvested a wave of wild beasts, but the beasts seemed endless and kept pouring out from the bamboo forest, with several elephants leading the charge. Luo Su threw a huge rock. Bang! Bang! The huge rocks hit 2 elephants one after another. The herd was dispersed. Except for the 2 elephants that fell to the ground, the others were still rushing towards the villa. Luo Su hit the last elephant with firepower, but unexpectedly, the 2 bison suddenly burst out with amazing brute force and suddenly rushed forward. Bang! A big hole was broken in the backyard wall. Super harvest. Luo Su took away the beasts that rushed into the yard. Bang! She smashed 2 boulders to block the hole in the wall, preventing the beasts from rushing in. The panda Xiaohan stood in front of the hole, activated the skill of Panda's Fury, and slapped the wild wolves away with one palm, having a lot of fun. Sister Long, look at that panda, is it helping us fight the beasts? Old Zhao and Grandma Long are now on the terrace on the 2nd floor, secretly watching the battle. I think so. This panda is always wandering around. Dowda fed it so many bamboo shoots, and finally it became tamed, and it knows how to be grateful. Grandma Long sighed. Her great-grandson has good vision. Sister Long, look at that big white dog. It seems like lightning will strike it when it first stands up. What's going on? Old Zhao observed carefully. It looks like that to me, too. It's really strange, and those big rocks are specially used to hit large beasts, fast and accurate. It's really amazing, which God is protecting us. Grandma Long looked up at the sky. There was nothing up there. At this time, on the terrace next to her, Grandma Luo Su came up to watch the fight with Dowdu in her arms. Dowdu was still yelling that he wanted to fight the monster. Oh, Grandpa, it's so dangerous. Why did you bring the child out? Grandma Long was anxious. How could she let the child see such a bloody scene? What if it left a psychological trauma? Grandma Long was about to persuade Grandma Luo Su to take Dowdu back to the room, but she saw Dowdu wave his hand and smash a bunch of glowing balls, which hit a tiger and exploded instantly. Bang, bang, bang. The tiger was blown up with blood flowing, and its hair was burnt. Ha ha ha, I blow you to death. Dowdu danced excitedly, and threw more balls of light. Ah, this. The 3 old people were stunned. Lao Zhao, did you see that? It was Dowdu who threw the bomb? Grandma Long asked in disbelief. Yes, it was Dowdu who threw it. Lao Zhao was sure. Oh, where did you get the bomb? Give it to Grandpa, that thing is dangerous. Grandma Luo Su hurriedly turned over Dowdu's hands, but there was nothing in her pockets. The little guy was still throwing. Until Luo Su shouted downstairs, Dowdu, stop blowing it up, there are no monsters. Dowdu stopped and asked proudly, Grandma, am I awesome? I can help my mother fight monsters. Chapter 142. Luo Su began to clean up the mess. She put all the dead beasts, and the messy broken branches, and weeds in the yard into the space. The yard was much cleaner in the blink of an eye. The panda Xiaohan came towards her, and sat down at her feet. You did a great job, Xiaohan. Luo Su stroked Xiaohan's fluffy head, and took out a bunch of tender bamboo from the space to reward it. There were no bamboo shoots, and tender bamboo was the best food for Xiaohan. Xiaobai also came to take credit, rubbing his head against Luo Su's trouser legs, woo-woo, yelling, You're great too, Xiaobai. Luo Su squatted down, took out Xiaobai's plate from the space, and placed a few pieces of tiger meat on it. Xiaobai barked twice, wagged his tail, and buried his head in his meal. The 3 old people were still staring at it, guessing about what had just happened. Luo Su's grandmother could probably guess some clues. After all, she had seen Luo Su's high-tech superpowers with her own eyes, such as invisibility and instant transfer. But she never expected that Su Su could fight monsters. Grandma had many questions in her mind. She still didn't understand what Songlong Company did. Why did those young people train like the army every day? Luo Su often said that she went out for training, and now she can kill wild animals. Did she join the special forces? Grandma took Dowda downstairs, and decided to ask Luo Su in person what was going on. Grandma Long knew nothing about superpowers. Long Zimo didn't dare to tell her the truth all these years. She only knew that Long Zimo took over the Long family's business, and he also had a bodyguard company. Old Zhao, do you think those rocks were thrown by Luo Su? After witnessing her cleaning up the mess, Grandma Long thought of a possibility. I'm not sure. All the corpses in the yard just now disappeared at once, and then Luo Su even took out the hairy tiger meat to feed the big white dog. Old Zhao told what he saw. Could it be that all this was done by Luo Su? Who is she? Is she a human or what? Grandma Long thinks she is quite open-minded and believes in science, but there are too many strange things recently. When they first came to the novice village, it was just a blink of an eye. Later, Long Zimo said it was the latest technology that could be teleported. She believed it. But now she began to doubt it again. Luo Su was still cleaning up the yard. She couldn't figure out why wild beasts attacked the novice village. Could it be that Xiaobai had been hunting in the mountains recently, causing public anger, and the wild beasts gathered together to seek revenge? Luo Su looked at the collapsed wall, and decided to go out of the base to find someone to help repair the wall. Su, Grandma has something to ask you, you have to tell the truth. Grandma hurried to the yard to find the answer. Luo Su knew what Grandma wanted to ask, and she believed that the two people upstairs also had many questions, but she didn't have time to explain now. The most urgent task at the moment was to strengthen the defense system of the novice village as soon as possible. In case of another attack by wild beasts, it would be very passive. Grandma, I have something urgent to go out for a while. You go back to your room and close the doors and windows first. Luo Su said, and was about to leave, and added a few more words. I will leave Xiaobai and Panda Xiaohan at home to protect you. You stay in the room and don't come out, and you be fine. Luo Su sent her grandmother and Dodo back to the room, and hurried to the Gualastar base to find help. Unexpectedly, she had just arrived at the Gualastar base, and had not yet stood firmly, and she almost died on the spot. She saw a big foot stomping heavily on the place where she had just appeared. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and dodged in time to avoid the crisis. She looked up and saw a huge monster attacking the base, and there were also a lot of monsters attacking the people in the base. Why is there a group of monsters attacking here? Luo Su didn't have time to think about it, and quickly locked the surrounding 300 meters range and activated the skill. Super Harvest. Super Harvest. She frequently used skills, running back and forth to kill monsters in groups. Soon, all the small and medium-sized monsters in the base were wiped out, leaving only the huge monster. This eliminated a great threat to the people in the Sanlong base, and they were greatly encouraged and their confidence increased immediately. It's the fourth in command. Boss Luo Su is back. Great, we're saved this time. Sister. Mu Yili also found Luo Su and ran towards her. Where's the boss? Luo Su asked Mu Yili. Both the boss and Su Jin have entered the game, Mu Yili said. Luo Su understood. No wonder the scene was so chaotic. It turned out that no one was in control of the overall situation. She had to stay to support the base, but she was worried about the novice village. You guys, please follow me. Luo Su waved and took Mu Yili, Yang Cheng, and the three members of the Hidden Dragon headquarters with them back to the novice village. You five stay in the novice village to protect Grandma and Grandma Long Xiaobai, and the panda will assist you. I will go to support the base, Luo Su said, and then disappeared. The three people came to the novice village for the first time, and didn't know what was going on. Fortunately, Mu Yili and Yang Cheng were familiar with each other, and took them to guard the villa yard with Xiaobai. There was also a panda eating bamboo next to them. Chapter 143. Luo Su returned to the Gualastar base, and immediately formed a team to fight the boss, pulling Wu Di and Li Chagang into the team. I will lead the monster to the open space outside. You help pull the fighters with high long-range attack output into the team, and the others will retreat to a safe area. The two coaches acted separately, one to pull people into the team, and the other to arrange to disperse the crowd. Luo Su first activated a round of self-defense skills. Elite Armor. Spirit Ocean. Energetic. Fire Eyes. Luo Su smashed out boulders one after another, and the beast boss's head was smashed with several large lumps, successfully attracting full hatred. Roar. The beast boss roared and punched through a roof. Super Harvest. After Luo Su recovered several boulders on the ground, he threw a skill and ran, fighting while running, pulling the beast boss to fly a kite, slowly leading it to a large open space outside the base. Seeing that he was about to be caught up, Luo Su activated the skill of the prop shoes to become invisible, then accelerated to dodge and ran a distance. Bang! 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 Luo Su smashed out a heavy metal block. This was a solid metal block that she had fused with scrap car iron before leaving Blue Star. The heaviest weighed 3 tons. The beast boss was hit so hard that his head was bleeding, and he began to rage and hold back his ultimate move. Cute Baby Bubble. Luo Su decisively used the invisibility skill. Swish. All the teammates in the team were invisible at the same time, and they were all shocked. Invisibility will only last for a few minutes. Everyone speed up your attack. Luo Su shouted. Skills rained down at once, drowning the beast boss. Soon, half of its health was taken away. The beast boss was furious, and it raised its fists and smashed them hard on the ground. The ground within 100 meters around it was cracked inch by inch, and a cloud of smoke and dust rolled up. Such a powerful move, but Luo Su and his teammates were safe and sound, because the stealth skill was immune to damage. Attack skills were still flying all over the sky. Super Harvest. Bang! 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 Luo Su smashed the tons of iron. The boss's health bar was empty all of a sudden, but it didn't die, but was petrified. Huh? Why did the boss become a statue? Is it dead or not? It must be dead. I continued to hit it, and it didn't lose blood. The health bar was empty. I don't lose blood when I hit it, it should be dead. The teammates were confused. Only Luo Su could see that the boss had 1 drop of blood left. But it was petrified. This should not be the player's skill, but its own skill. The terrible thing is that the boss in the petrified state is not only invincible, but also automatically recovers blood. Seeing the boss's blood bar recovering quickly, Luo Su was anxious. Bang! 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 Luo Su smashed out a 3-ton giant iron, immune to physical damage. Super Harvest damage immune, explosive dragon ball damage immune. Luo Su tried various attacks, but couldn't hurt it at all. He watched it recover half of its health. Luo Su was very depressed and threw an energy ball. Bang! It exploded in front of its chest. A thick green haze enveloped the petrified boss. After more than 10 seconds, the petrified surface was gradually corroded. Roar! The boss's blood recovery state was interrupted, and he was furious. Luo Su saw that its blood bar had recovered 2/3, and the petrified state disappeared. He decisively launched an attack, and smashed the giant iron all at once. Bang! 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 Super Harvest. The boss's head was green, -9,000, -9,000, -8,000, -8,000, -1,000, -2,000, -2, 300. Teammate after teammate used skills, and started to attack. Roar! The boss was furious, raised a big foot, stomped hard, and stepped out a big hole on the ground. At this moment, the stealth time of everyone was over, and the aftermath of the big move injured a group of people, and blood immediately flowed all over the ground. Bang! 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 Luo Su recovered the giant iron and smashed it at the boss without stopping. Its health bar quickly slid down. Furious, he raised his fists and hit people around him left and right. Ah! The teammates wailed. Super Harvest. Super Harvest. Using skills to attack at the fastest speed, Luo Su's skills stacked damage continuously. -8,000, -8,000, critical hit -50,000. Ah, critical hit. Luo Su was shocked. It turned out that critical hits were so scary. It dealt 6 times the damage, and killed the boss directly. Ding! Kill the monster leader, get 2 million survival points, and get the skill book of Furious Attack, only for combat pets. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden task. Monster Attack, get 100,000 talent points and 1,000 luck points. At this time, the teammates were surprised. Haha, I got 300,000 survival points as a reward for defending the city. I have it too. I have it too. 300,000 survival points. Finally I can upgrade, haha. Thanks to Luo Su, you took us to earn survival points. Thank you, Luo Su. Thank you, Luo Su. Luo Su was pleased. It turned out that everyone had rewards, which would be good for the overall strength of Sunlong. Everyone should work together to send the injured teammates back for treatment, and then restore the base as soon as possible. Everything should be arranged by the 2 leaders Wu Di and Li Cha gang. If there is a chance in the future, I will take you out to earn survival points more often. Everyone should perform well. Luo Su arranged the work and mentioned some welfare encouragement to everyone. Everyone was excited. Chapter 144. Luo Su took a batch of building materials from the base warehouse, and prepared to take them back to the novice village to repair the wall. She met an old acquaintance in the warehouse. Su Mo. Luo Su was surprised. Isn't this the doctor from the Beijing hospital? Hello, Luo Su, long time no see. Su Mo was particularly enthusiastic when he saw Luo Su. He was his lifesaver. Last time he was captured by aliens, it was Luo Su who rescued him. I just happened to have something to ask you. Luo Su suddenly remembered the village doctor. Last time, she was in a coma for 7 days and 7 nights, and she survived all by herself. There are also Grandma Long, and Lao Jiao in the novice village. If one of them has a headache or fever, it will be inconvenient to see a doctor, so she wants to take Su Mo back to the novice village. We need a resident doctor in our village. I wonder if you are willing to move there? Luo Su asked. I can go anywhere I am needed, Suemo said. During the Blue Star Crisis, he was not a member of the Hidden Dragon. Long Zemo notified him in advance and asked him to bring his family to migrate with the Hidden Dragon members. Now his family lives in the Qualistar base. He was very grateful. If Long Zemo and Luo Su needed him, he would go through fire and water for them. Then you prepare yourself? We will set off immediately, Luo Su said. Suemo did not expect it to be so urgent. Then I will go back and tell my family. Who else do you have at home? After entering the novice village, you cannot leave at will. Luo Su wanted him to move with his family. And my wife and daughter, Suemo replied. Take your family and move with you, Luo Su said. Okay. Sumo seemed very happy, put down the work at hand, and went back to find the family members. Luo Su went with him to the family area of the Songlong base, which was located relatively far back, and the houses were not damaged. Luo Su said, Suemo, go back and clean up first, I will come to pick you up later. Okay. Suemo hurried upstairs. Luo Su came to another building in the family area, and there were several middle-aged women doing manual work at the door. Cousin niece, why are you here? Hitsuehwa was a little surprised to see Luo Su. I come to pick you up, Luo Su said, and went upstairs with her to find Wang Dajiang. They arrived at their new residence on the 3rd floor. It was a narrow room with 2 bunk beds, where their family of 4 lived. Luo Su explained the purpose of their visit. Wang Dajiang was immediately excited. Cousin, we are willing to go with you, anywhere. He had seen Luo Su's ability to fight aliens with his own eyes. In such a chaotic world, it would be safer to follow Luo Su, not to mention that they were relatives. Hitsuehwa also nodded repeatedly. In the base meeting room, Luo Su told Wu Di that he wanted to take a few people back to the novice village. No problem, just take them away and register the list for me later, Wu Di said. I have already selected a few people, and I have written the list on paper. Luo Su handed him a list and said. Wu Di looked at the list and said, I know Suemo, a surgeon with superb medical skills. Do we have enough doctors at the base? Luo Su asked. She remembered that when she assisted the government in transporting supplies, she applied to the government for a group of doctors, nurses, and agricultural elites to the Songlong base. Wu Di, it's enough, don't worry. Then we will go back first. Thank you for your troubles at the base. Luo Su stood up and said. Wu Di, okay. Luo Su took Suemo and his group back to the novice village, and saw Mu Yeli and the others still guarding the yard. Shaoli, is everything okay here? Luo Su glanced around the yard, and saw no new signs of fighting. Sister, it's okay here, don't worry. Mu Yeli responded, and the others stood up when they saw Luo Su coming back. Luo Su took out the wall repair materials, and asked them to repair the wall of the yard first. Cousin, I can also repair the wall, I can help. Wang Dajiang took the initiative to take the job. Okay. Luo Su said, and took out his small truck from the space. Wang Dajiang did it as soon as he said it, carrying the tools and started working. Mu Yeli and the others also started to repair the wall. And, come in quickly, my grandma is inside. Luo Su brought Wang Dajiang's mother into the house. Hitsuehwa unloaded the luggage from the pickup truck. Grandma, Aunt is here. Luo Su shouted upstairs. Grandma heard the voice, and came down from the 2nd floor with Daodu. Oh, 3rd sister, you are here, it's great, haha. Grandma was so excited to see her cousin that she pulled her to sit on the sofa in the living room on the 1st floor. Hitsuehwa followed in with her son, carrying the luggage. Her eyes suddenly widened. The niece's house was a big villa. My God, she had never seen such a luxurious place since she came from Blue Star to Qualistar. Luo Su took Hitsuehwa to the room on the 1st floor next door to put the luggage. Aunt, you can stay in these 3 guest rooms for the time being, and move in when your house is ready. Okay, thank you, niece. Hitsuehwa thanked happily. The environment in this village is much better than the Qualistar base, with mountains and water and fresh air. She would be happy to live in a thatched house. Grandma Long heard the noise and asked Aunt Jiang to come out to see. Seeing Grandma Luo Su happily chatting with her sisters in the living room on the 1st floor, she came out to greet them. Grandma Su, are there guests at home? Yes, Sister Long, my cousin is here, hee. Grandma Luo Su said happily. Great, it's so rare for old sisters to chat together. Grandma Long came over, greeted them, and went to the kitchen to tell Lao Zhao to cook more dishes. There were guests tonight, and she looked like a hostess. After Luo Su arranged everything, she went back to her room to rest. She was exhausted. She was dirty from fighting the boss at the base before, so she took a shower, laid down to rest, and fell into a deep sleep. She woke up drowsily until she felt itchy on her face. She opened her eyes and saw Long Zimo's face close to her. His warm breath made her cheeks blush. "Huh? You came out of the game?" Luo Su was shocked. Before she could ask, her warm lips covered hers. The last ray of sunlight outside the window, as if shy, hid in the thick clouds on the horizon, dyeing a beautiful glow red. "Mom, come downstairs for dinner." Daodu suddenly called from outside the door. Luo Su suddenly regained consciousness and hurriedly pushed Long Zimo away. She tidied up her messy hair, opened the door, and slipped out, closing it again. "Mom is eating." Daodu was waiting for her at the door. "Okay, you go down first. Mom will put some food for Xiaobai and come down," Luo Su said, and walked to the terrace outside the second floor. On the terrace, there was a cool breeze. She covered her hot face and stood outside for a while to get some wind, and her mind gradually became clear. Chapter 145. After dinner, Luo Su took a walk in the yard and checked the newly repaired wall. Long Zimo followed her. "Luo Su, why do you think the beasts suddenly attacked the village?" Luo Su's eyes flickered slightly, and said, "Originally, I thought it was Xiaobai who went up the mountain to hunt, and provoked some beasts to come into the village for revenge. But the number of beasts is increasing, and something is wrong." Long Zimo, there is news that all major cities on Guara Star were also attacked by monsters at the same time. Such a large-scale attack, where did the monsters come from? And there are survival points for killing monsters. Does that mean the game dungeon has also come to Guala Star? Luo Su was thoughtful. He said, "If Blue Star and Guala Star are both dungeon maps of the Apocalypse survival game, will other planets become the next undeveloped map?" Long Zimo reasoned according to Luo Su's thoughts, and came to the same conclusion as her. 9 stars are in danger. If 9 stars fall, where will we go? Luo Su frowned. The Apocalypse survival game system is swallowing up the real world bit by bit, and quietly changing the rules of the world. Before the fall of Blue Star coins became invalid. Now we use the universal interstellar coins of the 9 stars. If all the 9 stars fall in the end, then the interstellar coins will be useless. So, hoarding supplies is the hard truth. We have to turn most of the money into supplies, and hoard them. Long Zimo said worriedly, "If the haze covers the entire 9 stars, all the supplies will be corroded. Isn't it safer to store the supplies in the novice village?" Luo Su shook his head and said, "I vaguely feel that the novice village is not safe either. This is very likely to be a place on Guara Star, not my exclusive space." At this point, Luo Su suddenly remembered something strange, and looked up and asked Long Zimo, "How did you get into the novice village today? You entered the game from Guara Star, so when you exited the game, you should be at the Guara Star base." "That's right," Long Zimo replied. "Then how did you get in from Guara Star this afternoon?" Long Zimo smiled and said with a smile, "Of course our baby son brought me in." Luo Su was surprised. "Ah, you're lying. Daodu is still young and has never known that special spaces can be entered and exited." "I'm not talking nonsense. Come, let me show you something." Long Zimo pulled Luo Su up to the 3rd floor. Luo Su was puzzled. Could it be that he still had the ability to remotely summon Daodu? Long Zimo took out a document from the drawer of the bedside table. Luo Su took the document. The cover was blank, but when she opened it, she was stunned. Paternity test report? He actually did a paternity test with Daodu without her knowledge. Luo Su glanced at the final result. The DNA similarity between Daodu and Long Zimo was 99.99%. Long Zimo was Daodu's biological father. He is Daodu's biological father. Maybe she should be happy. But why is she sad in her heart? Looking at the identification date, and thinking about Long Zimo's abnormal behavior during this period, did he know that Daodu was his biological child first, so he approached her? Why did he suddenly show me this? Luo Su's eyes were bright. Long Zimo thought she would be happy, but why did she cry? He hurriedly comforted her. "You have suffered these years, and I will take on the responsibility of a father in the future and let you and Daodu live happily." Luo Su was sad. "So, everything you have done recently is just for the responsibility of being a father?" "That's not necessary. It was my own decision to give birth to Daodu. It has nothing to do with you. You don't have to go against your will for the sake of responsibility. If you don't really like me, please don't mess with me." Long Zimo was speechless. Looking at Luo Su throwing down the appraisal, she was so sad that she wanted to run away. I was a little angry. Couldn't she feel his feelings? He pulled her into his arms. "How can it be unrelated? Everything about you is related to me, silly woman. Chapter 146. Luo Su and Long Zimo hurried downstairs, and there were already several people standing in the yard. Obviously, Mu Yeli and the others also heard the noise. Grandma Long was also shocked. Zimo, what's going on? Is this an earthquake? Was that noise just now thunder? Grandma, you guys go back to the house first and close the door. We go out and see what's going on, Long Zimo said. Xiaoli, you guys stay in the yard. We go out and see what's going on. Luo Su told them to stay at home. The two of them left the yard, rode their electric scooters, and drove to the riverbank, where the view was wide and they could see farther. But they went around and didn't find anything unusual. Isn't it in the novice village? Let's go out to the base and take a look. Long Zimo thought of a possibility. Luo Su put away the electric scooter and took Long Zimo back to the Guala Star base. The base was full of noise. Oh my god, what on earth is that? Something fell from the sky and hit the mountain. That's Mount Kuala, the highest mountain on the entire Kuala planet. Did you see that string of numbers? 29 days 23 hours 48 minutes and 44 seconds, it seems to be a countdown. 30 days countdown. What does that mean? Long Zimo and Luo Su looked in the direction pointed by everyone. They found that the highest mountain to the west of the base had collapsed in half, with a huge T-shaped billboard inserted on it. The pillars of the billboard were deeply embedded in the collapsed half of the mountain, with a large black-framed advertising light screen on top. There was only a string of large red numbers on the screen, which was particularly conspicuous. 29 days 23 hours 36 minutes and 48 seconds. 30-day countdown? What does it mean? Luo Su was confused and turned to ask Long Zimo, do you know what that means? Long Zimo shook his head. The people around him were still talking. 30-day countdown? Is this the end of the world? Are the aliens issuing a declaration of war? Call you in a month? Aliens are not stupid, they will just call you, and they will notify you in advance? What do you think it means? I think so. The haze will come in 30 days. Impossible. Why didn't we see any notice when the haze came to our blue star? I think so. Guara Star will be destroyed in 30 days. No, we have exhausted all our resources to move to Guara Star. It hasn't even been a month yet. We have to move again? It's over. I don't think we can survive now. Luo Su, let's go. We have a meeting at the headquarters. Long Zimo pulled Luo Su and was about to leave. Wait. Luo Su had just opened her fiery eyes and seemed to see some vague information flashing below. Have you found anything new? Long Zimo asked. Wait, let me try again. Luo Su concentrated, but still couldn't see the vague information clearly. Could it be that the level of her fiery eyes was not high enough? She opened the skill talent interface and spent 1 million survival points to upgrade her fiery eyes to level 4. Fiery eyes. She reactivated her fiery eyes and looked at the billboard on the top of the mountain. This time I finally saw it clearly. I saw a row of text below the countdown. Start the survival of the fittest. Mission, time limit 30 days. In order to save interstellar resources, all humans below the silver level of 9 stars will be directly wiped out in 30 days. Luo Su was horrified. All humans of 9 stars? All those who have not reached the silver level will die. It's so scary. What about those who have never entered the game? What about Grandma? Does Grandma only have 1 month left? When Luo Su thought of this, she suddenly felt black in front of her eyes, and her legs were so weak that she could not stand steadily. Long Zimo noticed her abnormality and hurriedly supported her. Luo Su, what's wrong? It's terrible. Luo Su murmured softly. This terrible information, like a giant bomb, exploded in her mind, making her whole head buzz. Let's go back to the conference room first. Long Zimo picked her up in a princess hug and walked towards the base conference room. Chapter 147. Long Zimo had just taken a few steps when Luo Su hurriedly told him to put her down. Luo Su, I walk by myself. Luo Su felt that she should pay attention to her image in the base. After all, Long Zimo was the boss of Songlong. Long Zimo put her down, but still worried, are you too tired? It's okay, I feel better after taking a break, let's go. Luo Su cheered up and walked shoulder to shoulder with Long Zimo to the meeting room. 10 minutes later, the base meeting room. In addition to the 4 senior executives of Songlong, there are also the 12 branch heads of the original Songlong branch. We have new discoveries about the countdown. As Long Zimo said this, Difa next to him had already projected the hidden information on the billboard onto the conference screen. Start the survival of the fittest mission, with a time limit of 30 days. In order to save interstellar resources, all 9 stars humans below the silver level will be directly wiped out in 30 days. As soon as these 2 pieces of information were released, the whole audience exploded. Below silver? Su-jin jumped up. Before the migration, she and the 2 instructors had just passed the silver level. Du-Yifan said hurriedly, "There are too few people above silver. Currently, we have only 6 Kanglongs, and the entire Blue Star probably has no more than 30 people. The main reason is that the player losses are too serious. When the star hunting ground was open last time, many gold players were killed by the curse," Woody said. "Indeed, there are only a few left from the first batch of players on Blue Star. They are all 5A elites, and are now the heads of the 4 major institutions on Blue Star," Li Chao-gang said. Long Zimo knocked on the table, and everyone quieted down. "First of all, this hidden information must not be spread, otherwise there will be an uncontrollable chaos. Everyone must strictly implement this," Long Zimo said very seriously. Everyone present agreed. Long Zimo began to arrange work. "Su-jin, you pay close attention to the relevant information of the 9 stars, see if there are any billboards on other planets, and pay attention to other useful information." "Okay." Su-jin agreed. Long Zimo, Wu Di, you are responsible for giving me a detailed list of the ranks of all members of our Tsunglung organization. Wu Di, okay. Li Chao-gang, you are responsible for managing and stabilizing the emotions of all personnel in the organization and guiding public opinion. There must not be a panic and chaos." Long Zimo said to Li Chao-gang. "Yes." Li Chao-gang's voice was loud. Finally, Long Zimo said to the 12 branch leaders, "You cooperate with Li Chao-gang's work and pay close attention to the members of your branch. There must not be panic incidents caused by various rumors. Just do your own work well. As for the rank, Luo Su, Du-Yifan and I will find a way to solve it. Don't worry." Finally, Long Zimo made a promise that he himself didn't know. There was no other way. He had to stabilize the morale of the troops first. At this time, Su-jin suddenly said, "Boss, the latest news. The Points Mall is online." Ah! Everyone was in an uproar. Luo Su hurriedly checked the information interface, and sure enough, there was a Points Mall with a shelf icon. Luo Su opened the Points Mall. Only 3 products were available. The first one was the Survival Point Storage Card. 1 point could be exchanged for 2,000 survival points. Luo Su couldn't help but complain, it was really unfair. When exchanging points from the game transfer station before, 10,000 survival points could only be exchanged for 1 point, but now when exchanging points for survival points, only 2,000 were given. That's 5 times the difference. It was too unfair. However, after reading the instructions, this survival point card can be given to others after purchase, which is not bad. The second product was the Immortality Card. No matter how seriously injured you are in the game, as long as you don't die, you can recover as before after exiting the game. Death-free card, the price is 500 points, which is equivalent to 5 million survival points. For ordinary players, it is also an astronomical figure. The third product is Survival Privilege Card, the price is 10,000 points. It is only available to special people over 60 years old and under 16 years old. It can be exempted from participating in the game, and will not be eliminated by any game tasks. Luo Su felt that these 3 products were very useful for the current situation, but the price was not beautiful. But it was truly a sky-high price product. After reading the Points Mall, Long Zimo's brows were relieved. He began to connect with the person in charge of the Blue Star Base headquarters and Jiang Hao of the Crouching Tiger organization, and sent this hidden information to them, so that they could prepare as soon as possible. After all, they are all compatriots of the motherland, and of course they hope that more people can survive. Chapter 148. After the meeting, Du-Yifan, Long Zimo and Luo Su stayed in the meeting room to continue the discussion. Long Zimo, for members who have played the game, we will try to upgrade them to the silver rank. But there are many family members who have never played the game, and it is difficult to protect them. The Survival Privilege Card can save the old and young groups, but the price is 10,000 points, which is very expensive and most people can't afford it. This time the game is coming, it is a disaster for Jiuxing. Luo Su looked at his points, only 8,760 points, not enough to buy a privilege card for his grandmother. No, I have to find a way to earn points. What are the ways to earn points? Luo Su didn't know much. Du-Yifan will tell you. I take a call. Long Zimo pointed at the vibrating phone. Yeah. Luo Su nodded, and heard Du-Yifan tell her a few methods. 1. Use survival points to exchange points, 10,000 points for 1 point. 2. Complete game tasks and get points randomly. 3. Kill monsters and get points randomly. 4. Complete privileged tasks and get bonus points. After listening to these methods, Luo Zhu felt that the mission rewards and points earned by killing monsters were too random, and it was difficult to earn a large number of points in a short period of time. Only the survival point exchange is the fastest way, which is more feasible. Luo Zhu concluded. Diyifa nodded yes, but how to earn so many survival points? Entering the game is a probabilistic event, and the time is irregular. Some people don't enter the game once for 10 days or half a month. Then we can brush survival points in reality. Luo Zhu thought for a while, and said, last time we killed monsters in a foreign area to get survival points. Let's go back to Blue Star and try it. Seeing Long Zimo hang up the phone, Luo Zhu said, Zimo, I want to go back to Blue Star to see where I can earn survival points by killing monsters. That's what I'm thinking. Let's form a group to go back to Blue Star to kill monsters, and bring the members, who are close to the silver level to the full level first, so that they can advance to silver first. Long Zimo said. After Long Zimo finished speaking, he called Wu Di to notify all members above bronze level 8 in the organization to gather at the playground immediately. Before leaving for Blue Star, Luo Zhu and Long Zimo went back to the novice village first. Luo Zhu, this is for Grandma. Long Zimo handed a card to Luo Zhu. Survival privilege card? Luo Zhu was surprised and shook his head and said, no, this is too expensive, you give it to Grandma Long. I'm still a little short. I should be able to get 10,000 points within 30 days. Long Zimo took out another card from his pocket and said, I have Grandma's card too, don't worry. But this is really too expensive. 10,000 points is equivalent to 100 million survival points. Luo Zhu said again, Long Zimo, this is what you deserve. During this period, your efforts far exceed the value of this card. Also, when I killed the demon wolf princess, I was cursed. If you hadn't saved me, I wouldn't have been able to complete the bounty mission. The mission rewarded 100 million survival points, which was exactly exchanged for 10,000 points. So this card is what you deserve. After listening to his words, Luo Zhu felt relieved. Okay, I take it first, and I feel more at ease if I give it to Grandma earlier. After that, she went upstairs to find her grandmother. Seeing that her grandmother had bound the survival privilege card, she breathed a sigh of relief, and then told her grandmother to rest well at home, and she would take Daodu and Xiaobai out for a while. Grandma was cheerful, and asked them to go early, and come back early. Since the aunt moved into the novice village, the whole grandmother has become cheerful. But a month later the aunt, Luo Zhu went downstairs silently eager to earn more points. She went to the backyard to find Daodu and Xiaobai, and found that Mu Yeli, Yang Cheng and others were there. She activated the fiery eyes and golden pupil skill, and looked at Mu Yeli and the others, all of whom were around bronze 5. Shaoli, you guys come with me to level up. I find someone else to guard the village. Luo Zhu took out a few sets of protective clothing for them. The 5 of them joined Luo Zhu's group and followed Luo Zhu to put on protective clothing. Mu Yeli asked curiously, Sister, where are we going to level up? You know in a moment. Luo Zhu waited for Long Zimo to come out, and returned to the Gualastar base together. The playground was full of people wearing protective clothing. Wu Di handed a list to Long Zimo. Yes, there are 1,500 people above bronze 8, but more than half of them are sent out to work. There are more than 600 people in the base, but only 500 sets of protective clothing, so only 500 people were called here. Wu Di explained. In order to survive, the base sends people out every day to find resources and collect information. Okay, let's take 500 people over first and try it out. You let the next group of people be on standby at any time, and try to arrange work in the base. Don't send them out first. Long Zimo said. Okay. Wu Di nodded. After the group was formed, Luo Zhu found that Du Yifan was not in the group. Zimo, Du Yifan is not going? Luo Zhu asked. I asked him to follow up on the matter of stockpiling supplies. Long Zimo said. Okay. Luo Zhu nodded, and took more than 500 people back to the Songlong headquarters in Blue Star. Coming out of the second floor of the villa, everyone was stunned. All the surfaces of the buildings were covered with thick moss. The original prosperous city and high-rise buildings have now become a primeval forest. Towering trees grew out of the dilapidated buildings, and vines of all kinds were like spider webs, winding between the tall buildings and the trees. In the distance, the cries of various wild animals came. Everyone was horrified. Oh my God! How long have we been away? This place has turned into a primeval forest. It's so scary. Chapter 149. As Luo Su calmed down, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Welcome to Blue Star Dungeon. Please select the difficulty of the dungeon. A selection screen popped up in front of Luo Su. Easy mode / difficult mode / hell mode. Warm tip: each person can only enter this dungeon twice a day, and death will be teleported out. ZMO, did you receive the system prompt? Select the difficulty of the dungeon? Luo Su asked. Yes, but we can only see the content and cannot make a choice. Only the team leader can choose the mode. Long Zimo answered. Luo Su, then let's choose the difficult mode. After all, it's the first time. Let's test the waters first. Okay. Long Zimo said. Luo Su chose difficult mode. Shwa. In a flash, the scenery in front of them changed from green to blue. A line of words appeared in the upper right corner of the line of sight. Blue Star Dungeon / difficult mode. At this time, an emotional system voice sounded in Luo Su's mind, which was different from the cold system prompt voice just now. Since you are a Blue Star messenger, you can enter the dungeon as many times as you want. Open the messenger mission for you. Luo Su was surprised and hurriedly checked the messenger mission. Kill 1,000 monsters, reward 1,000 points. Kill 3,000 monsters, reward 5,000 points. Kill 5,000 monsters, reward 20,000 points. Kill 8,000 monsters, reward 50,000 points. Kill 10,000 monsters, reward 100,000 points. Kill 20,000 monsters, reward 200,000 points. Kill 50,000 monsters, reward 800,000 points. Kill 100,000 monsters, reward 200,000 points. Kill 100,000 monsters, reward 2 million points. Kill 1 million monsters, reward 200 million points. Seeing the latter, Luo Su was speechless. Kill 1 million monsters? 30 days of sleepless nights. You can't do it even if you die of exhaustion, right? She released Xiaobai and Xiaohan the panda. They are fantasy beasts, and they are not uncomfortable with the smog weather. Daodu was still put back in the novice village. It was hard mode dungeon, and Luo Su didn't dare to take him to take risks. When she checked the task just now, her teammates had added all the buff states, and she got a lot of states that increased attack, defense, and acceleration. She also added a few states for everyone: spiritual ocean, vigorous energy, elite armor, and fiery eyes. Xiaobai and Xiaohan the panda started to fight monsters as soon as they came in. Luo Su saw a series of information prompts. Gain 20 survival points. Gain 0.2 points. Gain 50 survival points. Gain 0.5 points. Gain 30 survival points. Gain 0.3 points. Luo Su was surprised. How could there be decimal points? She locked the target within 300 meters, mutated moss. Super Harvest Ding, Group Kill Mutant Moss, gain 395 survival points, 3.95 points. Luo Su asked Long Zimo, Zimo, how many survival points and points did you gain when I killed a monster just now? Long Zimo, 395 survival points, no points. Long Zimo suddenly thought of something, raised his hand, and slapped out a skill, boom. Sound. After smashing a piece of mutant vines, Luo Su saw that he had 316 survival points, no points. Long Zimo said, I got points by killing monsters myself, 316 survival points, 3.16 points. Luo Su suddenly realized, I know, when forming a group, the survival points of killing monsters are shared by the whole group, but the points are only obtained by the monsters killed by oneself. Luo Su suddenly had an idea and discussed it with Long Zimo privately. Zimo, I think we should tell the hidden information on the billboard to everyone in the group, so that they will have a sense of crisis and responsibility. You can get survival points by chance, but you can't get points by chance. If you want to save your family, you have to work hard to kill monsters. 10,000 points can be exchanged for a survival privilege card. This is a good idea, which can arouse everyone's enthusiasm. Long Zimo agreed. He turned around and released a group protection shield to cover the whole group. Then he spoke loudly to the whole team. All teammates, I am announcing something very important now. Everyone must be very curious. Why did I personally bring everyone here today to level up? Everyone was talking. Yes, I also find it strange. And Instructor Wudi said that only those above Bronze 8th level can come. Why? Is it related to the 30-day countdown? It's possible. There may be a Star Wars in 30 days, so I'm anxious to improve my rank. Ah, what Star Wars? Long Zimo said loudly. Next, I want to tell you a secret. In order to avoid unnecessary panic, I ask you to keep it secret. You could only know it by yourself and not tell anyone, including your family. Everyone was shocked and felt that the situation was serious, but they couldn't guess what it was. The boss continued, there is actually a hidden message under the 30-day countdown, but you are not at a high enough level, so you can't see it. Ah, hidden information? What hidden information? Long Zimo continued, the hidden information is, 30 days later, all humans in the entire 9-star continent whose survival level does not reach the silver rank will be wiped out by the system. As soon as this was said, the whole audience was boiling. Ah? Below silver? All humans? Will all be wiped out if they cannot reach silver? Too scary. Then what should I do? Although I am at the 9th level of bronze and can quickly reach silver, I have elderly parents and children to take care of, and other family members have never entered the game. What should I do? No, my son is just 1 month old. Boss, please save my family. Boss, please save our family. For a moment, everyone was anxious. Everyone be quiet and listen to me. Long Z paused. Because there are so many people, I can only bring you to the silver level and save you first. As for your family, you can only save them by yourself. I will show you how to save your family. Okay, thank you, boss. Boss, what is the way to save my family? Long Zimo. Everyone, open the points mall. There is a survival permission card. It can save family members over 60 years old and under 16 years old. Everyone suddenly realized, but when they saw this survival permission card, it was sold for 10,000 points. Many people still have double-digit points. It suddenly felt as difficult as climbing to the sky. Long Zimo. This blue star dungeon, each person can enter twice a day. You can get points by killing monsters yourself, but you can only share survival points for monsters killed by teammates, no points. Oh, I understand. You have to enter this dungeon and kill monsters every day to earn points, then buy survival cards in the mall, and give them to your family members to save them. Someone excitedly expressed his understanding. Yes, that's what I mean. But there is an age limit for survival cards. What should I do if my family members don't meet the age requirements? Someone asked anxiously. Since everyone is subject to that task, it means that all humans are assumed to be game players. That is to say, family members who have never entered the game can also enter this dungeon to level up. Long Zimo said. But people who have never entered the game are newbies at level 0, right? It is impossible to reach the silver rank in 30 days. That's right. It has been more than half a year since I entered the game, and I am only at bronze level 8. Someone said worriedly. Listen, there is a survival point storage card in the points mall, and 1 point can be exchanged for 2,000 survival points. That is to say, your points can be exchanged for survival points for your family to upgrade. If your points are not enough, you can also work for the organization to get contribution points, and then use the contribution points to exchange for survival points with the organization. Ah, this method is good. If the points are not enough, you can also work for the organization, and then you can exchange survival points for upgrading your family. Haha, that's great. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Sunlong. Long Zimo unlocked the protective shield, and everyone rushed up, fighting for monsters. Long Zimo was very pleased to see this. Luo Su, your method really works. There is strength in numbers. It would be difficult for us to save so many people just by ourselves. Now I feel much less psychological pressure. Long Zimo said with a smile. Luo Su smiled and said, I also came up with this idea after entering the dungeon and killing monsters to gain points. The two smiled at each other, and then started to kill monsters with all their strength. Chapter 150. Luo Su found that the difficult mode was not difficult for her. She could use skills to attack in a group within a range of 300 meters. She decided to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. In order to improve efficiency, she and Long Zimo split into 2 groups and killed monsters separately. One person was responsible for one area, and the other 2 quickly cleared monsters. Except for the elite monsters that needed to be stopped for a few minutes, the other small monsters were killed in a large range with one move. Luo Su basically understood the characteristics of the elite monsters after a round of killing. The mutated giant trees were basically elite monsters, and the mutated vines clinging to the giant trees were small monsters. Although the mutant vines did not have high health, there were many of them, and they were a bit difficult to deal with. Super Harvest. Luo Su activated range attack, locked the mutant vines within a range of 300 meters, and directly harvested them all. Ding, group kill mutant vines, get 500 survival points, 5 points. There are a lot of mutant vines and mutant mosses, which take up a lot of space, so Luo Su directly activated infinite fusion. The mutant giant tree can control its roots, drill out of the ground like a vine, hook people's feet, and hang them up to beat them. For other teammates, the mutant giant tree elite is the most difficult monster to fight, but it is still not difficult for Luo Su. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, he can kill a giant tree elite. Ding! Kill the mutant giant tree elite. Get 800 survival points, 8 points. The map of the Blue Star dungeon is not very big. After more than an hour of grinding, I have already defeated the last dungeon boss. Luo Su felt that this dungeon was an illusion, not the original real area of Blue Star. Before they left Blue Star became a place of exile for aliens, surrounded by high walls, and everywhere were toad aliens with chains and square cages, but there was no trace of these in this dungeon. But how to enter the original Blue Star area, Luo Su still doesn't know. The final boss of the Blue Star copy is Giant Tree God General, a huge mutant tree man with well-developed muscles. Each muscle is made up of thick tree roots, and there is a glowing heart in the chest, which faintly reveals powerful power. But its limbs and back have a thick layer of hard rock, and its 2 big fists are like 2 stone mountains, and 1 punch flattened an abandoned truck next to it. Seeing this, everyone gasped. Domain. Long Zimo pulled up a group protection shield. Luo Su didn't say anything and started smashing, and tons of iron were smashed out one after another. In the first round, the stone armor on the head of the giant tree god boss was smashed to pieces, and its head was injured and green blood flowed out. Huh? The giant tree god roared, and a green stinking gas spewed out of his mouth, which frightened everyone away. The boss has bad breath. Everyone run away. It will spray poison gas. Fortunately, we are wearing protective clothing. Everyone was fighting and shouting, using skills everywhere, and besieging the giant tree general boss. Super Harvest. Explosive Dragon Balls. Luo Su kept using skills, and Xiao Bai's lightning and ice storm skills were also bombarding continuously. The boss's health was decreasing rapidly, and soon half of it was gone. It was furious and punched Long Zimo's protective shield, which was broken in one blow. Long Zimo hurriedly pulled up a transparent firewall, and then slapped it with a palm, knocking away 40,000 of the boss's health. Luo Su was amazed. Long Zimo's 3 ultimate skills had high damage, but the cooldown CD was too long. The boss was furious, and many vines stretched out from his body, as if dozens of hands stretched out, entangled a group of people, and lifted them up in the air, and were about to throw them down. Ah! There was a cry of surprise in the air. Cute baby bubble. Luo Su activated the stealth skill, and everyone became invisible. The people who fell from the air suddenly felt their bodies lighten and floated down. They were not injured when they landed, and they immediately felt lucky to have survived the disaster. Luo Su did not stop, smashing out a pile of iron blocks. Bang! 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 The huge iron smashed on one arm of the giant tree, and soon broke one of its arms. Half of its arm fell to the ground, and it roared, stretched out several vines from its body, wrapped the half arm, and was about to install it back. Luo Su was surprised. This thing can also fix its own bones? Decisive decision to take away its half arm. Storage. The boss's half arm was stored in a space by Luo Su. Ding! Mutated energy rock is obtained. Hee. Luo Su laughed evilly, continued to lock the boss's other arm, activated the storage, and removed another arm. Ding! Mutated energy rock is obtained. Roar. The boss roared. Everyone was invisible. It could not see any enemies, but suffered a lot of skill damage. Bang. With a sound, its 2 rock legs were removed. Its body was supported and fell heavily to the ground, and it let out a painful wail. Everyone was stunned. It was the first time they had seen such a fighting method. This was to steal the boss's limbs. But the boss was very strong. Many tree roots grew out of his body in an instant, and he successfully supported his body and stood up, saving his dignity. But soon, his eyeballs disappeared, his beard was gone, and even his chest muscles were torn away. The glowing heart was forcibly taken away. In the end, it became a pile of waste lying on the ground. Ding! Kill the giant tree god. Get 10,000 survival points, 100 points. They were sent out of the dungeon, and found that they had come to the entrance of Jianbei Bridge. There is a portal here. You can choose to teleport directly to the various planets of the 9 stars, but each teleportation consumes 10 points. Luo Su was surprised. It seems that people from other planets can also come to brush this. Blue Star Dungeon. Luo Su turned around and saw another teleportation light gate behind him. Click the light gate, and a prompt pops up. Do you want to enter the Blue Star Dungeon? Luo Su looked at the levels of the people in the group. Several of them have reached the maximum level, while others are still bronze level 9. ZMO, take those people who have reached the maximum level back to the base to do the silver level promotion training first. Don't you have to queue up for that? Only one person can pass at a time. Luosu said. Yes, with so many people rushing for the silver rank, they really need to train in batches. Long Zimo said, summoning the 6 members of the group who had reached the maximum bronze level, and asked them to withdraw from the group and take Tammin back to advance to the silver rank. Those people seemed very excited, and advancing to the silver rank was equivalent to obtaining the qualification of being exempt from death. After Long Zimo led a few people, the whole group, including Luosu, still had 500 people. Luosu re-entered the dungeon and selected Hell mode. With a swish, they entered the dungeon. This time, they appeared in the central square of the capital, with a blood moon in the sky, and the background color of the entire game turned red. There was a murderous atmosphere around them, as if countless eyes were staring at them. It made people shudder. Chapter 151. Gugu. The sound of birds broke the silence. Suddenly, a group of mutant cats appeared silently around. They were covered in black fur, and had a strange blue light in their eyes. Meow. Super Collection. Luosu locked the square and attacked directly, but only hit half of the blood. Boom. Xiaobai also followed and finished off the cats in time, and the cats were wiped out. No corpses? Luosu was surprised. In a blink of an eye, another group of mutant cats appeared quietly. This time, there were more of them, and they were more secretive. As soon as they appeared, they pounced directly on the crowd. Meow. Before the people around could react, they were grabbed by its long and sharp claws. Some of them were hit in the neck and blood was flowing. Boom boom. Crackle. Xiaobai's skills and Luosu's skills were blasted out at the same time. The cat group was destroyed, but there were no corpses. Luosu felt strange. This was a bit like the skills of summoned beasts. She locked the surrounding 100 meters and used group attack. Super Harvest. Super Harvest. Luosu used 3 group attack skills in a row. Ding, kill the blue night cat. Get 500 survival points, 5 points. Ding, complete the messenger mission. Kill 3,000 monsters cumulatively. Get 5,000 points. Luosu was overjoyed. Panda and Xiaobai rushed to the front, and she led the team to continue to kill forward. In the Hell mode, the number of monsters is dense, and the monster level is higher. Luosu's group attack 3 consecutive hits can kill small monsters in a row, and elite monsters also need her to trap the monsters, and use the power of the team to quickly kill them. She led the team to brush for 2 hours. At this time, most of the team members have reached the full bronze level, and Mu Yeli and Yang Chung have risen to the 8th level of bronze. Finally, we got to the final boss, but this time everyone was dumbfounded. Ah, how could there be 2 bosses? Oh my god. 2 hell-level bosses at once? Can we win without the boss in this round? Luosu hurriedly said, I will hold back the giant tree god, and everyone will focus their firepower to kill the lava netherworld wolf next to it. After Luosu finished speaking, he threw out an ice control skill. Ice Domain. I saw that within the 30-meter range under the feet of the 2 bosses, a piece of frozen land was formed. Although it could not freeze the bosses, it could slow them down. She hurriedly threw out the boulder and blasted it directly at the giant tree boss. Bang! Bang! Successfully pulled full hatred. Luosu blasted out skills while running, Super Collection. Boom! Xiaobai and Xiaohan followed behind to assist. The giant tree boss's health bar was very thick, and after a round of attacks, its health bar was almost not reduced. Luosu recovered the stone, grabbed a handful of energy balls from his backpack, and threw them at the giant tree boss. Bang! With a sound, the energy ball exploded, and the green mist sank into the giant tree boss's body. The giant tree boss was poisoned, and blood began to drop continuously from his head, decreasing by 1,000, decreasing by 1,000. Luosu found that the energy ball was effective, and hurriedly threw a handful of energy balls at the other boss, the sky-splitting nether wolf, next to him. Both bosses were poisoned. As soon as she turned around, she was caught in the vines of the giant tree. Puff. As she fell, she activated the invisibility skill. Cute baby bubble. Swish, everyone became invisible, and the vines of the giant tree lost their target and began to hammer the ground with their huge fists. The ground was smashed into pits one after another, but Luosu was not affected at all and continued to attack with skills. Super Harvest. Exploding dragon balls. The giant tree god was furious and began to hold back his ultimate move. Luo Su aimed at the opportunity and smashed the giant iron block of 3 tons at the giant tree one after another. Bang! Bang! Half of the blood of the giant tree was smashed away. Luo Su was overjoyed and hurriedly recovered the giant iron and continued to smash it out. Boom! Accompanied by Xiao Bai's skills, the green tree fell down with a bang, but its glowing heart was extremely hard, and the huge stone could not be smashed. In the scattered vines, it emitted a faint green light. The green light wrapped around the broken remains of the giant tree, as if they were about to be reassembled and revived. Luo Su was shocked and quickly activated the storage skill to store all the broken giant trees into the space. Ding! Kill the giant tree god general of hell boss. Get 10,000 survival points, 5,000 points, and get the heart of energy prop. Luo Su was surprised. Props? But if she didn't have time to check, the boss next to her was furious. His whole body was red, and he was shaking out a piece of hot lava from his body. Although the people around them were invisible, they still instinctively retreated in fear. The ground where the lava fell was charred. Luo Su thought about it, and recovered the 3-ton giant iron and smashed it at the lava nether wolf. Bang! 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 The lava nether wolf was knocked to the ground, and with a wave of intensive skills, its health bar was instantly emptied. Ding! Kill the hell boss lava nether wolf, get 10,000 survival points, 5,000 points, and get lava energy, fusion skills. Luo Su received a system prompt, and was a little confused. She turned around and asked Mu Yeli next to her. Shaoli, did you get any points for killing the boss just now? Mu Yeli checked and said, I didn't beat the giant tree boss just now, so I got 10,000 survival points and no points. I have been fighting the nether wolf boss, so I got 10,000 survival points and 500 points. Then how many points did you get in total from these 2 copies? Mu Yeli looked at her information and said, 1085 points for 2 trips. Luo Su nodded. So, as long as they insist on brushing this copy every day, they will have 30,000 points in a month, which can buy 3 survival privilege cards to save their families. As Luo Su was thinking, a light flashed in front of her eyes, and she was sent out of the dungeon. Except for the 5 people including Mu Yeli, who were still at bronze 8th level, the rest of the teammates were already at bronze 8th level. Luo Su led everyone back to the Kuala Star base. She took off her protective suit, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. She was so tired that she hurriedly took Mu Yeli and the others back to the novice village. After taking a shower and changing clothes, she felt so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back, so she went to the restaurant on the first floor to find something to eat. She ate a bowl of meat porridge, and felt that the porridge tasted unique. Master Zhao, what kind of porridge is this? It's so delicious. Luo Su asked. I used the bones of the beast meat you gave me last time to make porridge, Master Zhao said. Luo Su nodded. I see, it's really delicious. Let's cook more in the future. Okay. Master Zhao nodded happily. Luo Su was wondering if the beast meat, like the elite tiger meat, contained special energy to improve physical fitness. Daodu has grown a lot taller recently. Although he is not yet 4 years old, others say he looks like 5 or 6 years old. Luo Su finished the porridge silently, and went back to the second floor to catch up on sleep. She fell into a deep sleep as soon as she laid down. She dreamed that someone was calling her. Su, you have to become stronger as soon as possible. I wait for you at the end of the galaxy. Chapter 152. After sleeping until noon, Luo Su woke up and saw his grandmother and aunt chatting in the living room. Aunt, you are here. Luo Su greeted. Luo Su, get up. You worked so hard overtime at night. You have to take care of yourself. Aunt said with concern. I will. Aunt, where is my cousin now? Luo Su asked. He is cleaning the new house. If you have anything to do, just tell him to do it. Aunt said with a smile. I go find him. Luo Su said as she went downstairs. Aunt looked at Luo Su's back and said to Luo Su's grandmother, second sister, Su is such a good kid. Not only did she take us in to live in the village, she also gave us a new house to live in. I'm really grateful. If you need any help in the future, just ask. Grandma smiled and said, we are all relatives, so let's not be polite. If Su has any difficulties in the future, Jiang can help her a little. Aunt, yes, I will. Luo Su went downstairs silently and left the yard. She saw 3 new small Western-style buildings on the left side of the yard. This was the 3.5-story small Western-style house combination she brought back from the base. She didn't expect them to assemble it so quickly. The 3 small buildings were lined up in a row. One was occupied by Wang Dajiang's family of 4, One was occupied by Dr. Sumo's family of 3, and the other was considered a staff dormitory for the 5 young people including Muyeli. Luo Su came to Wang Dajiang's new home and found that his 13-year-old son Wang Xiaosong was playing computer games. Luo Su took a look and was a little surprised. Xiaosong, can you get online? Yes, brother Yang Cheng from next door helped me. Xiaosong looked up and said. Luo Su was surprised. The elevator man Yang Cheng? She hurried to find Yang Cheng next door. Yang Cheng, how did you get online? Is there a signal connection with the outside world? Luo Su asked. Yang Cheng, since I came to the novice village, I have been trying to get online. I also made a small analog signal station. There was no signal before. After the loud noise last night, there was a weak signal. I debugged it for a whole morning today, and finally got online. Luo Su took out his cell phone and asked Yang Cheng to set it up. He found that he could really connect to the internet, and he couldn't help but praise it. I didn't expect the elevator man to be a network talent. Luo Su called Long Zimo. Hello Luo Su, where are you? Zimo, there is a network signal in the village. That's great. It will be more convenient to contact the base in the future. Long Zimo said. Luo Su, yeah, I take Suimo and Wang Dajiang to the Blue Star dungeon later. Didn't you enter twice today? Long Zimo reminded. I received a prompt saying that I can play unlimited times. Luo Su said with a smile. Unlimited times? Long Zimo was surprised. So good? Yes, I die first. I take them to brush 2 rounds of dungeons first. Luo Su said. She called Wang Dajiang and Suimo together and told them about the countdown. Everyone below the silver rank will die? Sumo's heart skipped a beat. He and his wife had never entered the game, and their daughter was only 2 years old. Well, now everyone is trying to save themselves and their families. So I take you to the silver level. Okay, I go. Wang Dajiang heard that leveling up could save himself and his family, so he had no choice but to do it. He Tsuehua accidentally heard about the countdown, and was worried about the elderly and children at home. Later, she heard them say that leveling up in that dungeon could save lives, so she hurried in. Cousin, can you take me with you? I also want to work hard with Dajiang. We are a family. Luo Su nodded in agreement, gave each of them a set of chemical protective clothing to wear, and pulled the 3 of them into the group, taking Xiaobai and the panda Xiaohan, and set off directly into the dungeon. Chapter 153. Luo Su led them into the Blue Star dungeon. Before choosing the mode, she hesitated for a moment and decided to spend 1,500 points to buy 3 death-free cards and give them to them. This item is valid forever. You are all newbies at level 0, and your defense is very weak, so I bought you death-free cards. Use them quickly. When I fight monsters later, you just need to follow me from a distance. Luo Su reminded. These points are wasted. She should be able to earn back the 1,500 points by leading a round of dungeons. Death-free card? Oh, this must be very expensive. I'm sorry to have cost you money, niece. Thank you. This is a life-saving talisman. Thank you, Luo Su. The 3 of them were very grateful, and thanked him repeatedly, and hurriedly activated the death-free card. At this time, they found that there were many more information screens in front of them, and they could also enter the points mall and check their personal information. This information screen looks a bit like the game screen played by Xiaosong. Suehua looked at her own screen and felt very novel. Luo Su thought of the skills and asked, Look, do you have any activated skills, talents, or props in your personal information? After reading their personal information, the 3 people shook their heads. There were no skills, talents, or props. Luo Su was puzzled. Since they were players, the system must give them some skills, otherwise, how could they pass the survival game alone? I really don't understand this broken game system. What conspiracy is it? Luo Su shook his head and started the dungeon. Elite Armor. Spirit Ocean. Energetic. Fire Eyes. She activated a round of protection skills first, and then selected Hell mode. She thought for a moment, the most difficult ones in Hell are the last 2 bosses. Using the stealth skill, she should be able to kill one of them in 5 minutes, and then slowly fight the remaining one, and she is sure to pass the level. Swish, the blood moon is in the sky, and the strange thing is, the monster that appeared this time was not the mutant cat, it was the mutant man-eating plant. Luo Su was surprised. Is it different every time she enters the dungeon? She didn't have time to think about it, and directly opened the maximum range of 300 meters, and the group attack 5 consecutive hits. Ding, group kill the mutant man-eating plant, get 2,800 survival points, 28 points. Cousin, I got 2,800 survival points I can upgrade. Wang Dajiang said. Mine can be upgraded too, Suewa said. Suemo also opened his personal information to check. Okay, then you guys click upgrade. Luo Su stopped and waited for them to upgrade. After I upgrade, I will activate a combat skill, Wang Dajiang said excitedly. He read out the skill description. Flying bricks each time 2 bricks are smashed. Physical damage is caused to 2 target enemies. The attack range is 5 meters, and 3,000 survival points are required to upgrade the skill. Hitsuewa said anxiously. I also upgraded 1 level, but I didn't activate the skill? Suemo said. I also upgraded 1 level, but I don't have any skills yet. Luo Su comforted. Everyone is different. Skill activation is random. It is possible that you will have skills after upgrading a few more levels. Hitsuewa and Suemo nodded. Luo Su slowly explored forward and encountered a group of mutant black rats at the fork in the road. They were bigger than ordinary cats, had 2 fangs, and made a loud cry. Their tails were also covered with spikes. Boom boom. Crackle. Xiaobai used his skill first and killed half of the monster. Wang Dajiang tried his skill curiously and smashed 2 bricks at the mutant black rat. Puff, puff. 2 sounds. Damage values appeared above the mutant black rat's head, -600, -600. Hey, I can kill monsters too. Wang Dajiang was very excited. Luo Su didn't say anything. With such low damage, he probably couldn't attract hatred, so let him fight. Luo Su used his skill to kill a wave of monsters and decided to make a quick decision. She activated the acceleration function of the prop shoes and ran forward quickly. Every 100 meters, she launched a large-scale attack and stopped only when she encountered an elite monster. With Xiaobai and Xiaohan, 3 powerful output elite monsters were also easy to deal with. After an hour of brushing, the dungeon was half completed, and the 3 of them had been promoted to bronze players. This group of novice players did not need to hide the task and directly promoted to bronze. This made Luo Su a little confused about the rules of the game. But it is better to be promoted directly. They can continue to upgrade. After being promoted to a bronze player, Suemo activated a skill and a talent. Sumo's skill talent is auxiliary, which can restore blood and mental strength for the whole team. He currently has no combat skills. Hitsuewa's skill is poisonous, which can poison all monsters within a 10-meter range and cause them to lose blood continuously. Although it is not as high as Luo Su's energy ball damage, it is not bad for novice players. All 3 of them have skills, and they can't sit still, and they want to help fight monsters. Sumo's blood-adding skills were almost useless in fighting the monsters, and he felt a little disappointed. Luo Su gave him a crossbow and asked him to attack from a distance. If you have a long-range weapon, you should have taken it out earlier. I'm embarrassed to have stood by and watched, Suemo said happily. Luo Su chuckled. It's okay, safety first, fighting monsters second. Chapter 154. Luo Su led a group of people, and spent nearly 3 hours in the dungeon before they passed it. Luo Su completed the messenger mission, killed 5,000 monsters, and earned 20,000 points. Together with the points and rewards obtained in the dungeon, she earned a total of 30,000 points. In addition, she also triggered and completed a hidden mission, training newcomers, and received a talent reward of 10,000 points. She increased her critical strike to 2.1%. Suemo, Wang Dajiang, and Hitsuewa all upgraded to Bronze 3. This experience of entering the game dungeon overturned their understanding of the world. The apocalypse is here, the environment is bad, monsters are everywhere, and humans are starting to activate their special powers, awaken their talents, and constantly improve their combat power to earn resources in order to survive. Wang Dajiang looked at his information and said, I have 348 points. I have more than you. I have 590 points. Hitsuewa said happily. Hitsuewa couldn't believe that she had suddenly turned from a middle-aged woman who only did housework every day into a special person who could fight monsters. Suemo only has 261 points. Although he entered the game, Suemo felt that his identity of healing and saving people had not changed, but his situation had changed. In the game, he not only had to save others, but also had to learn how to fight monsters and protect himself. He had an idea and asked Luo Su for confirmation. Luo Su, 1 point in the mall can be exchanged for a 2,000 survival point storage card, so my 269 points can be exchanged for 530,000 survival points. Wouldn't it be faster to use it to upgrade? We thought of your idea a long time ago, but it's a pity that it doesn't work. Survival point cards can only be redeemed and used by people above the silver rank. Luo Su shook his head and said, "Ah, there is such a limit?" Suemo opened the points mall and checked the item information of survival point cards. There was indeed a limit. He was speechless. He could only level up slowly by brushing dungeons. Luo Su understood his thoughts. He wanted to reach the silver rank as soon as possible, and then save points to save his wife and children. Don't worry, as long as you brush the dungeon twice a day, you can reach silver in a few days. Luo Su comforted him. Suemo nodded. Let's go back and rest for a while. We come back to do it again in half an hour. Luo Su urged. Luo Su returned to the novice village and found Long Zimo and Doubtu there. Yifan and Su Jin are heading to the Blue Star dungeon. I take some time to come in and see you. Luo Su thought of a question. Zimo, so many people are at the bronze level, waiting to go through the silver experience, and only one person can go through it at a time. Isn't it too slow? I've upgraded my permissions. Now 10 people can form a team to go through the silver experience together. It's more efficient. But the price is huge. I spent 50,000 points. I have to go to the dungeon to earn points. Long Zimo said with a smile. This month is the most critical. Work hard and get through it. Luo Su said with a firm look. Long Zimo nodded and lifted her bangs to hang behind her ears. You have worked hard during this period. Luo Su smiled bitterly after hearing this. Now it's a matter of life and death. Hardship is inevitable. Luo Su, I have a vague feeling that the higher the survival level, the higher the authority. Only by raising the level to the highest level can you get in touch with the secrets behind the survival game. Long Zimo said, with a serious expression. Yes, I feel the same way. The higher the level, the higher the authority. For example, I don't limit the number of times I can access the Blue Star dungeon. Luo Su said. Long Zimo looked determined and said, so I plan to hand over Sanlong to Yifan and others to take care of it. We will not take care of the organization's affairs at ordinary times. We will focus on leveling up in the future. Luo Su nodded and agreed. The half-hour break passed quickly, and Luo Su continued to lead Wang Dajiang and others to brush the dungeon. These 3 people will stay in the novice village permanently in the future, and their survival level must be caught up, so that Grandma and the others will be safer in the novice village. So Luo Su led them to level up alone. The fewer people, the more average survival points they get, and the faster they level up. The second round of dungeons was also hell level, and this time the clearance time was shortened by half an hour. Suemo, Wang Dajiang, and Hitsuehua all reached Bronze 7. Luo Su thought that if he led them to level up twice tomorrow, they should be able to reach the full level and go to silver for training. Chapter 155. When Luo Su came out of the dungeon, it was already dark. Checking his phone, he received a message from Long Zimo. Su, I'm in the dungeon. I came back late twice in a row. You should go to bed early. When he saw the double love symbol at the end, Luo Su couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect Zimo to have such a side. Su, go eat quickly. The food will get cold soon. Grandma carried the sleeping Doubtu upstairs without even breathing. Luo Su found that Grandma's physical condition seemed to have improved a lot recently. Could it be the result of eating those beast meats every day? Okay, I take a shower and eat right away. Luo Su was used to taking a shower before eating after coming back from killing monsters outside. When Luo Su went downstairs to the restaurant, she saw Wang Dajiang and his family of 3 sitting at the dining table waiting for her, and the food on the table was untouched. Uncle, you guys eat first, you don't have to wait for me. Luo Su said with a smile. It's okay, we just got here too. Hitsuehua said happily. Eat, I'm really hungry after killing monsters all day. As soon as Luo Su sat down, Hitsuehua had already served her a bowl of rice. Thank you, Auntie. Luo Su picked up the chopsticks. Come on, it's time to eat. Xiao Tsung is growing up, so eat more meat. Yeah, okay. Xiao Tsung nodded, but looking at her eyes, it was as if he saw an idol. What's going on? Seeing her start eating, they started to eat. Luo Su felt that the atmosphere was not right. She never liked to hide things, so she asked directly, Uncle, what's the matter with you? Wang Dajiang said, Cousin, after today, we know that the real world has become like this. Recalling the aliens that appeared in Shishan, and then the haze covered us, we were forced to leave our hometown. We ordinary people were kept in the dark about the hardships along the way, and it was you big guys who carried the burden for us. Today we are fortunate to have your help, and we have also opened up our superpowers, and finally have some self-protection ability. We are very grateful. Uncle, you are too polite. Why are you talking about this? Eat and eat. Luo Su said, and buried his head in the food. Wang Dajiang continued, now we all have superpowers, but Xiao Tsong doesn't, so we would like to ask you to take him into the dungeon and let him awaken his skills and talents and other superpowers. Xiao Tsong is only 13 years old, and he can still use the survival privilege card. Luo Su remembered that anyone under 16 years old could use it. Hitsuehua said hurriedly, that can only last for 3 or 4 years. He still has to enter the game when he is 16, so it is better to let him start leveling up now. Luo Su expressed his concerns. Once you have superpowers, you will be pulled into the Doomsday survival game by the system at any time. You can only leave if you work hard to pass the level. If you die in the game, you will also die in reality. Hitsuehua hesitated a little, but Wang Dajiang insisted on letting the child enter the dungeon early to learn skills. Luo Su looked at Wang Xiaotsong. What do you think? My wish is, of course, to awaken my superpowers immediately and fight monsters with my parents. Xiaotsong's eyes lit up. Okay, I take you there tomorrow. Luo Su agreed. Luo Su ate his meal and went back to his room to rest. At this moment, he suddenly received a call from Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, Shell, have you started to play the Blue Star Dungeon? Luo Su, yes. Yes. Jiang Hao, is the dungeon difficult to play? What kind of monsters are there? Luo Su, if you lead the team, there is no problem with Hell mode. But a 100-man team above Bronze level 5 can play Hell mode. The most difficult thing about Hell mode is that there are 2 bosses at the end. Jiang Hao was surprised. 2 bosses? Luo Su, yes, 2. So if you have enough control skills, you can beat them. Luo Su added, another point, every time you enter the Blue Star Dungeon, it is different from the previous one, and the monsters and rewards are different. Jiang Hao understood, oh that's why. Jiang Hao hung up the phone and planned to work overtime to brush the dungeon overnight. She opened the Points Mall to check and found that the second page of the mall was flashing. She clicked it, and a prompt popped up. Unlock for you. Emissary exclusive store. Emissaries also have exclusive stores. Luo Su hurriedly opened the Emissary exclusive store, and the dazzling array of goods made her eyes shine. She was secretly happy. There are a lot of good things. Chapter 156. Luo Su looked at the dazzling array of goods in the exclusive store for messengers. She was secretly delighted. There were so many good things. One of the lightning-shaped icons caught her attention. She clicked to view it. Lighting speed permanently increases the speed by 5 times, priced at 50,000 points, and can only be purchased once. 50,000 points. So expensive, Luo Su secretly complained. Is this a luxury store? Currently, her total points are only 52,100 points, just enough to buy one. She weighed the pros and cons and considered it. Currently, she moves at a speed of about 30 meters per second when wearing the prop shoes. If she buys this 5-fold speed up, then the speed will be 150 meters per second. This way, she can brush the dungeon much faster. Currently, it takes her nearly 3 hours to brush the Blue Star Dungeon in Hell mode. If the speed is increased 5 times, then each round will only take more than half an hour. She has no limit on the number of times per day, so the efficiency of brushing points is quite optimistic. Luo Su decisively decided to spend 50,000 points to buy this luxury item with 5-fold speed up. She went downstairs and tried her speed. It took only 3 seconds for her to reach the riverbank. Wow, she liked this speed. At this time, she found someone fishing at night by the river. She looked carefully and found that it was Master Zhao and his 2 kitchen assistants. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Why were they fishing? Master Zhao, why are you fishing so late? Luo Su was surprised. Oh, we have been eating meat every day recently. I want to change the taste for everyone, Master Zhao said with a smile. Luo Su saw that there was a large basket of wild vegetables next to Master Zhao, and his 2 apprentices, Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu, were washing the vegetables. A camping lantern provided a small ray of light in the dark night. The 3 masters and apprentices took great pains to prepare meals for everyone. In her space, there were 3 full grids of food, 1 for cooked food and 2 for fresh ingredients, but she wanted to keep them so that she could eat them when she ran out of options. Master, the wild vegetables are all washed. I take them back, and put them away before I come back, Xiao Dao said, holding the big basket and shaking the water a few times. Okay, go ahead, Master Lao Zhao said, handing him a flashlight. A gust of cold wind blew over, and Lao Zhao sneezed suddenly. Xiao Dao took the flashlight and ran quickly to the village. Oh, I caught a lot of fish. Luo Su saw that there was half a bucket of river fish in the bucket next to him. The fish here are very smart, and it is difficult to catch them during the day. Later we found that it is easier to catch fish at night. Master Lao Zhao had just finished speaking when another fish was hooked. He hurriedly shouted, Xiao Wu, fish! Fish! Xiao Wu also found it. He pulled up the fishing rod suddenly, and saw a big fish being pulled out of the water, but it broke free and fell back into the water with a plop. Oh! The master and the apprentice exclaimed. What a pity, such a big fish! Xiao Wu said regretfully. That's right. Master Zhao sighed. Luo Su was thinking about whether to help them, when he heard footsteps behind him. Master. It was Xiao Dao who came with a piece of clothing in his hand. He ran over breathlessly, and put the clothing on Lao Zhao. Master, it's cool by the river, put it on. Oh good. Lao Zhao smiled with relief. Luo Su's heart was touched for some reason. In this chaotic world, in this dark night, there is still a light here, warming people's hearts. In order to reward this effort, Luo Su decided to bring Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu into the dungeon. Luo Su raised his hand to lock the river within a range of 30 meters, and activated the living collection. Ding! 24 fish harvested. Luo Su took out all the fish, and the fish were still alive and kicking. Wow! So many fish! Xiao Dao exclaimed. How did you do it? Xiao Wu asked. Master Lao Zhao looked up at Luo Su. He had seen Luo Su kill wild animals with his own eyes, and he knew that she had extraordinary means. Luo Su said slowly and calmly, Master Lao Zhao, Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu, listen to me, the world outside has changed now. Blue Star emerged from the haze, aliens fell, and finally the entire Blue Star fell. We were forced to migrate to Guara Star, all because of a high-tech apocalyptic survival game. People are constantly being forced into this game, and many people die in the game, but those who survived and made it out all gained superpowers without exception. Xiao Wu's eyes widened. So this is how superpowers come from? He hurriedly asked. Then you just raised your hand and caught so many fish quietly. Is that also a superpower? Yes. Luo Su nodded. Then you are the one who made it out of the game? Xiao Dao exclaimed. Yes, not just me. Half of the newcomers have superpowers. Sunlong Company is actually an organization for superpowers. Luo Su said. So Long Zimo is also a person with special abilities? Lao Zhao was surprised. Yes, he is one of the earliest people with special abilities on Blue Star. He had special abilities long before the establishment of Sunlong Company. Luo Su said. Oh my god, so you are not a special person. Master Lao Zhao was shocked. He and Sister Long had guessed wrong. Ah, a special person? Luo Su was confused. Chapter 157. Master Zhao realized that he had made a slip of the tongue and hurriedly explained. It's a misunderstanding. It's because we are too isolated from the news. Now there is worse news, and I was just about to tell you. Luo Su paused and told them about the countdown for the 9 stars. The 3 masters and apprentices were shocked. Eliminate everyone. People who fail to reach the silver level will die in 29 days. Then what should we do? Can we just wait to die? Xiao Dao was extremely anxious. Lao Zhao suddenly remembered something and asked hurriedly, what about Long Zimo? Has he reached the silver level? Luo Su, he is at the silver level. Lao Zhao's brows relaxed a little, and he sighed. Fortunately, the young master is fine. It's a pity, Lao Zhao said, looking at his 2 beloved disciples with regret. Luo Su understood his thoughts and said, Master Zhao, don't worry, I will bring Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu to the silver level as well. We can too? Xiao Wu was pleasantly surprised. But we don't have superpowers. Xiao Dao was puzzled. I will take you 2 to activate your superpowers, Luo Su said. The 3 masters and apprentices were immediately delighted. Sister Luo Su, can you take our master with you? Xiao Dao asked. Master Zhao is old, so he won't play the game anymore. We will find a way to save him, don't worry, Luo Su said. I am an old man, and I have lived enough in my 70s. You don't have to worry about me. I have no regrets if I can save my 2 apprentices. Master Lao Zhao sighed. Master, don't worry. Sister Luo Su said there is a way. You will be fine, Xiao Dao said. Luo Su could see that Xiao Dao was a filial young man who knew how to be grateful, and was worth keeping. Let's go now. I will help you to open your superpowers tonight, Luo Su said, and teleported them back to the villa yard, bringing back the fish and fishing gear. Lao Zhao slowly packed up the fishing gear, and Luo Su took the 2 of them to set off for the dungeon, just in time to meet Suimo and his wife, who came to find her. Suimo, what's wrong? Luo Su asked. Luo Su, I have a request. If you go to the dungeon tomorrow, can you take my Xiaoyao with you? Su Mo asked a little embarrassedly. Of course, we are about to leave now. Let's go together. Luo Su said. Really? That's great, thank you. Su Mo thanked him repeatedly with excitement, and pushed his wife Xiaoya forward. Xiaoya, please take care of me. We will leave soon, and the sooner we go, the sooner we will come back. As Luo Su spoke, she pulled Xiao Dao, Xiaowu, and Xiaoya into the group. She suddenly remembered that there was a child, so she hurriedly called Wang Dajiang. Uncle, we are going into the dungeon now. Does Xiao Tsong want to go with us? A few minutes later, Wang Dajiang hurried over with Xiao Tsong. Here I come, Xiao Tsong is here. Wang Dajiang panted, thank you, niece. Is Brother Wang also a person with superpowers? Xiao Dao asked. Ha, of course. Wang Dajiang smiled triumphantly, stretched out his hand, and 2 bricks flew out of thin air. Did you see it? My brick can kill monsters if it flies out. Hee. Wang Dajiang's live performance made the 3 boys eager to try. Xiao Wu, then let's go. Xiao Tsong, I want to have powerful skills like my dad. Xiao Dao, do you have any skills to use a knife? I'm very good at knife skills. Xiaoya, Still confused, her husband said it unclearly, saying that he has supernatural powers and can add blood? Isn't it normal for a doctor to give blood transfusions? Luo Su took out 2 sets of protective clothing for Xiaoya and Xiao Tsong, and then activated a circle of body protection skills. Elite Armor. Fire Eyes. Energetic. Spiritual Ocean. Summon Xiaobai and Xiaohan the panda over again. The advantage of bringing a pet to a dungeon is that it can be used as a thug without taking up survival points. Luo Su redeemed 4 death-free cards in the points mall, and gave them to the 4 of them, then teleported them directly into the Blue Star dungeon. Still chose Hell mode. This time, the monster at the start turned into a deep forest wolf. Luo Su directly locked the surrounding 300 meters, and attacked 5 times in a row. Ding! Kill the mutant monster in a group. Get 2,000 survival points, 20 points. How do we kill monsters? Xiao Wu asked. No need to fight. Your task is to run to keep up with me. I will run very fast. After Luo Su finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash, and the 4 people were stunned. What did Luo Su say just now? Xiaoya didn't understand yet. Sister Luo Su said that she would run very fast. She told us to run to keep up. She said we don't need to fight monsters. Oh. The 4 people hurried to catch up. Fortunately, there was a panda in front who ran slowly, and could lead the way for them. As they ran, their ears kept ringing. Ding! Kill mutant creatures in groups. Get 2,000 survival points. Ding! Kill mutant plants in groups. Get 3,000 survival points. Ding! Kill mutant giant trees. Get 5,000 survival points. So this is what it feels like to play a dungeon? This is too easy. It's only been a few minutes, and I've already earned 10,000 survival points. What does the monster look like? I haven't even seen it clearly yet. These teenagers who won by doing nothing are doubting their lives on the way to winning by doing nothing. What they don't know is that in the same dungeon, another group playing in Hell mode is being besieged by monsters, and is almost wiped out. Chapter 158. Luo Su was very satisfied with the effect of 5 times the speed. With her running speed of 150 meters per second, and the large-scale skills stacking to clear small monsters, she only spent 15 minutes to clear half of the dungeon. Luo Su stopped, and there was no figure at the end of her sight, only Xiaobai running happily. However, from the distribution of survival points, it can be seen that although Xiaoya and the others are far away, they can still be allocated survival points. She continued to move forward to kill monsters, and Xiaobai caught up. As soon as it used a skill, the monsters within 300 meters were cleared. This made it very embarrassed. As a responsible war pet, it was unwilling to just play a supporting role. It just barked twice and rushed forward. As long as it ran fast enough, it could still beat the monster. Unexpectedly, Luo Su's afterimage flew by and disappeared at the end of the sight in the blink of an eye. Awah! Xiaobai roared in dissatisfaction and chased wildly. It didn't believe it. For legs couldn't outrun 2 legs? The 4 people who were running desperately behind heard a wolf howl, and were all startled. Did you hear the wolf howling? Yes, I heard it too. It's so scary. Will Sister Luo Su miss 1 or 2 monsters? It's possible that she really missed. The 4 of them stopped in a hurry. What should we do? Can the 4 of us newbies kill a monster? How? We don't have any weapons. Oh, I should have brought 2 kitchen knives for self-defense. Look at your personal information. It seems that you can upgrade it. The four of them began to study their personal information. Xiao Tsung. Wow, I activated an Earth skill when I reached Novice Level 2. Ha ha ha. Xiao Dao. I activated the skill Magic Flying Knife when I was Novice Level 4, haha. After saying that, he waved his hand and threw a flying knife, and with a ping sound, it hit the stone wall not far away. Xiaoya. I activated the Talent Source of Life when I was Novice Level 5. Can it promote the growth of plants? Xiao Wu. Fuck, I reached Bronze Level 1 in one go, why haven't I been given a skill yet? I don't even have enough survival points to upgrade to the next level. Xiao Dao comforted him. Xiao Wu, don't worry, this may be related to personal understanding. Xiao Wu said angrily. You are beating around the bush to say that I am stupid. Xiao Dao said seriously. No, I just want to comfort you. The three of them used the new skills tirelessly, and Xiao Wu looked envious and depressed. At this time, the system prompt sound came to everyone's ears. Ding, kill the mutant tiger boss, and get 10,000 survival points. Xiao Wu was immediately happy. He could upgrade another level. He clicked to upgrade to Bronze Level 2, and the skill he had been thinking about finally came. Congratulations, you have activated the skill Magic Frying Pan. Ah, why give me a pan? Xiao Wu used his skill, and a black pan appeared in his hand. No, he finally became the superpower he had always dreamed of. Why is he still a pan user? He wants to be a domineering superpower user, the kind with lightning in his left hand and ice storm in his right hand. Xiao Bai, intermediate my skills. At this time, the system sounded another prompt. Ding, kill the mutant giant scorpion boss, and get 10,000 survival points. Xiao Wu was still immersed in the sadness of the gap between his ideal and reality, and was sent out of the dungeon in the blink of an eye. Luo Su saw that everyone was teleported out, and asked hurriedly. How is it? What level have you reached? Have you activated your skills? Xiao Tsung answered first. Bronze Level 2, I activated the Earth skill. After saying that, he stretched out his hand, and pulled forward, and a pile of earth appeared on the ground. Well, not bad. Practice more skill proficiency, so that it can become a killer move, Luo Su said. Xiao Dao also demonstrated his skills. Xiaoya's skill is to transform a seedling and then accelerate its growth. Luo Su was surprised. He had never seen such a skill before. Xiaoya, what is your skill description? Xiaoya opened the skill interface. The skill name is Source of Life, and the description is, it is my duty to protect life. Luo Su felt it was quite mysterious and said, it may be a support skill, like Su Mo, a healing skill. Practice the skill more, and see what the seedling will grow into in the end. Xiaoya nodded. Luo Su finally looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's eyes were a little evasive. Luo Su was puzzled. Xiao Wu, you didn't activate the skill? Xiao Wu scratched his head and whispered, I activated it. What is it? Send it out, and I help you check it, Luo Su said. Xiao Wu was a little reluctant, but seeing everyone's expectant eyes, he felt that he would not be able to hide it sooner or later. Alas, it was just a little embarrassing. He stretched out his hand, and with a swoosh, a frying pan appeared in his hand. It was black and looked very old. Xiao Dao was surprised. Huh? Why did you bring the master's pot? Xiaoya, when did you bring a pot? I didn't see you take it just now. Luo Su felt that this pot was extraordinary, and didn't know how to comment on it. Xiao Wu felt very embarrassed. It was just a pot, but the shape was so old-fashioned, and the color was so old. He raised the pot in his hand, and smashed it out. The pot flew out, making a buzzing sound, and finally with a bang, the pan was embedded in the stone wall not far away. Poochie. Ha ha ha. Xiao Dao and Xiao Tsung couldn't help laughing. But at this moment, the stone wall was untied inch by inch, and with a loud bang, it collapsed. Oh wow, so this is your skill? It's very powerful. Luo Su smiled slightly. Xiaowu's skill is very powerful. If used well, it will be a powerful weapon. Xiaowu's eyes lit up when he heard it. Really? Chapter 159. Okay, let's continue the dungeon. Luo Su called them over, and was about to enter the dungeon when he was stopped. Shell. Luo Su was surprised when he heard the voice. Jiang Hao. Looking back, he saw Jiang Hao standing behind him, but why was he so angry? What's wrong? Luo Su was confused. I didn't expect you to become bad. You even lied to me. Jiang Hao sighed. What? Who lied to you? Luo Su was puzzled. Didn't you say that if I lead the team, the hell mode can be passed easily? Jiang Hao looked at her resentfully. Yes, hell mode is not that difficult, Luo Su said. Even the monsters are so difficult, and you still say it's not difficult? Is your hell mode different from ours? Jiang Hao was suspicious. What's the difference? We are about to enter hell mode again, and if you don't believe me, why don't you try it yourself? Luo Su said. Okay. Jiang Hao agreed. Anyway, he had already wasted one dungeon opportunity, and he could just observe and learn from the other one. Luo Su pulled him into the group. After entering the dungeon, Luo Su chose the hell mode. Jiang Hao was a little nervous, that's right. It was this red background, blood moon, blood wolf, even the monsters were the same. Unexpectedly, after a few seconds, all the monsters disappeared. He heard a prompt sound. Ding, group kill mutant creatures. Get 1,600 survival points. Luo Su said to Xiao Dao, Xiao Wu and the other four, you don't have to follow us. Anyway, as long as you are in the dungeon, you can share survival points wherever you stand. Okay. Okay, Sister Luo Su. Great, no need to run. Luo Su finally said to Jiang Hao, you can do whatever you want. If you want to follow me, just follow me. I won't stop to wait for you. I'm going to go back to sleep after the fight. I'm so sleepy. Jiang Hao, let's go! Comparing speed? You're kidding. His talent is acceleration. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Su's afterimage disappeared on the spot. He hurriedly accelerated to catch up with her. Just as he was about to catch up, Luo Su's afterimage disappeared on the spot again. He heard a system notification sound in his ear. Ding, group kill mutant plants, get 2,300 survival points. He was running for half an hour, almost running the whole map in one breath, and the notification sound popped up in his ear from time to time. He was panting, watching the survival points continue to rise. On the way, he could see that the mutant giant tree mixed with the elite monsters that had just wiped out half of his group had all been plucked out. Only a bare tree root was left. And the stone man that could blow people up with one punch turned into a pile of rubble? Ah, the most terrifying mutant carnivorous plant that can release venom to make people unconscious was also plucked out. His eyes suddenly widened. Emma, is this the strength of a diamond player? Jiang Hao ran all the way, frightened all the way, and finally came to the last square of the map. Double boss, one energy stone boss, and one green giant scorpion boss. I want to see how you beat them alone. Jiang Hao panted and leaned against the wall to watch. I saw Luo Su send out an ice domain first. The two bosses were successfully slowed down, and then she casually threw out a handful of green energy balls. Bang! 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 A few times. The energy balls exploded on the two bosses at the same time. At this time, the two bosses were given two states, slowed down and bleeding. During this period, Xiaobai and Xiaohan the panda's skills never stopped. Especially Xiaobai's group attack skills. Not only lightning, ice storm, but also lava, the damage value of that group is higher than his. Xiaohan the panda specializes in attacking poisonous scorpions. The skills from its two big palms are banging, as if it is the boss, and the scorpion is like a second-rate little boss, holding its tail pincers and attacking slowly. Jiang Hao felt sadly that the only difference between him and the big boss was two battle pets. Chapter 160. After Luo Su smashed the energy ball, he flashed and appeared 30 meters away, and began to intensively bombard the group attack skills. Xiaobai also attacked from a distance, and the panda actually withstood the attacks of the two bosses. Although Luo Su continued to use the ice skill to slow down the boss's attack, the damage was still terrifying. But just 1 second before the boss used the big move, everyone became invisible, even the battle pet. Jiang Hao saw the damage constantly floating above the two bosses. Poisoning, minus 1,000, minus 2,000. Frostbite, minus 500, minus 600. Lightning, minus 5,000, minus 4,800. Ice storm, minus 5,000, minus 4,800. Lava, minus 3,000, minus 2,800. Physical damage minus 6,000, minus 5,000. Space Force, minus 8,000, critical hit, minus 40,000. Explosive Dragon Ball, minus 5,000, minus 4,000. Jiang Hao looked at the damage value. Oh my god, it was just one person and two pets, but they dealt the same amount of damage as a whole group. The reason why his group was destroyed was because no one could withstand two bosses. When the panda was half dead, Luo Su threw a bunch of bamboo shoots at it. The panda stopped fighting monsters, and sat down to eat bamboo shoots. At this time, Jiang Hao found that the panda and Luo Su were continuously recovering blood. This panda is not only thick-skinned, but also can recover blood. It's definitely a combination of a shield and a nurse. Jiang Hao cast an envious look. He saw that there were still 2 minutes left for invisibility, so he rushed to fight the boss. His poison skill caused 1,000 less damage to the boss, but the physical attack only caused 3,000 damage and 9,000 critical hits. Without comparison, there is no harm. He decided to rush to the diamond rank at all costs. As soon as the invisibility time was over, the green giant scorpion was killed, and the energy stone was only half blood left. Ding! Kill the green giant scorpion boss, and get 500,000 survival points. Jiang Hao received a system prompt. He felt that even if he didn't take action, Luo Su could quickly deal with the 2 bosses. She is really too strong. In other words, she can single-handedly play the hell-level blue star copy, and each time only takes half an hour. On other planets, it would take 4 hours for 10 gold players to lead a group. Jiang Hao thought silently. Fortunately, each person can only enter the dungeon twice a day, otherwise if she enters it 8 or 10 times a day, she might reach the king level in a month. Jiang Hao was still wandering around and killing monsters when the system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Kill the green giant scorpion boss, and get 500,000 survival points. They were quickly sent out of the dungeon. Luo Su took Jiang Hao out of the group and saw that Jiang Hao was still confused, so he asked him, "How is it? Didn't I lie to you? The hell mode isn't difficult." Jiang Hao stared at her with resentment, quite speechless. "Can we still have fun? I'm tired, let's go back and rest, bye." Luo Su said goodbye to him, and led the group back to the novice village. "How is it? What level have you reached?" "Bronze 9th level." "I'm also bronze 9th level." "Me too." Xiaoya also nodded. "Okay, go back and have a good rest, and you can queue up for the silver experience tomorrow," Luo Su said. "Okay, thank you Sister Luo Su." "Thank you Sister Luo Su." "Thank you cousin." "Thank you Luo Su." Luo Su waved to them, and walked upstairs with tired steps. After washing up, she lay on the bed, and began to review the gains of the day. She found that the survival points were just enough to upgrade, so she upgraded her survival level to the 2nd level of Diamond segment. Her attack range increased by another 10 meters to 320 meters. The overall attributes were enhanced, and the combat power was greatly improved. She led Xiao Dao and the others to play the Hell mode twice, and obtained 27,000 points. In addition, she completed the messenger task. Kill a cumulative number of monsters 5,000. And obtained a reward of 20,000 points. The total of these 2 trips was 47,000 points. It was still quite impressive. She planned to try how much she could gain by playing alone tomorrow. Chapter 161. Luo Su took out his phone, and saw that there was no message from Long Zimo in the Star News. He probably was still in the dungeon. Should I ask him to play twice with me tomorrow? 2 times takes an hour, which can save a lot of time. Luo Su exited the Star News and accidentally saw the Star Network app. He curiously opened it to take a look. He had never had time to open it since he installed it. On the front page of the Star Network were a few eye-catching words. Blue Star Dungeon Column. Luo Su clicked to enter the column, which contained many posts. Gold Team Professionally Guide Silver Rank, guaranteed to pass in 3.5 hours. No bargaining. Blue Star Dungeon Strategy Information, good price. Strategy to quickly advance to Silver Rank, price negotiable. High price for Blue Star Dungeon. Little newbie wants a big guide to guide dungeon. Luo Su was surprised. It seemed that everyone in 9 Star knew the hidden content on the countdown billboard, and everyone was rushing to Silver Rank. However, she was not interested in those posts asking for guidance. Now she just wants to fly solo, stand at the height of the king, and see if there is a bigger world outside the 9 stars. Luo Su quit the Blue Star copy column, feeling very tired, and put down her phone. She went to the children's room next door, to see that Dowdy was sleeping soundly. She tucked him in the quilt, and came back to lie down to rest. She fell asleep unconsciously. She was having that dream again. In the boundless darkness, there was no light, only coldness and fear. "Su, I'm waiting for you to come." The encrypted voice appeared again. Although the tone was a little distorted, she still understood the content of the words. "Who are you?" she asked in her dream. But the only response she got was an echo. "Who are you? Who? She woke up suddenly, sweating all over, and changed into clean pajamas. She looked at her phone, and saw that it was only 10 o'clock. 3 minutes ago, Long Zimo sent him a message. "Su, are you asleep?" Luo Su crawled into bed, and replied to him, "Just woke up. Can you come and pick me up to go back to the village? I'm at the base, just came out of the dungeon." "Okay." Luosu replied with one word. Luosu put on a large long coat and teleported directly to the base, where she found Long Zimo standing alone in the playground waiting for her. She brought him back to the novice village. Long Zimo went up to the 3rd floor to take a shower. Luosu was no longer sleepy and felt hungry, so she took out a cup of milk tea and a small box of cake from the space as a midnight snack. 10 minutes later, Long Zimo sent him a message. I'm hungry. Do you want to go downstairs for supper? Luosu smiled. I'm eating dessert. Do you want some? I want some. Long Zimo replied with 2 words. Open the door. Luosu opened the door, and was surprised to see Long Zimo coming down in a nightgown. Didn't you say there was something to eat? Long Zimo asked in a low voice. Yes. Luosu stepped aside to let him in. Long Zimo came in, closed the door, and turned around to see Luosu setting out a table of desserts. Here, which one do you want to eat? Choose it yourself, Luosu said. Seeing that there was some cream on her lips, she didn't know it. Long Zimo raised the corner of his mouth, stretched out his thumb to wipe the cream on her lips, and gently touched her lips with his fingertips. That gentle touch. Luosu was startled, looked up at him, and saw a pair of burning eyes. Suddenly the air seemed to condense. The warm breath came to his face, and Luosu's heart was pounding. One arm embraced her, and the warm lips kissed her gently. Like spring rain, lingering. Gradually, it was as hot as summer. Seeing that it was getting out of control, Luosu suddenly came back to her senses. Zmo no. Luosu said nervously. Well? Long Zmo stopped and hugged her tightly. Hold for a while, okay? His voice was low and hoarse. Luosu felt that she could feel the hot body through her clothes, and it could melt her at any time. She didn't dare to move at all. After a long time, Long Zmo calmed down. He pulled her over to pick desserts together. Which one do you think is the best? Chapter 162. Early in the morning of the next day, Wang Dajiang and his family of 3 came over after breakfast to wait for the dungeon. Luosu took Daodu downstairs to eat breakfast, and found that Xiao Dao had made her a special breakfast for her, saying that it was to honor Luosu's sister. It was hard to refuse such a generous gesture, so Luosu happily ate her breakfast. Everyone had arrived, and they were talking about new skills in the yard. Daodu loved to join in the fun, and clamored to play the game together. Let's go, there are so many people anyway. Luosu pulled everyone into the group, including Wang Dajiang and his family, Su Imo and his wife, Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu, and Mu Yeli and the other 5. This time, there were 14 people in total. Luosu activated a round of self-defense skills. Spiritual Ocean. Energetic. Fiery Eyes. Elite Armor. Su Imo gave her a buff state that continuously restored health. Long Zimo went downstairs to have breakfast, and everyone greeted him when they saw him. Boss, good morning. Boss, good morning. Well, good morning, everyone. Long Zimo glanced at everyone, and finally his eyes stopped at Daodu. He looked up and asked Luosu, do you want to take Daodu to the dungeon too? Yes, Daddy. Do you want to play together? Daodu asked happily. Everyone was surprised to hear this, Daddy. Su Imo was not surprised, but showed a mysterious smile. Everyone saw the same black mole on the nose of the father and son, and immediately understood. It turns out that Sister Luosu is Sanlong's sister-in-law. Luosu certainly didn't know that she was mistaken for Sanlong's sister-in-law by everyone. She said to Long Zimo, yes, Daodu will go too. You can take your time to eat breakfast. We go first. After that, she led everyone to teleport directly into the Blue Star Dungeon. Jiang Hao and 2 of his men were at the entrance of the Blue Star Dungeon, preparing to play the difficult mode with 3 people. Leading a team would average out the survival points, but there were only 2 chances a day, and he didn't want to waste them. He wanted to reach the diamond rank. As for the other members of Crouching Tiger, they could only form a 500-person team to play the difficult mode or the simple mode. Anyway, it would be no problem to reach the silver rank within 30 days. As for saving all the members' families, Jiang Hao did not consider it, and asked the members to try to save their families. Anyway, he would not lead the team to brush the dungeon. Luosu and his group entered the dungeon and chose the Hell mode. After Luosu cleared the first wave of monsters, he told everyone to wait where they were. Daodu loved to play with her 3 brothers Xiaocong, Xiao Dao and Xiaowu, so she stayed. She disappeared in a flash, and soon, everyone heard the system prompt sound of ding ding. Ding, kill the mutant giant flower in a group, and get 1,800 survival points. Ding, kill the mutant vine in a group, and get 2,500 survival points. Ding, Killed a mutant wild wolf in a group, and get 3,000 survival points. 20 minutes later, everyone received the system prompt that the 2 bosses were killed. Ding! Killed a mutant giant tree boss, and get 200,000 survival points. Ding! Killed a mutant wolf king boss, and get 200,000 survival points. Xiao Dao and the others were not surprised because they had always been in this winning mode, but Mu Yeli and the other 5 were shocked. The day before, Luo Su led the 5 of them to play Hell Mode with a group, and it took nearly 3 hours. Oh my god, Hell Mode, it only takes 27 minutes to clear? Double bosses. It's only been a day, and Luo Su has become so much stronger. How did she do it? Everyone was sent out of the dungeon, and Luo Su continued to play the Hell Mode for the second time without stopping. This time it only took 26 minutes to pass. After 2 dungeons, all 12 people in the group reached the maximum bronze level, and Luo Su brought them all back to the headquarters of Guara Star. You line up here, and wait for Instructor Wu Di to arrange the silver experience, Luo Su said to them. Wang Dajiang's family of 3 and Xiao Dao and Xiu Wu seemed very excited. They will soon reach the silver level. Seeing everyone was extremely excited, Luo Su reminded them again. You have been promoted to the silver rank, but you have only avoided the countdown to the elimination mission, which does not mean that you will be safe forever. Although your rank has reached the silver rank, you lack practical experience. You must follow the group to brush the dungeon every day in the future, accumulate more experience, and use your skills and talents proficiently. This is the key to saving your life. Everyone nodded. Luo Su left the group and reminded Mu Yeli and Wang Dajiang that if everyone wanted to return to the novice village, they should find Daodu to teleport back. While Luo Su was busy, Long Zimo was in Grandma's room, accepting Grandma's soul-searching. You little brat, you don't tell Grandma anything. How long do you plan to keep it a secret? Grandma Long asked angrily. Long Zimo explained, Grandma, I was afraid that you would worry before. If you don't tell me, I won't worry. We have moved many times, and we knew that the world is not peaceful. Grandma Long said. Now that you know everything, just look at it more openly. We, Sanlong, are the largest superpower organization on Blue Star. We have the ability to protect everyone in Grandma. Don't worry, Grandma, Long Zimo said. Grandma nodded and said, it's just that I had some misunderstandings about Luo Su before. Now that I know the truth, I feel a little sorry for her. Grandma, you must be nicer to her in the future. She is your future granddaughter-in-law, Long Zimo said with a smile. So how are you going now? Does she accept you? Grandma asked quietly. Not bad, Long Zimo said with a smile. Grandma immediately understood that her grandson was in love, and she was also happy. It seems that she has to prepare a betrothal gift, which must be rich. Chapter 163. Luo Su returned to the novice village, and saw Long Zimo accompanying his grandmother in the living room on the first floor. When Grandma Long saw her, she greeted her warmly. Luo Su, come here, talk to Grandma. Okay, Grandma. Luo Su didn't understand and looked at Long Zimo, who smiled but didn't say anything. The 3 of them sat in the living room on the first floor and chatted. Grandma Long took Luo Su's hand and said, You've worked hard during this period. You look tired and thin. What do you like to eat? Grandma will ask Master Xiao to make it for you. Luo Su was flattered and said with a smile, Grandma, I'm fine, don't worry, I'll be fine after this busy period. Long Zimo looked at the time. Grandma, we are going to the dungeon. Let Aunt Jian accompany you to the yard to walk and bask in the sun. Grandma Long nodded and agreed. Luo Su pulled Long Zimo into the group, and the 2 entered the Blue Star dungeon. Long Zimo was surprised and happy. Why do you want to double brush with me today? Luo Su rolled his eyes at him. You don't like it? Long Zimo smiled and said, I wish I could, but I'm afraid you'd be busy with new people, and don't have time to pay attention to me. Did you wear the prop shoes today? Luo Su asked him. Yes, what's the matter? Long Zimo asked. Let's try and see how long it takes to pass the level at the fastest speed. Luo Su finished speaking and added a circle of protective skill status. Okay, Long Zimo said. Select Hell Mode. Luo Su locked the maximum attack range, 320 meters, and attacked 3 times in a row, gaining 15,000 survival points. When Long Zimo just heard the system prompt sound, Luo Su had already disappeared from the spot with a trace of afterimage. He hurriedly accelerated to catch up. His prop shoes were only 100 meters per second, but still far behind. Every time he saw Luo Su fighting monsters from a distance, he would catch up with her, but she had already rushed to the next monster fighting point. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the double boss square. Each of them fought a boss, plus 2 battle pets, and it only took 3 minutes to finish. It only took 24 minutes to complete the whole process, and Long Zimo obtained 3 million survival points and 5,000 points. Luo Su obtained 3 million survival points and 7,000 points. Long Zimo was shocked. This clearance speed was incredible. Zimo, if you can play this way alone every day, you can maximize the gains from the 2 dungeons and upgrade to diamond rank as quickly as possible. Luo Su said. Long Zimo shook his head. I can play the hard mode alone, but the last 2 bosses in the hell mode cannot be fought by one person without a pet. Luo Su thought for a while and said, then let's go to the interstellar hunting ground to get 2 pets. Long Zimo smiled and said, how can it be that easy? Just before the StarCraft game, Du Yifan and I tried again, but still got nothing. Adult fantasy beasts are hard to tame, and fantasy beast cubs are hard to come by. Let's go and give it a try. Maybe you'd be lucky and be able to tame it this time? Luo Su said. That's right. I'm bringing my wife this time. They should give me some face, right? Long Zimo said with a smile. Luo Su rolled her eyes at her. Who is your wife? The mother of the child. Of course it's my wife. Long Zimo continued to say shamelessly. If you keep talking nonsense, go by yourself. Luo Su rolled her eyes at him. Okay, no more talking nonsense. Let's go, wife. Long Zimo pulled her and said. Long Zimo took out a teleportation item from the player's backpack, opened it, and then the 2 of them came to a strange island. Luo Su heard the system prompt. Warm reminder, you have entered the main island area of Star Hunting Ground. The island is full of high-level fantasy beasts, and is full of dangers. Death on the island is real death. Please be careful. Chapter 164. Luo Su asked, Zimo, what did you use to teleport in just now? Long Zimo, the teleporter of the interstellar hunting ground. The first batch of gold players, each person has 1, the teleporter rewarded by the system, the number of times is limited, I only have 2 times left. Oh, that's it. Luo Su looked around. It's called an island here, but in fact, it's not surrounded by sea water, but a void. This island seems to be a special space, suspended in this void. Beep. A bird cry came from the sky. Luo Su looked up and saw an unknown fiery red bird flying overhead. Where it flew, it dragged out several long clouds of fire that continued to burn, and disappeared after dozens of seconds. Wow! Luo Su was surprised. Is this also a fantasy beast? Yes, all the creatures on this island are fantasy beasts, and there are also fantasy beasts of the plant type. Long Zimo said. Plant type? Luo Su was surprised. She couldn't imagine what a fantasy beast of the plant type looked like. She looked at the beach in front of her, which was a bit strange. There were many cacti growing on the beach. There were cacti of different sizes. The smallest was the size of a palm, and the largest looked to be more than 10 meters tall, like a big tree, and each cactus was covered with brown thorns. The 2 carefully passed through the gaps in the cactus forest. Luo Su was not careful, and got stabbed in the finger, and blood flowed. Be careful. Long Zimo reminded. He took out a small bottle of trauma spray from his backpack, sprayed it on her, and then used his skills to give her a transparent protective shield. It's okay, just a superficial wound. I was too careless. Luo Su hurriedly activated the protective skill for herself. Elite armor. Fire eyes. Spiritual ocean. Energetic. Long Zimo walked in front, and Luo Su followed behind him. When he carefully passed by a cactus, Luo Su found that the cactus seemed to move a little, and moved to the position he had just passed. In this way, she didn't have enough space to pass through, and there was no way to retreat behind her. This cactus forest was like a moving maze. The bad thing is that he can't see Long Zimo. Zimo! She called softly. No response. Luo Su's heart tightened. It seemed that it would be difficult to get out of this cactus forest. She was trapped. She locked the surrounding 300 meters, and activated the group attack skill. Super Harvest Ding, kill the maze fantasy beasts in a group and get 20,000 survival points. Luo Su was overjoyed, but soon dumbfounded. Shwa! Another cactus appeared around. This time it was not green, but purple. And it will actively attack, with dense cactus spikes shooting at her. Fortunately, Luo Su has a protective shield. Ding! 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 A series of sounds. Her protective shield is getting weaker and weaker. Luo Su's mind moves, locking the surrounding area to attack the largest group, Super Harvesting. The purple cactus only lost half of its blood. Luo Su decisively uses 3 group attack skills in a row. Ding! Kill the maze fantasy beast in a group, and gain 40,000 survival points. Luo Su's cactus disappears, but Long Zimo's figure is not seen in her sight. In a blink of an eye, a group of black cacti appeared around again. This time, the cacti moved quickly left and right, colliding with each other, and then connected into a cactus wall surrounding Luo Su. Super Harvest. Super Harvest. Luo Su used his skills 10 times in a row, and the black cactus wall quickly recovered to full health after each loss of blood. It can also recover blood? How can we fight it? Luo Su was depressed. What's worse is that the black cactus wall around is gradually shrinking, and every time it shrinks, the wall becomes a little thicker. Chapter 165. The black cactus wall was slowly shrinking. Luo Su was anxious and rushed to smash out several boulders. Bang! Bang! Where the boulders fell, a hole was broken in the black cactus wall. But the rest of the wall was still shrinking, and the gap was reconnected to form an airtight black cactus wall again. Luo Su smashed out 3 tons of iron blocks in one breath, and then recovered them in seconds. At the moment the gap was formed, she rushed out at the speed of teleportation. He smashed down a bunch of boulders with his backhand, and at the same time activated the storage skill to collect the smashed black cactus into the space. After repeating this many times, he finally destroyed the black cactus. Ding! Kill the maze fantasy beasts in groups, and get 60,000 survival points. There shouldn't be any this time, right? Luo Su was suspicious, and suddenly heard the sound of fighting. Turning around, he saw that 200 meters away, Long Zimo was fighting with a 4-legged fantasy beast covered with cacti. Bang! Ding! 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 Long Zimo slapped the cactus phantom beast with his palm, and the cactus phantom beast actually withstood his palm, but it had some more injuries on its body. It suddenly launched a series of spikes at Long Zimo, and the spikes hit Long Zimo's protective shield, making a dinging sound. Luo Su hurriedly assisted. Super Harvest X5 combo. There was a critical hit, and the cactus still had half of its health left. Luo Su smashed a few boulders, bang bang bang. The cactus was beaten to a small amount of blood. At this time, the cactus phantom beast entered a weak state. A prompt popped up in front of Luo Su's eyes, can be summoned. She hurriedly asked Long Zimo beside her, Zimo, did you see the prompt? No. Not every fantasy beast can be tamed. A tameable fantasy beast will have an orange mark on its head. Long Zimo replied. I try. Luo Su said, decisively choosing summon. Ding, summon failed, fantasy beast died, 80,000 survival points were obtained, and the taming value was 2. Taming value? Luo Su was surprised. It was the first time she saw this attribute. The taming value, as the name implies, should affect the success rate of summoning phantom beasts. The higher the taming value, the higher the success rate. Luo Su thought silently, put the cactus into the space, activated infinite fusion, and targeted all cacti. Luo Su exited the space and followed Long Zimo to the island. Long Zimo gave her another protective shield. The two left the beach and began to enter the jungle. Zimo, you have been here so many times before, you should be familiar with the situation on the island, right? Luo Su asked. I'm not familiar with it. Every time I teleport in, I'm in a different place. I've never repeated it. Long Zimo frowned and said, This time, I encountered a ground-level fantasy beast. It feels quite difficult. Long Zimo said again. Then we have to be careful. Luo Su said, and added another round of elite armor. This armor protects the body, which is very practical. Small monsters can't basically break the defense, and it can hold off for several rounds when encountering a big boss. It's just that it's too hard to upgrade. The next level actually requires 8 million survival points. The two of them unknowingly walked to a bamboo forest. Luo Su was delighted when she saw the bamboo forest, and quickly released the panda Xiaohan. Xiaohan happily rushed into the bamboo forest, sat in a place where bamboo shoots were densely packed, and ate the bamboo shoots with relish. Luo Su locked onto the bamboo forest 50 meters away and activated the storage. Ding, 900 bamboos and 300 bamboo shoots were obtained. Except for a small bamboo forest where Xiaohan was sitting, the bamboo forest within 320 meters around was already emptied. Luo Su felt that Xiaohan's food reserves were still too little. So she activated instant teleportation and emptied all the bamboo forests of several kilometers. When she ran back, she was chased by a group of big and small pandas. Chapter 166. Long Zimo saw that Luo Su had stirred up a hornet's nest again. Seeing her running up to him breathlessly, he smiled and teased, If you take over their granary, they will chase you. For Xiaohan, I have no choice but to offend them. Luo Su panted and said. Long Zimo shook his head, and pulled up a transparent firewall in the distance to temporarily block the panda group at that end. These pandas are orange marked and can be tamed. It's a pity that there are no heaven-level fantasy beasts, all of them are earth-level. Long Zimo looked at it carefully and said. Luo Su suddenly had an idea and locked onto one of the baby pandas, and took it into the bamboo forest of the novice village. It actually worked. She was secretly delighted. Then she took the second one, the third one. Long Zimo realized that the pandas were almost half gone, and then he saw something strange, and widened his eyes in surprise. Why are there fewer and fewer pandas? Could it be that you have tamed them all? If the taming fails, survival points will be obtained, but Long Zimo has not heard any prompts, so he suspects that the disappeared pandas were tamed by Luo Su. Luo Su smiled but said nothing, and continued to collect pandas until all 12 pandas were collected, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Wait for me. I'm going back to the novice village. With that, she disappeared from the spot. Long Zimo wanted to call her, but it was too late. He was worried that Luo Su would not be able to come back after she went out. After all, she did not have the teleporter of the interstellar hunting ground. Luo Su entered the novice village and found that the pandas did not riot for the time being, and were quietly eating tender bamboo in the bamboo forest. However, with so many pandas, Luo Su was a little worried about the safety of the village. She remembered that she got a base defense type item from the last boss fight. She opened her backpack and found Energy Heart item. She checked the item description. Energy Heart item, a defensive item that quickly grows energy vines within a specified range, forming a solid wall of vines and rocks. Luo Su clicked to use it, and a bird's eye view of the novice village popped up in front of her eyes. The usable range was within 1 kilometer. Ah, it can be done this way. Luo Su was surprised, and then selected an area 1 kilometer back from the bamboo forest and activated the item. In a blink of an eye, this area was surrounded by a solid wall of vines and rocks. The wall was 2 meters high and looked very solid. Luo Su looked at the newly built animal breeding circle and smiled. There is a place, but there are too few species, so we need to bring more back. She returned to the island through space teleportation. Long Zimo was shocked to see Luo Su coming back. Then she could enter the interstellar hunting ground without using the teleporter? Long Zimo looked at her with a hint of worry in his eyes. Her space is definitely buggy. Will there be problems if I use it too much? Didn't you take all the pandas back to the novice village? Seeing that she had specially returned to the novice village, Long Zimo guessed a possibility. They are very well behaved. The whole family is eating bamboo in the novice village bamboo forest. Luo Su said, smiling harmlessly. For some reason, Long Zimo suddenly had the illusion of seeing a female bandit. Let's go and see if there are any good things ahead. Luo Su said, collecting Xiaohan and the bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest. Long Zimo followed with a smile and said, Why do I feel like you are here to take advantage of me? It's worth the trip if I collect more. Luo Su smiled. What's the big deal about bamboo forest? She even wanted to pick up the stones. At this moment, a prompt sound popped up in her mind. Ding! Fusion completed, 2 Fantasy Beast Essences obtained. Fantasy Beast Essence? Luo Su heard this name for the first time, and curiously opened the space backpack to check. Fantasy Beast Essence Nutrients for Battle Pets, which can improve the qualifications and attributes of battle pets. Chapter 167. Luo Su and Long Zimo continued to move forward and entered a jungle, which was surprisingly quiet. I feel something is wrong. Luo Su activated his fiery eyes and looked carefully. But he was suddenly stopped by Long Zimo. What's wrong? Luo Su turned around and asked. I heard him whisper in my ear. There is a strong breath at 3 o'clock, about 100 meters away. Luo Su was surprised. I heard Long Zimo whisper again, I can sense the dangerous breath within 100 meters. Luo Su looked at the range pointed out by Long Zimo, and after a careful inspection, she found a monster symbol in the bush. After she upgraded her fiery eyes and golden pupils last time, she could see more monster information. Monster information, Bull Cub, Defensive Heaven Level Fantasy Beast, good at group aggro and physical attacks. Tough Heaven Level Fantasy Beast, Orange Monster Symbol, Tameable Species. Luo Su said excitedly. Get it? Long Zimo suddenly became excited. He first put a protective shield on the 2 of them, and Luo Su also used all the protective skills. Su, let's take away half of its health first, then you try to hold it back while I tame it. Long Zimo said. Luo Su nodded and tried a skill first. After taking away 4,000 health at once, the bull cub was startled and rushed out of the bushes. Luosu was a little surprised when he saw its appearance. The bull cub had thick and dense yellowish hair all over its body, with 2 black horns on its head slightly raised, and 2 fluffy ears tucked on both sides of its round head. It looked a little dazed. Luosu fell in love with it immediately. But when it saw Long Zimo and Luosu, it bit its horns, and its nose suddenly blew out an angry breath. Its 2 big eyes were wide open, staring angrily at the 2 humans who attacked it. Moo! The bull cub roared, and rushed over with great force. Ice zone. Luosu placed an ice zone under the feet of the bull cub, and a layer of ice formed on the ground and grass within 30 meters. The speed of the bull cub was slowed down a lot, and a string of frostbite values floated above its head, -500, -500. But for its 500,000 health points, this damage was just a drizzle. Luosu launched a skill to attack 10 times in a row. A critical hit reduced 50,000 HP, and the health bar of the bull cub began to decrease. The bull cub rushed forward and unexpectedly collided with a virtual body, as if its soul had left its body, or as if its shadow clone, which was like a wild bull running wildly, rushing forward with a strong breath. Bang! The shadow clone of the bull cub hit Luosu's protective shield. With a bang, the protective shield collapsed instantly. The aftermath of the collision caused 2,000 damage to Luosu. Luosu was shocked. So strong. It's just a young beast, but it's so strong. If it is trained and grows up, it will be a very powerful combat pet. Luosu was secretly happy and must deal with it. She tried to bring it back to the novice village and slowly subdue it later. But she failed. It is really a heaven-level fantasy beast. In its peak state, it can't be taken away. Long Zimo also saw that the running bull young beast was extraordinary. Raised his hand and slapped it, knocking off 60,000 of its blood. Moo! The bull cub roared in dissatisfaction, with a faint sound that broke through the air, which made the eardrums hurt. Lion roar? Luosu was surprised that her skill combo was interrupted. She smashed a huge rock. Bang! It knocked off 20,000 HP. Luosu continued to smash the huge rock, and after a beating, the bull cub was covered with scars, which made her feel a little distressed. Zmo, take it in quickly, she urged. Okay. Long Zmo began to try to tame it. The tame failed, and he failed 3 times in a row. He threw a virtual punch and damaged 10,000 HP. Luosu continued to smash the stone, and use his skills to attack. The blood volume of the bull cub gradually decreased by half, and it began to panic. But Long Zimo built 4 firewalls around it, trapping it inside, and the bull cub roared in fear. Luosu continued to use his skills to attack 5 times in a row. Long Zimo kept trying to tame it. Seeing that the blood volume of the bull cub was only 1/3 left, he had not yet succeeded in taming it. At this time, a violent collision sound came from the jungle. Luosu looked up and saw that the trees were broken, the beasts were scared and scattered, and a big golden bull was running towards him furiously. Oh no, the cowboy's father is here! Luosu shouted. He hurriedly tried to take the bull cub back to the novice village. Still failed. Long Zimo entered the beast taming state on the side, sweating profusely. Luosu released Xiaobai and Xiaohan, and designated the target of attack, the big bull, who knew that these 2 fantasy beast boys were not good enough in front of the adult heaven-level fantasy beast. After a burst of bull collision, they were knocked away and injured. Luosu felt something was wrong. She felt that this big bull was the most powerful enemy she had encountered so far. She used her fire eyes to take a closer look, and suddenly felt cold all over. Heaven-level King Fantasy Beast Taurus Supreme. Chapter 168. Luosu thought, if you can't beat him, just run away. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Zmo, let's retreat first. Long Zmo looked at the bull cub with only a quarter of its blood left in front of him, with reluctance in his eyes. He thought in his heart that if he used the forbidden killing move, he should be able to fight the big one. But when he thought of Dodo and Luosu tied together, he didn't dare to take the risk with them. He said decisively, you go first. Luosu heard this. What kind of nonsense is this? The 2 of them together can't beat him. You still want to fight alone? She thought, selected Long Zimo and Xiaobai Xiaohan, and retreated to the novice village, but found that she couldn't teleport. Oh, can't teleport, Luosu said hurriedly. Long Zimo raised his hand, and pulled up 10 firewalls 100 meters ahead. His mental power was almost exhausted. He said worriedly, it is said that the most powerful venerable among the kings can imprison time and space. Imprison time and space? Luo Su was shocked. So terrifying? There was no way to escape, so I had to fight hard. Luo Su threw the remains of various bosses in the space during the dungeon into the infinite fusion, and she didn't know what she would get in the end. She took out 2 Phantom Beast essences, and upgraded Xiao Bai and Xiao Han the panda respectively. Unexpectedly, the 2 battle pets not only improved their strength, but also instantly healed their injuries. She couldn't help but sigh. The Phantom Beast essence is really a good thing. It's a pity that the raw materials are too rare. Luo Su threw a bunch of bamboo shoots to the panda. She found that after the pandas upgraded with essence of fantasy beasts, they could continuously recover health in groups, and Long Zimo was also recovering health. Long Zimo put a protective shield on the 2 little ones. At this time, there were loud noises of bang, bang, bang. The Supreme Taurus entered a violent state and rushed to the 10 firewalls, breaking through 5 of Long Zimo's firewalls with overwhelming force. Before the 6th firewall, its violent state disappeared, and its explosive combat power returned to normal. But even in normal state, the strength of the king is still terrifying. Every time it hits hard, the protective shield is cracked a little. Luo Su decisively uses a skill to turn the area under the feet of the Supreme Taurus into an ice field. But the level of this ice field skill is too low, and it can't control a strong man like the King Supreme at all. The deceleration doesn't work at all. The frostbite value on its head is only reduced by 200, reduced by 200. Luo Su chooses a 3-ton iron block and smashes it out continuously. Bang, bang, bang. After a wave of attacks, the Supreme Taurus only lost 30,000 HP, while its HP was 2 million. Oh my god, it really has a lot of HP and a thick skin. Luo Su complained, and started a skill of 10 consecutive hits, reducing 3,000, reducing 3,000. She fired 3 waves of skills, and 10 consecutive hits, but only 1 critical hit caused damage, and reduced 22,000 HP. The Supreme Taurus broke through 3 more firewalls, and Long Zimo continued to pull up 3 firewalls, and his mental power was exhausted again. Luo Su gave him a skill to restore mental power. He recovered half of his mental power and continued to cast firewalls, stacking them up layer by layer, trying to slow down the Supreme Taurus. Luo Su took the opportunity to throw out a handful of energy balls, each of which caused 10,000 damage, and finally there was a superimposed poison damage. -500, -1,000, -1, 500. Luo Su was overjoyed, and continued to throw out a few more energy balls, only to find that he could only stack up to 10 layers of damage. At this time, the continuous bleeding damage of the poison system became -5,000, -5,000, and the duration was still 3 minutes. Luo Su rummaged through the bottom of the box, took out a dozen light balls, and threw one at it first. With a bang, the light ball exploded, injuring it by 50,000 blood. The energy from the light ball formed a layer of light film, which wrapped around the Supreme Taurus, causing it to pause for 10 seconds. Huh? Luo Su was surprised. He didn't expect that this light ball had the power to bind. Chapter 169. Luo Su thought about the source of this light ball. Last time, she collected a lot of alien glowing square cages in the exile land. Later, she threw hundreds of glowing square cages into the energy core of space for infinite fusion, and finally got more than a dozen light balls. It seems that this light ball contains terrifying power. Since it is the material used by aliens to make exile cages, it is not surprising that it contains binding power. Luo Su continued to throw light balls at the Supreme Taurus. After throwing 18 light balls, plus the damage of chronic poisoning, half of its blood was knocked out. But the bad thing was that the Supreme Taurus entered a violent state again. Its body turned fiery red, and it burst out with a devastating aura, breaking through Long Zimo's 5 lines of defense in one breath. Run! Luo Su shouted, leaving a trace of afterimage on the spot and disappearing on the spot. Long Zimo also ran away quickly, almost teleporting far away. But the Supreme Taurus was the king after all, and it used the confinement of time and space again to reduce the entire activity space. Luo Su and Long Zimo found that the time and space in front seemed to be distorted, and no matter how they accelerated, they were still standing still, and could not take another half a step. Moo! Behind him, the violent Supreme Taurus was charging at full speed. Long Zimo added a protective shield to the 2 of them, but unfortunately the protective shield could not stack the protection value. Cute baby bubble. Luo Su decisively used the collective invisibility skill, which gave her 5 minutes of damage-free status. She summoned Xiao Bai and Xiao Han to join her. Super Harvest 10 combos. Explosive Dragon Ball 10 combos. There were actually 2 critical hits, each reducing 20,000 damage. Xiaobai's lightning and ice storm, Xiaohan's furious combo, all went into battle together. Long Zimo did not stop at all, using various skills in rotation. The Supreme Taurus was constantly injured, but he could not see the enemy. He only saw that it had shrunk the space again. Their range of activities was only the size of 2 courts. The Supreme Taurus roared and activated the Shadow Clone skill. In the blink of an eye, countless phantom clones appeared around its body, rushing around in 360 degrees without dead angles, and bursting out terrifying group attack damage. For a while, there were continuous rumbling sounds, and its shadow clones hit the invisible walls around, making bursts of loud noises, and even broke through the imprisoned space. Luo Su and Long Zimo's attacks continued without interruption. She threw all the giant iron blocks at the Supreme Golden Bull, bang, bang, bang. The Supreme Golden Bull was injured in many places, but it still had 1/3 of its health left. However, it was still full of fighting spirit. It stepped forward heavily with its front hooves, its body was in a stable state, its abdomen suddenly bulged, and a deafening lion roar came out of its throat. Moo! Luo Su's stealth state still lasted for 2 minutes. She sent out another skill of 10 consecutive attacks, and suddenly heard the weak scream of the running bull cub. Only then did she realize that her large-scale attack had accidentally injured the young bull, leaving it with only 1 drop of blood. She hurriedly shouted, "ZMO, collect the calf." Long ZMO reacted and hurriedly activated the taming. Ding, the young bull has been tamed successfully. Congratulations on obtaining a heaven-level fantasy beast war pet. Long ZMO was immediately ecstatic. "Su, I succeeded." "Good." Luo Su was overjoyed, and the invisibility time passed quietly. As soon as they exposed their bodies, they found that the Supreme Taurus had lost his beloved son. His eyes turned red, and he instantly entered a state of rage, rushing towards them frantically. The place was too small, and the terrain was uneven, so Luo Su and Long Zimo failed to dodge in time, and only felt a strong breath crushing them. Luo Su instantly felt that his soul was trembling, and his health bar dropped by half instantly. And the second wave of attack from the Supreme Taurus was about to come. Luo Su stared with horror. He thought, this time it's over. Chapter 170. Luo Su quickly used a blood recovery skill to restore the health to the maximum. Magical pacifier. Schwa. In an instant, the health of all people and the 2 pets was restored to full. She quickly threw a bunch of bamboo shoots to Xiaohan. Xiaohan activated the group blood recovery state. Long Zimo put a protective shield on the 2 people and the 2 pets. Luo Su threw all the energy balls out, and the energy balls hit the Supreme Taurus, which exploded instantly, and it only lost 80,000 blood. Luo Su quickly activated the skill of 10 consecutive attacks. Sadly, the second wave of the Supreme Taurus's bull charge attack has arrived. Bang! Long Zimo, Luo Su, and the 2 pets were knocked away at the same time. As soon as she landed, her body rolled by inertia, and she stood up hurriedly, only to find that her health bar was only 1/3 left, while Long Zimo's health bar was empty. Zimo! He lay on the ground motionless, without responding. Luo Su felt a pang of pain in her heart, but she didn't have time to run over to see him. The Supreme Taurus was running towards her. Luo Su activated teleportation and kept changing positions in the narrow field, feeling anxious. She knew that this time-delaying method was useless. If the Supreme Taurus used the Shadow Clone move, she would definitely die. Luo Su fought while running, but she had no choice but to fight against a higher level. The damage was too low. She collected the boulders and iron blocks and smashed them all at once, with a damage value of 30,000. The Supreme Taurus still had 380,000 HP, while she only had 48,000 HP left. Xiaobai and Xiaohan were lying on the side, dying, and she took the 2 battle pets back to the pet warehouse. She added elite armor to herself and activated the stealth skill of the prop shoes. This is just pure invisibility, not immunity to damage. Luo Su took advantage of the invisibility and hid at the farthest distance, preparing to use skills. At this time, a prompt sound came from her mind. Ding! The remains of the copy boss have been successfully fused, and a boss cube, attack prop, has been obtained. Luo Su took out the boss cube, and some information flashed before his eyes. Boss cube. After throwing it out, the color of the cube changes randomly. When it hits the target, the color of the cube determines the damage value. If 2 sides are the same color, the target loses 1/5 of its health. If 3 sides are the same color, the target loses 1/4 of its health. If 4 sides are the same color, the target loses 1/3 of its health. If 5 sides are the same color, the target loses 1/2 of its health. If 6 sides are the same color, ignore the target's health and kill it instantly. If the 6 sides are different colors, damage 1/2 of the target's health. Luo Su was shocked. There is such a weird item. It seems to be a good deal no matter how you look at it. If the 6 sides are different colors, the probability seems very low, right? Even if there are only 2 sides, if you knock down 1/5 of the opponent's health, you can knock down 76,000 of its health, which is awesome. Luo Su was delighted, and without hesitation, she raised the boss cube and smashed it hard at the Supreme Taurus. As the boss cube flew out, it lit up with dazzling colorful lights, and when it hit the Supreme Taurus, it made a loud bang, creating a beautiful fireworks effect. Luo Su widened her eyes, staring at the area above the Supreme Taurus, waiting for the long string of green damage values to float up. However, she didn't wait for the moment of surprise. She suddenly felt weak, and her blood volume instantly decreased by 1/2, from 48,000 to 24,000. She was like, "Fuck you!" in her heart. Is this thing a suicide prop? At this time, the boss Rubik's Cube was back in her hand. She wanted to dismantle it immediately, to see what kind of weird structure it had. Unfortunately, she didn't have the time, so she put the Rubik's Cube into the space. The invisibility time of the prop shoes had passed, and the Supreme Taurus discovered it. Its 2 nostrils suddenly blew out angry breath, and the bull raised its horns and rushed towards her. Luo Su activated the teleportation and kept dodging quickly. The Supreme Taurus suddenly stopped, pretending to be holding back a big move. Luo Su panicked and quickly looked for a way to survive. The cooldown time of the full-blood skill and the invisibility skill had not yet passed, and the Panda Shaolin was dying, and he could not be relied on. The space transmission was imprisoned. Did he really die here this time? At this moment, the body of the Supreme Taurus shook violently. Countless shadow clones were shaken out, like countless angry bulls, rushing towards him murderously. Chapter 171. The body of the Supreme Taurus shook violently. Countless shadow clones were shaken out, and the shadow clones became more and more numerous and denser. Luo Su suddenly felt cold all over. With a thought, the boss cube appeared in her hand, and she smashed it out. She was going to die anyway. If she tried, there might be hope. But the goddess of luck seemed to have abandoned her. She only felt a moment of weakness in her body, and her blood volume was reduced by 1/2 to 12,000 blood. And the countless shadow clones of the Supreme Taurus, like countless angry bulls, began to rush in all directions with murderous intent. She was desperate, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Was she going to die? But there were still too many things to do, too many wishes to fulfill. Douda hadn't grown up yet. Grandma was still waiting for her to go back. She hadn't had a passionate love affair yet. She looked at Long Zimo, who was lying motionless on the ground, and a tear fell. Zimo. There were too many regrets in this life. Luo Su felt sad. She stared in horror as she saw the shadow clones rushing towards her one after another. However, just when the shadow clone was about to touch her, it instantly disintegrated and disappeared. Ong? What happened? Luo Su was shocked. Looking intently, he saw that the Supreme Golden Bull was wrapped in a layer of black air, staggering and falling to the ground, dying. Behind it, a black figure was slowly walking away. Luo Su was shocked. This man is so strong. He killed the Supreme Golden Bull in one move. Who is he? Luo Su looked up at the man, but only saw that his back was a little distorted, as if the projected figure had a bad signal and would disappear at any time. Luo Su turned around and found that Long Zimo on the ground was gone. Her heart skipped a beat. Where is Zimo? Luo Su chased after him and stood in front of the black shadow in an instant. When she saw the man's face clearly, she was shocked beyond words. Zimo? Long Zimo in front of her was surrounded by a layer of black air. He turned black, with a black face and black eyes. He exuded a weird aura. Zimo, what's wrong with you? Who made you like this? Luo Su took a few steps towards him. Suddenly, Long Zimo's body shook violently. His outline gradually twisted, and finally flashed and disappeared. All this happened too quickly, and before Luo Su could react, he was gone. Zimo. Long Zimo. Luo Su shouted until his voice was hoarse, and there was dead silence all around, no response. Long Zimo really disappeared. Luo Su's heart was broken, but she had to face the reality. She looked back and saw that the Supreme Golden Bull was dying, and realized that Long Zimo deliberately left it with a drop of blood. She was touched and raised her hand to tame it. Ding, taming failed, the Phantom Beast died, and the talent value was 50,000. Luo Su put the body of the Supreme Golden Bull into the space. She got a Golden Bull corpse and a ball of black gas. Luo Su stared at the black gas in the corner of the space, thinking, what exactly is this black gas? The fire eyes could not see any information. She quietly put it away. The black gas was related to Long Zimo's disappearance, so she had to keep it. She looked around, and the space confinement disappeared, and she could also teleport back to the novice village. In the courtyard of the novice village, Grandma Long and Aunt Jiang were still basking in the sun in the courtyard. Seeing her come back, they greeted her warmly. She forced a smile, responded with a few words, and hurried back to her room. Behind the closed door, a tear fell. If she hadn't said she wanted to catch a battle pet, Long Zimo would be fine. Zimo, where are you? In the teammate information, Long Zimo's health bar turned completely black. This is different from death. The health bar of a dead teammate becomes empty and transparent. But Long Zimo's health bar turned black. What does this mean? Poisoned? Demonized? Or turned into a zombie? Luo Su became more and more anxious as she thought about it. She went to Guala Base to find Du Yifan. She went to the training system in the conference room with Du Yifan to check Long Zimo's life characteristics. The result was that the color of its life characteristics was neither green nor gray, but black. Du Yifan felt strange. How could this happen? What happened? Luo Su pulled Du Yifan into the group and told her and Long Zimo about their trip to the interstellar hunting ground. Luo Su asked anxiously, Yifan, do you know what the black blood bar means? Has Long Zimo ever had this situation before? Du Yifan shook his head, frowning. Chapter 172. Long Zimo is missing. Luo Su is very sad. Du Yifan, who has been close to him since childhood, doesn't know what the black health bar is. Is this a unique method used by the leader of the organization? She thought of Jiang Hao. Luo Su called him. Jiang Hao, do you know what happened when the player's health bar turned black? Jiang Hao asked, whose health bar turned black? I accidentally saw a post on the internet that mentioned this situation. Luo Su didn't want to tell him the truth, worried that it would be bad for Long Zimo. Jiang Hao said, if the blood bar turns black, it means death. Didn't Long Zimo tell you? Luo Su suppressed the sadness in his heart and said calmly, he has not come out of the dungeon yet, so do you know under what circumstances a person's blood will turn black? Jiang Hao said with a smile, want to know? Help me do a task and I will tell you. Luo Su, what task? An advanced task for the diamond rank. Jiang Hao said. Okay. Luo Su said. Jiang Hao applied to join the team. Luo Su refused, tell me what happened first, and I take you on the mission. Long Zimo was still in the team with her, and his health bar was black. Jiang Hao smiled and said, okay, I tell you first, you can't be a slacker. Go ahead. Luo Su nodded. Jiang Hao said, the blood bar turns black, which is a symptom of being cursed. After being cursed, you will continue to lose blood, and the blood bar will turn black after an hour. Within 24 hours, you will definitely die. Curse? Luo Su was surprised. He thought, wasn't Long Zimo's curse solved last time? Daodu is looking for me. I take you on the mission later. She told Jiang Hao, and went back to the novice village to find Du Yifan. Yifan, I know the reason for the black health bar. What's the reason? Du Yifan was puzzled. It is said that the health bar will turn black after an hour of being cursed. Luo Su looked at Long Zimo's black health bar in the teammates' information and was worried. Curse? Yifan's face changed drastically. He was also in Luo Su's team. Looking at his boss's health bar, he hurriedly said, then try Daodu's blood recovery skill. Wasn't it solved this way last time? I thought of that, so I asked you to try it together. In case of any emergency, you can help. Luo Su said, and began to use Daodu's blood recovery skill. Shua. In a flash. Looking at the teammate information again, Long Zimo's blood bar really changed color. It was no longer black, but transparent, but it was empty, 0 blood value. Du Yifan's face was pale. How could this happen? Luo Su felt a pain in his heart, and kept shouting in the team, Zimo, Zimo, you hear a message. Unexpectedly, the system prompted that Long Zimo had quit the group. Ah, Luo Su and Du Yifan were extremely anxious. Yifan. Let's go to the conference room to practice the system, and see what's going on with Zimo. Okay. The two entered the conference room. This time, Long Zimo's vital signs were faintly green. The two immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was still alive. He just looked very weak. Where on earth was he? Yifan called Su Jin over and told her about the mysterious disappearance of the boss, but did not mention the interstellar hunting ground part, and asked her to use the Songlong Information Network to secretly search for Long Zimo's whereabouts. Su Jin seemed very surprised. How could the boss suddenly disappear? Luo Su said, "We encountered a king-level boss in the dungeon, and almost wiped out the team. The boss used some skill that made black gas appear all over his body, and finally defeated the boss, but then he disappeared." A skill that makes black gas appear all over your body? Su Jin was surprised. She had never heard of such a skill. Yifan said, "We will continue to investigate the cause of the disappearance, Xiao Jin. You should search for the boss secretly throughout the entire network as soon as possible. At this critical moment of the countdown, for the safety of Songlong, don't let the news leak out." "Okay, I know." Su Jin immediately went to make arrangements. "Yifan, during the time when Zimo is away, you should take charge of the overall affairs of the organization," Luo Su said. Yifan said, "A few days ago, the boss told me that the affairs of the organization should be left to me, and you two should do your best to rush to the king. I didn't expect such an accident to happen." Chapter 173. Long Zimo has completely disappeared, and there is no news of him. Su Jin did not gain anything from him. In addition to leveling up by playing dungeons alone every day, Luo Su often went to the interstellar hunting ground to look for Long Zimo's whereabouts. But there was no progress. The other people in the base were easy to deal with, but Grandma Long had not seen her grandson for 10 days, and was very worried. Su Jin and Yifan took time out every day to comfort Grandma Long, but the more they did so, the more Grandma Long felt something was wrong. Grandma Long asked anxiously, "Xiao Du, tell me honestly, has Zimo had any problem? I haven't seen him for so many days, and my cell phone can't be reached." Yifan was afraid that Grandma Long couldn't bear it, so he didn't dare to tell her the truth. "Grandma, don't worry, the boss is just on a business trip. The signal there may not be very good, he will be back in a few days." "Really? Don't lie to Grandma." Grandma Long was half believing and half doubting. "It's true, Grandma, don't worry." Su Jin also helped to persuade. The few people coaxed and persuaded, and finally made Grandma Long temporarily eliminate her doubts. But they all knew that they couldn't keep it a secret for long. From the experience system, the life characteristics of the boss have become more vigorous, but there is still no news. This puzzled them. Since the boss is alive, why didn't he contact them? This matter weighed on the hearts of the three people, and they were all very uncomfortable. Especially Luo Su, she felt very guilty. She would go to the interstellar hunting ground every day, and go to the place where Long Zimo disappeared, hoping to find him. Another week passed, and there were only 10 days left in the countdown, and there was still no news of Long Zimo. But this day is very important to Luo Su. In the past 10 days, she has been soloing dungeons day and night, earning a large number of survival points, and raising her survival level to the maximum diamond level. She received the task of advancing to the king. The road to the king, destined to be full of hardships, only the brave can reach the end. Luo Su vaguely felt that this king advancement task was very difficult, and she had to be prepared. She sorted out her skills and talents. Recently, her combat skill Super Harvest has been upgraded to the maximum level of the same level, and the attack range has become 500 meters. After the control skill Ice Domain is upgraded to the maximum level, it can directly freeze a group of enemies within a 100-meter range, or lock a single target enemy for freezing, and the ceiling time is 15 seconds. The body protection skill Elite Armor has been upgraded to level 5, which is not an exaggeration to say that it is a copper wall and iron wall. Even ordinary elite monsters find it difficult to break her defense. She also upgraded her personal space to level 6 space. The space backpack has 10 grids, and each grid can store 999 items of the same type. The special space Area 1 and Area 2 each increase by 30 square meters. What satisfied her most was that her critical hit rate increased to 20%, with a critical hit every 5 hits, and the damage value was more than 6 times. Quite powerful. However, the reserves of boulders and iron blocks in her backpack were too few, and there were no boulders she wanted near the novice village and the Guaristar base. She entered the interstellar hunting ground and wanted to dig up some boulders to store. After passing the jungle area where she fought the barbarian bull last time, she came to a cliff. She collected a lot of boulders here and found a cave. She crawled into the cave and found that it was actually a volcanic cave. The inner wall of the entire cave was milky white volcanic rock. This was not the most novel thing. What surprised her most was that there was a huge bird's nest in the cave. The shape of the bird's nest was very special. The The bottom of the bird's nest was surrounded by a circle of milky white oval stones. Each of those milky white oval stones was 1 meter high. Luosu collected one and felt that it was very heavy. It was a solid stone. This shocked Luosu. What kind of bird has such great strength to move so many big stones to build a nest? On the internet, there is a huge bird's nest on the white stone. The outer layer of the nest is made of vines as thick as arms, and the inner layer is covered with a thick layer of fluffy reeds. The entire bird's nest is more than 3 meters wide and more than 1 meter high. There are some fiery red feathers around the nest. Luosu climbed up to check and was stunned. In the nest, there are 2 large bird eggs with fiery red patterns. Luosu decisively put the entire bird's nest, including the giant egg, into the space, and finally put the oval white stone under the bird's nest into the space. After that, she walked out of the cave, grabbed the giant vine at the entrance, and slowly slid down. Unexpectedly, there was a beep sound above her head, and she looked up and found a big fiery red bird swooping down towards her. Chapter 174. Luosu felt something was wrong, and was about to go back to the novice village. But sadly, she couldn't teleport. Luosu was shocked. Could it be that this giant bird was also a supreme king who could imprison time and space? But at this time, she was still more than 3 meters above the ground. Looking at the giant bird swooping down quickly, Luosu decisively activated the invisibility skill. Cube baby bubble. Schwa. In a flash, she became invisible, and ignoring the damage made her worry-free. She directly let go of the giant vine in her hand, and jumped down, from a height of more than 3 meters. As soon as she landed, she ran as fast as she could towards the jungle, but for some reason, the giant bird seemed to be able to smell her breath and chased after her, with its huge wings flapping. Luosu looked up and saw the huge wings covering her in a dark mass, and her scalp suddenly went numb. Now she could see its monster information clearly. Sky-level fantasy beast flame bird, the Sky Overlord, with a flying speed of 500 kilometers per hour, is good at fire attacks, and has an attack range of 800 meters. Luosu felt sad, the Sky Overlord. It was her first time fighting a bird, and she didn't know how to fight. Stones were completely useless. As she was thinking, there were suddenly a few bangs. Fireballs kept falling around, igniting piles of blazing fires. Luosu accelerated and plunged into the jungle, using the trees as cover and taking a few breaths. The big bird circled above the jungle and couldn't get away. After turning a few times and not seeing the enemy, it began to attack on a large scale. It swooped down, opened its mouth and sprayed a long flame, which ignited several pine trees. Luosu secretly felt that it was not good. There might be a forest fire here. She would not be able to escape even if she wanted to. She decisively activated teleportation and quickly left the jungle at a speed of 150 meters per second. As soon as she rushed out of the jungle, she was spotted by a giant bird. She did not dare to stop at all, and ran while looking for a place to hide. She saw a blue river a few hundred meters away. Without thinking, she rushed over in seconds, jumped directly into the river. Taking advantage of the time to hold her breath, she swam quickly downstream. But the molten bird did not give up chasing her. It was seen 5 or 6 meters above the water, chasing her relentlessly. As soon as Luosu emerged to breathe, it would attack with a fireball and smash down fiercely. Luosu dived into the water again. She could hold her breath for 10 minutes each time, but the frustrating thing was that the giant bird's eyes were too sharp, as if it had installed a locator on her. No matter where she ran, she couldn't get rid of it. Luosu looked at her information. Player name Luosu, player number HG80666, title 5A, elite player, combat skills, super harvest, group attack or lock attack within 320 meters. The same level is full. Assisted skills, elite armor, invisible shield, indestructible. Talent, spirit, ocean, spiritual power reaches an amazing level. Fire eyes and golden pupils can find objects or clues that others cannot find. Level 4. Ice domain, the same level is full, freeze for 10 seconds. Special items. Portable space, level 6 space backpack, 10 grids. Each grid can hold 999 items of the same type. Special space, zone 1 and zone 2 each add 30 square meters. Space secondary function. Unlimited fusion of similar substances to synthesize higher quality, different substances fused into another substance. Special space area, level 2. Novice village, villa 870 square meters / villa, second floor, 30 square meters. Free access. Survival points 8 million, survival level, diamond level. Health points 200,000. With such strength, even if you rush out of the water and fight it on the shore, You will have no chance of winning. Chapter 175. The whirring wind and the blazing flames sprayed towards Luo Su. In the blink of an eye, she suffered a huge amount of damage, and her health bar was instantly reduced by more than half, leaving only 20,000 health. Her clothes and hair were all burned, and her whole body was black, looking like a living person roasted on charcoal. Fortunately, Molters's fire-breathing move cannot be used in succession, otherwise she might have been sent away directly. Magical pacifier. Luo Su decisively restored her health first. Find the right time, and smash the Rubik's Cube again. Bang. -180,000. The Molter's body shook violently, its two wings flapped weakly, and its body fell straight down. Luo Su decisively teleported and flew 100 meters away. Bang. The Molter's huge body fell to the ground, motionless. A system prompt sounded in Luo Su's ears. Ding, killed the heaven-level fantasy beast Molters, and obtained 5 million survival points, 20,000 talent points, and flame, fusion skills. There was no cheer of victory. Only one person and two beasts were coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. A puff of white smoke came out of Luo Su's mouth, and even her eyes and throat were burning. It's over, she won't be disfigured this time. I don't know if her death-free card is effective in the interstellar hunting ground. Woo woo. Xiaobai and Xiaohan walked towards her listlessly, and the two little ones also looked miserable. Their fur was all burnt and stuck to their bodies. They were as ugly as they could be. The resentful look in the two little ones' eyes showed that they were quite wronged. Okay, I take you out. I hope the death-free card works. Luo Su took out a loose piece of clothing from the space, put it on herself, and then returned to the novice village. She didn't dare to teleport directly back to the novice village villa, but chose the cliff riverside where she grilled fish last time. There was no one there, and even if the death-free card didn't work, her appearance wouldn't scare others. Shwa. She teleported back to the novice village riverside with Xiaobai and Xiaohan. When she saw Xiaobai's white hair passing by her eyes for the first time, she was immediately excited. Fortunately, the death-free card worked. She and her two pets were back to the way they were before entering the interstellar hunting ground. She was pleasantly surprised, and then she returned to the novice village villa with peace of mind. She did not go upstairs directly, but walked to the animal farm behind the bamboo forest. Last time, she circled a kilometer and put 12 pandas in it. In the animal farm, Mu Yili and the others dug a basket of bamboo shoots from somewhere and were feeding the pandas. The pandas were not afraid of people either. They sat in a circle around the few people and ate the bamboo shoots with relish. Luo Su climbed in on the ladder beside the wall and found Daodu was also there. Mom, there are so many little idiots here. The little guy was having fun with a baby panda. Mu Yili and the others also found Luo Su. Sister, you're back? Sister Luo Su. Several people stood up and greeted Luo Su. Yeah. Luo Su nodded. You guys continue. She walked to the other end of the zoo. She chose a place with relatively high terrain, put out a dozen milky white oval boulders, and stacked them neatly. Then Xiao took out a huge bird's nest and placed it on the pile of boulders. At this time, Daodu, Mu Yili and others who came to watch the fun were stunned. Wow, such big bird eggs. Eggs with red patterns? It's really rare. What kind of species is this? Sister Luo Su is really amazing. This thing must be a rare species. Mom, can I climb up and play? Daodu's eyes sparkled, and he looked eager to try. Chapter 176. Luo Su was very upset and warned Daodu. No, no one is allowed to touch these two eggs. Especially you, Daodu. Do you hear me? Daodu was very unhappy. He wanted to find out everything new and interesting. Luo Su said again, Daodu, if you are good and don't make trouble, when the baby bird is born, Mom will give you one, okay? When Daodu heard that there was a baby bird, he immediately nodded and agreed. Luo Su collected a lot of soft hay from the surrounding woods and covered the two giant eggs. It was unknown how long it would take to hatch. Luo Su was worried that the fresh-keeping environment in the space would affect the hatching effect, so he had to put the bird's nest out. Luo Su and his group came out of the zoo. They found that Mu Yili and the others had reached the 6th and 7th levels of silver survival, and even Xiao Song and Xiao Dao had reached the 5th level of silver survival. It seems that you have gained a lot from brushing dungeons in the past half-month, Luo Su said with a smile. Thanks to Sister Luo Su for leading us to level up before, we are not only at the 5th level of silver survival, but also bought survival cards for our family. Thank you so much, Yang Chung said gratefully. Cousin, my parents and I are now working together to clear dungeons every day. I bought survival cards for my grandma, Grandpa and Grandma. Our whole family thanks you. Xiaohan also thanked him. Several others also thanked him. Muyeli, who was standing aside, looked a little sad. She probably thought of her mother. Her mother didn't survive during the relocation of Blue Star. Xiaoli, keep working hard to clear dungeons and reach the gold rank as soon as possible. Whoever reaches the gold rank first will be rewarded with a panda battle pet. Luo Su encouraged them. Wow, battle pet? Muyeli exclaimed, her eyes full of expectation. Sister, I will definitely work hard to level up. Battle pet? Even the leader of Crouching Tiger doesn't have one. We have a chance, of course we will work hard for it. I want a battle pet. I want to level up. For a moment, everyone was excited. Luo Su looked at the young people full of fighting spirit and left with a smile. She went back to the second floor of the villa to rest. Opened the backpack, clicked on the flame, fusion skill, for Daodu to use, and melted it into his explosive Dragon Ball skill, which greatly increased the power of his skill. She used all 20,000 talent points to improve her critical hit rate to 26%. She spent 5 million survival points to upgrade the space to level 10, and the space backpack was expanded to 15 grids. Each grid can store 1,500 similar items. She found 2 Phantom Beast Essence in the backpack, which was the finished product she obtained from the remains of the Supreme Taurus when she failed to fuse them last time. She clicked to give it to Xiaobai and Xiaohan, which greatly improved the overall combat power of Xiaobai and Xiaohan. She decisively merged the remains of the flame bird in the space, hoping to get more essence of the fantasy beast. At this time, Grandma brought Daodu up. Daodu was sweating profusely from playing, and Grandma adjusted the water temperature for him to take a bath. While the little guy was playing in the water, Grandma pulled Luo Su and asked mysteriously, Su, did something happen to Long Zimo? I haven't seen him for a long time. Luo Su felt a blockage in his heart, shook his head, and said, No, he is very busy recently. There are many things in the organization. He should live in the base. I saw you two were very close a while ago. How is it going? Grandma asked her quietly. Luo Su raised her eyes and saw her grandmother's face full of expectation, and she felt very sad. She knew what her grandmother was thinking, but Long Zimo's whereabouts were unknown. Grandma saw that Luo Su didn't say anything and reminded her again, Su, Long Zimo is very good to you and your son. If you like him, you should seize the opportunity. Luo Su nodded and choked up and said, I know, Grandma. I'm glad you understand. Grandma said as she went to give Daodu a bath. At night, Luo Su was half asleep, and she had that strange dream again. In that cold and dark place, 2 voices kept alternating. Su, I wait for you. Su, don't come. Who are you? Luo Su asked anxiously. Su, don't come, don't come. The distorted voice said again, with a firm and worried tone. Luo Su's heart ached. Zimo, is that you? Where are you? But there was no response. She woke up with a start, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Zimo, where are you? Chapter 177. Early the next morning, in the restaurant, everyone was discussing that there were only 9 days left in the countdown. What would happen in 9 days? Luo Su hurriedly finished breakfast and left the novice village with Daodu. She came to the entrance of the Blue Star dungeon. There were many people gathered at the entrance of the dungeon. There were official teams leading the level up, and there were also teams that charged individuals to lead their trumpets to level up. Luo Su walked straight to the edge of the crowd. There was a light gate there, which only she and Daodu could see. The road to kings. There were 4 big characters on the light gate, vigorous and powerful. Luo Su took Dodo and stepped into the light gate, arriving at a mysterious space similar to a game transfer station. Welcome to the road of the king, which is full of crises and opportunities. Only the brave can reach the end. This round of the game is the king promotion game. Those who pass the level can be promoted to the king. Failure to pass the level means permanent death. In principle, this round of the game does not restrict any props and skills, but hiding places such as space are prohibited. Becoming a king will have an exclusive system customer service, who can answer any questions about the game. Luo Su wanted this system customer service. She had too many questions in her heart. Become a king, you will become an interstellar privileged messenger. You can accept messenger missions and obtain more upgrade resources. Luo Su was surprised. Is this what Zimo said? The higher the level, the higher the authority? Please work hard to pass the road to king, and get your own king of glory. Dang sound. Luo Su and Dodo were teleported to a wide mountaintop. There was a bottomless cliff in front of them. There was a narrow wooden bridge on the edge of the cliff leading to the distance. The other end of the bridge was shrouded in white fog, making it difficult to see what the end looked like. A transparent barrier blocked the edge of the cliff. It was obvious that players could not go up the bridge yet. Beside her, there were hundreds of people, some with blue eyes and blue hair, some with strange facial features, and some as tall as giants. In short, they did not look like people with 9 stars. Luo Su was inexplicably nervous. At this time, a magnificent voice sounded in the sky. The first level, the road to heaven. Those who pass the single plank bridge in 10 minutes are considered to have passed the level. The first player to reach the end will receive an extra reward. Luo Su felt a little tricky. So many people rushed across the single plank bridge, and there was a time limit. The key was that no one knew how long the bridge was, so at the beginning, everyone would definitely rush to cross the bridge. Luo Su silently analyzed the situation in front of her, and felt that it was very unfavorable for her, because the special space was disabled. She took out the straps from her backpack, and quickly carried Daodu on her back. The single plank bridge was too narrow, and carrying Daodu in front would affect her vision and sense of balance. In this level of the game, killing players will get game points, but the more people you kill, the higher your worth. The higher the number, the higher the reward when killed by other players. This game rule is so fucking perverted. It's good this way, so that those players who kill people will have some scruples. Don't fight among yourselves, work together to pass the level, and everyone can survive. Someone shouted. Poochie, too fucking naive. 5 seconds later, the game starts. Luo Su stood at the end of the crowd, feeling nervous. After the countdown, the transparent barrier on the edge of the cliff disappeared. Everyone used their skills to help and rushed onto the single plank bridge. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen people were pushed off the cliff and died. There were also 2 or 3 people who fell down, but they used their skills in time to stabilize themselves, returned to the bridge, and then rushed forward quickly. Luo Su looked at the flaming skills at the bridge head, and groaned in her heart. In this level, either rush to the front and leave everyone far behind, or follow behind and keep a distance. If you gather together, you will die faster. She quietly activated the body protection skill. Elite armor. Spiritual ocean. Energetic. Fiery eyes. At this time, there were more than a dozen people who were still watching and not moving like her, and they were vigilant against each other. Chapter 178. Luo Su was the last one to step onto the single plank bridge. If she died in the game with Daodu, she would really die. She had to be cautious. She looked at the person in front of her, and walked 3 meters away before she started the class. But before she could stand firm, an earth-based skill blasted over. You? Luo Su was startled and dodged 5 or 6 meters back from the bridge to the top of the mountain. He was furious. This person was so insidious. He had already let him go first, but he didn't give the people behind him a chance to live. The man said sinisterly, "Don't blame me, I believe you are afraid of the sneak attack from the people behind, so you stayed until the end." After saying that, the man stretched out his hand to pull up a pile of earth walls at the bridge head, which was more than 2 meters high, blocking Luo Su's way to the bridge. Luo Su sneered, he is looking for death. The skill directly locked him. Super harvest, super harvest, super harvest. The man's head was green. -5,000, -5,000, -30,000. Fuck. Who hit me? Who the hell hit me? He looked back and saw that the wall at the bridgehead was still there. The woman hadn't caught up with him, so it must be the person in front of him who attacked him. The man looked at the people running wildly in front of him, and each of them looked like someone who attacked him quietly. He was ruthless, and used 2 big moves in a row. Unexpectedly, he failed to kill the person in front of him, but aroused public anger. A bunch of skills bombarded him, and he was blasted into pieces on the spot. He fell off the cliff with his eyes wide open. That wasn't the end, a melee began on the bridge. Who ambushed me? Are you looking for death? I sent you to see the King of Hell. Store. Luo Su stored the earthen wall at the bridge head into the space, and saw that there was no one within 50 or 60 meters on the bridge. She stepped onto the bridge and ran forward quickly. After running 100 meters, she found that the people in front of her started fighting again, and skills were flying all over the sky. Whoosh. A skill hit the bridge in front, almost breaking the bridge. Luo Su secretly said that it was not good, these people were really a disaster. She locked the maximum range of 500 meters, and directly attacked 10 times in a group. Super harvest. Super harvest. Luo Su ended the previous melee ahead of time. At this time, she heard the system prompt. Congratulations to player Yiguching for being the first to pass the level, and get the first reward. There are only 100 seconds left before the end of this level. 100 seconds? Luo Su hurriedly accelerated and teleported 100 meters away. Finally, she saw the end from a distance. There were already many people standing on the other side of the single-plank bridge, and one of them was a man in black blocking the bridge head. Although the distance was far, Luo Su could still feel the indifference emanating from him. He raised his mouth and used his skill. Luo Su teleported over at the fastest speed the moment he raised his hand, but it was still too late. With a boom, the skill hit the bridge 3 or 4 meters behind her, breaking the single-plank bridge. Ah! Ah! Luo Su lost weight and fell down with a dozen people in front of her. During the fall, she activated the invisibility skill. Cute baby bubble. Schwa. Her body lightened and floated up, then quickly floated to the cliff. Congratulations on clearing the road to heaven and getting a 50,000 talent reward. She decisively added all her talent points to the critical hit rate, and her critical hit rate reached 28.5%. Suddenly, dang! A magnificent voice came from the sky. Congratulations to the 19 players who passed this level. Please go through the light gate to the next level. 19? Isn't that right? Strange, I counted again, all of them are ours, only 18 people. Captain, could it be that the person on the broken bridge just now, there is still one hiding on the cliff who is not dead? After the man finished speaking, he raised his hand and fired several skills at the bottom of the cliff. Captain, there is no one alive below. The skills did not cause any damage. The man in black looked around and said coldly, "Let's go, the next level." Luo Su quietly locked onto them and used his skills to hit them 10 times in a row. Super Harvest. Super Harvest. Fuck, who ambushed us? There's an outsider here. Everyone, don't leave yet, kill him first. After saying that, the skill flooded the entire mountaintop, but nothing was gained. But their people were hit by the sneak attack, killing 2 of them. The invisible skill damage continued, and more than a dozen people were beaten to a grin. Fuck, where is he hiding? There's no one on the entire mountaintop. Is he flying into the sky and hiding in the ground? The man in black had a cold look in his eyes, and an even colder tone, "Let's go." The group rushed into the teleportation light gate in a hurry. Luo Su also entered the next level. Chapter 179. Luo Su entered the light gate, and the light in front of her eyes was bright. She felt that she had arrived at the top of the cloud. She was standing on 2 3-meter-wide floating plots, and below the floating plots was a white sea of clouds that stretched for thousands of miles. Luo Su's scalp was numb. Around her, there were another 17 3-meter-wide floating plots, and there was a person standing on each one. At this time, everyone stared at her in unison. Look, the person who attacked us is here. It's actually a woman. Kill her. Lang Jiao and Lu Zi died in her hands. Damn it, if it weren't for the system protection time, she would have died long ago. Luo Su secretly said it was not good. She didn't expect this level to start like this. She was in the middle, surrounded by more than a dozen floating blocks, each of which was 10 meters apart. With so many people staring at her, I'm afraid she will be killed instantly once the game starts. The invisibility skill has been used. What else can I use to save my life? Luo Su was thinking quickly, trying to come up with a feasible self-protection plan in the shortest possible time. Luo Su quietly added protective skills to herself. Elite Armor. Spiritual Ocean. Vigorous. Fiery Eyes. She released the pandas Xiaohan and Xiaobai again, threw a bunch of bamboo shoots to Xiaohan, and quietly gave Xiaobai an order to lock the target of attack, the man in black. The surroundings were boiling, and even the man in black was surprised. She actually has a battle pet? And more than one. Oh my god, how did she get a battle pet? Battle pets can't be killed. I want it so damn much. Let's kill her and take it away. The captain doesn't have a battle pet yet. How can it be your turn? You said battle pets can't be killed? Yes, I checked the information block. Battle pets don't really die when they die in battle. They just enter a weak period. They can come out to fight again after a period of care. Luo Su was surprised after listening to their conversation. Battle pets will not die. This was the first time she heard such a statement. At this time, a magnificent game prompt sound came to her ears. Welcome to the second level, Battle of the Heavenly Domain. The game time limit for this level is 10 minutes. The person with the largest area at the end will get the final reward. Every time you kill a person, you can get the area under his feet. When the time is up, the person whose area under his feet has not increased will be considered to have failed to pass the level. Ah, why are the rules of this level like this? It's not fair. She has 2 areas at the beginning. How do we play? Don't kill your own people, unite against the outside world. If you don't kill your own people, you will die even if you don't get more areas in the end? Everyone was silent. After a 10-second countdown, the game began. Luosu moved his mind, and the surrounding area of 100 meters turned into an ice area. Except for the man in black, everyone was frozen for 15 seconds. Luosu was shocked. This man was so strong that the ice area couldn't do anything to him. Xiao Bai's skills had already bombarded the man in black. Boom boom. -4,000, -5,000, -1,000. The man in black raised his hand and sent out 2 group attack skills, blasting at her. Luosu had elite armor to protect her body, but she still lost 30,000 blood, and the 4 people around her were killed in 2 moves. Luosu was surprised. This man was ruthless enough to kill even his own men. The land under his feet increased by 4. Luosu's combo group attack skills have been blasted out intensively. She is a 500-meter group attack, attacking everyone present. 10 consecutive hits, plus 2 critical hits, killed 2 more people in 1 second. But her single attack damage was not as high as the black-clothed man, who attacked in a group and killed 4 more people in 1 second. He had a total of 9 plots. At this time, the freezing time was over, and there were 7 players on the field besides Luosu Do and the black-clothed man. They only had half of their health left, but they did not attack Luosu in a group at the first time, but looked at their good helmsman in unison. The look was very complicated. "I will take good care of your family members for you," the man in black said coldly. Luosu took the opportunity to use a combo of group attack skills. 6 players were killed instantly, and the remaining 1 was snatched by the man in black. Now the 2 people were standing on the same land, both 10 plots. Without hesitation, the 2 of them directly blasted their skills at each other. Luosu's blood dropped by half. After Xiao Han was upgraded by 2 levels, his continuous blood recovery skill was quite powerful, recovering 3,000 blood per second. The man in black put on a blue protective shield for himself, and squinted at Xiao Bai and Xiao Han. "1 attack and 1 defense, perfect," he said, and pinched out a prop, and 3 people, who looked exactly like him, appeared around him. Avatar prop? Luosu was surprised. She had seen this prop in the messenger store, and it cost 100,000 points. These 3 avatars have 80% of his combat power. Luosu suddenly felt that it was difficult. There were only 5 minutes left. Luosu moved her mind, and 4 energy balls appeared in her hands, and she threw them out quickly. Bang bang. 2 sounds. The energy ball did not hit him, but only hit 2 avatars, causing 10,000 damage and poisoning damage reduced by 2,000 per second. Luosu threw another energy ball, and all 3 clones were poisoned. The black man had a protective shield, but he couldn't hurt him. The opponent's skills came over, and Luosu activated the prop shoes to become invisible and teleport away from the original place. Appeared on the opponent's land. Before the opponent could react, the 3-hit boulder had already hit, killing 1 clone. Luosu killed 1, turned around and left, without staying for a moment. Although she was invisible, she was not immune to damage. She teleported back to her own land and continued to hit the boulder 3 times. Bang! 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 He solved his second clone. The man in black had predicted her position in advance, and while she was smashing the stone, a skill had already hit her. Bang! An Ice Storm skill knocked Luosu to the ground, and she lost 10,000 HP in an instant. The man in black saw skill damage floating out of thin air on Luosu's land, and knew where she was hiding in stealth. The second wave of attacks had already arrived. Luosu teleported in 1 second and retreated to the edge of the land. Bang! With a sound, the opponent used an ice sealing skill to seal her entire land. Luosu was shocked. It turned out that he had an ice talent. No wonder the ice domain skill couldn't seal him. Luosu hurriedly left the place. Although the black-clothed man's ice sealing skill couldn't seal her, it exposed her position. Luosu rushed forward 5 or 6 meters. The ice sealing state slowed her down. At this time, 3 huge ice balls blasted over. Bang! 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 Luosu was knocked to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Daodu, who was sleeping, woke up from the pain and kept shouting in pain. Luosu hurriedly activated the full health skill. Magical pacifier. Her and Daodu's health points were restored to full, and even the pain disappeared. The opponent also had a half-health clone. Luosu smashed the boulder 3 times in a row, destroying his clone. At this time, the black man looked at him with a little more awe in his eyes. He was excited to meet such a strong opponent. He still had 2/3 of his health. Luo Su was full of health, and the 2 battle pets were killed. He entered a weak period, and was forcibly taken back to the battle pet warehouse for recuperation. Luo Su also felt that the opponent was very strong, and there was only 1 minute left. She took out the Rubik's Cube and smashed it. Bang! Killed half of the opponent's health. You have quite a lot of treasures on you. The man in black wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. When Luo Su smashed the Rubik's Cube again, he suddenly crushed a prop. Plunder. He held the Rubik's Cube in his hand, and his mouth curled up, and put the Rubik's Cube into his backpack. At this time, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Time for the second level is up. Congratulations to the 3 players for passing this level. Each player will receive 100,000 talent points as a reward. Luo Su stared at the man in black fiercely. He actually took the Rubik's Cube away. What a surprise! Before this, she never knew that she could plunder other people's props in battle. She wanted to take it back, but after the level was over, it was now system protection time, and the player was immune to all damage. Luo Su used all the 200,000 talent points that he had just been awarded to improve his critical hit rate, and his critical hit rate became 48.5%. This is equivalent to 1 critical hit for every 2 skill attacks. Luo Su was very satisfied, and felt that her combat power had been greatly improved. She and the man in black were sent to the next level at the same time. Luo Su was teleported to a small wooden boat. The river was rolling all around, and the boat was swaying, as if it could be destroyed and killed at any time. Welcome to the 3rd level of the King's Road, landing. Whoever can successfully land within 10 minutes will be considered to have passed the level. Landing? Luo Su looked at the dense group of wild beasts on the riverbank, each of which stared at her with hungry eyes. This is not the most terrifying thing. There are monsters in the river. A huge fish jumped out of the water and hit her small wooden boat. With a bang, the small wooden boat shook violently. She almost lost her balance and fell into the water. Luo Su sat down and calmed down. She locked the surrounding 500 meters and activated the group attack skill for 5 consecutive hits. Ding! Group kills the group of monsters and gets 100,000 survival points. Luo Su was happy. It turned out that the monsters were so easy to eliminate. Now she just needed to find a way to row the small wooden boat to the shore to land. She took out 2 wooden boards from the space as oars and slowly rowed towards the shore. Just when she was about to reach the shore, suddenly, with a bang, her small wooden boat was smashed. She fell into the water with a splash. Chapter 180. Luo Su fell into the water and looked back. There was a huge water snake behind her, attacking her with its bloody mouth wide open. She had an idea and decisively smashed a bunch of boulders to smash the snake back into the water, and took the opportunity to run to the shore. I've already landed. Why doesn't it prompt that I've landed successfully? Luo Su was depressed. She found the man in black fighting monsters on the river beach. She couldn't help wondering, did she have to kill all the monsters on the island to land successfully? She found a huge rock as a cover, added a circle of body protection skills, and stared at the black man fighting monsters on the river beach. The cube was taken away, and she wanted to get it back. She could get it back by killing the man in black, but he was too strong, and now she had no pet to help her, so she had no chance of winning. Luo Su opened the messenger store. She had been playing the dungeon alone for 20 days before, and had accumulated 1.05 million points. She spent 150,000 points to exchange for an item called Doppel, and an item called Plunder. Both items were very useful, but unfortunately they could only be exchanged once. Luo Su left the store, and found that the man in black was walking towards her. Without saying a word, she attacked him with a wave of skills. Super Harvest. Super Harvest. Yi Guqing lost 1/3 of his blood in an instant. He was shocked. The critical hit of this woman's skill was too terrifying. Fortunately, he had a protective shield to protect his body. At this time, he heard the woman say, "Give me back the Rubik's Cube, and I will consider not killing you." Yi Guqing sneered and smashed out a piece of ice, followed by a wave of 3 consecutive ice balls. Luo Su activated the stealth state of the prop shoes, and quietly evacuated the place. Bang! 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 She dodged a wave of ice ball attacks, and was about to fight back, but the ground suddenly shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. Ah! Both of them were surprised at the same time. Luo Su glanced and saw that the entire island was rising up and out of the water. At this time, a black and white snake raised its head from the water. The ground shook violently again, and the entire island seemed to have a mudslide, and all the rocks and plants were shaken into the water. Luo Su also fell into the water. After a panic, she stepped on a huge rock and half of her body emerged from the water. At this time, she found a huge black turtle shell exposed under the island, with 4 legs underneath, and the big snake in the water was actually the head of the turtle. Luo Su was shocked. It turned out that this was not an island, but a big turtle lying in the water and sleeping. Who knows how long the turtle has been sleeping, but an island is formed on its shell. She used her fiery eyes to check the monster information. Millennium Snake Turtle, high HP, high defense, physical attack. Just a few words, it is enough to see that this is a hard bone to chew, but there are only 6 minutes left. At this time, the man in black suddenly sent an invitation to form a team. Let's join forces, time is running out. We have the same goal, we are all advancing to the king, there is no need to fight to the death. Give me the Rubik's Cube, otherwise no deal. Luo Su casually proposed the conditions, but he didn't expect him to really throw the Rubik's Cube over. Luo Su caught the Rubik's Cube and clicked to agree to join the team. My name is Yigucheng. I also have a blood recovery item for the whole team, and I sincerely want to join forces. The man in black said, adding a protective shield to Luo Su. Luo Su also gave him a circle of body protection skills. This snake turtle has 5 million health points and a thick defense. If you want to survive, please cooperate with us to kill it. Yigucheng nodded and began to use skills to attack the snake turtle, trying his best to attract hatred. Luo Su first threw out a bunch of energy balls, stacking the poisoning state to 10 layers of damage, and the snake turtle's poisoning bleeding reduced 20,000 damage per second. Then he threw out Daodu's skills, stacking lava and fire damage, and bleeding reduced 10,000 per second. At this time, bang. With a sound, Yigucheng was hit by the dragon turtle and fell into the water. He struggled to get up in pain and lost more than 30,000 blood. Luo Su didn't care about anything else and smashed the Rubik's Cube directly. Bang. With a sound, he was lucky and killed half of its blood in 1 second. Yigucheng looked at the long string of damage values floating on the head of the snake turtle, and was immediately shocked. Oh my god, 2.48 million blood was lost in 1 second. It turns out that this woman's Rubik's Cube prop is so powerful. Thinking back to the many rounds of fighting with her before, I was a little scared, and was very glad that I chose to join forces with her. After the snake turtle lost half of its health, it became violent, swinging its long tail, and several times it tore Yigucheng's skin apart. Seeing him grimacing in pain, and with 3 minutes left, she decisively used the invisibility skill. Cute baby bubble shwa. Yigucheng found himself invisible, and heard the woman shout again, invisibility to avoid damage, attack with all your strength. As soon as the voice fell, the snake turtle's tail swept over again, and he had no time to dodge. He saw that the tail swept over his transparent body, but it couldn't hurt him. He was surprised and rushed to use his full-strength killing move on the snake turtle. Luo Su also smashed the magic cube without stopping. After she hit it twice and lost a quarter of its health, she was hit once and lost half of its health. Because she was immune to damage, she didn't lose any blood. Luo Su was overjoyed. It turned out that it could be combined like this. She smashed the magic cube again. Bang, it still hurt. It doesn't matter, invisible and immune, keep smashing. Luo Su smashed it 10 times in a row, and finally killed the snake turtle in seconds. Yigucheng only had 1/5 of his health left, and he was very worried that Luo Su would do something bad to him. But when she thought that the invisibility time had not passed, she felt much more at ease. Luo Su had no chance to do that, and at this time the system prompt sounded. Ding, kill the 1,000-year-old dragon turtle, get 50,000 talent points and 5 million survival points. Ding, congratulations on completing the hidden task. Kill the 4 great beasts and transform, and get a Mount Fire unicorn. For great beasts, Luo Su was puzzled and hurriedly checked the hidden task. It turned out that the 4 great beasts transformed were all game bosses she had killed before: the Ice Tiger, White Tiger, in the deserted island survival Ice Palace, the Dragon King, Qilong, in the beach party, the Flame Bird, Suzaku, in the interstellar hunting ground, and the snake turtle, Xuanwu, she just killed. She completed the hidden task and got a Mount Fire unicorn, but before she had time to take a closer look, she heard the magnificent game prompt sound again. Congratulations to the 3 players for passing this level. Each of them received a reward of 100,000 points, and now they will enter the next level. Luo Su only felt that the scenery in front of her changed, and she was teleported to the next level. Chapter 181. Entered the next level. Luo Su and Do Do came to a spacious and bright hall. There were hundreds of people standing in the hall, most of whom looked like orcs with strange appearances. Only a few looked like normal humans, and Yiguching was one of them. It turned out that the promotion track she had before was just one of many tracks, and the 4th level was a competition for all the tracks. There were about 500 people in the hall. Those who could survive to this level were not to be underestimated. It's just that humans seem to be particularly excluded. Look, those humans, which planet are they from? How can they be so weak, and yet want to advance to the king level? They should be from a 2nd level planet. What? A 2nd level planet? Why do people from a 2nd level planet want to undergo the advancement training with us? That's right, what a waste of resources. It seems that there are not enough people this time. After all, we are about to go to the wasteland planet to explore resources. Even if there are not enough people, what's the use of people from a 2nd level planet? What kind of talents can come from a planet with such poor qualifications and scarce resources? That's right, it's a waste of time and energy to compete with those useless people from the 2nd level planets. Luo Su was confused. But the humans they were talking about must include her. But what does the 2nd level planet mean? Where is the wasteland planet? Luo Su looked at the blue-skinned orcs and was very sure that they were definitely not people from the 9th star. So which planet did they come from? They are so disdainful of people from the 2nd level planet. Are they from the 1st level planet? Where is the 1st level planet? They are from Blue Starfish. Someone next to them suddenly said. Luo Su turned around and saw Yiguching standing next to her. How do you know? Luo Su asked. Because Blue Starfish is not too far from our planet. I often hear our predecessors mention it. Yiguching said. What planet are you from? Luo Su was surprised. I'm from Starfish. Yiguching said. Starfish? Starfish from the 9-star continent? Luo Su asked. If I'm not mistaken. You are also from the 9 stars, right? Yiguching asked. When the people around heard them mention the 9 stars, they gathered around. Are you also from the 9-star continent? I'm from Mars. I'm from Dragon Star. I'm from Guala Star. When Luo Su heard Guala Star, he looked up and saw that the man actually knew him, Lung Chen from the Star Tournament. Lung Chen also recognized Luo Su, his expression froze, and he asked in surprise, Blue Star? Emma, how come I met this unethical Blue Star again? He silently grasped his pants and quietly moved out. I'm from Magic Star. A short cute girl said. She was small, with a pair of transparent wings on her back, like an elf. Luo Su was secretly surprised, and many doubts emerged in his heart. Are these wings props, or are they born naturally? Then can she fly? I'm from Thunderstar. A young man with his hair standing up said. His appearance reminded Luo Su of Lei Jinzi in the TV series. I am Wu Xing. A person dressed in black whispered, as if afraid that others would know. I am Ming Xing. The person who spoke was a sturdy giant, who looked more than 2 meters tall. Doubted thought it was funny and said with a smile, My mother and I are both from Blue Star. Lung Chen heard the word Blue Star and reflexively looked twice, only to see a little boy standing next to Luo Su. It suddenly dawned on him that the mysterious master of the Blue Camp, who had been invisible during the last StarCraft competition, was this little brat. He secretly complained that a woman with a child could still win the championship in the finals. Wow, it's not easy. Luo Su didn't know what Lung Chen was thinking at the moment. She counted and found exactly 10 humans. Could it be that there was only one candidate for the promotion to the king from the other planets of the 9 stars? Looking at the large number of orcs, the humans here were indeed few in number. At this time, several blue-skinned orcs came over and threatened them. Hey, you rubbish from the 2nd level planet, stay away from the competition venue, and don't grab any resources, otherwise you will die miserably. The people from Jiuxing looked at each other. Are they talking about us? The giant from Mingxing lowered his head and asked several compatriots from Jiuxing. 2nd level planet? We are from Jiuxing. The young man from Leixing said. Yes, we are not from the 2nd level planet, we are from Jiuxing continent. The elves from the magic planet turned around and said to the blue-skinned orcs. Ha. Listen, these idiots don't even know they are from a 2nd level planet. Not surprising, after all, their technology is too backward and they don't have much information. They don't think that there are only a few planets with life in the entire universe. Ha. Luo Su saw that these people seemed unscrupulous and really wanted to teach them a lesson, but it was difficult to do so in public. Suddenly, a word flashed through her mind. In public? She smiled in her heart. Those blue-skinned people were laughing so hard 1 second ago, but the next second they felt a chill on their buttocks, and their expressions instantly froze. Huh? Lan Yujor, how can you, a girl, be naked in public? You are the same, aren't you? Ah, Where are my clothes? Who did it? It must be this bunch of idiots. I kill them! It's protection time now. Players are immune to damage. Let's go. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Several naked blue-skinned orcs stood in a circle facing each other and slowly moved to the corner. In order to protect their private parts, they had to sacrifice the scenery of their backs. Dowdu quickly covered her eyes with her hands and shouted, "Mom, why are they not wearing clothes? It's so embarrassing. Children can't watch." The hundreds of people heard the noise and looked sideways, and their jaws dropped immediately. Why are these people not wearing clothes? Are you sick? It's really eye-catching. Some people pointed and even laughed. The people of Blue Ocean Planet finally reacted, and someone stood up and loudly called on the people of their own planet to take off an extra piece of clothing to support their compatriots. As a result, the person who called the group also became one of the naked people and became the focus of the whole audience, which was quite eye-catching. Damn it! The man cursed angrily, and his face suddenly turned red to the root of his neck, and he hurriedly covered his key parts with his hands. And those who had just helped with their clothes were now naked. There was a sudden chaos. Some people reacted quickly, and quickly picked up the lush green potted plants next to them to cover the key parts in time. All the green potted plants were taken at once. But there were still a few people who didn't get them. One person was panicked and cleverly lay on the wall, motionless. The remaining two people followed him, and lay on the wall to cover their ugliness. Ah ha ha ha. Ha ha. I am dying of laughter. The people of Blue Star are so damn talented. For a moment, the hall was filled with laughter and noise. Luosu's mouth twitched, thinking, I thought there were a lot of high-tech on the first-level planet. They can't even copy a piece of clothing. Standing on the edge, Lung Chen watched all this silently. As a naked person, he had a series of sighs in his heart. Emma, that woman from Blue Star is causing trouble again. TSK TSK TSK, in public, what a bad influence. Puff, the guy holding the potted plant is really smart. Lying on the wall? Haha, brother, isn't the wall cold? Look, look, this unethical woman is gloating over the misfortune of others. She has no conscience. I want to gloat over others' misfortune too. What's wrong? I must have been led astray by her. No, we on Kuala Star are all civilized and polite people. Chapter 182. The hall was bustling with people. At this time, a magnificent game prompt sounded. Now we start the last stage of the King's Road, the battle for resources. Luosu came to a mining area and saw crystal ores of different colors scattered everywhere. That should be the resource point. Luosu felt that the competition in this game must be very fierce. There are 500 players in this game, divided into 5 major camps: red, yellow, blue, green, and purple, with 100 people in each camp. The first half is the collection period. Resource points will appear randomly throughout the field. Players can pick them up. Killing players can also grab resources. The player who has accumulated the most resources alone will receive an additional prize. The second half is the battle for resource towers. 2 resource towers will appear on the field. The camp that successfully seizes the resource tower and defends the tower until the last moment wins and can be promoted to the king's rank. Next, enter the camp division stage. Unfortunately, the blue-skinned Blue Sea Star people were grouped with the 9 stars humans, exactly 100 people, with a ratio of 9 to 1. It's so damn unlucky. How come our Blue Star is assigned to the same camp with the trash from the second-rate planet? We are doomed to lose. The Blue Sea Star people were very depressed, and the miserable expression of being in the same camp with the weaklings was written all over their faces. Except for one person. He was the Blue Sea Star who had called everyone to take off their clothes for his compatriots. I don't know who gave him 2 clothes, which didn't look very suitable. He said in the camp, the people of Tai Bai Star are very strong. They will definitely seize a tower. We should try to seize the other resource tower. After the division, the people of Blue Sea Star formed their own group, which only formed people from their own planet. Luosu also formed a group and pulled all the people of Jiuxing into the team. Yiguqing suddenly said, Listen to me, fellow Jiuxing people, we must cooperate with the team leader and protect her well. We can win, believe me. After that, he added a blue protective shield to the whole team. Luosu was a little surprised. How could Yiguqing suddenly say this? The other 7 people looked at her in unison. Except for Leng Chen, the other 6 people didn't believe it. A woman with a child, is it reliable? Yiguqing said again. I also want to advance to the king level and leave alive. But you can see that people in the same camp are ostracizing us. We 9-star people must unite to have the hope of returning alive. From the first level, I have been on the same track with the team leader. Her strength and means are really strong. At this time, Lung Chen, who had been silent, said, I also believe in her strength. She is the champion of the last StarCraft competition. The others were surprised. They didn't expect that she was the champion of the last StarCraft competition. The elf girl from the Magic Star was the first to say, I support you, sister. I also support the leader. The giant from the Ming Star said. The others also expressed their agreement to stick together for warmth, support the leader, and face the outside world in unison. Yi Guqing added a blue protective shield to the whole team. Luo Su also used all his body protection skills. Elite armor. Ocean of spirit. Vigorous. Fiery eyes. Luo Su also gained group gains from other teammates, increasing attack power by 10%, defense by 20%, and acceleration by 5%. As soon as the team was formed, the game entered the countdown and started in 10 seconds. At the beginning, hundreds of people rushed out to pick up the scattered ores. After Luo Su upgraded the space to level 10 last time, her storage range became 800 meters. In this level, she has the advantage. She locked onto the surrounding 800 meters and collected them. All the crystal ores within the 800-meter range were collected into her space. A series of system prompts came to her ears. Ding, 100 blue crystal ores were obtained. Ding, 88 purple crystal ores were obtained. Ding, 92 red crystal ores were obtained. Many players rushed to the ore, and just as they were about to collect it, the ore was gone. Huh? Where are the ores? Why did they all disappear? Was it stolen by someone, or was it a system refresh? No one knows why the crystal ore disappeared. Luo Su looked at the 306 crystal ores in her space, and was a little surprised. The crystal ores she put into the space were not recognized by the system. She tried to take the 2 crystal ores from the space to the player backpack, and the system popped up a prompt. Players Luo Su and Do Do each got 1 crystal ore, and are currently ranked first. Luo Su was immediately surprised. She discovered an incredible secret. Chapter 183. Luo Su hurriedly teleported and accelerated, ran 150 meters away, and continued to use storage. There were 280 more crystal ores in her space. The mining area was very large, and she kept teleporting and quietly stored the crystal ores in her space. Players were no longer surprised by the disappearance of ores. A large number of crystal ores disappeared at the same time, but no one on the leaderboard increased the number of ores in large quantities, so it should not be man-made. At this time, the system kept refreshing the prompts, who had the most ores, and the one with the most ores already had 56 crystal ores. Luo Su kept a low profile, and kept the number in the single digit. The leader is really hard-working. He can't get any, or even with his child on his back. I have 21, but she only has 9. It's really pitiful. Those who are capable should do more work. Let's hurry up and get more. The 2 teammates of Jiuxing met, exchanged ideas, and continued to collect ores. Luo Su continued to run around the map, and got a lot of ore. She took out some, and put them in the player's backpack. At this time, she ran to a pile of ores, and another blue-skinned player rushed over, but the ore was in front of the 2 of them. Strange. Disappeared. Luo Su showed a surprised expression on her face. The blue-skinned player looked at her with disdain and said, You are so surprised. The ore has a time limit, and it will disappear automatically when the time comes. Luo Su smiled secretly in her heart. Is there any other explanation like this? The man saw Luo Su's surprised expression of sudden enlightenment and turned away with satisfaction. Luo Su quickly teleported to 100 meters away. Mom, there is another red one over there. Dao pointed to a red crystal not far away and immediately gave directions to her mother. Luo Su continued to quietly collect the ores. At this time, there were nearly 2,000 crystal ores in Luo Su's space, and there were only 199 in her player backpack. When there were 10 minutes left in the countdown to the first half, the ores in the entire mining area had been plundered and no new ores appeared. Some players began to eye the gems in other people's backpacks. The system was prompting that the player with the most crystal ores was Bai Yi. Because he had the talent of telekinesis, he was ahead, with 623 ores. This is very eye-catching. A lot of players are hunting him. Player Bai Yi died. The player with the most crystal ore is Fang Zhan, with 835 crystals. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone had a new target to hunt. As the top name kept changing and people kept dying, the number of crystals at the top kept rising, and soon exceeded 3,000. In addition to the top being hunted, players from different camps were also attacking and plundering each other. Especially those players who looked weaker, were easily targeted by people around them. Luo Su was attacked by surprise. With a bang, she was hit by a skill and lost 15,000 HP. TSK, trash from a second-level planet is just weak. I don't even bother to do it. Hand over all your ores, and we can consider not killing you. Luo Su turned around and found 3 sturdy orcs standing behind her. Luo Su thought it would be impossible to fight 1 against 3. She had to pretend to be terrified and whispered, "Okay." The 3 of them smiled smugly and waited to share the ore. Luo Su took out a pile of ore from his backpack and threw it in front of him. While they were picking up the ore, Luo Su first threw out a small range of ice, then locked them, and launched a skill of 10 consecutive attacks. Freeze for 15 seconds. Continuous frostbite reduced by 1,000. Super harvest damage reduced by 10,000. Super harvest critical hit reduced by 40,000. Super harvest damage reduced by 10,000. Super harvest critical hit reduced by 40,000. When the 3 of them reacted, they were already fixed by the ice domain and were immediately furious. "How dare you plot against us? I kill you, bitch. You're dead." However, just as the words fell, a few critical hits, and the 3 men fell to the ground without a sound. Ding, kill player Bakara and get 378 crystal ores. Ding, kill player Yodon and get 311 crystal ores. Ding, kill player Mullah and get 294 crystal ores. Luo Su's number of ores suddenly increased to 1182, ranking 12th. Chapter 184. Luo Su used her eyes to check the properties of the crystal ores. Crystal ore contains special energy, used as building materials, and for some special purposes. What are the special purposes? Luo Su was puzzled. Now she has 2,600 crystals in her space, and 1,182 in the player's backpack. With so many ores, she was a little worried that the system would not take them back. So she started the infinite fusion of space, targeting crystal ores. As soon as Luo Su exited the space, she saw her teammates rushing over. "Captain, are you okay?" Lung Chen asked. The elf girl said, "I saw 3 orcs making trouble for you from a distance, so I quickly called them together to help." Luo Su shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Now it's a melee stage. Let's not separate, so as not to be bullied by others." Ye Guqing said, "You will still be bullied even if you are not alone." At this time, someone said very arrogantly. Everyone turned around and found a group of orcs standing behind. These orcs have a layer of white fluff on their skin, blue hair and blue eyes, tall stature, and there are more than a dozen of them. "Ah, people from Tai Star. Go, let's go quickly lest you implicate us." At this time, 2 people from the Blue Sea Star in the same camp hurried away. The main star giant said very firmly, "Don't make trouble, don't mess with each other. Big fool, hand over your ore obediently, or I will kill you all." After the man finished speaking, he hit him with a skill. Bang! The main star giant staggered and almost fell to the ground. Jiuxing's teammates rushed over and supported him. "Are you okay?" Seeing that he had lost 30,000 HP in an instant, Luo Su asked hurriedly. "Captain, I'm fine." Mingxing giant shook his head and said, anger in his eyes was about to burst out. Luo Su looked at Ye Guqing. Ye Guqing received her questioning look and shook his head slightly, wanting to tell her that we can't afford to offend this group of people. But Luo Su had already smashed out an ice field, and the area within a radius of 50 meters was frozen. Half of the opponent's people were frozen. Ye Guqing shouted hurriedly, "Everyone, come together and fight them." After that, he used the Ice Storm skill to hit 3 times in a row. Bang! 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 Luo Su's skill of 10 consecutive hits was also activated. Super Harvest damage reduced by 4,000. Super Harvest critical hit 33,000. Super Harvest critical hit 33,000. The 4 opponents, who were not fixed, only had their movement speed reduced, and they could still fight back. The 4 of them hit with skills one after another, and the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning came together. Crackle. Boom boom. The transparent shield on the Jiuxing people was blown up, and a large amount of damage value floated above their heads. The elf girl hurriedly activated a group blood recovery skill. No one expected that this cute girl was actually a nurse. With a nurse in the team, the sense of security doubled. Everyone resisted with all their strength, and blasted out with a wave of skills. Daodu was no exception. He kept sending out explosive dragon balls to blast out. Luo Su's skill critical hit rate was a half probability, and with the cooperation of teammates, half of the people who were immobilized in the ice domain were quickly killed. Bang! 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 Ye Guqing used a series of ice skills to knock out the opponents, who were not frozen. Luo Su hurriedly made up for it, and used a group attack skill to hit 10 times in a row, and was about to kill those people in 1 second. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her arm. She was dragged far away by an invisible force, and was about to be seriously injured. In a hurry, she used the invisibility item. Shua. All the members of Jiuxing's team became invisible. Ye Guqin was excited. Immune to damage, they finally came, and he fought with them. Meng Chen rushed into the crowd with 2 assassin daggers with black aura, like a ghost. Puff. 2 knives. 2 enemies had their throats cut, and fell to the ground. The remaining people on the other side began to panic. More than a dozen of them came to rob, but they didn't expect that some died, and some were injured in the end. He crushed an acceleration prop, teleported out in a second and escaped, and hurried to the Taibeixing army to seek help. The people of Taibeixing were a little surprised when they saw the miserable appearance of that man. I heard that more than a dozen people from Taibai Star were killed, and a lot of, or was stolen, and I couldn't help but get angry. They are looking for death. They dare to touch people from Taibai Star. Let's go lead the way. We go and kill him. More than a dozen peoples, or, at least thousands of them. We must get them back. Luo Su had just dealt with a group of people who didn't know their own strength, and a group of people were gathering together to divide the ore. Suddenly, a big move hit him. Boom! With a sound. The people from Jiuxing continent were beaten to the ground. Chapter 185. Ye Guqin quickly cast a blue protective shield for everyone, and the cute elf girl also cast a collective blood-adding and continuous blood-recovering skill in time. Luo Su turned around, and saw a large group of Taibai Star people rushing over aggressively. It turned out that the person, who had just escaped, went back to get reinforcements. This group of people had at least hundreds of people, all from the purple camp. One camp came to kill, while the others in their own camp hid far away, and their 9-star people were simply abandoned. Luo Su felt bad. How could he fight with so many people? The other teammates of Jiuxing looked ashen and desperate. Fortunately, a magnificent voice sounded from the sky at this time. The first half is over, and there is a 5-minute break. The player with the most resources is Hong Song, with a total of 4,786 resources. He won the extra prize, and won the most resource towers for his camp. During the break, the players enter the protection time, and are immune to damage. Luo Su breathed a sigh of relief. She checked her space, and found that the blue crystal block had been fused. She got a piece of high-level blue crystal. It was a small piece, but the energy contained in it was equivalent to the sum of hundreds of ordinary blue crystals. She put other crystals on it, and fused them separately. She found a pet blood recovery medicine that can eliminate the weak state of the battle pet, 100,000 points per piece. She bought 3 pet blood recovery medicines, and spent 300,000 points. She felt a pain in her heart, and only had 700,000 points left. She gave Xiaobai and Xiaohan the blood recovery medicine respectively, and the 2 small battle pets recovered to full blood. She thought for a moment, the most important thing in a melee is to save your life, so she spent 500,000 points to buy a one-time life-saving item magic turtle shell. Other items are not less than 500,000 points, and she really can't afford it. She quietly exited the messenger store. She found that there was also a mount summoning item Fire Kirin in her backpack. She clicked to use it, and chose to bind the mount to herself. Her combat power increased a lot, and she checked her fire resistance and found that it increased a lot. What made her happiest was the description of the mount. In riding state, attack power increased by 20%, and damage reduced by 50%. Dowdu kept shouting that he wanted to ride a fire horse. Luo Su shook his head. The fire unicorn was red all over, which was too eye-catching. It was not allowed to be easily ridden out until the critical moment, otherwise it might die faster. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Now enter the second half, the resource tower defense battle. At the beginning of the second half, everyone was divided into camps, and teleported to different places in the mining area. There was a tall resource tower on the east and west sides of the mining area. The resource tower on the east was ownerless and gray. The resource tower in the west has been occupied by people from Taibai planet, and is in purple. Hong Song, the winner of the previous level, is in the purple camp, so at the beginning of this level, they directly obtained a resource tower. The number of resources in the purple resource tower is 50,000 crystal ores, which means that all the crystal ores collected by everyone in their camp in the previous level are stored in the resource tower as the base. We must guard the resource tower, Hong Song said loudly. Da Song, should we send some people to occupy the other towers as well? Someone asked. Hong Song looked deep, shook his head and said, No, just defend this tower. Don't be too greedy. In the blue camp where Luo Su was, a blue-skinned orc was gathering people from Blue Star to seize the resource tower in the east. Luo Su activated his fiery eyes and looked far away, only to see flames rising to the sky over there, and the melee entered a white-hot stage. Captain, what should we do? Should we attack the tower with those blue orcs? Yigucheng asked Luo Su. No. Luo Su shook his head. We just be cannon fodder if we go. The Mingxing giant was the first to agree. The leader is wise. The cute elf girl said angrily, we were bullied by the people from Tai-Bai planet just now, and the blue orcs just stood by and watched. We don't want to be cannon fodder. The others also nodded. Let's go! Luo Su led everyone to another remote direction. Unexpectedly, a group of blue orcs ran over and blocked their way. Hey, you cowardly second-rate trash. Are you planning to be deserters? Chapter 186. Other people from the blue camp also gathered around. You are from the same camp. It is too wicked for you to leave like this. You will benefit from winning. You should also contribute. It is better to not have such cowards. If it were not for the protection mechanism of the same camp, they would have died long ago. Luo Su ignored them and left with the 9-star people. They threw a bunch of skills at them, and the same camp was immune to damage. The orcs of Blue Star were furious, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't force them to go to the battlefield, right? Everyone ignore them. We will attack on our own. The leader of the Blue Sea Star people shouted. He led the Blue Sea Star people to the resource tower in the east. Luo Su led the 9-star people to a high point and watched the fire from the other side. Oh, the fight over there is so fierce. The Ming Star giant stood high and saw far and sighed. Let's wait until half of the time is over before we attack. Luo Su said. The leader is wise. When we start, everyone should pay attention to protecting the elf girl. Only when she is safe can we hold on. Luo Su said, and took a look. In the group, her health of 220,000 was the highest. Mingxing Giant was second with 150,000 health. Yigucheng had 130,000. Lungchen had 100,000. Luo Su was very surprised to see Lungchen. In the last StarCraft competition, he lost the game, and was demoted from Gold 9th rank to Silver 9th rank. How could he upgrade so quickly? Now he has reached King. It is easy for Silver 9th rank to return to Gold, but there is still a Diamond rank in between. Luo Su planned to ask Lungchen quietly, but this is a private matter, and he may not disclose it. But she really wanted to find out if there were other faster ways for players to level up. Lungchen, how did you level up so quickly? Luo Su privately chatted with Lungchen. Lungchen looked at her, seemed a little hesitant, but still gave an ambiguous answer. I had an adventure. What adventure? Luo Su asked. Lungchen glared at her. Are you polite? Luo Su smiled at him. Not very polite, but I really want to know. My ancestors gave me an adventure. Lungchen said. Your ancestors? Luo Su nodded. Okay, if you don't want to say it, just ignore it. Just pretend I didn't ask. At this time, a loud rumble came from the east, and the resource tower in the east turned blue. I didn't expect that the blue orcs were so strong. They actually occupied the resource tower first. The Mingxing giant said in surprise. Yigucheng said, among the first-class planets, the overall strength of Blue Sea Star is second only to Tai-Bai planet. They lose because of their small population and weak reproductive ability. The young man from Leishing said, no wonder, the people on Tai-Bai planet occupy 1.5 camps, while there are less than 100 people on Blue Sea Star, and we need to fill in. At this time, there was another loud boom from the east, and the resource tower in the east turned red again. Oh, this tower hasn't even warmed up yet, and it was taken away so quickly? The giant from Mingxing said. Now 4 camps are fighting for 1 tower. How can it be so easy to defend it? Lungchen said. Then should we take advantage of the chaos and sneak attack and get some ore back? The young man from Leishing was eager to try. He had more than 500 ores. Luo Su stared at the battle in the east and said calmly, wait a little longer. Wait until their life-saving props are all used up. They wanted to hide in the corner and take advantage, but the truth is that it is not so easy. Now, trouble is coming. A group of people from the green camp were killing lone players and small groups everywhere, and they came over with murderous intent. Chapter 187. Luo Su stood up. Everyone, pay attention, prepare for war. The enemy had about 40 or 50 people. In addition to robbing others of their ores, they probably also wanted to steal other people's props, right? When Luo Su killed those people on Tai-Bai planet before, she also obtained the items in their backpacks, including a speed-up prop, but it was useless to her. She was already fast enough. Yi Guqing put on a blue group protection shield. Luo Su's 3 self-defense skills were also added. The cute elf girl also added a 5-minute continuous blood recovery state for everyone. Luo Su took the initiative and launched a round of attacks when the people in the green camp approached the 100-meter range. The teammates looked at the heads of the people in the green camp from a distance and were immediately surprised by a string of damage. Wow, the leader's attack range is actually 100 meters away. My attack range is 50 meters. My attack range is 36 meters. Yi Guqing listened silently without saying a word. His attack range is 80 meters. Lung Chen was silent too. He was a close-range attack player, and his advantage was his speed and several stealth skills. Some people in the green camp were hit by critical damage and lost half of their health in an instant. They rushed into the 50-meter range and began to fight back violently, with the mentality of outnumbering the few, and they were not afraid at all. 5 against 1, can't they win? What a joke. Luo Su used another 800-meter group attack skill with 10 combos. Super Harvest x 10 combos. 1/3 of the people in the green camp were gone, and many of them were half health. Fuck. The leader of the green team, Mon, could not help but swear. He did not expect that this small team hiding in the corner was actually a hard iron plate. He really misjudged it. He still had half of his health left. He felt that if he did not leave, he would die here. He decisively crushed a prop and rushed out 70 or 80 meters away. This was the prop he had just robbed. He had originally wanted to keep it for attacking the tower, but he did not expect to use it in advance. It was important to escape. As long as there is a green mountain, there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. Nan ran more than 200 or 300 miles in one breath, and then stopped to catch his breath. He saw that he was the only one within 100 meters, and there were no pursuers behind him. He was immediately safe. He gasped for air. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his body, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He found that his health bar was decreasing rapidly. Minus 10,000, minus 40,000. He looked around in horror, and there was no one within 100 meters. Who the hell is attacking me? So insidious, and he's playing invisible. Nanan ran more than 500 meters with the last bit of blood left, and saw that his green camp was not far ahead. He was so happy, safe at last. However, the next second, his legs softened and he fell to the ground, his body aching violently. His health bar suddenly emptied. His last consciousness was to hear the system prompt. You were killed by player Luo Su, the game is over. In a corner. The people of Jiuxing suddenly burst into joy. Captain, you said, we all hid in such a remote corner. Some people even took the trouble to come and deliver, or, it's embarrassing, hee. The Mingxing giant said happily. It's embarrassing, don't take it, give me your share. The cute elf girl said. 10,000 pieces of ore, how many people did this gang rob? Lumchen said. Luo Suchi said readily, equally, 1,000 each. Wow, the captain is so nice. The cute elf girl was so happy holding 1,000 ores. At this time, Yi Guqing suddenly said, Captain, there is only half of the game time left for this level. Luo Su put away the ore and said decisively, let's go and rob the tower. Chapter 188. Luo Su led the 9-star team and hurried to the resource tower in the east. Later, you should use more control skills. Yi Guqing, your ice domain is very powerful, you should use more. Luo Su arranged the tactics while walking. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this time, only half of the people were left in the blue camp. It is conceivable that during this period of time, they lost nearly 50 people in the battle for the tower. But fortunately, the resource tower in the east has turned blue again. When Luo Su and his team arrived, there were 70 or 80 people attacking the tower, from all camps, and the scene was in a state of chaos. At this time, the blue team lost more than a dozen people, and was about to lose the battle. Luo Su released an ice field from a distance, and started a group attack with 10 combos. Super Harvest x 10 combos. Luo Su's attack instantly killed the players with low health around the resource tower. Fuck, who is attacking us from behind? I don't know, I'm frozen. I can only talk, I can't turn around. The damage is so high, could it be that the people from Tai Bai Star are attacking us? Fuck Tai Bai Star, don't they have a resource tower? Are you still coming to rob? Why didn't you come earlier or later? Now that we are almost winning, you come to rob. The people in the yellow camp said. Luo Su's second wave of group attacks was launched, and the number of enemies around the resource tower decreased by 1/3. At this time, the blue-skinned orcs on the tower found something strange. Blue, Those second-rate trash are here. Why didn't you come earlier? Why are you here to take advantage now? It's good that they came. We can't hold on any longer. What's the use of those weaklings? At most, they can kill a few low-health enemies. If they fight head-on, they will only be killed. There was silence on the tower for a while, and then someone said, I think they are quite fierce, and they cooperate well. First, they control the group, then kill the group, and the rhythm is very fast. The man in black is very strong. You can see that he releases ice domains to control the enemies, and then his ice storm skill is very powerful. They are such a small team, but they actually have a teammate who can heal. No wonder they can survive until now. Around the resource tower, the people in the yellow camp retreated collectively, gave up fighting for the tower, and decided to kill the small team of blue camp reinforcements behind them first. They still had more than 50 people, led by 2 control players. 2 powerful control moves at the beginning, the 9-star team retreated step by step, but they were still hit, and buried alive, by the Earth-type players in the opponent's yellow camp. Luo Su was shocked, and decisively used the invisibility skill. Cute baby bubble. All teammates were rescued from the pile of dirt. Invisibility is immune to all damage. Everyone, go all out. Yi Guqing shouted in the team. The skill of the Mingxing giant is to swing his big fists, and the 2 big fists can hit several enemies with one punch, which is quite violent. Although it cannot kill instantly, the effect of breaking up the enemy queue is quite good. The young man from Leishing used his thunder skill one and Daodu's baby dragon ball one after another, making Daodu so happy that he thought it was his skill that brought such a big thunder and lightning, and he was very excited. The cute elf girl focused on the health of each team member, and added blood in time. Yi Guqing and Luo Su released the ice domain alternately, and the people in the other camp were almost crazy because of the freezing and deceleration. But all the members on Luo Su's side were invisible, and immune to damage. Ice control, high burst of thunder, and a large number of boulders fell from the sky. The number of people in the yellow camp was getting smaller and smaller, and after falling, even their bodies disappeared. This was a one-sided suppression battle. The group outside was stronger than the ones guarding the tower above. The people in the blue camp were so cunning. They actually left the strongest team outside, and the weaker ones guarded the tower, luring people into a trap, and finally attacking from both sides. How cunning! The people in the yellow camp really didn't expect this outcome. Originally, the 4 camps had the greatest chance of winning, but they didn't expect to lose to the blue camp in the end. All is fair in war. If you lose, you lose. The last person in the yellow camp fell. There was a cheer from the tower. The largest yellow camp fell, and there were still 20 or so miscellaneous troops beside the tower, which posed no threat. However, tragedy happened at this moment. A large group of purple camp people rushed out from nowhere and attacked the tower directly. Boom! With a sound, the resource tower in the east quickly turned purple. Luo Su was shocked. There were still 10 minutes left in the game, and both towers were currently occupied by people from the purple camp. At this moment, the system broadcast sounded. The game countdown is 10 minutes. At the end of the game, all players in the camp without towers will be considered as failed to pass the level, and will be wiped out by the system. Chapter 189. Luo Su also looked at the crowd on the tower, which looked like there were at least 60 or 70 people. If there were 100 people in one camp, then most of the people in the purple camp would have come over, so there were not many people guarding the original tower. Luo Su hurriedly left with the 9 stars team. In the eyes of others, they thought they were afraid of the people from Tai Bai Star, so they hurried away. Turning around and going to a hidden place, Luo Su activated his fiery eyes to check the other tower. In fact, it was not far away. The 2 towers were only 700 to 800 meters apart. Luo Su asked the other team members to find a place to hide first, and not to attack. She would try it herself first. She teleported forward 100 meters, took out 2 boulders from her backpack and placed them high up. She squatted behind the boulders and hid, staring at Zeta. She activated a group attack with a maximum range of 820 meters. Super Harvest X10 combos. Super Harvest X10 combos. Super Harvest X10 combos. After 3 consecutive combos, she received a series of system prompts. Ding, kill player Ding Langyu, get 355 ores, and all the items in the player's backpack. Ding, kill player Emosher, get 397 ores, and all the items in the player's backpack. The 9 stars team saw that the number of ores in their camp was increasing, and they suddenly became uneasy. What did the leader do? She stole so many ores in just 2 minutes. She didn't attack the tower alone, did she? Should we go and have a look? The elf girl looked at the teammate information and said, "The leader's health has not been reduced. She is safe." Yi Guqing said, "You wait here, I go and have a look." Lung Chen, "I can stay invisible for a long time, I go." Finally, the two of them went to find Luo Su together, and the others waited for instructions at the back and were ready to respond at any time. Luo Su saw that the long-range sneak attack method was effective, and he quickly performed 10 combos with his skills. Super Harvest X 10 combos. Super Harvest X 10 combos. Super Harvest X 10 combos. Another group of people fell on the west tower, but they couldn't see where the enemy was. "Quick, send someone to the east tower to find Okura and ask for support. I go get help, you guys hold the tower." Someone ran out of the tower quickly, turned around and quietly ran to the east tower. Luo Su stood 300 meters away. When he saw this man, he realized that he was the one who used the props to run away to get help last time. He went to get help again. He will never let him succeed this time. Luo Su locked 820 meters again and continued the group attack. Super Harvest X 10 combo. Super Harvest X 10 combo. Super Harvest X 10 combo. After 5 waves of combos, Luo Su received a series of prompt sounds. This time, he killed 36 people. At a glance, the west tower was empty and ownerless. Just then, Yi Guqing and Lang Chen came over, and Luo Su asked them to occupy the tower. "Hurry, there's no time, go in and occupy the west tower." Luo Su was afraid that the people in the east tower would receive the message and rush over to seize the tower, so she planned to ambush and block them on the way, and must delay until the end of the game. She hurriedly ran towards the east tower. She didn't know that the east tower was also in chaos. They were constantly attacked from a distance, and more than a dozen people died in a blink of an eye, but they couldn't see where the enemy was. The ragtag army under the tower who didn't die all ran away. There was no enemy at all. Hong Song concluded that there must be a great master hidden around the east tower. He selected 20 elite members, and prepared to follow him out of the tower to fight. But he heard the system prompt sound. The resource tower in the west has been occupied by the blue camp. Chapter 190. The resource tower in the west has been occupied by the blue camp. Hong Song and others were shocked when they heard the system prompt. Blue camp? Didn't all the people from Blue Star die? In addition to the people from Blue Star, there seemed to be a few humans from the second-level planets in the blue camp. Humans from the second-level planets? What kind of waves can those weak humans cause? There must be other hidden masters in the blue camp. Hong Song concluded that the person who had been invisible for so long must be extraordinary. He led a group of people out of the east tower and hurried to the west tower. Luo Su went east, teleported 100 meters away, and returned to the hiding place of other teammates. "El sister, you guys go to the west tower quickly and defend the tower with Yi Guqing and the others." Luo Su saw that there were still 5 minutes left. Defend the tower and make sure to drag it out until the end of the game. Everyone nodded and gave Luo Su a round of attack and defense and continuous blood recovery. "Captain, be careful." After saying that, they hurried to the west tower. Luo Su just turned to the east and saw a group of people coming towards her in a hurry. She hurriedly hid back in her hiding place, locked the surrounding 820 meters, and attacked a large group of people. Super Harvest X 10 combo. Super Harvest X 10 combo. Luo Su used combo skills to harvest 19 more people. But her position was discovered, and a skill, boom, was hit down. The boulder above her head fell down, and at the critical moment, she collected it into the space. Luo Su was shocked. What a close call. She came out of the pile of rocks where she was hiding, and more than 20 people from Taibai Star surrounded her. "I didn't expect it was a woman," Hong Song said in surprise, with a complicated look in his eyes. Contempt, doubt, surprise, and finally a cruel look appeared in his eyes. He raised his hand and slapped it quickly, boom. Unexpectedly, his thunder palm, which was always known for its speed, only hit a trace of her afterimage. This woman is not only very powerful, but also has first-class prediction in battle. It was the first time that a woman was on the battlefield, and he was impressed. He looked up and found that she was already 100 meters away. This speed was really fast. However, this was not the most surprising thing for him. The woman released 2 battle pets. One was eating, and the other was fighting. Boom. With a sound, the big white dog used the battle pet skill. The lightning, ice storm, and lava group attack damage bombarded everyone, and the person with the least blood volume was killed instantly. All those who were hit also suffered fire damage. Everyone was shocked. Battle pet? 2 more. Hong Song stared at the 2 battle pets with his eyes shining. This woman must die. He used his skills again, this time directly using the ultimate move, alternating between his hands to release two huge energies, which kept changing shape, and finally turned into a giant fist like a lion, smashing over. Luo Su teleported away and escaped. With a loud bang, the giant fist smashed where she was just now, creating a big hole in the ground. Although Xiaobai and Xiaohan had already run away, their speed was not fast enough, and they still lost half of their health. Fortunately, Xiaohan's continuous blood recovery skill was powerful. Super Harvest X10. Super Harvest X10. Luo Su fired skills continuously, with a 48% critical hit rate, almost one critical hit every 2 times, and the dozen or so half-blood subordinates who followed Hong Song out had all disappeared. Hong Song lost half of his health, and then he reacted and asked in horror, "You have a space prop, and it is a space that can take people in?" Luo Su said coldly, "My space only holds dead people. Do you want to go in?" Hong Song's expression suddenly became serious. He crushed a prop and summoned 3 clones. The time for Luo Su's decisive battle has come. She summoned the Fire Kirin. Chapter 191. Luo Su summoned the Fire Kirin. The Fire Kirin glowed red, and left flaming footprints every time it took a step, which was daunting. Luo Su and Do Do rode on it, but could not feel the temperature of the flames. Do Do was extremely excited. Wow, riding a fire horse? Hong Song was almost blinded by the majestic Fire Kirin. This is both a battle pet and a riding pet, a standard configuration for the Supreme King. Such a standard configuration is not worthy of humans on a second-level planet. This should belong to me, Hong Song. Hong Song's blood boiled, and he crushed 3 props in a row. His body suddenly grew in size, and his skin was coated with a layer of copper-colored shield. His original half-blood was instantly restored to full. He jumped up and shouted, "Thunder Fist." The moment his fists were swung out, a strong fist wind rushed out and hit Luo Su. Bang! With a sound. The huge rock that Luo Su smashed out collided violently with the fist wind in midair, exploded instantly, and was smashed to pieces, comparable to an explosion scene. Even though they were 50 or 60 meters away, Luo Su still felt the aftermath of the fist wind, which was very powerful. Luo Su was shocked. After he transformed, he was very powerful. She saw Xiaobai and Xiaohan fighting with the 3 clones, so she focused on dealing with Hong Song. She took out a handful of energy balls and smashed them at Hong Song. Unexpectedly, the energy balls exploded before they touched his body. It turned out that there was an invisible protective shield around his body. After the energy balls exploded, a black mist formed in the air 1 meter away from him. The black fog spread out, but it couldn't get close to his body at all. Luo Su collected the black fog and replaced it with a huge rock to smash out. Bang! Bang! A few sounds in a row. The huge rock finally broke through the invisible protective shield and hit his left shoulder directly. Clang! With a sound. He staggered and took a few steps back, but he was not injured. There were still 56 seconds left. Luo Su thought that as long as she dragged it out until the end of the game, she could be promoted to the king. But Hong Song didn't think so. In addition to being promoted to the king, he also wanted to take away Luo Su's war pet and the fire unicorn. He tried his best and used his strongest move. The powerful pressure came to Luo Su, and even with the elite armor protecting her, she still felt the breath of destruction. Time and space seemed to be imprisoned. She couldn't move at all. The cooldown time of the invisibility skill was still 8 minutes. Luo Su moved his mind and used the turtle shell life-saving item and activated the group attack skill at the same time. Super Harvest X10. Super Harvest X10. Super Harvest X10. Boom boom. Like a mountain falling down on her head, she was knocked off the shelf with a bang. She only felt a numbness in her body, and her tortoise shell was broken, but her health bar was still dropping rapidly. She soon lost half of her health. Xiaobai and Xiaohan were killed instantly and forcibly put into the war pet warehouse. She hurriedly activated the blood recovery skill. Magic Pacifier. Her health bar was full, but the aftermath of the pressure was still there, and she was still losing blood at a rate of 30,000 per second. The game time entered the countdown, 10 seconds, 9 seconds. At this time, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. The East Tower has been occupied by the Blue Camp. Hong Song was shocked, and hurriedly turned around to look at the East Tower, and his heart was immediately broken. Luo Su also looked up. The East Tower turned blue, and Ling Chen and El's sister were standing on the East Tower. Luo Su smiled knowingly. 9-star people are never useless. A magnificent voice came from the sky. This level is over. In the blink of an eye, Hong Song disappeared. The blue camp won, occupying the two towers unprecedentedly, and the reward was doubled, and each person received 50,000 crystal ores. Congratulations to the 12 players of the blue camp for being promoted to the king rank. Each person received a King of Glory gift pack. 12. Luo Su was surprised. There were only 10 people in the 9-star team. At this time, a pair of blue-skinned twin sisters emerged from the huge rocks in the east. They looked only 17 or 18 years old. They happily hugged each other and cried with joy. So many people have been sacrificed, and I have not failed my father's trust after all. Chapter 192. Luo Su was surprised. These two sisters hid really well. This is a sure win. In the entire Blue Sea planet, only the two sisters survived and were promoted to king. Thank you. Level 2 planets are not all trash. There are also talented people. The twin girls said, giving Luo Su a thumbs up. Luo Su didn't want to pay attention to them. At this time, the elf girl asked her in the team channel, Sister Luo Su, how can I find you after the game is out? After this experience of fighting the enemy together, Luo Su felt that these 9-star fellows were all pretty good. I'm on Guala Star. Luo Su said. You're on Guala Star? Lung Chen was surprised. He had heard that the Blue Star resettlement area was in the barren west, but he hadn't been there yet. Yeah. Luo Su nodded. Lung Chen smiled for the first time and said, So we live on the same planet. The elf girl said, Sister, my name is Kai Kaizi, and I live in the elf tribe. If you come to Magic Star, you must come to find me. My name is Qin Jiawei, I'm in Neng. Before the Mingxing giant finished speaking, everyone was sent out of the game. Luo Su thought, We are both in the 9 stars, so we will meet each other sooner or later. She and Doubta came to the game transfer station. The Fire Kirin automatically put it away. In her backpack were 2 glittering King of Glory gift bags. Mom, let me do it, let me do it. Doubta yelled. Okay, you open it. Luo Su nodded. Doubta rubbed his hands excitedly, opened the gift ding. Congratulations to Luo Su player for winning the King's Crown. King's Equipment 1/5. Game points 1 million points. Ding. Congratulations to Doubta player for winning the King's Light Boots. King's Equipment 1/5. Game points 1 million points. Luo Su put the King's Crown on her head, and her health increased by 30,000. Now her health is 250,000. Doubta also put on his boots, which increased his attack speed by 10%. The combined rewards for the two of them amounted to 2.2 million points. Luo Su opened the point store and found an item trading area. Luo Su's eyes lit up. It turns out that the portable trading area is only available after you are promoted to king. From now on, it will be much more convenient to buy and sell things. Luo Su browsed around and found that most of the things sold in the trading area were things she had never seen before, and they were very expensive. A bottle of blood recovery medicine actually cost 30,000 survival points. A bottle of potion to restore mental strength, 50,000 survival points. She bought 10 bottles of blood recovering potion for backup. She turned to the last page, but didn't see the king's set, which was a bit disappointing. She quietly exited the point store. She took the 100,000 crystal ores in the backpack as rewards and merged them infinitely. Soon, the red fusion was completed. Top red crystal can be inlaid in the king's set, increasing 30,000 health points. She inlaid the top red crystal into the king's crown, which immediately became much more beautiful, and also increased 30,000 health points, and her health became 280,000. Doubta's king's boots were also inlaid with a top-grade yellow crystal stone, which increased dodge by 100 points. In this way, the overall strength was greatly improved. After checking the space, Luo Su clicked to exit the game. As a result, she was in front of her eyes and black, and she did not return to the novice village. Instead, she came to a strange place. What happened? Luo Su was very confused. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, she finally got used to it. It was a dark and windy night. It was pitch dark. She activated her fire eyes. Fire eyes. Shwa. The scene in front of her turned into the scene under the night vision goggles. She looked around and her scalp suddenly numbed. Within a few dozen meters around, there were more than a dozen black shadows quietly surrounding her. Luo Su was shocked. Where is this place? Who are these people? Chapter 193. Luo Su retreated quietly, but after retreating a few meters, she found that there was a cliff behind her. She was shocked. There was no way to retreat. She looked around, and there was no other way out. She could only fight hard. The signboards above these people's heads could not clearly see their levels, only showing player. She was already a king, and these people were all higher than her. Why was there such a big scene? Could it be that Hong Song was not dead? Did he set up this trap to snatch her fire Kirin? Luo Su was puzzled. Since there was no way out, she could only strike first. She quietly added a round of protective skills. Elite armor. Spiritual ocean. Energetic. Then she quietly used a pet blood recovery potion and summoned Xiaohan. Xiaohan was holding a bunch of bamboo shoots and sitting on the ground chewing bamboo. Luo Su quickly threw out an ice domain. Ice domain. Shua. With a sound, an ice domain appeared under the feet of the man in black. A few people were immobilized for 15 seconds, and more people just moved slowly. Luo Su took the opportunity to use a large-scale attack skill. Super Harvest X10. Explosive Dragon Ball X10. Super Harvest X10. Luo Su and Do Do's skills took turns to be used, and soon the black-clothed people were all in a state of continuous bleeding. In the darkness, damage values appeared on everyone's head, and some people even had critical hits. Minus 10,000, minus 10,000, critical hit minus 40, 000. Shua. In a flash, one of the black-clothed people put on a transparent protective seal. Luo Su didn't care about anything else, and directly smashed out more than a dozen huge rocks to disrupt the opponent's formation. At this time, the enemy launched an offensive, and a large number of skills came over, and the flame shot up into the sky. Luo Su made an emergency dodge, leaving a trace of afterimage, and disappeared on the spot. As soon as she left, a bunch of skills hit the place where she had just stood, and a huge pit was smashed on the ground. It was a close call. Luo Su was shocked, broke out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly increased the speed of attack. Super Harvest X10 Combo. Super Harvest X10 Combo. This time, people finally died one after another. Ding, kill player Qing Yin, get 20,000 game points. Ding, kill player Yu Lu, get 20,000 game points. Luo Su added another ice domain, and continued the group attack. Suddenly, someone in the black crowd pulled up a transparent firewall. Luo Su's skills were blocked outside the firewall. She switched to using boulders to attack, and a pile of boulders fell down. Killed 2 more people. As the number of black people decreased, Luo Su thought it was not difficult. With the ice domain control and group attack, it was only a matter of time to slowly grind them to death. Unexpectedly, man proposes, God disposes. She had just finished placing an ice field. She felt the ground beneath her feet move suddenly, as if the carpet was suddenly pulled away when she was standing on it. She had just stood firm when the ground moved again, causing her to stagger and unable to see clearly. This was not the worst. She fell, and lay on the ground. Before she could get up, she felt the ground lifted up, like a carpet, wrapping her up in circles. Luo Su felt a huge pressure, as if she would be crushed to pieces in the next second. Mom, get up quickly, it hurts. Dowda cried. The action of rolling the ground stopped. If it wasn't dark, she might have found that the eyes of the man in black who was rolling her mechanically turned from black to gray, and then to black and white. Wow, Mom! Dowda still cried. Luo Su recovered from the pain, and quickly activated the invisibility skill. Cute baby bubble. Shua. In a moment, she and Dowda both became invisible, and she floated up. Just as she was about to fight back, she heard the man in black next to her mechanically repeating Dowda's name. Dowdu? Do. Chapter 194. Luo Su's eyes lit up, and she found that they had actually arrived at the interstellar hunting ground, where Long Zimo had disappeared before. Zimo, we finally got out? Luo Su looked back, and found that Long Zimo had fainted. She collected the fire Kirin, and brought Long Zimo back to the novice village. Luo Su and Long Zimo suddenly appeared in the yard, startling the grandmother, who was planting vegetables. Su, you are finally back. Oh, what happened to Zimo? The grandmother threw away the hoe in her hand, and hurried over to help put Dowda down. Maybe he's too tired. Luo Su just finished speaking, and helped Long Zimo up to the 3rd floor. Grandma took Dowda to take a bath. Dowda always came back dirty when he went out with his mother. Grandma remembered the last time Luo Su fought monsters in the yard, and imagined the scene of Luo Su carrying Dowda outside to fight monsters, and she felt distressed. She felt sorry for Dowda, and even more sorry for Luo Su. She should get married as soon as possible. It's so dangerous for a woman to fight and kill all day long. Luo Su didn't know that her grandmother was worried about her life. She is now very worried about Long Zimo's health. She called Suimo, and found out that they had been living in the base for a while, because they were doing dungeons every day. Luo Su went to the base, and brought them all back. Du Yifan and Su Jin heard that the boss was back, so they also went back to the novice village. When they returned to the third floor, they saw Grandma Long crying and waiting by Long Zimo's bed. Zimo, what happened to you? Look at your injury. Oh, wake up quickly. If anything happens to you, what will Grandma do? Grandma, Zimo will be fine. Let's go out for a while, and let Dr. Su take a look at him. Luo Su said, helping Grandma Long stand up and walk out. Suemo, wearing a white coat, put the medicine box aside, and then thought of something and said hurriedly, Luo Su, I need those medical instruments to check the boss's body. Luo Su hurriedly put out the necessary examination instruments that he had just brought back from the base clinic. Grandma Long was surprised to see Luo Su take out so many medical instruments out of thin air like a magic trick. Although she knew Luo Su was a person with special abilities, this kind of trick of creating something out of nothing was the first time she had seen it. She heard that Luo Su had a special space that could hold many things, and even this novice village was hers. This was like a fairy. Before, she thought she was not worthy of Zimo, but she was wrong. This time, thanks to her for saving Zimo, otherwise she might never see her own grandson again. I hope Zimo wakes up soon and nothing happens to him. Grandma Long was restless, her eyes full of worry. An hour later, Suemo came out. The eldest's vital signs are normal, and there is basically nothing wrong with his body, Suemo said. Grandma Long breathed a sigh of relief and asked hurriedly, Can he eat? Suemo nodded and said, Yes, he will wake up soon. Grandma Long's brows relaxed and said happily, That's great, I go downstairs and ask Lao Zhao to stew some supplements for him. After Grandma Long left, Suemo looked at Luo Su and Du Yifan and said, There is just a strange question, you come in and take a look. Luo Su, Du Yifan and Su Jin followed Suemo in to see Long Zimo. Long Zimo's eyes were closed, still asleep. Suemo turned him sideways, and turned a piece of hair on the back of his head. Look, there is a small chip implanted in the back of the boss's head, which is why he often falls into a coma. Suemo has some research on electronic biomedicine. The three were shocked. Implanted chip? Luo Su was surprised and took a closer look. He found that there was indeed a fingernail-sized electronic chip under the small piece of scalp that Suemo cut open. Du Yifan was very anxious. Who on earth did this to the boss? Even the boss was tricked. The opponent's power must be stronger than Sanlong. Su Jin suddenly remembered something and said, In the past few days, we have received signals from other than the 9 stars. I don't know where they came from. The encryption level of those messages is very high. We are still trying to decipher them. Luo Su frowned and said, It may be sent from a first-level planet. Du Yifan and Su Jin both showed the same shocked expression. First-level planet? Chapter 195. Luo Su said, In addition to our 9 stars, there are actually some other planets in the Hongyu interstellar space. It is said that the technology is more advanced than ours. They call themselves the first-level planet. They are not human, but look like orcs. They also regard our 9 stars as the second-level planet. Ah, in addition to our 9 stars, there are other planets in the Hongyu interstellar space? Su Jin was surprised. She has been engaged in information work for so many years, but this is the first time she has heard of it. Du Yifan was shocked. Could it be that the boss's disappearance is related to the first-level planet? I don't understand now. I have to wait until he wakes up and ask him, and we know. Luo Su finished speaking and glanced at Long Zimo, who seemed to move. Zimo. Luo Su called him softly. Long Zimo moved his fingers and woke up after a while. Boss! Brother Zimo. Du Yifan and Su Jin also came over. Yeah. Long Zimo responded and stared at Du Yifan and asked, How many days are left? Du Yifan was a little confused by the question, What days? Luo Su reminded, It should be the countdown. Oh, there are still 7 days. Don't worry, boss. All the staff in our organization have passed the silver level. The number of players in our organization has increased by 10,000, and all members' families have survival cards. In addition, 2/3 of the people in the Blue Star base camp have passed the lifeline, and the official has established an organization for people with special abilities, called the Special Management Bureau. Du Yifan briefly reported the situation of the organization. Long Zimo nodded, Okay. Boss, where have you been these days? What happened to him after he disappeared for so long? Du Yifan asked. Long Zimo raised his hand and rubbed his temple, as if the memories made him uncomfortable. Since I fainted in the interstellar hunting ground, I lost some memory, and didn't know what I went through. When I woke up, I was doing devilish training with a group of masked men every day. In addition to training every day, I was injected with various physical enhancers, ate energy-rich foods, and then was thrown into a copy day and night to train. That dungeon is endless, with both single-player and team modes, and the difficulty level will increase as the player's ability improves. Long Zemo said as he recalled. So, you were promoted to the middle stage of the king in such a short time? Luo Su was surprised. Long Zemo nodded and said, the others seemed to have been brainwashed or had their memories cleared. They had no thoughts of their own and only carried out the tasks assigned by their superiors every day. Then how come you still have memories? Luo Su was a little puzzled. Could it be that Long Zemo was another special existence? At first, I pretended to be the same as them, with mechanical movements and no thoughts. Later I was exposed, and was forcibly cleared. Somehow, I occasionally remember some of the previous part, Long Zemo said. At this time, Suemo suddenly said, then you should not have your memory cleared. Clearing memory is not 100% successful. For people with strong willpower, it is difficult to clear it. In this case, another method is often used. What method? Several people present asked in unison. Imprisoning memory, the chip is used to seal memory. It imprisons the construction of certain memory bridges in the human brain, so it can achieve the effect of making people lose memory. In layman's terms, it is to selectively seal memory. Suemo explained. This is simply too inhumane. Who did it? Du Yifan felt that his boss was being tortured inhumanely, and felt particularly angry. I don't know what kind of force it is. They were masked from beginning to end. But it can be seen that they have great game authority. After Long Zemo finished speaking, he looked at Luo Su meaningfully. Luo Su was surprised. Great game authority. How do you say that? Long Zemo shook his head. I can't explain it clearly, it's just a hunch. Did they mention level 1 planet? Luo Su asked again. No. Long Zemo shook his head. Then why did you join them in hunting me down? Luo Su asked again. This question shocked the others present. Hunting down? Chapter 196. Long Zemo shook his head, as if his headache had come back. He covered his head, and looked very painful. Luo Su felt a pain in his heart, and said hurriedly, Okay, let's stop here today. You should have a good rest, and take care of your body first. At this time, Grandma Long came in with Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang was holding a tray with a bowl of soup on it. The four of them hurriedly made way. Zemo, you finally woke up. How do you feel now? Grandma Long sat in front of Long Zemo's bed, and asked about his health. I'm fine, Grandma, don't worry. The moment Long Zemo saw his grandma come in, he endured the slight headache, and pretended to be calm. It's good that you're fine. Come on, drink the soup quickly. I specially asked Master Zhao to stew it for you. Grandma Long said, and Aunt Jiang understood, and brought the soup over. Long Zemo didn't have much appetite, but he didn't want to disappoint her kindness, so he had to pick up the soup and drink a few sips. But as soon as he put down the bowl of soup, he started coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. After a violent cough, suddenly, puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious again. This frightened Grandma Long, and everyone present was in a panic. ZMO! Boss! ZMO, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. This is just bone soup. Why did you spit blood after drinking it? Grandma Long was so scared that her legs were shaking. She watched Lao Zhao cook this bone soup herself, and told him to add more ingredients to replenish qi and blood. After it was cooked, she tasted a few mouthfuls, and found it tasted good. But Zemo drank it. How could this happen? Grandma Long took another look at the bright red blood on the bed sheet, and suddenly became furious. Her eyes went black, and she fell into Aunt Zhang's arms, unconscious. Grandma Long. The four people present were even more flustered. This grandmother and grandson fainted at the drop of a hat. It was really scary. Suemo looked at Grandma Long, picked up some tranquilizers for Aunt Jiang, and asked her to give them to Grandma Long on time, and she would be fine after 2 days of rest. As for Long Zemo, Suemo said, we have to help him remove the chip as soon as possible, otherwise it may be dangerous if it takes too long. Du Yifan said anxiously, then take it out quickly. No, we don't have the conditions. We need a professional operating room to remove it. Suemo shook his head and said, Suemo, where is the professional operating room you mentioned? Luo Su asked. If I'm not mistaken, there are 1 or 2 on each planet, including Wara. It's just that people may not lend us this kind of confidential equipment. Suemo said. There will always be a way. Luo Su said, and called the Blue Star official. When the entire Blue Star was transferred, she made a lot of efforts and helped the official solve a big dilemma. Now that Sonlong is in trouble, I believe the official will be happy to help. After several rounds of negotiations, when it was learned that Sonlong's family needed surgery, the official quickly contacted the person in charge of Kuala Star. Luo Su, our ability is limited. We can only help you contact the person in charge there. As for whether you can convince them to lend you the operating room, it depends on you. Yeah, that's fine. We handle the rest ourselves, Luo Su said gratefully. To show their sincerity, Luo Su and Du Yifan went to Guabal City, the capital of Wuyuan country on Kuala Star. They were received by Lung Zwizwa, a diplomat of Wuyuan country, a woman who was resolute and decisive. She was very reluctant to help, and her tone was very unfriendly. After all, the people of Blue Star were of low status, and were just refugees placed on Kuala Star. Not every country has the ability to build such high-tech and confidential things as biomedical operating rooms, so how could they be loaned out? She kept saying that it was still in the construction stage, and had not been successful. After the meeting, Luo Su hurried out of the diplomatic embassy. She was in a bad mood and suddenly heard someone calling her. Luo Su. Luo Su looked up and saw a silver-gray sports car parked on the side of the road. When she saw the people in the car clearly, she was surprised. Lung Chen? Lung Chen opened the car door, got out, and ran towards her. Why are you here? Luo Su smiled and said, I came here to do something. Is it done now? Lung Chen asked. Not yet. Luo Su said, his eyes dim. Let's go, let's have dinner together. It's not too late to do it after we're full. Lung Chen said, pulling Luo Yu away, and then he found that there was a man standing next to Luo Su, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and he was very gentle, and he was confused. Who is this? Oh, my friend Du Yifan. Yifan, his name is Lung Chen. Lung means cold, Chen means the world. Lung Chen heard someone introduce him like this for the first time, and his mouth twitched, and he laughed happily. This scene was seen by the cold-faced diplomat Lung Zwizwa, who was very surprised. It turns out that Chen can laugh. I haven't seen him for many years. Chapter 197. Lung Zwizwa was puzzled when she found out that her son was so happy when he met Luo Su. He had never been to the Blue Star refugee zone, so how could he know her? At this moment, her phone rang, and she saw on the screen that it was her son calling. I met a friend, so I left first. I won't go to that banquet with you today, Lung Chen said on the other end of the phone. Chun, you are so rude. You are the protagonist tonight. How can you be absent? Lung Zwizwa was very unhappy. This kind of blind date party is not the first time you have missed it. I believe you can handle it, Lung Chen said and hung up the phone. Lung Zwizwa hung up the phone and watched her son and the people from Blue Star leave from afar, feeling helpless. She made a phone call. Xiao Wu, drive the car to the door. Before you said you wanted to take the prince's car, so I sent the car here for maintenance. I let Xiaoyang drive another car to take you, Xiao Wu said on the phone. Lung Chen took Luo Su and Du Yifan to a high-end private restaurant on the beach for dinner. During the dinner, Lung Chen asked, Luo Su, what are you doing in Guaper? Can you tell us? Luo Su thought for a moment and told the truth. One of our family members had a serious accident. We wanted to borrow the bioelectronic medical operating room, but it didn't go smoothly, Luo Su said, a little sad. Family? Lung Chen asked, is it important to you? Luo Su nodded and said seriously, very important. Lung Chen thought for a moment, I asked for you. As he said that, he took out his cell phone and walked out. Even though he had gone out to make a phone call, Luo Su's keen hearing still caught every word. I want to borrow the biomedical operating room. Who do you want to borrow it for? Okay, my friend. What do you mean by interfering in other people's affairs? She is my friend, the friend who saved my life. You are always like this. You only have your diplomatic career in mind. If you were willing to run around like her to seek medical treatment, Dad would not have left. Forget it, I won't beg you, I go find my uncle, Lung Chen said and hung up the phone. Soon his phone rang again, and he answered it. You think of a way? Do you keep your word? Okay, I wait for your good news. After dinner, Lung Chen took them to visit the capital of the strongest country on Kuala Star, Guabal City. This is a coastal metropolis, very prosperous and densely populated. Currently, 2/3 of the people have met the conditions for passing the survival of the fittest, and 1/3 are making their final efforts in the next few days. Luo Su said that if Wuyuan country was willing to lend the bioelectronic medical operating room, she was willing to give 300,000 survival privilege cards as a thank you. With this generous thank you gift, plus the status of Ling Chen, the high-level officials of Wuyuan country quickly agreed to lend the operating room. Without further ado, Luo Su directly entered the special space from Guabor City, returned to the novice village, and took Long Zimo, Su Imo and his assistant doctors to Guabor City. After an 8-hour operation, the chip on Long Zimo's head was successfully removed. After another 3 days of recuperation in the Haiyan Sanatorium, Long Zimo's body had basically recovered, and he was ready to leave. Lung Chen and Lung Zhuozwa came to see them off. Thank you, Lung Chen. Luo Su thanked him sincerely. You're welcome. We are comrades who have experienced life and death together. If it weren't for you, I would definitely not be able to come back from the King's promotion tournament. Luo Su nodded and smiled. Lung Chen, although he looked cold, was actually a very grateful person. After saying goodbye, Luo Su and his group hurried back to the novice village. Grandma had been waiting for news in the living room on the first floor. Seeing them come back, she hurried to greet them. Zimo, I'm glad you're okay. Grandma Long hugged him, and her heart finally settled down. Chapter 198. It was dark when they returned to the novice village. Having just returned from Guabor City after dinner, they were not hungry. Long Zimo and Luo Su chatted with their grandmother in the living room on the first floor for a while, and then went upstairs to rest. Du Yifan went to the base. There were only 3 days left in the countdown, and there were many things to deal with in the base. Luo Su accompanied Long Zimo to the 3rd floor. Zimo, how do you feel now? Luo Su asked. Not very well. Long Zimo said. Ah, where do you feel uncomfortable? I call Su Imo right away. Luo Su said, helping Long Zimo back to the room and lying down. Long Zimo raised his lips, grabbed her hand and pressed it on his chest, saying, It's uncomfortable here, it's useless to find a doctor, only you can cure it. Luo Su rolled her eyes at him. You still have the energy to joke, it seems that you are really fine. Long Zimo pulled her into his arms and whispered, I'm not kidding, I'm serious. As he said that, his warm lips covered hers. Luo Su was a little caught off guard. She was stunned at first, and then she slowly responded to his passionate demands. Until she was almost out of breath, Long Zimo's warm lips began to move slowly down. He kissed her chin and beautiful collarbone, and every inch of her made him intoxicated. Long Zimo conquered the city gently and domineeringly. After an unknown amount of time, the two fell into a deep sleep. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the pale yellow curtains, casting a warm light. Luo Su woke up only when her stomach growled with hunger. When she woke up, she found Long Zimo propping up his head and looking at her. His mouth corners were raised, forming a beautiful arc, and his eyes were full of tenderness. Are you hungry? Long Zimo's voice was full of magnetism, slightly hoarse. I'm hungry. Luo Su replied softly. I can't bear to let you go, what should I do? Long Zimo hugged her, and said with a smile, If you don't get up, I call an ambulance directly. Luo Su rolled her eyes at him, a man who ate all night but still wasn't full. Long Zimo smiled evilly, picked her up directly, and walked into the bathroom. My dear wife, let's take a shower, change clothes, and go downstairs for breakfast. When the two went downstairs for breakfast, Xiao Dao made another special breakfast for Luo Su. Long Zimo's eyes were slightly cold. Xiao Dao, who are you treating as if they don't exist? Xiao Dao didn't understand what he meant. Luo Su ate the breakfast with relish and praised it endlessly. Xiao Dao was happy. But when he raised his eyes, he met the cold and creepy eyes of the boss, so he had to quickly make another identical breakfast and bring it to him. He also reminded, couple breakfast, please enjoy slowly. The eldest brother put away his creepy gaze and ate breakfast silently. Dao played for a while and ran back happily, followed by Grandma Luo Su. The little guy saw his father and mother eating breakfast and shouted, Brother Xiao Dao, I want a loving breakfast too. Okay, brother will make it for you. Xiao Dao was speechless. The little guy had obviously eaten breakfast. I want the same love as my father and mother. Dao said happily. Okay, the same love. Your whole family is the same love, okay. Xiao Dao turned around silently, and made the third loving breakfast. When he brought it out, he said happily, a loving breakfast for the whole family, please enjoy it. A loving breakfast for the whole family, then there's still one for Grandpa. Dao said, stretching out a finger. Xiao Dao, eh? Luo Su's grandmother hurriedly said, oh no, I've had breakfast, Xiao Dao. You can do your thing, don't worry about him, he's very naughty. Xiao Dao nodded and smiled, saying, then I go find Xiao Tsong and the others to do the dungeon. Dowda sent them to the base. Grandma smiled as she watched Luosu and Long Zimo sitting face to face and eating breakfast. Guessing that their relationship must have taken another step forward, she stopped bothering them, chatted briefly, and went upstairs happily. Just after breakfast, Long Zimo's phone rang. It was Du Yifan who called. "Boss, someone from the official came and said that there are only 53 hours left in the countdown, and there are still 200,000 players that cannot be accommodated in the Blue Star base camp. In addition, there is a gap of 300,000 survival cards for the elderly and children. They asked if we can help solve some of them, and tide over the difficulties together." Long Zimo, "Okay, I got it. I come to the base later." Long Zimo hung up the phone. "Zimo, what's wrong?" Long Zimo told her about the situation at the base camp, and then reminded her, "You didn't sleep well last night. Go back and catch up on your sleep. I take care of these things." Luosu nodded, exchanged 200,000 survival point cards from the point store, and gave them to Long Zimo. "Give these cards to the elderly and children at the Blue Star base camp. I take a 2-hour break, and I come over in the afternoon to help with the dungeon." Long Zimo looked up at Luosu and couldn't help sighing. She had light in her eyes and a kind heart. Such a warm person was judged as a bug by the system and secretly ordered to be eliminated. It was really unfair. He would do his best to protect her. "Luosu, if you have nothing to do, stay in the novice village and don't go anywhere, okay?" Long Zimo said softly. Luosu didn't understand, but seeing Long Zimo's serious expression, he nodded in agreement. She sent Long Zimo to the base. Long Zimo left in a hurry. She was about to go back to the novice village when she saw Dowda playing happily with a group of children on the playground. She thought to herself, time flies so fast. Dowda is already over 4 years old and is as tall as a 6 or 7-year-old child. She went over and told Dowda that he could only play on the playground. If Daddy and other people from the novice village wanted to come back, she would take them to teleport. Dowda nodded in agreement and continued to play happily. Luosu returned to her room on the second floor of the novice village villa and fell asleep. She didn't know how long she slept. She felt that she was trapped in endless darkness and couldn't wake up for a long time. It seemed as if there was an unknown danger hidden in the darkness, and an unknown fear enveloped her. The strong feeling of suffocation made her suddenly wake up from her dream, sweating profusely. She sat up in shock, gasping for breath. Grandma was in the living room and heard the noise and rushed in. "Susu, what's wrong? Oh, you are sweating so much. Are you feeling unwell?" "It's okay. I just had a nightmare," Luosu said, taking a few tissues to wipe her sweat. Grandma said distressedly, "During this period, you have been fighting and killing all the time, and your body is too tired. That's why I had nightmares in broad daylight. You need to rest well. Don't forget, you still have Dowda to take care of." "I know, Grandma." Luosu looked at the time, and it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She called Long Zimo, but the call didn't go through. Maybe they were going to the dungeon. They could only go in twice a day, and they couldn't lead many people in turns. It seemed that she had to go to help. She got up, ate something, and hurried to the base. The base was crowded with people. Many ordinary people from the Blue Star base camp came to Sanglong for help. It was the last 2 days, and everyone was anxious about surviving. Most of these people cannot meet the conditions for using survival cards, but they are not capable of playing dungeons themselves. "Please, Sanglong bosses, save us. We are a family. What will they do if we are gone? Save us. We will be your slaves in the future." Wu Di used a loudspeaker to appease the people, saying that the leaders were thinking of a solution, and would try their best to fight for everyone until the last second. Luosu entered the meeting room. Several official leaders, and Du Yifan and Su Jin were sitting in the meeting room, at a loss. Seeing Luosu coming, everyone greeted each other, and Luosu sat down. The official raised the key question: "There are still 200,000 ordinary people in the base camp, and we can't take so many high-level people. I heard that all the members of your Sanglong have passed, so I came to ask for your help." Du Yifan frowned and said, "Now each group has 500 people, and there are too few survival points to share. In the last 2 days, for dungeons can't reach the silver level. If there are not enough people, we can't beat the boss inside. If 10 gold players lead a team to play the regional mode, with 200 people each time, they can reach silver in 2 days, but the dungeon can only be entered twice a day, and it is not possible to save so many people." Su Jin asked, "What about Crouching Tiger? Can they take some people with them?" The official person in charge shook his head and sighed. "Crouching Tiger is still solving the survival problems of their members' families, and it is estimated that they can only protect themselves. The official said, "Do your best and save as many as you can. The worst plan is to give up the 200,000 people." Everyone was silent after hearing this. 200,000 people. Only Long Zimo knew that Luo Su could enter the dungeon infinitely. She was thinking silently, if she led the dungeon with all her strength, how many people could she save? After she was promoted to the king and returned, she had not left the dungeon. She looked at the helpless crowd, and was about to speak when Long Zimo came in. "Didn't you say you were not feeling well? Why are you here?" Long Zimo entered the meeting room, and asked in surprise, when he saw Luo Su coming. "I come and see if I can help," Luo Su said. Except for the leaders of Songlong, no one else knew that she had reached the king level. Long Zimo nodded. Everyone discussed the problem again. Long Zimo frowned and fell into deep thought. Currently, only Luo Su can leave the dungeon infinitely, but he couldn't speak. Luo Su, who had been fighting for the king level recently, was already very tired. Luo Su suddenly said, "Let me try. You take all the people who want to level up to the dungeon entrance and wait. Each group should form a team of 200 people first, and I will lead them one by one." The official was surprised. "All? There are still 200,000 people who haven't passed the dungeon yet." Long Zimo was a little reluctant, and said to Luo Su, "No, your body won't be able to bear it." Luo Su knew that he was worried about him, nodded and said, "I do my best. Once you decide, do it." Luo Su stood up, and the official person in charge immediately called and arranged for his men to form a team first, ready to start the full staff rescue operation. Luo Su led a group of 205 people, and started the first round of dungeons. As soon as she entered the dungeon, Long Zimo immediately arranged secretly to have people keep an eye on the dungeon entrance and various places in the base. If they found that Luo Su was in trouble, or a man in black appeared, they would call him immediately to inform him. Luo Su joined the group and entered the dungeon. She found that in addition to the 3 modes of normal, difficult and hell, a new mode was added to the dungeon, ultimate mode. Only players above king can open this mode. She chose ultimate mode. The group was full of ordinary people who entered the dungeon for the first time. They didn't know what the mode meant. They were not panicked, but were very curious. Chapter 199. Luo Su chose ultimate mode and entered the game, only to see a vast expanse of white snow in front of her. She released Xiao Bai and Xiao Han, and added a circle of protection skills to herself. Elite armor. Energetic. Fiery eyes. Spiritual ocean. Suddenly, a group of mutant snow wolves appeared on the snow hill in front of him, posing a posture of diving down, with a faint fierce light in their eyes. Everyone was shocked. "Ah, is that a wolf pack? Oh my god, it's wolves, so many wolves. What should we do? Although we have many people, how can we defeat the wolves with bare hands? I heard that if you are bitten to death by monsters in the dungeon, you will really die." Everyone was talking about it, and they were very scared. Luo Su told everyone, "You stay where you are, don't run around, I will kill monsters in front, and when you have survival points, you can immediately click to upgrade. When you reach the maximum level of bronze, you can go back and apply for silver experience." "What? We don't need to kill monsters, just stand there and wait for the upgrade?" "Yes," Luo Su said. "Okay. We won't run around. Thank you for your hard work, Captain." Luo Su nodded. When she was waiting for everyone to form a team at the base, she had already upgraded her skills to the same level as the king, and achieved a big breakthrough. Her attack range was increased to 1,000 meters, and her lethality was also greatly improved. She locked the range of 1,000 meters, and used group attack skills on the wolf pack. Super Harvest, the mutant snow wolf pack, only lost half of its health. Luo Su was shocked. It really deserved to be the ultimate mode. The monsters were much stronger. Watching the wolf pack rush down the snow hill, and rush towards the crowd. Everyone screamed and hurriedly retreated, but behind them was the dungeon entrance, and there was no way back. Luo Su started the second wave of attack. Super Harvest Ding, kill the mutant snow wolf in a group, get 2,000 survival points. Ding, kill the mutant snow wolf in a group, get 2,000 survival points. All the blood wolves were killed, and the teammates cheered immediately. The leader is so powerful, so many wolves, killed them all in the blink of an eye. Yeah, it only takes 500 survival points to upgrade to level 1, and 1,000 survival points to upgrade to level 2. I can already upgrade to level 2, haha. I can upgrade too. Everyone, upgrade quickly. Didn't the team leader say that you can apply for silver after you reach the maximum level of bronze? That way we can survive? For a while, everyone opened their personal information pages and clicked to upgrade. While everyone was happily discussing the upgrade, Luo Su had already brushed half of the dungeon without stopping. When Luo Su defeated the last boss, she was shocked. 3 bosses? Luo Su was overjoyed. In this ultimate mode, there are not only many small monsters, but also many elite monsters, and the survival point reward is more than double that of the Hell mode. Her ice domain and group attack skills have been upgraded to the same level as the king. With the energy ball and magic cube props, Luo Su, Xiao Bai and Xiao Han killed 3 bosses easily. In the ultimate mode, the rewards for the 3 bosses are very generous, plus the first clearance reward package. Each person is awarded 100,000 survival points, and everyone has successfully reached the standard. That is to say, after 1 round of ultimate mode, all 204 teammates in the group were upgraded to the full bronze level. This was something Luo Su had not expected. His teammates were even more shocked, and could not believe it was true. For the past month, they were worried every day, and as time became less and less, they were in a state of panic every day. Seeing that they were about to be eliminated, elimination meant real death. Unexpectedly, after only 7 or 8 minutes in the dungeon, they were upgraded to the full level, met the standard, and could survive. Ah, I reached the maximum level of bronze. Oh my god, I can't believe I reached the maximum level so quickly. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Boss Luo Su. Captain, you are our savior. Thank you very much, Boss Luo Su. Everyone was very excited, and some even cried with joy. After Luo Su led them out of the dungeon, he immediately changed a group of people. This shocked the official person in charge. What? You reached the maximum level in one go? Can I advance to the silver rank? It's incredible, Luo Su told the team leader. In order to speed up, tell the team behind you to wait in place after entering the dungeon, and don't move around casually. It will take about 5 minutes to pass the level. The leader was surprised. 5 minutes? Yes, Luo Su said. It was the first time to play the ultimate mode. First, I didn't know how difficult it was. Second, after entering the dungeon, I had to explain the precautions to my teammates, which wasted a lot of time. Next time, it should be faster. She joined the group. This time she brought 220 people. When they entered the dungeon, everyone consciously waited in place, saving a lot of time. Luo Su rushed through the level at the fastest speed, which only took more than 5 minutes. The whole team passed the level and received rewards, and all members reached the maximum level. This gave everyone hope of survival. I am very grateful to Luo Su and respect him as a god. After 2 days and 2 nights of sleepless nights, I finally brought everyone to the maximum bronze level within the expected time. After watching the last group of people enter the silver advanced dungeon, Luo Su finally breathed a sigh of relief, and several official leaders thanked him excitedly. Thank you, Luo Su. Thank you for your hard work. Okay, if you have anything to do next, just go find Du Yifan. Luo Su has been exhausted these 2 days. Let her go back and rest. After Long Zimo finished speaking, he nodded to Du Yifan and pulled Luo Su out of the meeting room. As soon as they came out, they saw that the playground was full of people. These people were all teammates that Luo Su had led in the past 2 days. They had already advanced to the silver level. They came to the Sanlong base with their families to thank Luo Su. Thank you, Sanlong organization. Thank you, Luo Su, for saving us. Thank you, Luo Su. This is a little gift from us. Please accept it. Some of them carried fruits, some carried dried meat, some carried scarves they knitted themselves, and some took a small bag of interstellar coins as a thank you gift. Most of these thank you gifts were not precious. After all, everyone lived in the resettlement area and had very limited supplies. But Luo Su felt everyone's kindness. She symbolically carried a basket of fruit. Thank you, everyone. I have received your kindness. Let's go back. At this time, an emotional system prompt sounded in her mind. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden task Faith of Blue Star and obtained 5 million survival points and 5 million credits. Luo Su was surprised and hurried back to the 3rd floor of the villa in the novice village with Long Zimo. What's wrong? Long Zimo noticed her strangeness. I received another voice saying that I accidentally completed a hidden mission, and it was the voice of the Dream Maker, Luo Su said. Long Zimo was not happy for her, but more worried. Su, listen to me, you are being targeted. Who? The people who kidnapped you last time? Luo Su was puzzled. Long Zimo nodded and said, yes, but I don't know who they are. We have to be more low-key in the future and try to stay in your special space so that they can't find you. Luo Su frowned and said, Hiding like this is not a solution. We have to find out who did it, and then figure out why they are targeting me. The assassination mission said that you are a game bug. Long Zimo said thoughtfully. I am a game bug? Luo Su looked incredible. Chapter 200. Luo Su felt incredible. A bug-like existence? I am speechless. This is on the blacklist of some unknown organization. So, you openly violated their wishes, and were also on the blacklist like me? Luo Su suddenly remembered and asked. Long Zimo nodded and said, however, your level should be higher than mine. So you are easier to be found by them. What do you think about me that looks like a bug? Luo Su was puzzled. Your luck is so good, you are just like a koi. Long Zimo said. Luo Su smiled bitterly. Long Zimo felt distressed when he saw her smile bitterly. He reached out to give her a hug. Don't think about it. You've been tired for a few days, take a rest. Yeah. Luo Su nodded. Don't go downstairs, just rest here. No one will disturb you here. Long Zimo said, pulling her into the room. Okay. Luo Su nodded. He regained his attention, and began to feel very sleepy. He took a simple shower, and took out a set of pajamas from the space to change into. She fell asleep in a second. Longzi watched her fall asleep silently, and fell asleep himself. In the living room on the second floor, Grandma called Luo Su again and again, but no one answered. I don't know where your mother went. She didn't answer the phone. Grandma looked at Dowda playing with a tablet on the sofa, and said anxiously, Grandma, Mom is on the third floor. Dowda kindly reminded. Ah, on the third floor, why didn't you answer the phone? Dowda, go up and call Mom, and tell her that I have something urgent to do. Grandma said. Dowda went up to the third floor, and found her mother's cell phone on the sofa in the living room, but she was nowhere to be seen. Mom, where are you? Dowda took her mother's cell phone and shouted. Long Zimo heard Dowda's voice, and ran out in a hurry. Dowda, what's wrong? Mom is too tired after working overtime for 2 days, and is now asleep. Long Zimo picked up Dowda and asked. Grandpa is looking for Mom, there is something urgent. Dowda thought for a while and said. Let's go, and take a look together. Long Zimo carried Dowda, and hurried downstairs. He saw Grandma sitting alone on the sofa, looking very worried. Grandma, what's wrong? Long Zimo dropped Dowda and asked with concern. Grandma looked up, and was a little surprised to see Long Zimo. Long Zimo pointed to the third floor, and said, Luo Su is resting. She went to the base camp, to help rescue people these 2 days. She didn't sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. The third floor is relatively quiet, so she rested there. Grandma nodded and felt relieved. I just heard them say that there were only 2 hours left in the countdown. I thought she was still fighting outside, and was very worried about her. Long Zimo comforted her. It's okay. We are all at home, everything is fine, don't worry, Grandma. Yeah. Grandma said, pulling Dowda to her side. Dowda, from now on, you are not allowed to run out to play, just stay at home with Grandma. Dowda nodded. Okay. Then he picked up the tablet, and sat on the sofa to play. Grandma, we are upstairs, call me if you have any problems. Long Zimo said. Okay. You can go up quickly. Grandma said. Long Z just went up to the third floor, and found Luo Su having a nightmare. She was sweating and talking in her sleep. She looked terrified, and kept calling his name. Zmo Zmo. It seemed like she was experiencing something terrible. Long Zmo hurried forward and hugged her tightly. Su, it's okay, I'm here. Chapter 201. Countdown, the last hour. Chaos to varying degrees has occurred in all the 9-star countries. Many people have not reached the silver level, and more family members do not have survival privilege cards. Suddenly, they fell into panic and sadness of separation and death, and some countries even had riots and chaos. Only the Blue Star resettlement area is as peaceful as before. People work when they should work, and rest when they should rest. The last batch of silver players have passed the level 5 minutes ago. In the barren western part of Guara Star, there is a group of people who are grateful and feel lucky to be a member of China. Novice Village. Everyone gathered in the courtyard of the villa. There are still 20 minutes left in the countdown. Xiao Wu said. Do you think many people will really die? He Suewa was a little anxious. Does the survival privilege card really work? Suemo and his wife hugged their 2-year-old daughter tightly. Quiet, quiet. Luo Su and the eldest brother are coming down. The elevator man Yang Chung said, making a quiet gesture. Luo Su and Long Zimo came down from the 3rd floor. Grandma hugged Dowdu, and Jiang supported Grandma Long, and Master Zhao was guarded by his two apprentices on the left and right. The atmosphere was tense for a while. Long Zimo said, "Don't be nervous, we will be fine." Luo Su said, "Not only us, but all the people in the entire Chinese base camp have successfully completed the survival mission. Our relatives, friends, and compatriots will be fine. Everyone relax." Luo Su put out a row of tables and chairs from the space. The table was filled with food, snacks, and fruits. "Come, sit down and eat something together. Let's take a break today and do nothing. Just treat it as a party." Luo Su called everyone over. She pulled Grandma and Grandma Long to sit down, and she and Long Zimo also sat down. Everyone sat down. Xiao Ai and Xiaohan were playing nearby. Master Zhao saw the familiar food, took a bite, and was surprised that it was still hot. "Luo Su, this braised beef and flavored roast chicken are all made by me?" "Yes, Master Zhao, these are all made by you 3 months ago," Luo Su said. 3 months? How come they are still hot when you eat them?" Wang Dajiang tasted a piece and praised it highly. "My mother's space has a magical refrigerator, which can keep food fresh and warm. It will never go bad," Daodu said proudly. Grandma Long tasted a few mouthfuls in disbelief. The delicious food seemed to be fresh and hot just out of the pot. She felt very magical. Everyone looked at the more than a dozen hot foods on the table, including white rice, millet porridge, and soy milk buns. Tears welled up in my eyes immediately. These are all full of memories, reminding everyone of the days of life on Blue Star. Soy milk buns, Dajiang loves to eat them the most. He Tsuehua brought a portion of soy milk buns to Wang Dajiang, and a bowl of millet porridge to Wang Dajiang's mother. Xiao Dao, Xiao Tsong and Xiao Wu, the three of them held a fried chicken bucket, sipped Coke, and ate excitedly. This is not food, but a memory of childhood. Every bite makes people savor it endlessly. Food can really heal everything. Luo Su watched everyone forget their anxiety, and immediately felt that the table was worth setting. Long Zimo smiled and nodded to her, his eyes full of praise. Daodu, who loves to join in the fun, is the happiest one in the audience. Before he knew it, the countdown had passed. Long Zimo and Luo Su received messages on their phones at the same time. "Boss, the countdown is over, the billboard has disappeared, and everyone in the base is safe and sound. Thank you for Luo Su's selfless dedication. Our Huagua base camp is all safe and sound. Beak, are you all okay? Captain Luo Su, the countdown is over, and the total number of people on our Guala star is only 1/5 less. Thank you for the 300,000 survival cards you gave me. In addition to the sudden disappearance of many people, the entire 9 stars is quietly undergoing drastic changes that are imperceptible to people." Chapter 202. The novice village was filled with joy. Everyone gathered together and spent the torturous countdown. He Tsuehua found that the countdown had passed, and hurriedly picked up her phone to call her parents. "Hello, Dad, are you and Mom okay?" "Everyone is fine, I feel relieved." "What? The countdown billboard disappeared, then are all the others in the base okay?" "Everyone is fine, that's great, haha." Yes, I have to thank the company's leaders, we have to work hard in the future." "Okay, goodbye, Mom and Dad." Others also called their families, and finally confirmed that everyone was safe and sound, and they were all relieved. At this time, a video in Xiao Tsong's mobile phone came with a tragic cry. Many people died on Jiuxing this time. Guala Star is okay, they originally have a small population and are easy to deal with. Other planets with a large population have almost half of their people dead. Xiao Dao and Xiaowu gathered around. "It's really tragic. Fortunately, we all made it through. Thanks to Sister Luo Su for leading us to silver. Thank you, cousin, for saving our family. Thank you, Luo Su, for saving our family." For a moment, everyone was glad that they had clung to the boss's thighs, and raised their glasses to thank Luo Su. Xiao Tsong turned to another video, and saw that everyone in the Blue Star base camp was thanking Luo Su. "Sister Luo Su, the people in the base camp recorded a video to thank you. Sister Luo Su worked non-stop for the last 2 days, and saved 200,000 people in the base camp." The 3 elderly people present were all surprised. They didn't expect Luo Su to have such great ability, and a kind heart, which was very rare. Grandma Long looked at Luo Su differently. At this time, Long Zimo's phone suddenly rang. It was Su Jin. "What? Okay, we come right away." Long Zimo hung up the phone in a hurry. Turning around, he said, "Su, something's wrong. We have to go to the entrance of the Blue Star dungeon right away." Luo Su and Long Zimo came to the entrance of the Blue Star dungeon. Su Jin and several men from the information department were waiting. "Boss, Luo Su." Su Jin greeted him, and then continued, "The information department just collected information. Once the countdown was over, the Blue Star copy disappeared, and the portal disappeared." Luo Su and Long Zimo were surprised to hear this. Looking around, the portal of the Blue Star copy disappeared, replaced by the original high wall. The Blue Star copy disappeared? Luo Su was thoughtful. What was inside the high wall? Before they finally escaped from the haze area of Blue Star, the high wall was the Jiangnan area of China, which was later occupied by aliens as a place of exile. The exile land covers a large area, including the capital city, where the Hidden Dragon headquarters was originally located, in Jinshi, where Luo Su's hometown was. After the countdown appeared, the exile land was covered by the Blue Star copy, and now the copy has disappeared. "Did the exile land appear again?" Luo Su said. "ZMO, I want to go in and take a look." "It may be the exile land inside, remember? When we escaped, the high walls were gone," Long Zimo said. Luo Su nodded. "I remember. The exile land was covered by the Blue Star copy for so long, and I don't know what it looks like now." Long Zimo thought for a moment. Finally he said, "Then let's go in and investigate together." Luo Su nodded. They told Su Jin to go back to the base to collect more information, and see what other changes there were in the 9-star continent besides the disappearance of billboards and copies. Su Jin took the order, and went back to the base with his men. Luo Su pulled Long Zimo to form a team, and the two added protective skill status to each other. Long Zimo covered 2 single-person protective shields. After he upgraded to the king, the function of the protective shield was much stronger. The protective shield lasted for 30 minutes, which could not only resist damage, but also isolate poisonous fog. Luo Su took Long Zimo and teleported directly to the old department of Sunglong, and was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. The system prompts that you have entered the land of exile. Oh my god, did these aliens build an iron city in such a short time? Chapter 203. Luo Su and Long Zimo looked at a towering steel building in the distance, surrounded by a group of large and small buildings of strange shapes. The steel building was made of various discarded steels, not only ugly in appearance, but also very fragile. "I really can't praise the aesthetics of aliens." Long Zimo shook his head and said, "It's a crooked and haphazard building, but it can be built dozens of stories high without collapsing?" Luo Su was also amazed. "Is this the so-called alien technology? Should we sneak in and check the situation?" Long Zimo asked, staring at the steel building. Luo Su looked around and said, "There are so many drone cameras around the building. How can we sneak in without being discovered?" Long Zimo, "I have an invisible shield that can last for 5 minutes each time. My prop shoes also have a 3-minute invisible effect. Let's try to go in invisible." After the two of them became invisible, they accelerated in 1 second and rushed towards the steel building. The big security guard of the building leaned against the door with a gun in his arms, feeling a little sleepy. Suddenly, 2 gusts of cool wind blew by, and he lazily raised his eyelids and looked outside. There was not a single fly. It was so tiring to guard like this every day. He grumbled and continued to doze off while standing. Luo Su and Long Zimo rushed into the first floor in one breath, and when they reached the lobby, they slowed down their pace. The two looked up, and were attracted by the peculiar internal structure of this steel building. "I didn't expect that the internal structure of this steel building was actually made of glass." Luo Su looked up in surprise. Said in surprise. Long Zimo disagreed. "This shouldn't be glass. Look at that transparent wall. It looks like glass, but it actually has magnetism. Those abandoned cars and billboards outside, as long as they are made of metal, are all sucked onto the wall." Luo Su listened to Long Zimo's words and checked carefully. It looked like this. In order to confirm Long Zimo's inference, she brought an abandoned car attached to the wall into the space. Ding! An abandoned car is obtained. Apart from rotten copper and iron, it is actually useless. Luo Su was shocked and whispered to Long Zimo, "Your guess is right. The abandoned cars on the outer wall of the building were just sucked in, and I easily took them away." Luo Su turned around and saw the transparent columns in the lobby on the first floor, and she couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Such a tall building actually uses glass as columns. It's really amazing. But she couldn't figure out why the aliens sucked the abandoned cars to the wall. Could it be used for exterior wall decoration? She tried to put away 5 or 6 cars. It was as if a skylight had been opened in the dim hall on the first floor, and a ray of sunlight shone in. The whole hall became much brighter. But at this moment, the faces of several aliens in the hall suddenly changed, and they spoke a long string of alien languages. Then the whole building sounded a rapid alarm. Beep beep beep. Luo Su was full of black lines. Emma, this time it's a big deal. A large number of aliens hurried down from upstairs, and the scene was in chaos. Everyone was panicking and talking about it. Luo Su didn't understand a word. Suddenly, the prop shoe logo in front of her flashed, and the invisibility countdown was 10 seconds. She was shocked. Oh no! The invisibility was immediately invalid. Whoosh! She disappeared from the spot and hid in a remote place. Then schwa! Her invisibility effect was over. Chapter 204. At this time, the whole building suddenly sounded an alarm. Beep beep beep! Long Zimo said in the team channel, Su, I've been discovered, you quickly withdraw. Luo Su was about to rush to the second floor to take Long Zimo away, but the alarm attracted the soldiers outside, who rushed in with weapons raised. For a while, all exits were closely watched, and many soldiers rushed to the second floor. Luo Su was very worried about Long Zimo. She tried, but couldn't take him back to the novice village directly. At this time, gunshots were heard from the second floor, and many ordinary aliens ran down from the second floor, shouting something. Luo Su found that Long Zimo's health bar began to drop, and she was shocked. He was shot? She activated the stealth skill for the whole team. Cue baby bubble. Swish. She herself became invisible, and she didn't know if Long Zimo had any stealth effect at such a long distance. She quietly asked in the team, Zimo, are you okay? I activated the stealth skill, but it works for you at such a long distance? Soon she received a reply from Long Zimo, it worked, I'm invisible, but I was shot in the arm just now. I come up to find you. Luo Su said. But she heard Long Zimo said anxiously, Su, don't come up, you retreat first, I have a way to get out. Luo Su did not leave, anyway, she was invisible now. She rushed to the second floor in one breath. I was stunned. This second floor turned out to be a large laboratory. There were human specimens, and toad alien specimens everywhere. They were soaked in various glass tanks, their eyes were closed, their faces were pale, and many tubes were inserted into their bodies. There was a monitoring machine next to each glass tank to record the experimental data. Luo Su glanced and found that there were many soldiers with guns in the laboratory, searching. The invisible Long Zimo quietly bypassed the soldiers and rushed towards her. Let's go! Long Zimo said. Wait a minute, I create some chaos for them. As Luo Su said this, his mind moved, and he opened the infinite fusion in the space, and now abandoned the steel. Then she locked onto the surrounding area of 1,000 meters, and collected all the abandoned cars and other steel and metal in the space. There was a series of swish sounds. The entire building was exposed to the sun, revealing the transparent outer wall. It turned out that the entire building was made of glass. The strong sunlight shone in through the glass wall. The whole building began to become chaotic, with various screens. The aliens who were not wearing sun protection clothes fell down one after another, rolled on the ground, and wailed in pain. Their skin decomposed and melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a pile of mechanical skeletons. Ah! There was chaos in front of them, and no one noticed that Long Zimo and Luo Su were still squatting in the corner of the second floor. How could these aliens defeat the toad aliens if they were so afraid of light? Luo Su was puzzled. With a large number of people and more advanced weapons, it is not surprising that the toads were defeated and became experimental specimens. Long Zi said. Luo Su found that he was holding a square material with many alien characters on it, and he didn't know what it was. Zimo, what are you holding? I'm not sure, but it should be something very important. When I went up to the third floor just now, I found a group of people studying it. You happened to help me hide, so I took it away. Long Zimo said. Let's go back to the novice village and study it slowly. After Luo Su finished speaking, he took away a large piece of glass wall and took Long Zimo back to the novice village. Chapter 205. Luo Su and Long Zimo just returned to the novice village and saw Grandma applying medicine to Dowdu. Dowdu had a few slight burn marks on his arm. How can a child play with fire? It's so dangerous. Don't run around anymore. You can only play in the yard, understand? Grandma muttered while applying medicine. Grandma Long was heartbroken watching from the side. Oh, little ancestor, it seems that you need to find someone to protect you 24 hours a day. Luo Su and Long Zimo were heartbroken when they saw their beloved son was injured, and they squatted down to check. Dowdu, tell Mom, how did you get these injuries? Dowdu didn't feel any pain at all, but was very excited. Mom, the eggshell was cracked, and the bird couldn't get out. I wanted to help it. But the bird was too naughty, and it sprayed fire all over me when it came out. Long Zimo frowned. Bird eggs? Where are they? Luosu then remembered the 2 giant bird eggs. I brought back 2 flame bird eggs from the planet hunting ground, and put them in the animal enclosure in the back mountain to hatch. Let's go and have a look, Luosu said, taking Long Zimo and Daodu out of the yard, followed by Xiao Dao and Xiao Tsung, and they hurried to the back mountain. Chirp, chirp. As soon as Luosu arrived near the animal enclosure, he could hear 2 young birds chirping from afar. The group rushed to the giant bird's nest, and saw 2 fiery red baby birds in the nest, crying for food, and chirping with their mouths open. Ah, Molters is born. Red feathers, Jeunesse. These 2 Molters look great. They should be fire attack pets. Long Zimo observed for a while, and said, Yes, I have fought with an adult Molters. It was like a bomber in air combat. If I hadn't run fast at that time, I would have died, Luosu said with a smile. Long Zimo nodded and said, Flying pets can be used as hidden killer moves, and they can turn the tide at critical moments. Luosu nodded and said, You take 1, Daodu takes 1, and we can share. Long Zimo said, I already have the calf. Luosu shook his head and said, The calf's attack range is too narrow, and it is only on land. I think we should take 3 battle pets, 1 for land, sea and air, so that it is the basic configuration for a player. The people around him were shocked. A basic configuration for a player? Battle pet. The battle pet that all players dream of. The leader of Crouching Tiger doesn't have 1, and our 2 bosses of Hidden Dragon actually said that they want to take 3. You also need to collect all the land, sea and air, and you say it's a complete configuration? It's simply a Versailles competition. Daodu was very excited. Mom, I want a baby firebird. Luosu nodded and said, Then you have to feed it every day in the future, so that it will be close to you. Okay, what does the little firebird like to eat? Daodu asked again. Luosu thought about it and said, It should like to eat small insects, small fish and shrimps. Daodu, then let's go to the river to catch small fish. They are all starving. Luosu looked around and saw that the little birds were all born. It would not do to leave them here without the mother bird to take care of them. Zmo, this little bird is too small to leave in the wild. It is not good. It is also troublesome to run here every day to feed it. Otherwise, why don't we just sign a contract directly, so that we can carry it with us and feed it at any time? Luosu said. Okay. Long Zmo bought 2 contract books from the Points Mall. 1 for Luosu and 1 for himself. Do, you pick first. Which one do you like? Long Zimo asked his son with a smile. Daodu looked at the 2 little birds and chose carefully. But the 2 little birds looked exactly the same. After looking at them for a long time, he finally chose one. Daddy, I want this one. He pointed at one of them. Luosu clicked on the contract and clicked to bind Daodu. Swish. The fire bird disappeared. Daodu opened the pet panel and saw a little fire bird next to Xiaobai. He was immediately very happy. Long Zimo contracted the other one and put it in his battle pet backpack. Wow, I'm so envious. Battle pets too. I want them so much. I want them too. The Luosu family of 3 just accepted 2 battle pets in such a Versailles way, which made Xiao Dao and Xiao Tsung beside them envious. Luosu smiled and said, You have been feeding pandas for so long recently, you should be closer to them. Adult fantasy beasts are different from young ones. Young ones can be contracted directly, while adult fantasy beasts are already mature and need to cultivate goodwill. Goodwill usually comes from feeding, companionship and rescue. When an adult fantasy beast is on the verge of death, whoever saves its life is likely to gain a high degree of goodwill. If the fantasy beast is willing to follow us, we can sign a contract directly. Yes, every time they see us, the 11 pandas come over to rub against us, hug our legs, and cling to us like children. Mu Yeli said with a smile. Luosu nodded and said, Let's go and see the pandas. As she said that, the group followed her to the panda bamboo forest. She took out a handful of bamboo shoots from the space. The pandas gathered around and grabbed the bamboo shoots. Bamboo shoots, they are not available in this season. Seeing that the pandas were not afraid of people at all, they took the bamboo shoots and sat on the ground, eating them with a snort. Well, I think the favorability is almost there, Luosu said. Luosu smiled and turned to Long Zimo and said, Zimo, let's give Du Yifan, Su Jin, and the 2 instructors a battle pet each. They have worked hard on the base recently. Long Zimo raised his eyes and asked Luosu, These are all your spoils of war. Have you really decided to share them? Luosu nodded. Long Zimo called Du Yifan and asked the 4 senior executives to wait in the conference room and come over in 5 minutes. Luo Su went out and brought them in. Luo Su said seriously, "You 4 have been guarding the base for a while. It's really hard. I decided to give each of you a fantasy beast battle pet as an institutional benefit." The 4 looked at the dozen pandas in front of them, and their eyes suddenly lit up. "Are these dozen fantasy beasts? Luo Su, are you saying that you want to give us battle pets? Battle pet? For us? Boss, are you kidding?" Long Zimo smiled and said, "These are all Luo Su's spoils of war. She has the final say." The 4 Songlong high-level officials looked at Luo Su in unison. Luo Su nodded and let them choose one. Du Yifan and Su Jin chose 2 panda cubs. The battle pets that have been trained since childhood have a higher degree of compatibility and stronger combat power. Wu Di and Li Chonggang also chose their battle pets. They couldn't wait to exchange the contract book from the point store and bind it. Su Jin, "It's really different with a pet. The combat power has been greatly improved." Wu Di, "The panda's blood-adding talent is really great. It can continuously restore blood." Li Chonggang, "My health has doubled." Du Yifan, "That's great, thank you sister-in-law." "Thank you sister-in-law." The other 3 also said. Su Jin had already accepted Luo Su in her heart. After going through so many things, she felt that only Luo Su was worthy of the boss. Chapter 206. After sending Du Yifan and the others away, Luo Su came back and saw the India's teenagers, and couldn't help laughing in his heart. "Luo Su, there are 7 battle pets left. I will keep 1, and the other 6 are prepared to be rewarded to those among you who have made special contributions to the novice village." "What? Reward? Did I hear it right? Battle pet? Do we have a chance too?" Several teenagers couldn't believe their ears. Luo Su smiled and said, "Yes, now I will talk about the distribution of rewards." Luo Su distributed the panda battle pets to the 6 people in the novice village. Mu Yeli and Yang Chung, the 2 came to the novice village the earliest, and Yang Chung got the network connected for the novice village, so they deserved the reward. Su Imo, as the only doctor in the novice village, also got a battle pet. Wang Dajiang's family of 3 got one, and they decided who would take care of it. Parents love each other so much that Xiao Tsung naturally contracted the battle pet in the end. Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu each got one, to thank them for driving their grandmother and Lao Zhao away from the foggy area when the headquarters was foggy last time. Secondly, it was to reward them for cooking delicious meals for everyone and working hard in the kitchen. The 6 battle pets were distributed. Everyone was excited. "I also have a battle pet, I can't believe it. It's like a dream." "Thank you, Sister Luo Su." Everyone thanked her. Dao waited until the flowers withered. "Mom, let's go catch some fish. My firebird is almost starving to death." Luo Su just remembered this, and took Long Zimo and Dao to the river. With the help of the storage area, Luo Su's space soon gained a bunch of fish and shrimp, both large and small, and 2 turtles. The little flamingo likes to eat small fish and shrimp very much, and ate more than 20 of them in the first meal. Although the flamingo was just born, they are of special species, and have a huge physique, so they naturally eat a lot. Luo Su took the other dozens of kilograms of big fish to the kitchen to Master Zhao. She kept the 2 little turtles in the fish tank in the living room on the 2nd floor of the villa. Dao had the little flamingo and the turtle to play with, and he had a lot of fun playing alone on the terrace on the 2nd floor. "I'm so tired." Luo Su leaned on the sofa, not wanting to move at all. Long Zimo sat beside her, letting Luo Su rest her head on his legs and gently massaging her back. "Relax, take a rest. We still have to go to the base later." "Yeah." Luo Su closed her eyes and rested her mind. As soon as her back relaxed, she felt comfortable and fell asleep unconsciously. "Mom!" Dao ran in and shouted. "Shu, keep your voice down, don't disturb Mom's sleep." Long Zimo stopped her with a hiss. This scene was seen by the grandmother, who had just come upstairs. The corners of her mouth rose, and she quietly went downstairs to chat with Lao Zhao. In the laboratory of the Songlong base, everyone was busy doing various research and tests on a black square object and a transparent glass door panel. After working all night, they finally found some clues the next day. The 2 research results were finally handed over to Long Zimo. While eating breakfast, Long Zimo looked at the documents in his hand and was very surprised. "Black box? That square object is actually a black box." "What black box?" Luo Su put down his breakfast, took the document, and read it carefully. "The object you brought back from the steel building is actually a black box of a spacecraft?" The black box records the process of those light-fearing aliens from the distant space, across the interstellar, and coming to the exiled land. Luo Su was very shocked. Oh my god! Chapter 207. Long Zimo nodded and handed over another document. Take a look at this too. It's about the information about the glass door panel you brought back. Luo Su took the document and read it carefully. That glass door panel is actually made of metal? Transparent metal? Luo Su was amazed. The material brought by the aliens is so magical. Long Zimo put down his chopsticks and said, after breakfast, let's go to the base to have a look. The laboratory of Sanlong Base. Luo Su and Long Zimo, wearing white uniforms, checked the transparent glass plate with the researchers in the laboratory. She held up an iron ruler and approached the vertical glass plate. At a distance of 30 centimeters, she felt a faint suction force. The closer she got to the glass plate, the stronger the suction force became. When there were still more than 10 centimeters, she let go of the iron ruler. With a snap sound, the iron ruler was firmly sucked by the glass door. She tried other iron materials, and they were all sucked on. The largest one could even suck a pair of 25 kilograms dumbbells. Such a thin glass plate can have such a strong suction force. It's incredible. Luo Su and Long Zimo were quite surprised after doing the experiment themselves. Not only that, it is made of metal, and its texture is as hard as diamond. Ordinary tools can't cut it at all, the researcher said. Luo Su nodded. Such a magical material, next time, it may be useful in the future? At this time, a researcher pushed the door and walked in. Boss, for some reason, the black box is seriously damaged, and only some intermittent images have been successfully deciphered. Long Zimo nodded and said to Luo Su, let's go and take a look. Then the two followed the researcher to the opposite laboratory. Su Jin, Du Yifan, and the two instructors were also present. When they saw Luo Su and Long Zimo coming in, they all stood up and greeted them. Boss. Luo Su. Well, did you find anything? Long Zimo pulled Luo Su to sit down and asked them. There are some pictures of alien planets. Come and take a look. Du Yifan said. The researcher reprojected the screen. There was a snowflake scene on the screen. Suddenly, the picture flashed a few times, and a gray environment appeared. There were many aliens who were afraid of light. They lined up neatly and waved goodbye. The picture was getting farther and farther away, and then came out from a huge circular hole. After the camera was raised, a door in the giant hole was seen slowly closing. The last ray of light was also turned off. The picture turned into a dark black. A few seconds later, a huge noise disturbed the picture, as if a strong wind was blowing, and there was a whistling sound, and the picture shook violently. The sound of the wind lasted for about 30 seconds, and the screen turned into snowflakes. Another screen showed that the spacecraft resumed its normal flight. As the camera zoomed out, the black screen under the spacecraft turned into a black planet. The black planet became smaller and smaller, gradually moving away, and turned into a small black dot in the vast universe. Boss, this is the only screen we have decoded so far. We will continue to try to recover the rest. The researcher turned off the screen and said, well, thank you for your hard work. Long Zimo finished speaking and took several senior executives back to the headquarters meeting room. What do you think? Long Zimo asked. Obviously, this black box is specially used to record the external images of the alien spacecraft. Su Jin said. Li Chonggang, those aliens live underground. Wu Di, the strong noise and the whistling wind, if it is a hurricane, it means that the living environment of their planet is very bad. Du Yifan, the environment is bad. Not only there is no sunshine all year round, the temperature is very low, and hurricanes are raging, so they choose to live underground? Luo Su nodded. So they are very likely looking for a planet suitable for habitation on this voyage. Long Zimo listened to everyone's opinions and thought about it. But there are so many planets in Jiuxing. Why do they choose to land in the exile place of Blue Star? Everyone was puzzled. Chapter 208. Luo Su frowned and said, I feel that their target is not only Blue Star, but the entire 9 stars. They came to Blue Star just to hide their tracks, and grow up in a sleazy way. It is possible. Long Zimo nodded. Luo Su, I found that the aliens captured a large number of slaves and made them do hard labor. If they were not careful, they would be violently whipped, which was very cruel. Slaves? Everyone was surprised. Luo Su nodded and said, yes, those slaves are the first Toad Star people who came to the exiled land, and the humans left over from other countries on Blue Star. They are blonde and blue-eyed humans, and they should be from Western countries. There are still people alive on Blue Star? Everyone was surprised. There are still people alive, but they are in a very bad condition. Their hair has almost fallen out, and their skin surface is ulcerated. They have to do hard labor every day. It's simply worse than death. Luosu recalled it for a second longer, and felt that the scene was too cruel. It seems that the people of the photophobic star are cruel by nature. If they are allowed to develop, then the 9 stars will become purgatory. Su Jin said worriedly. Drive them out of Blue Star. Wu Di said firmly. Yes, drive all these invaders out. Li Chengdong's tone was full of hatred. Long Zimo finally said, we have to report this matter to the person in charge of the Blue Star base camp, and the official will come forward to discuss countermeasures with the 9 stars. Everyone agreed to wait for official news and prepare for the battle. As soon as they broke up, someone reported that the crouching tiger Jiang Hao had arrived. Luosu and Long Zimo looked at each other and came just in time. Let him come up, Long Zimo said. Jiang Hao knocked on the door of the conference room and walked in with a serious look. Long Zimo, the Blue Star dungeon has disappeared. You know this, right? Jiang Hao walked to the seat next to Luosu and sat down shamelessly. He greeted Luosu in a low voice. Hi, Beak. Long Zimo was a little unhappy. What are you doing here? The Blue Star dungeon has disappeared, and there is no place to level up in the future. Don't you think the consequences of this matter are very serious? Jiang Hao said. Luosu took over the conversation and said seriously, Jiang Hao, there is something more serious now. Blue Star has been occupied by aliens. They have captured many slaves and are building a base on Blue Star. Jiang Hao was shocked. What? Aliens are building a base on Blue Star? Isn't it the place where criminals are locked up? I was planning to join forces with you and form a group to go to Blue Star to upgrade the exiled criminals. Long Zimo said, now the exiled criminals have become slaves, and a group of more powerful aliens have come to Blue Star. Then should we test the waters and see how powerful those aliens are? Jiang Hao said excitedly. No hurry, we have too little information. If we act rashly, I'm afraid there will be heavy casualties. We have already reported the situation to the authorities. Long Zimo said leisurely. Jiang Hao smiled and said, you still want the 9 stars to support you in the disaster of Blue Star? I tell you, it's impossible. They will just stand aside and do nothing. If we really want to fight, we Blue Star people will fight back ourselves. Luosu nodded. Sister Xiao Tao is quite insightful. Ask him seriously, if we really fight alone, will you rush forward without hesitation? Jiang Hao shook his head and said, we need to think about this matter carefully. Luosu smiled. Are you scared? Jiang Hao smiled and said, my point of view is the same as Long Zimo's. We need to master more information about them. Only by knowing ourselves and the enemy can we win every battle. Don't you think so? This may be a fierce battle. We must prepare well and plan carefully. Don't you think so? So once the war starts, you will never stand idly by? Luosu asked. Yes. To take back our homeland, we must do our best. Although Jiang Hao said it seriously, it was hard to convince people. Luosu and Long Zimo looked at each other, unable to hide the smile in their eyes. Well, for your sincerity, I will give you a gift as a personal friendship. Luosu said. What gift? Is it from you? Jiang Hao turned his head and looked at Long Zimo and asked. Wait a minute. Luosu said, and went back to the panda garden in the novice village. When she returned to the meeting room, she brought back a panda. Isn't this panda your battle pet? Are you going to give it to me? Haha. Jiang Hao was a little excited. I have been feeding it for a few days. It is very close to humans. I should be able to sign a contract directly. Luosu pushed the panda in front of him. Are you really giving it to me? Jiang Hao couldn't believe it. He looked back at Long Zimo and asked suspiciously, Are you two teasing me? Long Zimo smiled and said nothing. See if you dare to take it? Luosu also smiled but said nothing. Jiang Hao watched the panda eating bamboo shoots and remembered the last time when Luosu played the hell mode alone. The panda could take on 2 bosses, and his heart was suddenly surging. He hurriedly opened the points mall and exchanged a contract book. Then I won't be polite. You are not allowed to regret it. Jiang Hao said, and clicked to use the contract book. Ding! The contract is successful. Congratulations on having your first battle pet. Please name it. Jiang Hao was very excited. I finally have a battle pet. He entered the word shell in the naming interface. After he found out that he had contracted a battle pet, his overall combat power was greatly improved, his health increased by 50%, and his continuous health recovery reached 2,000 per second. The battle pet was indeed worthy of its reputation. Jiang Hao put the panda away. Shell, you gave me the panda. So do you have a new battle pet? Let it out and show me. Luo Su let Xiaohan out. Jiang Hao's eyes were suddenly wide open. You actually have two pandas? Jiang Hao looked Xiaohan up and down, then released his own shell. After comparing, the difference was obvious. It turns out it's not yours. Mine is much smaller, but the skills don't seem to be much different. Jiang Hao gave a conclusion. Luo Su smiled and said, it's really not much different. Just one is heaven level, and the other is earth level. Jiang Hao's smile froze. You are being so Versailles. You gave me a worse one, and you still say that. Luo Su put away his smile. Are you disgusted? If you don't like it, give me back my panda. Jiang Hao quickly put the panda away and hurried out of the meeting room. I remembered that I have something urgent to do, so I'm leaving first. Remember to call me in advance when you fight aliens. Luo Su laughed. This little sister Tao is so honest. When she said she wanted to take back the panda, she ran faster than a rabbit. Long Zimo came over and asked Luo Su with a smile, did you bully others like this when you were a child? Luo Su looked up at him. Why do you feel sorry for him? You two have been fighting for so many years. You won't really have feelings for each other, right? Long Zimo laughed and said, if I had known that he was our brother-in-law, I would have been more lenient with him. Then call him brother-in-law next time, and see if he agrees. Luo Su looked like she was watching a show. Long Zimo picked her up and said, go back to the palace. I will punish you. Chapter 209. Luo Su and Long Zimo returned to the novice village. Dowdu was walking the bird in the yard, sparks flying everywhere. The two ancestors followed behind, worried to the point of having a heart attack. Oh, my little ancestor, we don't play with the firebird. What if it gets hurt? Grandma Long urged Aunt Jiang to catch up quickly and hold Dowdu. Master Zhao saw this and hurriedly called Xiao Dao to bring out a bucket of water to put out the sparks at any time. Dowdu, if you play with the firebird again, your house will be set on fire. I tell you, stop running, you bastard. Grandma chased after him with a fire stick, ready to take care of both the man and the bird. The little guy was very interested in this game of chasing each other, and only stopped when he found that his father and mother had returned. Daddy, the firebird is so fun, let yours out to play with it too. Long Zimo released the firebird, and Dowdy danced with excitement. The two grandparents looked at it and thought, oh, how come there is another firebird? Really, this dad is really big. Grandma Long panted and said, Zimo, Dowdy, playing with fire is dangerous. Grandma stood there, panting, thinking, okay, now that my parents are back, let them take care of this little rascal. My old bones are almost falling apart. Dowdu took out some small fish and shrimps from the space to feed the bird. Dowdu, don't play like this in the future. When Mom is not at home, you have to listen to Grandma, understand? Luo Su squatted down and talked to Dowdu. I know, Mom. Dowdu agreed without stopping to feed the bird. Long Zimo released the little bull again. Dowdu was stunned. It was the first time he saw such a cute little cowboy. He quickly dropped the fish in his hand and ran over to tease the cow. Luo Su also released Xiao Bai and Xiao Han. Everyone saw that the backyard looked like a zoo. Long Zimo said, this calf has never been close to me. It may still remember the fight with the old cow last time. Luo Su heard that it was really a bull. Then you have to feed it more food to increase its favorability. Luo Su said. Long Zimo nodded, but thought, where can I get grass? As he was talking, he saw Xiao Bai taking Xiaohan and Xionyo out of the yard and heading to the back mountain. Except for the two flamingos that were put back into the pet backpack, the others were left to play and take it easy. After all, pets need to go out for a walk to feel good. Long Zimo also agreed. The group went into the restaurant to have lunch. At this time, a mysterious person came to the novice village and knocked on the door of the villa. Xiao Dao opened the door and saw a stranger who said he was looking for Luo Su. Long Zimo lowered his head and asked Luo Su, Su, who is this person? Luo Su stood up and looked for a long time. I don't know. I don't know. No, Dowdu and I are here. How did he get into this novice village? Sister Luo Su, someone is looking for you. Xiao Dao turned around and shouted. Luo Su hurriedly stood up, and Long Zimo grabbed her. Don't be impulsive, follow me. Long Zimo covered her with a transparent protective shield, protected Luo Su behind him, and rushed to the gate first. Excuse me, who are you? What do you want to see our Luo Su? Long Zimo asked vigilantly. The man was dressed mysteriously, in black, with a mask and gloves, so it was hard to tell what he looked like. The man stared at Long Zimo for a long time, his eyes becoming more and more serious. He stretched his neck and said something to Luo Su behind Long Zimo. I was sent by the Dream Fulfiller. Luo Su's eyes widened in shock. How? Did you get into the novice village? The man smiled and said, we created the novice village, so you can get in naturally. Everyone was shocked. They created the novice village? Who is this person? Who is the Dream Fulfiller? Chapter 210. Luo Su was shocked. Was the novice village created by the dreamer? The mysterious man said, Luo Su, can we talk alone? I can only stay in this space for 5 minutes. Luo Su, okay. Long Zimo held her back. Su, be careful. Luo Su nodded. She talked with the mysterious man a few meters outside the yard. Long Zimo stood outside the door and closely watched the mysterious man's every move. I came to you at the risk of my life, mainly to bring you this. The mysterious man took out 2 bracelets and handed them to Luo Su. This is an identity blocker, which can help you hide your identity. Others can't sense your existence from the player radar. In the future, when you enter the survival game, you have to keep a low profile so that the game system can't find you. The mysterious man said, Why do I hide my identity? Where is the dream maker? Luo Su asked the doubts in her heart. Although she also heard some inside stories from Long Zimo, she felt that there was a bigger pit behind it. The dreamer is not a person, but an organization. They are in opposing camps with the mastermind behind the survival game system. The mysterious man said, The survival game comes from a distant galaxy. The organization behind it is called Predators. They aim to dominate the stars and believe that all weak creatures are not worthy of survival. They use the survival game to continuously go on expeditions and plunder resources from other galaxies for their own use. There were 9 original dreamers. They came from various places on the 9 stars. In the first generation of survival games. At this point, the mysterious man's body suddenly twitched, as if his abdomen was attacked. He spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground in pain, his face twisted in pain. Hey, what's wrong with you? Luo Su was startled, but she didn't dare to reach out to help him. Is there someone ambushing around? She attacked a large area, but got nothing except a few pheasants and rabbits. The mysterious man coughed up another mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth, and endured the pain, and said the last sentence. The man at the door is very dangerous. It's better to kill him, otherwise you will regret it. After the mysterious man finished his last sentence, his whole body exploded with a bang and turned into a pool of blood foam. Ah! Luo Su was caught off guard and was splashed with blood foam. When Long Zimo found something strange here, he rushed over immediately, but it was too late. Luo Su was sprayed all over. Su! Long Zimo rushed over and pulled Luo Su away, holding her in his arms, and looked around vigilantly. Xiao Dao, Xiaowu, and the others also heard the noise, and came out one after another, guarding Luo Su and Long Zimo, ready for battle. Sister Luo Su, we are here. Where are the enemies? Who did it? Luo Su shook her head, with some sadness in her eyes. Are the words that the mysterious man said true? But who would risk their own life to lie to others? Why did he say that Zimo was a dangerous person? Hasn't the control chip on Zimo's head been successfully removed? Luo Su looked up at Long Zimo's worried face, and she felt a little relieved. She believed that he would not become a pawn of the predators. Don't be nervous. It's okay. I go back and wash up. Zimo, help clean up the scene and take care of Dodo. Shaoli, help me take Grandma back to the 2nd floor to rest. Luo Su explained a few things in a row and disappeared directly. She teleported back to the living room on the 2nd floor and turned back to her room to take a shower and change clothes. Ouch! Was it Su Su who got all bloody just now? Grandma was terrified. She didn't dare to ask the real question in her heart. Was that person killed by Luo Su? Grandma, Sister Luo Su is fine, not injured at all, don't worry. Mu Yeli helped Grandma Luo Su to the living room on the 2nd floor, turned around and went downstairs. She was worried that there were other intruders in the novice village. Chapter 211. When Luo Su came out of the room, she saw Long Zimo, Daodu and Grandma waiting for her in the living room. Everyone was a little worried about her. I'm fine. Luo Su pretended to be relaxed. Grandma was a little panicked. Su Su, is the novice village also unsafe? Luo Su came over, sat next to Grandma, and said comfortingly, It's okay, Grandma, this won't happen again in the future. That mysterious man, does he want to hurt you? Grandma thought of Luo Su's blood and felt distressed. Luo Su made up a reason to relieve her grandmother's anxiety. He is not a real person, but a voice transmission clone, a prop dummy. Grandma was surprised. There are such props. It is so realistic, it is like a real person. Oh, I worry for nothing. Luo Su knew that this far-fetched reason could only comfort her grandmother, but it could not fool a senior player like Long Zimo. Sure enough, Long Zimo stared at the silver bracelet on her wrist and said, "The bracelet is pretty. Is it new?" Luo Su lowered his head, fiddled with the bracelet, and said with a smile, "No, I have had it for a long time, but I rarely wear it." Grandma stood up and said, "Since everything is fine, let's go downstairs to eat. I haven't eaten a single bite just now." Luo Su stood up, took out his hand, and said to Long Zimo, let's go eat." Long Zimo stood up and went downstairs together. For some reason, he felt that Luo Su was a little uncomfortable. What did the mysterious man say to her? Why did the mysterious man suddenly explode? Long Zimo had a lot of questions in his mind, but everyone was at the table, so it was not appropriate to discuss this topic publicly. After the meal, everyone ate very quickly, and the atmosphere was not right. After the meal, Grandma Long called Long Zimo into the room, and said she wanted him to help with something. Master Zhao also went back to the room with his 2 apprentices. Luo Su took Daodu and Grandma back to the 2nd floor. When Long Zimo came up, there was no one in the living room on the 2nd floor, probably taking a nap. He sent a star message to Luo Su. "Su, can we go up to the 3rd floor to chat? I'm tired and want to take a nap." Long Zi glanced at Luo Su's room door silently, and went upstairs silently. Why did Luo Su hide from him? He felt a little sad. He went upstairs, took out the half bottle of vodka from the wine cabinet, and poured himself a glass. He leaned on the sofa and took a sip. The strong liquor passed through his throat, and finally burned like a flame in his stomach. The stomach was uncomfortable, but the heart did not feel better. The intuition in his heart was still clear. Luo Su doesn't trust me. He raised his glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Huh? He let out a long breath, closed his eyes, and leaned back on the sofa, the strong liquor burning in his stomach, and the blood in his body boiling. His mind was getting more and more confused, but some fragments hidden deep in his memory gradually became clear. It was a charming woman, her body climbing up his body like a snake. Under the stimulation of the strong liquor, his consciousness gradually blurred, but his body surged wildly, and he suddenly turned over and pressed on her. Longzi was startled. He jumped up from the sofa. He shook his head vigorously, making sure that he was the only one in the living room, and then he gradually relaxed his tense nerves. The dream just now was too real, as if he had experienced it himself. But the woman in the dream looked a bit mixed race, and he didn't know her and had never seen her before. He wiped his face. It was just a dream. He turned and went into the bathroom to take a shower, trying to wake himself up. As soon as he came out of the shower, the phone rang. It was Du Yifan calling. "Boss, someone is looking for you." "It's a sexy woman." The last sentence was especially quiet. "Ask her what's the matter," Long Zimo said coldly, in a bad mood. "She said it's an old friend, and she came to see you when she passed by." Du Yifan said. "Old friend? You know all my old friends," Long Zimo said. "But I really don't know this one," Du Yifan said in a low voice. "No, send her away," Long Zimo said coldly. The woman seemed to have heard Long Zimo's voice on the phone, and came over and said, "Long Zimo, don't you want to know what's going on with the chip in your head?" Long Zimo was startled. Finally here, he wanted to see who those people were. Chapter 212. Long Zimo sent a star message to Luo Su. "Su, I have something urgent to do, and need to go to the base." "Yes." Luo Su simply replied with one word. Luo Su teleported to the base playground with Long Zimo. "Su, go back and take a nap. I call you after I finish my work," Long Zimo said softly to Luo Su. Luo Su wanted to go back. For some reason, she suddenly didn't want to go. "I can't sleep anyway. I go to the conference room and wait for you. We go back together after we finish our work," Luo Su said as she walked towards the meeting room. Long Zimo hurriedly followed her and held her at the stairs. Luo Su turned around, not knowing what was going on. "What's wrong?" She looked up at Long Zimo, and a hint of barely perceptible panic flashed across her deep eyes. "Su, no matter what happens, please believe me." Long Zimo looked at Luo Su, and said in an almost pleading tone. Luo Su's heart skipped a beat. Her intuition told her that the urgent matter he was talking about was related to her. "Zimo, what happened?" "Long Zimo, there is some information about the clues of implanted chips." Luo Su was surprised. "Really? Then let's go and take a look together." Long Zimo went up the stairs with her, and prepared to go to the second-floor meeting room. At this time, Du Yifan came downstairs and ran into the two of them, and couldn't help but be surprised. "Boss?" Du Yifan felt flustered as if he had done something wrong. "Then You go and do your thing, I go meet her," Long Zimo said. "Are you sure?" Du Yifan asked his boss. "Aren't you afraid that the eldest sister-in-law will misunderstand?" Du Yifan regretted not sending the man away directly. Long Zimo, "Sure." Du Yifan left in a hurry, and Long Zimo and Luo Su entered the meeting room. In the meeting room, a sexy mixed-race beauty stood in front of the window. She looked very surprised to see Long Zimo coming in. Long Zimo. The moment Long Zimo saw this woman, he was stunned. Isn't this the woman in the dream? He obviously hadn't seen her, so how could he dream about her, the woman? Poochie laughed. "How could I not have seen you before? You have already hugged me. How can you forget me so quickly?" The woman covered her mouth and smiled, saying in a reproachful tone, "Can you read minds?" Long Zimo was surprised. "I know a lot of things. Do you want to try them one by one?" The mixed-race woman said, her tone full of teasing. Luo Su on the side couldn't stand it. This woman kept talking so teasingly, as if she didn't exist. He asked coldly, "Who are you? What are you doing here in my hidden dragon?" The mixed-race woman was startled when she heard the words, and turned her head, only to find that there was another woman behind Long Zimo. She looked Luo Su up and down, and said with a smile, "Long Zimo, we are talking about private topics. Can you ask your secretary to step aside for a moment?" Long Zimo did not answer her, but pulled Luo Su to sit on the reception sofa together. Then, he made 3 cups of tea in a methodical manner. 1 cup for Luo Su. "Wife, drink tea, be careful of the heat." Put 1 cup in front of the guest opposite, and put 1 cup in front of herself, and then said, "Didn't you say that there was a clue about the implanted chip? Come and sit down, drink tea, and talk slowly." The mixed-race woman was stunned for a moment, but soon recovered. She walked over with her head held high and her chest puffed out. She sat down and smiled happily at Luo Su. "I didn't expect that this person was Mrs. Long." She picked up the teacup, but didn't drink it. Her fingertips gently stroked the edge of the teacup. She then said, "Mrs. Long is so lucky. Long Zimo's kung fu is so amazing that it's hard to forget." After saying that, she glanced at Long Zimo and saw that his face was livid, feeling proud. Luo Su put down the teacup in his hand. "Believe it or not, I will kill you now." The mixed-race woman patted her chest and said, "Oh, I'm so scared." Long Zimo used a skill to punch her and pinned her to the corner of the sofa. "You don't have any clues at all. Who gave you the courage to come here and spread rumors, and cause trouble to sow discord between us?" The mixed-race woman was suppressed and looked painful. She pointed, and a group of pictures appeared on the LCD screen of the conference room. They were exactly the pictures in Long Zimo's dream. Long Zimo was shocked. The pictures were exactly the same as those in Long Zimo's dream. They stopped at the critical moment, and there was no follow-up. Luo Su glanced at Long Zimo and saw him staring at the screen with eyes wide open, and he increased the strength of his hands, and the mixed-race woman fainted. The picture on the screen disappeared. Luo Su stood up and left without saying a word. "Su, please believe me, I really haven't seen her." Long Zimo chased after Luo Su and grabbed her. Luo Su looked out the window. The sunlight was so strong that she couldn't see anything clearly. A layer of mist gradually covered her eyes. "I believe you. I'm tired. I go back and take a nap." As she spoke, she tried to break free from Long Zimo's hand. But Long Zimo held on tightly, and refused to let go. Luo Su looked at him coldly, and saw that his expression was painful, and his eyes gradually darkened and slowly turned black. "Curse?" Luo Su was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Zimo." She immediately invited him to join the group, but he hesitated to agree, and seemed to have lost consciousness. "Zimo, you come to the group quickly, Long Zimo." Luo Su shook him, but after his eyeballs turned black, he fainted and fell heavily on her. Luo Su put him on the sofa. Anxious, she cried, "Zimo, wake up! Zimo, you hurry up and join the group." It's useless. The curse in his body has been awakened, and the great Luo Immortal can't save him." Suddenly, a sneer sounded from the mixed-race woman's mouth. Unexpectedly, she woke up again. Luo Su was angry. "So you deliberately angered him, and made his illness relapse? I will kill you." "Don't worry, please look at the big screen," the mixed-race woman said, waving her hand to continue playing the video that was just half played. In the picture, Long Zimo couldn't control himself and turned over to press on her, but the next second, a dagger stabbed into the woman's chest. The picture ended. The mixed-race woman said, Long Zimo doesn't know what's good for him. I am a fairy from a first-level planet. It's a great blessing for him to like him, but he wants to kill me, the mixed-race woman said, unbuttoning her clothes, revealing the ugly scar under her collarbone for Luo Su to see. Then she closed her clothes and said word by word, "So he must die." Luo Su sneered, "If he really wanted to kill you, do you think he would miss the target?" The mixed-race woman said, "No, you are wrong. Otherwise, I put drugs in his wine, and he was a little unconscious, so he missed the target." Luo Su sneered, "Then you really deserve to die. You have no self-respect, and you still want candy fruit." Luo Su clapped his hands and shouted, "Husband, stop acting. Let's discuss it. Should we fry this enemy who came to our door? Or cut him into pieces and feed him to the dogs?" Chapter 213. The mixed-race woman watched Long Zimo stand up, as if nothing had happened, and couldn't believe her eyes. How could he be fine? I clearly saw his eyeballs turn black. The curse has taken effect. Luo Su sneered and said, "The curse has taken effect, but he was pretending to be unconscious, in order to lure you into the trap and tell the truth." The mixed-race woman was shocked. How could it be? My mind-reading skills can clearly detect your thoughts. How could it deceive me? Luo Su said disdainfully, "You want to use such a trivial skill as mind-reading to deal with us? We knew you had the ability to read minds, so we deliberately thought about things according to the answers you wanted." The mixed-race woman paused and asked again, "Can you really remove the curse?" Luo Su raised his eyebrows and said, "It's child's play." The mixed-race woman suddenly knelt down with a plop and begged, "I am also cursed. I only have 3 months to live. Please save me and help me remove the curse. I will be your slave in the future." Long Zimo stood beside Luo Su and warned, "Don't believe her lies. Just kill her." After that, he built a square firewall around the mixed-race woman to prevent her from escaping. The mixed-race woman hurriedly said, "I mean what I say. As long as I can survive, I can do anything. Don't fool me. As far as I know, the first-level planets are all half-human and half-beast orcs, and they despise humans. Can a human like you be a celestial being?" Luo Su questioned her words. "That's right. There's not a single truth from beginning to end. Keeping such a person around is a disaster. Kill him as soon as possible." Long Zimo added fuel to the fire. "No, I didn't lie to you. I was really a celestial being before." The mixed blood hurriedly explained, "The first-level planets are not all orcs. There are also a small number of humans living there. However, humans are often excluded because of their weak talents. My mother was lucky enough to marry into the royal family, and gave birth to me. I was born with extraordinary talents. Not only can I read minds, but I can also perform long-range mental attacks. As long as I have contacted someone, I can plant spiritual seeds in his mind, thus making up dreams, making people unable to distinguish between memories and dreams, and slowly losing their sanity. I use this method to eliminate dissidence step by step, and ascend to the position of the goddess. Although I have lived in the world of orcs since I was a child, I don't like orcs very much, and even think that their deformed bodies are no different from animals. But I was forced to marry a half-human, half-beast toad man, facing the disgusting toad skin every day, and I have no desire to live. Until Long Zimo appeared, my life finally had a meaning. I saved him secretly, but he killed me," the mixed-race woman said, looking at Long Zimo, feeling a little uneasy. Luo Su asked, "Where is the first-level planet? How many first-level planets are there? How to get there?" The mixed-race woman was stunned, thinking that the second-level planets were really blocked from information, and they didn't even know these. She took out a small square prop and handed it to Luo Su. "This is an information prop, which can store a lot of information. Information about the first-level planets can be found in it." Information cube? Last time in the dungeon, Luo Su heard people from other planets mention information cubes, but he didn't expect it to be such a small white cube, like a dice. Luo Su was about to take it, but was stopped by Long Zimo. "Don't have physical contact with her." Luo Su then remembered that people who had contact with her would be planted with dream seeds, so he activated the power of space and put the information cube into the space. Luo Su held the information cube in his hand, concentrated his energy, and could check the information inside. She searched for first-level planet, and a huge amount of information popped up, with high-definition pictures, which was like a portable intelligent information library. Luo Su smiled. It seemed that she had a lot of treasures. The mixed-race woman understood Luo Su's thoughts and begged for mercy. "Don't kill me. I will give you all the props. As long as I live, I am willing to be your lifelong warrior." After saying that, she shook out the things in her backpack. Previously, She thought she was cursed and would die, so she risked her life to come and pull Long Zemo to be the scapegoat and die together. I didn't expect that they could remove the curse. There are people in this world who can remove the curse. She saw the hope of life and began to have a strong desire to live. She never wanted to go back to the orc world again. She wanted to stay with Long Zemo, even if she had to work like a cow or a horse. Luo Su locked her with a skill, Super Harvest X10 combo. The mixed blood woman endured 10 attacks, 2 critical hits, but she was not dead yet. Her desire to survive was really strong. She spit out a mouthful of blood and was dying. Long Zemo slapped her to death with a palm. He would never leave a hidden danger of mental attack around him, let alone a person with bad intentions. Luo Su collected the props scattered on the ground. There were 3 or 4 of them. At this time, Yifan came up and was a little surprised to see this scene, but he didn't dare to ask. Yifan, clean up, we will go back to the novice village first. After Long Zemo finished speaking, he pulled Luo Su and was about to leave. Boss, wait a minute. Du Yifan stopped them in time. What's wrong? Long Zemo asked. Du Yifan, the official just replied that the other planets of the 9 stars have politely refused the matter of jointly taking back the blue star, and they are afraid of getting into trouble. Long Zemo frowned and said, I know. Chapter 214. Since the 9 stars countries don't support us, let's fight on our own. Luo Su said. As expected, we can only rely on ourselves. After Long Zemo finished speaking, he turned to Du Yifan and said, Yifan, contact the Blue Star headquarters and the Crouching Tiger organization to implement the war plan. The alien headquarters is the most difficult bone to chew. We, Sanlong, will be responsible for taking it down, and they will take care of the rest. Okay. Du Yifan agreed. He called 2 people and cleaned up the meeting room. At this time, Su Jin walked into the conference room with a stack of documents in his hand to report to Du Yifan. Seeing that the boss and Luo Su were both there, he greeted them and sat down and said, By the way, boss, the internal school of Sanlong will officially start tomorrow, and there will also be a kindergarten. Doubt it can come to the kindergarten in the future. Okay. Long Zemo nodded. He saw Luo Su fiddling with the white information cube in his hand and asked, Su, have you found the relevant information about the first level planet? Luo Su stopped what he was doing and said, I have found it. It happens that everyone is here. Let's take a look together. The information in the information box can be synchronized to the computer, and Luo Su projected the information on the big screen in the conference room. Luo Su looked at the information on the big screen intently, and had a general understanding of the first level planet. It turned out that the first level planet was also in the Hongyu interstellar system, but it was far away and located in the upper galaxy of the 9 stars. There is no interstellar flight directly to it. There are 3 giant planets called first level planets, namely the Blue Sea planet, the Clam planet, and the Cat People planet. The total area of these 3 planets is larger than the total area of the 9-star continent. In the distant past, there was an interstellar portal that could directly reach the first level planet from each planet of the 9 stars. Later, for some unknown reason, the portal was disabled. Luo Su remembered the interstellar portal at the entrance of the Blue Star copy, which can still travel between the 9 stars. She specially teleported there to study it. Fiery eyes. She used her special skills to carefully check and found that the portal had 3 hidden grooves. Luo Su put all the energy crystals in the space into the space and tried them out. He found that the high-level blue crystals worked. The portal suddenly glowed brightly. When Luo Su clicked the portal again, in addition to the 9-star countries, there was also a first-level planet, the Blue Sea planet. Luo Su waved hurriedly, come and see, now the portal can go directly to the first-level planet. Long Zemo, Du Yifan and Su Jin hurriedly gathered around. Blue Sea Star. The information mentioned this planet, where blue-skinned orcs mainly live. Su Jin said excitedly. Wow, can we really teleport there? Should we go and try? Du Yifan was eager to try. No, it's not the right time yet. Long Zemo frowned and said, if the portal is open, we can teleport there, which means people from the first-level planet can also come down. Luo Su took back the 3 high-level blue crystal ores in the portal, and checked the teleport options. Now there is no teleport option for the first-level planet. Luo Su said, Zemo is right. It's not time to explore the first-level planet yet. We have to take back the blue planet, and settle our family before we can travel far. Then let's solve the current problem first, and everyone go back and prepare well. Long Zemo said. Du Yifan and Su Jin returned to the hidden dragon base, and Luo Su and Long Zimo returned to the third floor of the novice village villa. After running back and forth for a day, the two were so tired that they collapsed on the sofa to rest. Zimo, did that woman play the video? Was it real or a dream? Luo Su raised his chin and asked Long Zimo. Long Zimo said seriously, of course it's fictional. She is tired of living and wants to drag me down with her. Is it really fake? Luo Su asked again. Of course, I swear. Seeing Long Zimo raise 3 fingers again, Luo Su hurriedly interrupted him and pressed down the 3 fingers. Okay. I believe you, isn't that enough? Don't swear randomly. The last time you swore, it caused the wrath of the sky, and a billboard fell down, almost dragging all the people of Jiuxing to be buried with you. Have you forgotten? Luo Su teased him. When Long Zimo heard it, he immediately smiled bitterly. It's unfair, my dear wife, that time was just a coincidence, okay. Chapter 215. Long Zimo saw Luo Su was smiling happily. He asked casually, Su, what did the mysterious man say to you before? Luo Su sat up, stared at Long Zimo seriously, and asked, Zimo, if one day, you and I are not in the same camp, what will you do? Long Zimo smiled and said, my family of 3 will never be separated, I don't care what camp it is. Luo Su raised the corner of his mouth, his eyebrows and eyes were all smiling, thinking, this is more or less. She told Long Zimo everything the mysterious man said, except for the sentence it's better to kill him, otherwise you will regret it. Why did he say I was a dangerous person? Long Zimo was puzzled. If the mysterious man was from the Dreamer camp, could he be from the Predator camp? What a joke. His original intention of creating Sunlong was to gather people with special abilities, and help more ordinary people around him, who needed help to the best of his ability. The cruelty and purpose of the Predators are completely different from his original intention. How could he be in the same camp with them? Luo Su said slowly, maybe there is another hidden secret that we can't reach because of our low level. Since the survival game is a system created by the Predators, we have to be more low-key and cautious in the game in the future. Long Zimo fumbled for the bracelet on Luo Su's wrist and said, since it can hide your identity, why don't you get another one from him? Let me hide it too. Luo Su, in order to avoid the system, he secretly sent this prop in, and his life was lost. Just be content with 2. Since this space is a place where the survival system cannot find it, why did he explode? Long Zimo asked. He didn't explode himself, he was assassinated. He was ambushed before he finished speaking. Luo Su explained. Ambush? Who can attack through space, unless he is not a real person, but a clone? His real person did not enter your space, but was killed somewhere else, and then the clone exploded. Long Zimo thought of this possibility. Is there such a saying? Luo Su was surprised. Yes, the clone prop can be realized. Long Zimo said. Speaking of props, he remembered the 3 props he had obtained from the mixed-race woman before, and hurriedly took them out to have a look. The first prop is fight side by side before entering the survival game. You can choose a player to enter the game together. The second prop is critical blow. It instantly sends out terrifying power, and strikes the enemy with terror. The third item surprise item. After using it, you will get random items, which are full of surprises. Surprise item? Luo Su widened his eyes in surprise. This system is really good. Long Zimo also looked at these items, and said with a smile, fighting side by side is a good item. In the future, we will have a chance to play the game as a family of 3. By the way, I haven't played the survival game for a long time. Did the system put me on the blacklist and stop turning my cards? Luo Su said. I haven't been in for a long time either. It may be related to the previous countdown. Long Zimo said. Taking advantage of his free time, Luo Su sorted out his space backpack. He pulled out a ball of white monkey hair from the space, which he had pulled out when the snow mutated last time. Pure white monkey hair. It is a material for making armor. Luo Su clicked to make it. 20 units of white monkey hair disappeared, and there was a reading bar in front of him. Primary armor is being made. It took about 5 minutes. She got a fluffy gauntlet. Ding! Congratulations on activating the crafting skill. Proficiency 1/100. The higher the proficiency, the better the properties of the equipment made. She hurriedly checked the properties carefully. Primary gauntlet * basic properties. Plus 50 defense, plus 50 dodge, plus 10 warmth value. * require silver rank or above to wear. What a good thing. Luo Su was happy. The last time he advanced to the king, he was rewarded with a protective equipment, Crown of the King, and he never saw the equipment again. Now she can actually make her own equipment, and she has the materials. Why not make more? She put in the materials, and continued to make. Long Zimo saw her smiling so happily and asked, "What are you doing?" Luo Su's second-hand guard was completed, and she put it on Long Zimo. King's equipment? Long Zimo put on the wrist guard and found that his attributes increased a little. After a careful inspection, there were a few words in the lower right corner. Maker, Luo Su. Chapter 216. Long Zimo was surprised. You can actually make equipment? Luo Su nodded. I just realized that maybe after reaching the king level, players are qualified to make equipment. I have seen these materials before, and there is no option to make them. I will try too. Long Zimo opened his backpack, looked at it for a while, and said, I don't have any materials here. Luo Su took out a ball of black material from the space and handed it to him. Try this material. Long Zimo took the material and examined it carefully. Mutated snow ape's tentacles material for crafting weapons. He tried clicking, consuming 30 tentacles to craft the first piece of equipment, and after waiting for a few minutes, a black whip appeared in his backpack. He took out the whip and said excitedly, Su, I activated the crafting skill and can craft weapons. Luo Su took the whip and pulled it hard with both hands. It was very strong. Then he looked at its properties. Primary weapon rough whip basic properties. Attack range 3 meters, plus 200 physical attack. With weapons, we can make up for the lack of skills, especially for players who attack at close range. It is very useful. Luo Su said. Long Zimo nodded. Let's collect more materials and increase our proficiency. High-level weapons have greater lethality. Okay. Luo Su replied. The two continued to make weapons and practice proficiency. Long Zimo handed all the weapons she made to Luo Su. She put away the weapons and continued to make them. All the ape hair was used up, and only 6 hand guards were made. Each person can wear a pair of hand guards, and a family of 3 can wear a pair each, which only increases 100 defense, which is not very useful. If the whole set of equipment is worn, the effect will be better. She opened the points mall, but there were no materials for sale. Let's go to the trading platform to see if there are any materials for sale. Luo Su said. Yes, I have already looked for materials on the trading platform. Long Zimo said. Long Zimo found that iron ore and other materials are also materials for making weapons, and the quantity is very limited, so he bought them all. He forged it and got an axe, which he gave to Luo Su. Primary weapon, rough axe basic attributes, close attack, plus 300 physical attack. He made 10 axes in a row, and his first level proficiency reached 25 out of 100. He gave all the armor materials he bought to Luo Su. The materials were limited, and the two of them divided the work tacitly. Luo Su made armor, and Long Zimo made weapons. We have to collect a full set of equipment and wear it, so the effect will be better, Luo Su said. Long Zimo nodded and said, yes, it's best to collect a full set of equipment before fighting the aliens. Luo Su rummaged through the boxes and cabinets, and found tiger skins, crocodile skins, cowhides and other things that she had obtained in the game before. She was immediately excited when she found that they were all materials for making. She also threw all the porcupine quills and synthetic iron materials made by infinite fusion of scrap copper and iron to Long Zimo. The two worked for an afternoon and finally upgraded their crafting and forging skills to level 2. She replaced the fluffy primary hand guard on her wrist with a crocodile leather hand guard. The 2 hand guards increased the defense by 500. Long Zimo gave her a wrist-hidden weapon, which fired a porcupine quill. The two were immersed in the process of making equipment, enjoying it. But soon they ran out of materials. Let's go, let's get the materials. Luo Su stood up and said. Where to get it? Long Zimo asked. Luo Su took out a small piece of transparent glass from the space and handed it to Long Zimo. Isn't this the transparent glass plate seized from the alien base? Yes, it looks like transparent glass, but it's actually made of metal, which is also a material for making weapons. We don't have to worry about lack of materials now, Luo Su said, his eyes shining. The two of them started a group, teleported into the blue planet, became invisible for 5 minutes, and sprinted directly to the steel building of the alien headquarters. Bang! In a flash, the 2 doors disappeared. Bang bang bang. A few times, all the windows below the 8th floor disappeared. The guard at the door heard the noise and rushed out to check. Before he could figure out what was going on, there was no more noise. Turning around and seeing the empty gate, he quickly raised the alarm. Attention all units, there is a thief stealing door panels near the building. Luo Su pulled Long Zimo back to an unmanned river beach in the novice village, and with a bang, all the materials were shaken out. Long Zimo looked at the materials piled up into a small mountain, including door panels and window panels, and his jaw dropped immediately. Ah! In just a few minutes, you took away so many things. Chapter 217. Luo Su laughed. Is it enough? If not, I go tear down their building. Luo Su said proudly. Thank you, my wife. Next time you steal alien door panels, remember to bring me with you to help you keep watch. Long Zimo smiled with a handsome smile. Okay, practice your crafting skills quickly, and I get some food here. Luo Su said, and put out a field parasol, 2 beach chairs, a small table, barbecue ingredients, and a grill from the space, then forked 2 fish and started to grill them happily. The two were busy on the beach. Until night fell, the sky turned into a blue starry sky, beautiful enough to make people intoxicated. When Long Zimo finished his work, he came over and found Luo Su sleeping on the beach chair, with a touch of charcoal dust on her face, adding a bit of fireworks. Long Zimo reached out and gently wiped the stains on her face. Seeing that she was tired and sleeping deeply, her brows gradually furrowed. If what the mysterious man said was true, the predators created a survival game system to control the people on each planet, plunder resources, and attempt to dominate the stars. The Dreamers are the enemy camp of the predators, and their goal is to stop the predators and protect their homeland. Assuming that Luo Su was chosen by the Dreamers to fight against the game system, then it is not accidental that she and Dowd have entered the game. It is very likely that the Dreamers planned it in advance, using hacking methods to secretly implant Luo Su and Dowdu into the survival game. So for the survival game system, Luo Su is like a bug. But what Long Zimo couldn't understand was that there were so many people in the 9-star continent. Why did they choose Luo Su? With Dowdu, her survival ability at the beginning was very weak. Long Zimo felt that it was not common sense. Is there another hidden truth? And when the mysterious man came to the novice village to give Luo Su the invisibility item, why did he remind Luo Su that he was a dangerous person? Long Zimo was puzzled and felt that there was an invisible big hand controlling everything. This was exactly what he was worried about. Saving the homeland is the responsibility of every Blue Star person, but he did not want Luo Su and Dowdu to become victims of the fight between the two camps. We must become stronger as soon as possible to help Luo Su and Do Do get rid of their power. Long Zimo sorted out his guesses, and finally determined his direction silently. A cell phone vibrated from Luo Su's pocket. She woke up with a start, and saw Long Zimo sitting on the sofa next to her looking at her. Zimo, I fell asleep. She took out her cell phone and answered it. Hello Grandma, we are back, by the river in the novice village. Oh, it's dark, I be back soon. Luo Su hung up the phone and looked back. The pile of materials was gone. Zmo, have you finished training the materials? Yes, I have. My crafting skill has reached level 4. Put away the weapons quickly. There are too many. My backpack can't hold them all. Long Zmo said, pointing to a pile of transparent weapons next to him. Luo Su waved and put away the weapons. The two packed up and hurried home. During dinner, Tuhifun called and said that the Blue Star officials and Crouching Tiger both agreed to return to Blue Star to fight the aliens, and the battle would start in a week. After dinner, everyone took a walk in the yard. Luo Su distributed weapons and armor to everyone. In battle, you don't have to use weapons to attack, but equipping weapons and armor will increase the attack and defense attributes, and the overall combat power of the player will be greatly improved. Everyone was very excited to get the weapons, especially the transparent weapons, which looked like crystal and a bit dreamy, but when equipped, the attack attribute was definitely increased. Early the next morning, Luo Su sent Dowdu to the kindergarten at the headquarters. There were many children in the kindergarten, and the teachers were basically familiar to him. The little guy was very happy. Luo Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, only an hour later, the kindergarten teacher called. Sorry, Dowdu's mother. Dowdu released a fire-breathing bird in the kindergarten and set the classroom on fire. Luo Su rushed to the kindergarten and confirmed that the fire had been put out. There were no casualties, and finally paid for a new pair of curtains. Seeing the teacher's horrified eyes, he had no choice but to take Dowdu back to the novice village. Luo Su looked at the little guy facing the wall and thinking about his mistakes, which was really a headache. The war was imminent, but no one could keep an eye on this naughty little guy. What should he do? Chapter 218. Luo Su was in a headache, not knowing what to do with this little guy. Mom, I know I was wrong. I will never take my pet out to play again. Dowdu apologized eagerly. Luo Su patiently criticized and educated him. At this time, Long Zimo called her. Su, I heard that Dowdy got into trouble in the kindergarten. Yes, I really don't know what to do with him. Come pick me up, I go back to see him. Luo Su went to the headquarters base and brought Long Zimo back. As soon as she arrived at the living room on the second floor, a system prompt sounded in her mind. Warm tip, you will enter the game in 10 minutes. Oops. Luo Su exclaimed. What, did you also receive the prompt to enter the game? Long Zimo was surprised. Mom, let's enter the game. Dowdu, who was facing the wall and thinking about his mistakes, said happily. Luo Su and Long Zimo looked at each other and immediately reacted. This time, 3 people entered the game together. Is there anything I need to prepare, in case the game disables special spaces? Long Zimo asked. Well, cars, we need to prepare too. Hurry to the base warehouse. Longzi picked up Dowdu, and the 3 of them went to the base garage. In the base garage, Longzi opened his private garage, which contained 5 cars, an inflatable boat equipment, and 3 diving suits. Oh, so thoughtful. Luo Su was surprised. She took away 2 cars, a luxury pickup truck, a Land Rover, and the inflatable boat and diving suits were also put into the space. After preparing the supplies, Luo Su called her grandmother and told her to take good care of herself in the novice village after entering the game for a few days, and to chat with her aunt and Lao Zhao when she was bored. I called Wang Dajiang and Mu Yeli again, saying that I was going to enter the game, and asked them to help take care of my grandmother. Unexpectedly, Wang Dajiang said anxiously that Suehua and Xiao Song were also going to enter the game. What should I do, niece? This is the first time for them to enter the game. I didn't receive an invitation, so I can't enter. Luo Su then realized that Suehua and Xiaohan were also bundled players, and they entered the game together. Uncle, don't worry. Didn't you participate in the new player training at the base before? Luo Su asked. I have participated in the new player training, game strategy, and simulation practice, but I have never really entered the game, so I am not sure, my cousin. If you see them in the game, you must help them. Wang Dajiang said worriedly. Don't worry, I believe they will be fine. Luo Su comforted her, but she was actually not sure what the next level of the game would be. Just after hanging up the phone, Master Lao Zhao called and said that Xiao Wu was also going to enter the game. Luo Su comforted Master Zhao, and finally made him feel more at ease. After Long Zimo explained to Du Yifan, she followed Luo Su back to the novice village. She found that all the people who were going to enter the game were waiting for her in the yard. Xiao Wu, Xiao Song, He Tsuehua, Xiao Ye, a total of 4 people. Long Zimo looked at the watch, and there was still 1 minute. Everyone hold hands and enter the game together to see if we can enter the same place. As soon as Long Zimo finished speaking, everyone came over, hugged Luo Su's family of 3 tightly. Luo Su looked at everyone's posture, and she was truly clinging to someone's thigh. Swish. Luo Su felt her eyes go dark. What came into view was a misty river surface, and at this moment she and Dowdu were both on a small wooden boat, and no one else was seen. She opened her eyes and looked up, and there was no trace of other players within a few hundred meters. She was speechless. Well, in fact, it turns out that clinging to someone's thigh when entering the game does not guarantee that you will end up on the same boat. Chapter 219. A magnificent game prompt sounded in Luo Su's ears. Welcome to the survival game. This round of the game is Water Survival. Successfully survive on the water for 25 days, per complete all hidden tasks in advance to pass the game. Luo Su was shocked. 25 days. Wasn't it time to miss the fight against aliens? There is another condition for passing the game, which is to complete all hidden tasks. I hope to leave as soon as possible. This round of the game disables all combat skills, disables all props, blocks the player's backpack before entering the game, and equips the player with a temporary backpack of 500 slots. Luo Su was depressed. Not only are combat skills and props blocked, but even space is blocked. Special space cannot be entered, and storage space cannot be opened. There is only a temporary backpack, which is empty. All supplies must be found by yourself. There is only a thin small wooden boat with 2 oars hanging on both sides of the wooden boat, and it is all rowed by manpower. In this round of the game, players can only spend time on the water. If they leave the water for more than 1 hour, they will be immediately wiped out by the system. An island is opened every 3 days. As long as the player keeps moving at a normal speed, he can land on the island in time and buy supplies. Some supplies can be collected in the water, but there are also some unknown dangers. Player death in the game means permanent death. Chatting and trading functions are open in this round of the game. Chatting and trading are both paid functions. Each player's initial assets are 100 shells. The game will start in 10 seconds. I wish you all a happy game. As soon as the game started, the chat channel exploded. 3056. Fuck, you charge for chatting? 1719. I'm Chi-Chi from Anshan, looking for my mother, Ms. Ma Lirong. 2589. How can I survive 30 days without anything? 3056. Black, charge by word. 1719. Secret, private chat is free. Luo Su found that the names of the players who were talking were all strings of numbers, without names. She also sent a message. 10086. From the novice village, private chat. The system deducted 6 Bei money. 1 yuan per word. So shady. She found that her code was 10,086, and then she received many private messages from people. 10086? Are you a customer service representative? Damn, your system is so shady. Chatting is also charged. Customer service representative, how can I find food? Customer service, how do I open the map? Customer service, the boat has no shed. What should I do if it rains? The number of messages quickly became 999 plus. Luo Su wanted to find the news about Long Zimo and other people in the novice village in the massive amount of information, which was like looking for a needle in a haystack. She sent another message using Daodu's account. 8066. Daodu is looking for his father, Tsong Wu Ya plus plus plus. As soon as Luo Su finished typing the message, someone sent a message saying that the chat channel had punctuation and emoticons were free, and then the entire chat screen was flooded with emoticons. 3526:9973:1824:6543 1824. Are you Xingyu? I'm Mom. 1824. Mom. Luo Su gave up the idea of contacting others first. Decided to see if there was any way to find supplies. To survive for 25 days, the most important thing was food. She looked around, all white waters, and a gray area in the distance, and the shore was invisible. Without a map, Luo Su was worried about going in the wrong direction, so she kept the direction of the bow and started to move the boat forward. But she had no experience in rowing, and no matter how she rowed, the small wooden boat was still spinning in place. She was immediately full of black lines. How could she pass the level if she couldn't move forward at the beginning? Chapter 220. Luo Su rowed this kind of small wooden boat with 2 oars for the first time. If she only rowed one side, the boat would spin in place. Crouching at the bow and rowing could make the boat move forward slowly, but it was too tiring. The ideal situation would be for 2 people to row together, rowing on both sides at the same time, just like rowing a dragon boat on the Dragon Boat Festival. But there were only her and Daodu on the boat. Looking at Daodu's thin arms and short legs, she could only rely on herself. She stood in the middle of the boat, crossed the 2 oars, and rowed hard, and the boat slid forward a few meters. She practiced for more than half an hour, and finally gradually mastered the skills of single-scull rowing. However, rowing with human power is very laborious, and she had to stop and rest for a while every few dozen meters. Fortunately, her talent worked, and she used her vigorous energy and spiritual ocean to help restore her energy and some physical strength. After 2 hours, she was completely exhausted and had to stop. Daodu fell asleep on the bow of the boat. It's true that sitting on this small wooden boat on the water, swinging back and forth, like a cradle, plus the rhythmic sound of the rowing water, really made me sleepy. Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach protested, she was hungry. Luo Su smacked her lips, she had to find something to eat. A group of dragonflies were flying on the water, performing the scene of dragonflies skimming the water, creating circles of ripples on the water. Suddenly, with a plop sound, a yellow fish with black spots suddenly jumped out of the water. Following a few more plops, more fish jumped out of the water to attack the dragonflies flying on the water to lay eggs. Luo Su was surprised when she saw this scene. There are fish in the water. How can we catch fish without fishing tools? Looking at the fish jumping out of the water, Luo Su was envious. She thought of a way. She released Xiao Bai, assigned it a designated area, and released the thunder and explosion skill. Boom! The sound woke Dodo up. Lightning and ice fell on the water, and many fish with their bellies turned upside down floated on the water. Great! Luo Su rowed the boat over and slowly picked up the fish floating on the water with a wooden paddle. There were more than 50 golden trout. Wow, so many fish! Daodu was very excited. Luo Su smiled. Now we don't have to worry about going hungry anymore. But there was no fire on the boat. How to grill the fish? she opened the trading area. She found that there were not many orders, probably because of the fees. After searching for a long time, she didn't find the grill she wanted, but there was a piece of charcoal, which was very expensive, priced at 100 shells. The total money of Luo Su and Dowdu was only 167 shells. But fire is very important, so I had to bite the bullet and buy it. I had fish and fire, but without firewood and grill, how could I grill fish on the boat? Luo Su put 5 fish on the shelf and found that she could sell them for money or barter. She chose to exchange them for a bundle of dry firewood. The system deducted 20 coins from her, and she felt a pang of pain. At this time, she received a message from the player, Tianyi, requesting to add a friend. Luo Su accepted. Tianyi, without dry firewood, can 2 bundles of wet firewood be exchanged for your 5 fish? Sure. Luo Su agreed decisively. Because the sun was about to come out, the wet firewood could be used after drying. She changed the order and reposted it, and Su received 2 bundles of wet firewood. At this time, someone else added her as a friend, and the request message was marked with "Sell firewood." She accepted. Xiao Yin, do you want a mud stove and dry firewood? You can grill fish on the boat. Luo Su's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, How much? 100 shells for the mud stove, 20 shells for a bundle of dry firewood. Luo Su was speechless. It's too expensive. I don't have money. Can I trade it for fish? 30 fish for a clay stove, 5 fish per bundle of dry firewood. Deal. Luo Su agreed. Then she received a remote transaction application from the other party. So it can be traded this way. She was surprised and entered the remote transaction interface, which had a clay stove and a bundle of dry firewood. She put 35 fish on it, clicked agree, and the system deducted 5 shells for the transaction fee. Finally, she could grill fish, and Luo Su was so happy that she rubbed her hands. Chapter 221. Luo Su took a few dry firewood and rubbed it against the firebird for a long time, and soon lit a bunch of firewood. When the firewood was burning vigorously, he quickly put it into the mud stove. Dowdu was very excited beside him, and the stove soon ignited. Luo Su found a few pointed bamboo pieces from the dry firewood. This was an extra gift from the seller, which could be used to fork the fish for roasting. Luo Su did not have a knife, so he used the weapon axe to break open the fish belly, and then used bamboo pieces to carefully scrape the internal organs. After killing the fish, the dry wood in the clay stove turned into red charcoal. Now we can grill the fish. She used a bamboo stick to fork the fish and put it on the clay stove. The charcoal fire was very strong, and the fish was quickly grilled. The grilled fish tasted bad, because there was no seasoning, and it had a strong fishy smell. Dowdu only ate a few bites, and couldn't swallow it. Luo Su gritted her teeth, and ate the whole fish. After filling her stomach, she was not so hungry anymore. She found Xiao Yin, who sold clay stoves, from her player friends. Do you have salt? Luo Su sent him a message. Xiao Yin replied, No, we will go to the island in 3 days, and they should be selling it on the island. There was no salt, but the fish had to be grilled. The weather was very hot, and if they were not grilled, they would stink. Luo Su added a few dry firewood and grilled the remaining fish one by one. The sun began to rise, and Luo Su spread the wet firewood to dry. Dowdu couldn't stand it anymore, and was very irritable. Mom, I'm hot. Mom, I'm so bored. Mom, I'm thirsty. Luo Su suddenly remembered that drinking water was a problem. Although this was a freshwater area, raw water could not be drunk directly. She used river water to wet Dowdu's face, thinking that if she continued like this, she would get heat stroke. Suddenly, a bird called out, and she looked up and saw a white bird. It flapped its wings and flew over the water to catch fish. Plop. The white bird flew away with a small fish in its mouth. Luo Su looked in the direction of the white bird and vaguely saw an island. She quickly turned the boat around and rowed in the direction of the white bird. Half an hour later, the boat stopped beside an island. Luo Su threw a wet firewood ashore, and it landed steadily on the grass on the shore, startling a little gray rabbit next to it, and it ran into the grass in fear. Luo Su was surprised. He turned to Dowdu and said, Dowdu, we have to go to this island to find water. Time is limited, and we must come back within an hour. I know, Mom. Come back in an hour. If you are late, you will be wiped out by the system, Dowdu said, wiping his neck with his hand. It was obviously a cruel thing, but he said it so easily. Luo Su nodded and said, So Mom needs your help. Once you are on the island, follow Mom's instructions, okay? Dowdu nodded repeatedly and said seriously, Yes, Mother. Luo Su arranged his clothes and shoes, and then the two got off the boat. From the moment her feet stepped on the land, a countdown appeared in the upper right corner of her vision. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Luo Su hurriedly led Daodu, and quickened her pace to the island. She released Xiaobai and Xiaohan while walking, and the battle pet status was adjusted to follow the master, wait for instructions before attacking. Luo Su stepped into the grass, scaring away the small animals around the grass. Luo Su commanded Xiaohan to use physical attack skills, and all the pheasants and rabbits within 3 meters screamed, and then fell silent. Xiaobai was very active, and rushed into the bushes, and in a short while, he caught 2 rabbits and 2 pheasants. Luo Su pulled a thin vine from the tree next to him, tied the feet of the pheasants and rabbits to the 2 ends of the vine, and then hung it around Xiaohan's neck. Xiaohan looked a little reluctant. Luo Su laughed and said, "Little Han, I dig you a lot of bamboo shoots to eat later." As soon as he heard about bamboo shoots, Xiaohan's eyes lit up, and he walked forward happily. Luo Su shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was indeed necessary to master the skill of deceiving people in order to lead the team well. It was not easy for me. They continued to move forward, and Xiaohan was covered with wild game all the way down. Luo Su marked the place as she walked, especially the place in front of her. She marked it 3 times, because there was a wild banana here, which was ripe. She took a few and ate them, and Daodu was immediately very happy. Sweet, I want more. Daodu stretched out his hand to her, got a banana, peeled it, and ate it happily. Seeing this, Xiaohan also stretched out his hand to Luo Su. Luo Su was stunned. Do pandas eat bananas? Luo Su looked at the panda's big belly, and then at the few bananas on the banana tree. If he tasted the sweetness of bananas, I'm afraid this whole bunch of bananas would not be enough for Xiaohan to fill his teeth. Luo Su was still hesitating whether to let him taste the new bananas, but unexpectedly, Xiaohan broke off 2 bananas from the banana tree, peeled them in a very professional manner, and swallowed them one by one in the blink of an eye. Xiaohan's eyes sparkled, and he turned around and pulled up the whole banana, carrying it on his shoulders, eating it while walking. Luo Su blinked, almost jaw-dropping. Hey Xiaohan, you can't eat too much, you have diarrhea. Luo Su threw away the banana peel in her hand, and hurriedly chased after him. 5 minutes later, she was exhausted and panting. Emma, isn't this battle pet set to follow mode? How did it become me chasing them? Luo Su didn't dare to take back the battle pet, for fear that the food hanging on Xiaohan would disappear. I had no choice but to follow him eagerly. Finally, I caught up with Xiaohan under a big tree. Xiaohan was licking a bunch of fruits on the tree, eating happily, and even didn't want the banana, and threw the whole tree on the ground. Luo Su was puzzled. What kind of weird hobby did Xiaohan have? As a heavenly fantasy beast, can't he be a little more normal? Luo Su watched for a long time and found that Xiaohan didn't eat the fruits, but just licked the white crystals on the bunches of fruits. She picked off some white crystal powder with her fingers and put it in her mouth to taste it. His eyes widened immediately. Salty? Could these thin white crystals be salt crystals? Luo Su remembered that when he was a child, his grandmother mentioned that there was a tree in the mountains called Rus chinensis, and its fruit would produce a layer of salt frost. When he was a child, his grandmother went up the mountain to collect it, and boiled it dry with water to get salt. This plant has a salty taste with a bit of sourness. This is probably the tree in front of him. Luo Su was immediately surprised. Chapter 222. Luo Su decided to take these salt crystals back. She took out her weapon, an axe, cut off the whole banana leaf, and then spread it flat on the ground, and then shook the salt crystals on the surface of the fruit onto the banana leaf. In order to speed up, she asked Xiaohan to help pick the whole bunch of fruits, and she was responsible for shaking the salt. Xiaohan was more than 2 meters tall, and could reach the large bunch of fruits high on the tree. Each bunch of fruits was covered with thick salt crystals. Luo Su was overjoyed. He turned over and shook it hard, and got a small pile of salt crystals. Soon, a lot of salt crystals were piled on the banana leaves, which looked like 2 or 3 pounds. Enough, Luo Su hurriedly collected them, wrapped them with bananas, tied them up with vines, and hung them on her body. Salt was very important, so she carried it herself. She cut down all the banana leaves for later use, and hung a few bunches of ripe bananas on the tree first, and then came back to get them. She saw that half an hour had passed, and planned to walk in for another 10 minutes before returning. She continued to walk in with Daodu, Xiaobai and Xiaohan, and heard the sound of water flowing. She could not help but quicken her pace, and pass through a thick bush. She saw a clear spring water coming out from the cracks in the rocks on the mountain. It fell into the rocks below, and formed a pool of spring water. Luo Su was delighted. She washed her hands and drank a mouthful of the spring water. A sweet taste penetrated her lungs and her thirst disappeared immediately. She used a banana leaf to collect some spring water and gave it to Daodu to drink. "Mom, this water is sweet and delicious," Daodu said. Luo Su nodded. "This is mountain spring water." She thought about taking some back to the boat, but there was no container. She glanced around and found a lot of bamboo behind the rocks. Xiaohan the panda was chewing on the tender bamboo and eating happily. She took the axe and chopped a thick old bamboo. She left bamboo joints at both ends, and used the sharp part of the axe to chisel out a small hole as thick as a little finger. Then she handed it to Daodu and asked him to fill it with water. She collected 4 bamboo tubes of water in total, each weighing 2 or 3 pounds. 10 pounds of mountain spring water was very heavy to carry. She wrapped it with banana leaves and vines, tied it into 2 bundles, kept the bamboo joints facing up, and hung it on the tree. She also found wild sweet potatoes in the bamboo forest. She used an axe to dig up the surrounding soil, then pulled up a bunch of them, taking the sweet potato leaves and vines back with her. Seeing that there were only 17 minutes left, she hurriedly shouted, "Xiaohan Xiaobai, let's go back, otherwise we will be too late." Xiaohan got up reluctantly, pulled out a young bamboo, and walked over while chewing it. Luo Su hung the bundle of sweet potatoes on Xiaohan, and she carefully carried the spring water herself, fearing that it would spill on the road. On the way back, they took a few bunches of bananas hanging on the tree, and then hurried back. Finally, when the countdown was 3 minutes, they arrived on the boat. Xiaohan was too heavy to get on the boat. After Luo Su unloaded the things from Xiaohan and Xiaobai, she took them back to the war pet warehouse. Luo Su sat on the boat board panting. This trip was very rewarding. As the countdown time disappeared, she suddenly had an idea. "If I go to the island again now, can I stay for another hour?" She tried to jump off the boat, but the countdown in the upper right corner only had more than 2 minutes left. Well, landing on the island again would not reset the countdown. She carefully placed the bamboo tube filled with water on the boat board and used something to surround it to prevent it from falling. Turning her head, she saw that the grilled fish on the stove was fully cooked. She hurriedly opened the salt and carefully sprinkled a layer of salt on the grilled fish. It tasted much better after a bite. If this salt is boiled and then dried, it will taste better. Unfortunately, there is no pot, so I have to make do with it for a few days. She gave Daodu a bite of the grilled fish sprinkled with salt, and Daodu said it tasted much better. She put the grilled fish down and prepared to pull the boat bolt. She glanced at a clump of lush green plants next to the boat bolt and felt that they looked familiar. She said to Daodu, "Wait for Mom on the boat." Then she jumped off the boat quickly, ran over, grabbed the lush green plants with both hands, and pulled them up by the roots. Wild ginger. She quickened her movements, pulled out the whole clump of wild ginger, and threw it on the boat with roots and mud. At this time, she heard the system prompt sound in her ears. "Beep, beep, 60 seconds countdown. Please return to the waters and board the boat, otherwise you will be killed." She was startled, turned around, pulled the bolt, and rushed aboard. The moment her feet stepped onto the boat, the alarm finally stopped, and the countdown disappeared. That was a close call. Luo Su fell down on the boat, panting, looking at the supplies on the boat, and suddenly smiled happily. Chapter 223. It was near noon, and the sun was a bit strong. To avoid heat stroke, Luo Su made 2 hats with banana leaves. She and Daodu wore one each. This amused the little guy. "Mom, your hat looks like a green bird's nest." Luo Su didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As a mother, there was nothing she could do. If she got heat stroke, there was no medicine. She rowed the small wooden boat back to the route, and continued to move forward for more than an hour before stopping to rest. Daodu had fallen asleep on the boat board, his little face flushed from the sun. Luo Su used a few sticks, vines, and banana leaves to make a small shed for Daodu to shade him from the sun. Then he began to add firewood to the stove, light a fire and burn charcoal, put a few sweet potatoes in to roast, and then took out the roasted fish, sprinkled some salt on it, and heated it up. For lunch, he had roasted sweet potatoes and roasted fish, and drank a few sips of mountain spring water to make up for the meal. If she thought about this kind of life for 25 days, she would probably go crazy. She opened the chat channel, and no one was talking. She sent a message using Daodu's account. 8066. Looking for the newbie village daddy, Song Wu Ya. Soon, someone with the code 3210 added her as a friend. Luo Su accepted. 3210 sent a voice chat. "Is that Daodu? I'm Xiao Song." Luo Su was overjoyed. It turned out that private chats could send voice messages. She also replied with a voice message. Xiao Tsung, I'm Luo Su's sister. Is your mother with you? Xiao Tsung replied, yes, my mother is rowing. Luo Su asked, did you collect any supplies? Xiao Tsung said, there are bamboos floating in our area. We caught a lot of bamboos. We split the bamboo strips with our weapon axe, and made a few bamboo baskets to catch fish. We spent all our 200 bay money, and spent 180 bay on a clay stove and charcoal, and then grilled fish to barely fill our stomachs. Luo Su clicked on the remote transaction and put a pheasant, a few sweet potatoes, a small bag of salt and ginger on it. Xiao Tsung gave her 100 bamboos, and 2 rough bamboo baskets and bamboo baskets. She couldn't help but praise. Not bad, you can also weave bamboo baskets and bamboo baskets, both of which can be put on the trading platform for sale, and it should be no problem to sell one for 10 to 20 bay. Hitsuehua was overjoyed. I didn't expect that my craftsmanship was so poor that it could be sold for money. Luo Su told them to collect more supplies, and sell them on the trading platform. They would need a lot of money to go to the island for a large purchase 3 days later. Luo Su exited the private chat, remembering that there were a lot of vines in her backpack. Now that she had bamboo again, she planned to make a bamboo boat shed first, which would protect her from the sun during the day and the wind at night. She measured the size, and made 4 fixed brackets on the boat. Then she used vines to tie the neatly arranged bamboo strips together tightly, to make 4 pieces of bamboo wall. Then, she tied the bamboo wall pieces to the brackets. After an afternoon, she finally built a simple boat shed. At this time, she heard a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden task, upgrade the wooden boat, and get a raincoat. A blue raincoat appeared in front of Luo Su, which surprised her. Finally completed the first hidden task. She put the raincoat in the shed. After browsing the trading platform again, she found a baking oven made of mud, which was actually a square mud pool that was burned hard. It was much larger than a mud stove, and sold for 30 fish. Luo Su had no more fish in stock, so she had to let Xiaobai out to help. Electrofish. Xiaobai could control the strength of his lightning skills, and he blasted it on the water surface in the distance. After a while, many stunned fish floated up. Luo Su asked Xiaobai to blast all the surrounding waters, and then rewarded him with 3 grilled fish. Xiaobai didn't like grilled fish, but things were different now. When he ran around the island today, he was already starving. Dodo was awakened, and he started to help his mother catch fish. With the bamboo basket, catching fish was much faster. After Luo Su had caught 30 fish, he immediately bought the only clay oven on the trading platform. Dodo continued to help catch fish. Luo Su started to light a fire in the oven, cleaned some of the newly caught fish, and put them on the fire to roast. Now there were enough bamboo strips to roast 10 fish at a time. The fish, which had been rubbed with salt and shredded ginger, soon smelled fragrant. Ah, it smells so good, I'm hungry just by smelling it. Dodo cleaned up the fish around the boat, threw down the bamboo basket, and came to eat the roasted fish. Luo Su rowed the boat further away, and continued to pick up the fish floating on the water. She moved to several places, and fished for half an hour before she caught all the fish. A total of 168 fish. She gave Xiao Tsung 20 fish as gifts from friends, so that they could focus on their handicraft business, and she would be responsible for fishing. She looked at the chat area. The game had been going on for half a day, but there were still people asking how to catch fish in the chat area, and more asking how to cook fish. Some people also complained that the grilled fish was hard to swallow without seasoning. Luo Su smelled a strong business opportunity. She looked at the market price. 5 raw fish sold for 20 shells, and a grilled fish without salt sold for 10 shells. Luo Su anonymously placed an order, and put 9 grilled fish on sale, each selling for 15 shells, and marked fragrant grilled fish with salty taste but not fishy. Unexpectedly, it was sold out quickly, and she got 135 shells. This time, no handling fee was deducted. She carefully checked the transaction interface instructions, and found that the handling fee was charged on a daily basis. For players with a cumulative transaction amount of less than 1,000 shells, only 20 shells of handling fee will be charged per day. After the transaction amount exceeds 1,000 shells, the system will charge a 5% handling fee for each transaction. So that's it. After earning her first pot of gold, she was greatly encouraged and started grilling fish. She turned over the 10 fish on the fire, and sprinkled a layer of salt on them. As the saying goes, salty fish is better than light meat, fish always tastes better with more salt. At this time, the chat area was blown up, Everyone was asking for salt and ginger, but Luosu didn't plan to sell them. Exclusive business, isn't it delicious? She continued grilling fish, selling them while grilling. In the evening, all of her more than 100 grilled fish with seasonings were sold out, and she sold a total of 50 bei money, and the system deducted 50 bei handling fees. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Make 100 meals, get a bonus iron pot. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Earn 1,000 gold coins cumulatively, get a blanket. A brand new iron pot and a blanket appeared in front of Luosu. Finally there was a pot. She cleaned the pheasant, put it in the pot to stew soup, sprinkled some salt and ginger, covered the lid and simmered it on low heat. It was dark. There was no lighting. The burning fire opened a small piece of light in the darkness. It was very cold on the river at night. The two of them still felt the chill when they hid in the bamboo shed. She covered Dowdu with a blanket. She also moved the clay stove closer. A pot of pheasant soup was stewing on the stove. The aroma began to fill her nose. She used a small bamboo tube to scoop the soup for Dowdu to taste. It tastes good? Dowdu nodded. The two of them filled bamboo bowls with chicken soup and ate meat. After the hot chicken soup went down their throats, their bodies felt much warmer. Chapter 224. Luosu put the chicken soup into 2 long bamboo tubes and gave it to Xiao Tsung and Hitsuehua to drink. Thank you, niece. Drinking a bowl of chicken soup at night will make you feel warmer. Hitsuehua sent a message to thank her. In the dark night, time always seems to pass slowly. It was the first time to spend the night on the river. Luosu watched Dowdu and didn't dare to fall asleep. There were some winds and waves on the river at night, and the small wooden boat was shaking gently. Luosu added a piece of firewood to the fire, then opened the chat channel and started to refresh the screen. 8066. Do looking for novice village daddy, woo, ya plus plus plus. Luosu spent 100 shells and finally found all the relatives and friends in novice village. She opened a novice village group chat. Long Zimo, Su, finally found you. Xiao Tsung, has everyone eaten? Xiaowu, I bought grilled fish, it's so expensive, 15 shells per piece, I can only be full after eating 3. Xiaoya, I can't catch fish, I always buy cooked food, also 15 shells. Hitsuehua, great, everyone is in touch. Luosu gave everyone a very expensive grilled fish as a gift, along with a bowl of hot chicken soup. Everyone was touched. Xiaoya, so the grilled fish was sold by Luosu. Xiaowu, Sister Luosu, are you sure you are in the same game as us? It's a water survival game. How come you have a chicken? And a pot? Long Zimo, I guess that you were the one selling the grilled fish, but you were anonymous, so I couldn't find you. Luosu smiled. I was just afraid that someone would privately chat with me and ask for salt and ginger, so I was anonymous. Everyone chatted for a while. It was the first time for everyone to spend the night on the river, and no one could sleep. Xiaoya entered the game for the first time, and she spent the night alone on the dark river. She was very scared. Luosu wanted to group everyone into a team to see if he could find a place, but the system prompted, players are currently prohibited from forming a team. Luosu was speechless. This broken game is just torture. Long Zimo said in the group, everyone hold on for 2 more days, and we can meet when we land on the island on the 3rd day. Everyone chatted until late at night, and fell asleep one after another. Long Zimo asked, Su, what are the coordinates in the upper right corner of yours? There are coordinates? Luosu looked at the circle in the upper right corner, and there was a green triangle representing his position, with 2 coordinate values next to it. 1527, 1339. Luosu reported the coordinates. Mine is 1023, 1185. I try to row forward a little, and see if the values are closer to yours. Long Zimo said. Long Zimo went to row the boat, and only Luosu and Xiaoya were chatting on the voice. Xiaoya, what's your left? Luosu asked. Xiaoya looked at it for a long time and replied, 1336, 1289. Luosu, your coordinates seem so close to me. I row forward to see if I can find you. Xiaoya said excitedly, Okay, come quickly. Luosu rowed the boat forward for a while, and found that the coordinate values were getting smaller and smaller, getting closer and closer to Xiaoya's position. Suddenly, Xiaoya sent a voice message asking for help. Luosu, help me. Then, there was a thump sound. Xiaoya, what's wrong with you? Xiaoya. Luosu asked loudly, but there was no answer. Luosu opened her eyes, and looked through the fog on the river. She vaguely saw a faint light more than 100 meters ahead. She rowed forward quickly, but the speed of a human-powered boat was limited. She rowed while chatting privately with Long Zimo. Zimo, Xiaoya may be in danger. The coordinates are 1336, 1289. I go there first. After Luo Su finished speaking, she moved forward at full speed. Chapter 225. Luo Su paddled forward for more than 10 meters, and saw someone fighting in the water from a distance. Help! Xiaoya was choked by water just as she was shouting for help. Xiaoya, hold on, we are here to save you. Luo Su shouted, rowing and releasing molters. Xiaohua, attack at full speed. Luo Su set his battle pet to the mode of friends are immune to damage. Xiaohua flew forward at a height of 3 or 4 meters above the water, his whole body covered in red flames, like a flying torch at night, illuminating the waters ahead. The people who were fighting just now were stunned by the sudden appearance of the Firebird. The moment Xiaoya saw the Firebird, she knew that Luo Su had come. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party was stunned, she kicked hard, got rid of the other party's control, and swam quickly towards her boat. Bang! Bang! Who? Xiaoya's attack range reached 80 meters. It continued to blast forward with skills, and the waters around the man turned into a sea of fire. Ah! A scream broke the silence of the night, which made people feel thrilling. Even Long Zimo, who was rowing 200 meters away, heard it, and his Firebird was also flying quickly towards this side. Bang! Bang! Xiaoya blasted skills into the sea of fire again, and the scream stopped abruptly. A system prompt sounded in Luo Su's mind. Ding! Congratulations on killing player number 3838, obtaining all his supplies, and annexing his level 2 boat. Ding! Congratulations on annexing a level 2 boat. Your wooden boat is upgraded to a level 3 wooden boat, and the number of people that can ride is increased to 3. Luo Su was surprised. It turns out that killing players not only gets the opponent's supplies, but also allows you to annex the opponent's boat to upgrade your own boat level. Luo Su, I'm here. Xiaoya's voice came from the front. Xiaohua flew back and forth above the area, illuminating a red light. Okay, I come find you. Luo Su responded loudly. Luo Su looked back at his wooden boat, which had become much more spacious. The original simple bamboo boat shed had disappeared, replaced by a brand new tightly fitting arched wooden boat awning. The boat became much bigger. Luo Su thought rowing would be more strenuous, but unexpectedly it became easier, because the 2 wooden oars were also upgraded, becoming larger and wider, and the design of the shape conformed to the principles of human mechanics, which had the effect of using only a little force to move a large object. Every time Luo Su rowed, the wooden boat slid 3 or 4 meters away, and the boat's speed was obviously much faster. She was immediately delighted, and while she was on her way, she was experiencing the speed of the new boat. She found that if she continued rowing, it seemed that she could change speed, just like a speed-shifting bicycle, and continued acceleration would get faster and faster. She loves this new boat. Looking up, she saw Xiaoya's boat getting closer and closer. Luo Su hurriedly stopped rowing, but she didn't expect the boat's inertia to be still very fast. Luo Su inserted the oars into the water to create resistance to slow down the boat, but it was too late. With a bang, her boat hit Xiaoya's boat. Fortunately, the deceleration played a certain role, and the collision was not too strong. But it triggered a special reaction. A system prompt sounded in Luo Su's ears. Level 1 boat can be merged. Do you want to merge? Ah, mergeable? Luo Su was surprised. She shouted, Xiaoya, come on my boat. Luo Su's level 3 wooden boat was much higher than Xiaoya's level 1 boat, and Luo Su stretched out her arm to Xiaoya. Okay. Xiaoya grabbed Luo Su's hand and climbed onto the wooden boat that was taller than hers. Xiaoya, will you ride on the same boat with me from now on? Luo Su said. Okay, I can't wait. Xiaoya was happy, which was exactly what she wanted. With Xiaoya's consent, Luo Su chose to annex her boat. Ding! Congratulations on annexing a level 1 boat. Your wooden boat's awning is 1 meter longer, and can accommodate 3 people. It seems that the merger of a level 1 wooden boat at level 3 cannot be upgraded to a level 4 boat, but the configuration on the boat is better than before. Seeing that Xiaoya's clothes were all wet, Luo Su hurriedly opened the small door of the awning and said, It's windy outside. You should go into the awning and warm yourself by the fire. Xiaoya lowered her head and got into the awning. Luo Su was about to put away the small fire and go in to rest. Looking up, he found 2 firebirds in the air. She was immediately delighted, and with her fiery eyes, she saw a little light coming out of a boat 100 meters away. She privately chatted with Long Zimo, Zimo, I saw your boat. You wait here, my boat is fast. I will come to find you. As she said, she followed the light of the small fire and rowed quickly. Soon she saw Long Zimo, who was rowing towards her. Bang! She didn't slow down in time, and hit Long Zimo's boat. Long Zimo had killed 2 people who made things difficult for him on the road before, and also upgraded to a level 3 ship. Both of them received the merge question at the same time. Long Zimo easily jumped onto her boat, and said with a smile, "Female bandit, please take me in." Chapter 226. Luo Su couldn't help but laugh. "Seeing that you are quite clever, I will accept it with reluctance." She raised her hand, and chose to merge. Ding! Congratulations on merging a level 3 wooden boat. Your boat has been upgraded to a level 4 high sailboat, which can carry 5 players. The upgraded wooden boat has become a 2m wide x 6m long level 4 red painted high sailboat, with a carved wooden window on each side. There are 2 rows of long wooden benches in the cabin, a small square table in the middle, and a small open space where a small stove can be placed, and an electric cockpit at the back. Luo Su was immediately delighted. Finally he didn't have to row the boat. Long Zimo entered the cabin, greeted Xiaoya, and found Dao sleeping soundly on the bench alone. Worried that he would turn over and fall, he covered him with a blanket, sat down next to him, and said to Luo Su, "Su, I take care of Dao. You guys go to bed early after you're done." "Okay." Luo Su nodded. Xiaoya was squatting by the stove, trying to dry her clothes as soon as possible. Luo Su added 2 pieces of firewood to the stove, and chicken soup was heating up on the stove. She took out 2 bamboo bowls, filled a bowl of hot chicken soup, and handed it to Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, have a bowl of chicken soup to warm yourself up. I added a lot of ginger to the soup." "Thank you." Xiaoya took the chicken soup in her hands and drank it slowly. Luo Su poured another bowl and gave it to Long Zimo. "Zimo, have some soup and rest to warm yourself up." After Long Zimo finished drinking, she took the bowl back to the stove, poured herself a bowl, and chatted with Xiaoya while drinking. "Luo Su, you have so much supplies. How did you collect them?" "I rode for several hours, and I only caught some wild vegetables and wood along the way," Xiaoya asked in a low voice. Luo Su smiled and said, "I found a deserted island in the distance. I collected food on the island, but unfortunately I can only stay on the island for an hour." Xiaoya was surprised. "So there is a deserted island?" The water surface was foggy all the way, and I couldn't see the distant places clearly. "You can still find a deserted island. It's amazing." Luo Su smiled. "It's just luck." The 2 chatted, and they felt a little sleepy. "Luo Su, it's almost dawn. You go to sleep on the bench. I'm afraid of the cold. I stay by the stove and lean against the wall to squint," Xiaoya whispered. Luo Su nodded. "Then I go lie down for a while. Call me if you need anything." Luo Su saw Long Zimo sleeping against the wall on the bench opposite, and he put one hand on Daodu's back, and he was relieved immediately. She lay on the bench tiredly, and fell asleep quickly. She slept until the sun came out. She woke up and found Xiaoya cooking breakfast on the deck. Long Zimo played with Daodu in the cockpit at the back. She got up and stretched, feeling that she was still not energetic, so she raised her hand to add 2 talent skills to herself. Spiritual Ocean. Energetic. After adding skills, I feel much more energetic. She walked out of the cabin, took some water with a bamboo tube, and washed up. The fog on the river surface was not so heavy today, and things 50 meters away could be seen clearly. There were many wild vegetables floating around. Luo Su fished up some wild vegetables, including goticola and Brassinia shrinkiana. Xiaoya was cooking wild vegetable soup, which lacked oil and salt, and looked unappetizing. Luo Su took out a pheasant and a few quails from his backpack and asked her to clean them and boil the soup, adding some oil and water. People started chatting in the chat group of the novice village. "Xiao Wu, another day of rowing until my hands are broken." "Xiao Tsong, we are fine. We take turns and can rest." "Dodo, our boat has a steering wheel. Daddy said it is electric, so we don't need to row with our hands." Xiao Wu was surprised. "Did you sail at night last night? How did we meet?" Xiaoya smiled and said, "I am with Luo Su and Lao now. They found me late last night." Xiao Wu envied. "Fuck, I want to go with you guys too, boss. Can Sister Luo Su take me with you? I take care of all the dirty work. Just provide meals." Luo Su saw it and laughed. "Where are you? Report the coordinates in the circle on the upper right corner." Xiao Wu, 1011, 988. Luo Su, "That should be ahead of us. Don't worry, we set off after breakfast." "Be careful, This game allows you to annex the opponent's ship by killing someone. It's very dangerous. Xiaoyu was attacked last night. Xiao Wu. Fuck, wooden boats can be swallowed, then I have to be careful, you guys come quickly. Xiao Tsong. It's time for breakfast, grilled fish, who wants to eat? Xiao Wu was the first to sign up. Half an hour later, Luo Su and his group finished breakfast and were about to set off. Suddenly, they received a distress message from Xiao Tsong and Hitsue Wu. Xiao Tsong said anxiously, Sister Luo Su, our boat was hit and then disappeared, and the person who hit us just drove away. Hitsue Wu cursed, damn it, they crashed our boat and ran away, leaving us in the water to fend for ourselves. Luckily, she grew up by the river and is a good swimmer. Long Zimo hurriedly asked, where are you? Report the coordinates. Xiao Tsong replied, 1613, 1340. Luo Su heard, this coordinate is behind us, quite far away, you hold on, we will sail to find you soon. Everyone sat tight. Long Zimo started the motor, turned the bow, and drove quickly, and the system began to pop up prompts. Ding, your boat is heading in the wrong direction, please turn the bow. Everyone listened to this voice, and felt anxious. Chapter 227. Luo Su's boat was going back quickly. Not long after, a small wooden boat of the second level came towards him. The man was terrified when he saw Luo Su's big boat. He turned the boat around and fled in a hurry. Luo Su saw that he looked guilty and said, hit it. If he wasn't guilty, why would he run? Maybe he hit Xiao Tsong's boat. Long Zimo slowed down a bit, adjusted the direction, and hit it. The man had already jumped into the water and fled when Long Zimo turned the boat around. It can be seen that he is very experienced. Bang! Luo Su received a system prompt. An unmanned ship has been found and can be annexed. Do you want to annex it? Luo Su chose to annex it. Ding! Congratulations on annexing a level 2 boat and obtaining a soft cabin package. Luo Su found that the 2 wooden benches in the cabin had an extra layer of cushions, which made them much more comfortable to sit on. Long Zimo went at full speed, not caring about the life or death of the man who fell into the water. The boat sailed 100 meters and encountered another level 3 boat. The man saw Luo Su's big boat coming in the opposite direction quickly and cursed. Fuck, and consciously jumped into the water and swam away quickly. Bang! Long Zimo ran away after hitting it and did not kill anyone. Luo Su annexed the boat. Ding! Congratulations on annexing a level 3 wooden boat. Your wooden boat has been upgraded to a level 5 pleasure boat, which can carry 10 players. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Annex 5 ships and get a battery life card, which can give the electric boat a battery life of 30 kilometers. Wow! Our boat is so beautiful. Dowdo looked at the upgraded cabin and was amazed. The level 5 pleasure boat is 9 meters long and 2.6 meters wide. The whole shape is like a Xia Guofeng, an antique sightseeing cruise ship. Luo Su found that the cockpit of this pleasure boat was in the front, and the cabin for people to rest was in the back. She walked into the cabin, first to the bright hall, with half-meter wide cushioned benches on the left and right, and 2 meters long benches, with 2 pillows and 2 blankets on the benches. In the middle was a long wooden table, with a brand new light yellow cotton tablecloth on the table. Passing through the bench, you will reach the back door, and outside the door is an open-air kitchenette, with a simple stove and storage rack. Passing through the open-air kitchenette, there is a separate lounge in the back, with a 1.5-meter wide bed and a bedside table, with quilts and pillows. Luo Su was surprised. The configuration of this level 5 ship gave her an illusion that the survival game, which was originally difficult, had suddenly turned into a sightseeing trip. At this time, she suddenly heard Long Zimo shouting in front, Su, I saw them. Luo Su hurried out of the cabin and saw Xiao Tsong and Hitsue Hua soaking in the water a few dozen meters away, each holding a dozen floating bamboos. Xiao Tsong was waving and shouting excitedly. Long Zimo turned off the motor. The boat glided for a while by inertia, and then slowly paddled closer with the oars. Soon Xiao Tsong and Hitsue Hua were rescued and brought aboard. They were shivering with cold. Ding, you are heading in the wrong direction, please turn the boat around. The annoying system alarm continued. Long Zimo started the motor, turned the boat around, and sailed forward. The alarm was lifted, and his ears were finally quiet. Xiao Tsong took off his wet clothes, wrung out the water, and hung them on the deck to dry in the sun, then squatted in the cockpit to watch Long Zimo drive the boat. Luo Su put a cotton tablecloth on Sue Hua. Auntie, wipe it off quickly, don't catch a cold. Hey, thank you, niece. Hitsue Hua dried her hair, wrapped in cotton cloth, and followed Luo Su into the cabin. Seeing that the cabin was decorated very high-end, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "My god, niece, you are not here to play a survival game? You are here for a vacation." Luo Su smiled and said, "It's okay. You can sleep on the bench here tonight. It shouldn't be cold with a blanket." He Tsuehua was so happy that she said, "This cabin is luxurious, spacious and warm. Not to mention the bench, you won't feel cold even if you sleep on the floor." After she finished speaking, she followed Luo Su to the open-air kitchen at the back and saw Xiaoya grilling fish. "Auntie, come and sit here to eat grilled fish," Xiaoya said, pointing to the small wooden stool next to her and handed her a freshly grilled fish. He Tsuehua was already starving, and after eating a few bites of grilled fish, Xiaoya served her a bowl of chicken and wild vegetable soup. She took a sip of the soup. "Oh, this life is so happy." She ate and drank enough in no time, and took out 2 grilled fish for Xiao Tsong to eat. "Try it," Xiaoya and the others grilled it. "It's much better than what we grilled ourselves." Xiao Tsong took 2 grilled fish and handed one to Long Zimo. "You eat, I'm still full," Long Zimo said, driving the boat very attentively. He asked Xiao Wu in the group chat. "Xiao Wu, how are you doing? We should be at your coordinates in 10 minutes. Xiao Wu, well, I've taken a nap. You haven't arrived yet." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly bang. I only heard him curse, "Fuck, who hit me?" Xiao Wu quickly shouted, "Swallow." Then I heard him laugh and boast in the group, "Ha ha ha, do you know? I just swallowed a girl's small wooden boat. She is still doggy paddling in the water. It seems that she can't swim. Ha ha, fuck, where is she? She didn't really sink, did she?" Then, after a plop sound, he turned off the voice. Chapter 228. Everyone was shocked when they heard the noise coming from Xiao Wu. Long Zimo could not help but speed up the boat. 10 minutes later, they saw Xiao Wu's small wooden boat. There were 2 people on the boat, one sitting at the bow and the other at the stern, who seemed to be arguing. Xiao Tsong put on his freshly dried clothes, stood at the bow and shouted to Xiao Wu, "Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu looked back and saw a vermilion sightseeing boat, and his eyes widened. "Fuck, such a big boat?" The girl was even more shocked. "Is this a tour group? Why are you standing there? Why don't you get on the boat?" Xiao Tsong urged. "Wait for me." After Xiao Wu finished speaking, he turned around and said to the girl, "Hey, let's get on the boat together. Our boat will be taken over by my friend's boat soon." The girl raised her chin and said, "Let's get on." "Who's afraid of who? I have a share of this boat anyway." The girl and Xiao Wu got on the boat, and felt a little relieved when they saw 3 other women on the boat. "Hello everyone, my name is Xiaoyu. He swallowed my boat, so I had to share the boat with you. Please take care of me in the future." The girl was not afraid of people, and introduced herself. Luo Su looked her up and down. The girl named Xiaoyu was about 17 or 18 years old, with short hair in a school uniform, looking youthful and lovely. Such a girl looked harmless. Luo Su asked her, "Xiaoyu, right? Why did you hit his boat?" Xiaoyu scratched her head and said, "I really didn't mean it. The speed was too fast, and I didn't see the boat in front of me clearly, so I accidentally hit it, but I didn't expect. He actually swallowed my boat." She didn't know that she could swallow other people's boats. Too fast? Luo Su was suspicious, took a look at Xiao Wu's level 2 wooden boat, and said coldly, "How fast can your level 1 wooden boat be? It's so fast that you hit his boat in such a large area." Xiao Yu smiled awkwardly and explained, "You may not believe it, but it is true. I was rowing hard 800 meters behind. Later, I picked up a prop in the water, whoosh, and teleported me here, and then I bumped into him. Then I saw the system prompt something about annexation. Before I understood what it meant, I fell into the water inexplicably. Then, I couldn't swim, and he rescued me to the boat. Later, I found out that my boat was annexed by him." Everyone was surprised, prop. Luo Su was also very shocked. He didn't expect that there would be props in this level of the game. Yes, it floats on the water, the size of a playing card, and very smooth, especially dazzling under the sun. Xiaoyu gestured with her hands. Seeing that Luo Su didn't quite believe it, Xiao Wu said, "Sister Luo Su, what she said may be true, because when her boat hit me, it was very strong and almost overturned my boat. You see, she has no boat, so let's take her in. A girl soaking in the water, it's pitiful." Luo Su glanced at Xiao Wu, seeing his anxious look, and said, "You can stay, but we don't want to keep idle people, you have to work." Xiaoyu was immediately happy. "No problem, working makes me happy, hee. People have to bow their heads under the eaves." At this time, Xiaoya suddenly screamed, Oh, my fish is going to be burnt. After saying that, she hurried to the kitchen in the back. After watching the excitement, Hitsuehwa was about to go back to work. She found the little girl pleasing to the eye, so she asked Luo Su, "My cousin, I think this girl is quite smart. Why don't you let her work with me in the back kitchen?" Luo Su nodded. After Xiao Yu and Hitsuehwa left, Luo Su whispered to Xiao Wu, "Xiao Wu, I only let her stay because of your plea. You have to keep her under control, and don't let anything happen." Xiao Wu immediately straightened his back, stretched out 2 fingers, and made a watching gesture. "Okay, I will keep a close eye on her. If she makes trouble, I will throw her into the water. Hee hee." Luo Su was amused by his action, and said with a smile, "It's good that you know." Turning around and seeing that Long Zimo was a little tired, "Zimo, you should take a rest. You didn't sleep well last night." Xiao Wu immediately volunteered, saying, "Sister Luo Su, I know how to sail. Let me do it." Luo Su smiled and said, "Okay, Xiao Song, you can learn a little bit from the side. Sailing is also an important skill in survival games. The cockpit can seat 2 people, just right for the 2 guys to chat with a companion." The boat is about to start. Luo Su pulled out the system reminder message just now and clicked to merge. Ding! Congratulations on annexing a level 2 small wooden boat and getting 2 emergency lights as a reward. Luo Su put away the emergency light and went into the cabin hall with Long Zimo and saw Daodu sitting on the bench, bored and dazed. Before, Daodu curiously followed Long Zimo in the cockpit and played for a few hours, but now the novelty has worn off and he is bored again. Luo Su let Xiaobai and Xiaohan out to play with Daodu, and then sat on the bench with Long Zimo to rest. "Zimo, have you ever completed a hidden mission?" Luo Su asked. "Yes, I killed 2 players in a row, completed a hidden mission, and was rewarded with a dagger," Long Zimo said, taking out a small dagger. Luo Su was surprised. "Killed 2 players in a row? I have already killed one. Will there be a reward for killing another one?" Luo Su told him all the hidden tasks she had completed. Long Zimo was most surprised that she actually earned 2,000 shells on the first day, but considering her buggy constitution, it is possible. Luo Su and his group sailed along the way, stopping and starting, and collecting supplies on the way. Xiaoya, Tsuehua, and Xiao Yu grilled fish in the kitchen, and with Xiaobai's electric fishing skills, Luo Su made a net profit of 3,200 shells from grilled fish that day. Everyone was busy all day, and went to bed early after dark. At night, Xiao Wu and Xiao Song took turns to work the night shift, and Xiaoya and the other 3 women slept on the soft bench in the hall. Luo Su's family of 3 slept in the single room at the back. It was a safe night. Finally, it was the 3rd day, the day to land on the island. Early in the morning, everyone was awakened by the system's loud broadcast. "All players, today is the day to land on the island. The trading island is open all day. Players are requested to go to the island as soon as possible to replenish supplies. Friendly reminder, each player has 1 hour to land on the island. If the time is exceeded, the system will directly erase them." After the broadcast, everyone was excited and came to the deck one after another. They saw an island 1 kilometer ahead from a distance. Luo Su cleared his throat and said, in order to save time, after landing on the island, everyone will divide the work of purchasing. Xiaoya, Xiao Yu and Auntie, you 3 are responsible for purchasing kitchen seasonings, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, rice, etc. Buy them all. Xiao Song and Xiao Wu, you are responsible for buying kitchen utensils and tableware. Long Zimo and I will be responsible for other supplies. Luo Su gave a bag of money to each group leader after he finished speaking. Someone reminded, the purchasing time is 45 minutes. Everyone should rush back to the ship in advance and contact us in group chat at any time if there is anything. Seeing the trading island getting closer, everyone was suddenly excited. Chapter 229. When Luo Su's boat arrived at the dock, there were no other boats nearby. As soon as they parked the boat, an NPC came over and greeted them warmly. "Welcome to Heji Island. This dock provides paid custody of boats. The custody fee is 50 Bei. Please pay first before going to the island." "Thank you." Luo Su paid the money, looked at the 3 letters of NPC above his head, and asked in a low voice, "Do you have a map of Heji Island for sale?" The NPC smiled warmly and said, "Of course there is, but the quantity is limited, 200 Bei per map." 200 shells for a map? Are you robbing me? When Hitsuehwa heard the sky-high price of the map, she immediately complained. "If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy it. There are only a few of them anyway. There will always be smart people who know its value," the NPC said, and his smile became a little stiff. Let's buy one. Luo Su took out 200 shells and said. The NPC took out a map from his arms, handed it to her, and said to everyone with a smile, "You should be thankful to have such a smart captain." After saying that, he put the 200 shells in his pocket. Luo Su first opened the map and studied it with everyone, familiarizing himself with the general distribution of Heji Island and roughly dividing the work, and then stepped on the land. The moment his feet stepped on the land, a countdown appeared above everyone's sight. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Long Zimo said, "The countdown has begun, everyone speed up, we will go and come back quickly." Luo Su followed with Daodu, and the others caught up. Heji Island is a tourist attraction. There are many tourists on the island. There are all kinds of shops on both sides of the shopping street. When we arrived at the crossroads, everyone went shopping separately. Luo Su and his family of 3 walked into a shopping mall together. The big screen at the door was broadcasting the weather conditions. Heji Island is about to usher in a rare stormy weather. Please take precautions. ZMO, I have a hunch that the weather is going to change. Luo Su said after reading the news. Long ZMO nodded. Well, the storm may cool down. Luo Su and his group entered the mall and bought some spare clothes, waterproof outdoor sportswear, blankets, and asked the salesperson to buy winter clothes and quilts. This surprised the salesperson. In the middle of summer, someone actually wanted to buy a winter coat. The salesperson went to the warehouse and found some winter clothes and quilts. This large purchase by the family of 3 made her a large commission. She was so happy that she sent them out the door enthusiastically. ZMO, we still have to go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. Luo Su saw that 25 minutes had passed, and she was starving, but she had no time to stop and eat, so she ordered food to go. They found a supermarket and bought daily necessities, dry food, vegetables and fruits. Remembering the storm warning, she bought a few more raincoats, and went to the pharmacy next door to buy some masks and spare medicines. There were only 10 minutes left, so she reminded others in the group. Luo Su, has everyone bought everything? There is not much time left, it's time to get on the boat. Hitsuehua, we have enough seasonings and grains and oil for 4 days. Xiao Wu, we have basically bought the kitchenware and tableware, but we want to eat something and are very hungry. Everyone hurried back to the dock and get on the boat. I packed a lot of food, we eat when we get back. Luo Su said, and hurried back with Do Do and Long Zimo. When she returned to the dock on the boat, there were still 3 minutes left, and she saw others rushing back from afar. Luo Su's family of 3 got on the boat first, and the others also rushed back to the boat within the specified time. Everyone wanted to eat first before setting off, but unexpectedly, the administrator NPC of the dock came to chase them away. Sorry, the dock space is limited. Players who have already landed on the island, please leave the dock immediately. After that, he helped them untie the boat and said goodbye warmly, have a good trip, see you later. Luo Su glanced at the dock. There were many boats docked on the shore, most of which were level 3 wooden boats, and there was only one level 4 boat. Xiao Wu and Xiao Tsung entered the cockpit, drove the boat out of the dock, and stopped the boat after returning to the route. Long Zimo said, everyone eat first, and then set off after eating. The next island will be 3 days later. Chapter 230. The boat was shaking violently. The things on the square table fell down one after another, and finally, with a bang, even the square table fell down. Ah! Everyone screamed and held the bench tightly with both hands. Long Zimo held the bench with one hand, and held Daoda tightly in his arms with the other hand. Outside, there were strong winds and huge waves, like the terrifying scene of a level 10 typhoon at sea. Hitsuehua trembled and muttered, "Oh my god, this is the river god who is angry. How many lives will be lost? Buddha bless you. May the Buddha bless us." Everyone hold on tight. Luo Su shouted. Bang! A huge wave hit the boat awning, and a lot of river water rushed in from the window. Everyone was soaked, and they all felt cold and screamed. Ah! Ah! Before they could recover, a bigger wave came down, and with a bang, the top of the boat awning was blown off. The strong wind and heavy rain poured down. The screams of the people were drowned by the huge waves. The awning was gone, and the wallboard was crumbling. Everyone sat on the cabin floor, holding on to the benches and legs with their hands and feet. At this moment, except for Luo Su's wooden boat being beaten cruelly in the wind and waves, there was no trace of other boats on the river. At the dock not far away, the small wooden boats docked were also scattered by the waves. Those players who landed on the island squatted in various corners of the island to avoid the rain, staring at their countdowns, anxious. People kept disappearing silently around, and only the players knew that those people were wiped out by the system because they exceeded the time limit. Several players were unable to bear the torment as the countdown time was running out. They hugged each other tightly and rushed out, trying to survive the strong wind and rush back to the boat. But just a few steps out of the door, a huge billboard fell down with a bang, and several people were seriously injured. The blood dyed the street red. This made the other players, who wanted to take a chance and rush back to the boat, lose all hope. The entire Hedgie Island was being devastated by a level 10 typhoon. The roofs of many houses were blown off, billboards collapsed, and trees were broken. Everyone was praying that the disaster would pass quickly. After more than half an hour, the wind gradually died down, the rain stopped, and the river gradually returned to calm. Luosu's boat was still on the water, swaying gently. Long Zemo stood up first with Daodu in his arms, and the others stood up one after another, only to find that there were only 2 benches left in the entire cabin. The awning and the 4 wall panels had disappeared, and the small single room at the back had also disappeared, leaving only a wet bed and water on the ground. The water in the cabin was up to the knees. Everyone had a look of surviving a disaster on their faces. Heath Suehua was still trembling all over. Oh my god, this survival game is a life-threatening game. The boat is broken like this, can it still be used? Xiaoyan murmured, her eyes full of fear and sadness. The few of them who entered the game for the first time were all in fear. Xiaoyu subconsciously hugged Xiaowu's arm tightly and trembled. Long Zemo looked at the large number of wooden boat fragments floating on the river and said, "We should be grateful that we can survive." "Yes, at least we survived," Luosu said. "This is a survival game, there are dangers hidden at every moment, so once we enter the game, we must find ways to become stronger." Luosu took out a dozen towels from the space and distributed them to everyone. "Come on, everyone wipe them. We have to clean up the cabin and set sail again." The sun quietly showed its face from behind the clouds, and the sun shone on the earth again. The disaster just now seemed like just a nightmare, but it made everyone extremely scared.